In his previous life, Lin Hai was born into a family of fishermen, and the entire clan perished at the hands of pirates. In this life, he is reborn in 2007, just after being accepted into Tsinghua University and Peking University. Lin Hai is determined to protect his small family, while considering the larger family as well. As his father prepares to set sail, Lin Hai activates the Great Power Revitalization System to prevent his family from repeating the past. He begins to develop cutting-edge technologies. It's reasonable for my family to be fishermen, right? Is it too much to have a Starship nuclear power system and cruise missiles on a fishing boat? Come on, this is a long-haul cargo ship. What's wrong with parking 70 or 86th generation fighter jets on it? Hey, if you call me a foreign power, then I might just have to start fighting back. Chapter 1. Reborn in '07, National Grievances and Family Feuds. In the coastal city of Haizhou, Longhua, Baisha Town. Did I not die? Where is this? Lin Hai felt dizzy as he slowly sat up from the bed, his confused gaze scanning the surroundings. This was a small bedroom, with various celebrity posters plastered on the walls. A large desktop computer sat on the desk by the window. Upon seeing the words hastily scrawled on the wall above the computer and the acceptance letter from Tsinghua University and Peking University on the desk, Lin Hai slapped his forehead in disbelief. He had actually been reborn in the summer of 2007, right after the college entrance exams. It was also the day after he received his university acceptance letter. In his previous life, Lin Hai had achieved the top score in the city and was accepted into the country's highest institution of learning. This was his moment of glory. Unfortunately, fate had other plans, and half a month later, he faced the darkest moment of his life. Along with his father, Lin Baishan, the entire Lin family was drowned at sea. For families like his, who rely on the water for their livelihood, survival was tough. Sticking together was essential for their existence. Most of the crew on the ship were relatives. The culprits were the notorious Somali pirates. The Lin family had been fishermen for generations. By the time of Lin Hai's grandfather, they had begun venturing into maritime cargo transport to fund his education abroad. Not long ago, Lin Baishan had invested all his savings and taken out a loan to purchase a 5,000-ton ocean-going cargo ship. Shortly after the ship arrived in the waters off Somalia, it was attacked by pirates. Lin Baishan and the crew fought bravely against the pirates, but ultimately faced a brutal retaliation. Lin Hai, who was joyfully anticipating university, was completely shattered. Throughout his 4 years at university, Lin Hai could not escape the shadow of that tragedy and developed severe mental health issues. Years later, when he heard the news of the Longhua Navy conducting large-scale escorts in the Gulf of Aden, Lin Hai was overwhelmed with emotion, forgetting that he was driving. I must prevent this tragedy from happening again. With that thought, he rushed madly toward his father's bedroom. The room was empty. Lin Feng quickly realized that Lin Baishan must be at the dock, familiarizing himself with a newly purchased cargo ship. Longgang Wharf is not only the largest wharf in Baisha Town, but also the biggest in Haizhou. Countless ships come and go every day. You all be careful, this ship is expensive, so don't let it get bumped or scratched. I've borrowed a whopping 7 million from the bank just to buy it. At the wharf, Lin Baishan, a man in his 40s, was directing his relatives to continuously transport various supplies onto the ship. Son, what brings you here? Hearing hurried footsteps behind him, Lin Baishan turned around, a kind smile spreading across his face. Dad, can we delay the departure of our ship? Lin Hai panted, out of breath. My dear son, your dad knows you don't want to be apart from me, but there's no way around it. This is the life we lead. Once the shipping schedule is confirmed, they have to set sail immediately, not a minute can be delayed. Lin Baishan patted Lin Hai's shoulder with a look of appreciation. His son not only excelled in his studies, but was also a devoted son. With his wife passing away early and Lin Baishan often busy with his shipping business, he had almost raised his son in a free-range manner. Other kids might fall into bad habits without parental guidance, but not Lin Hai. He had always been at the top of his class, and Lin Baishan didn't have to worry about him. Sigh. Lin Hai let out a long breath, feeling overwhelmed. It wouldn't be easy to cancel or delay the shipment with just a few words. He couldn't possibly tell his dad that he had been reborn. If he did, Lin Baishan would probably think he was crazy and might even take him to the hospital for a checkup. So, Lin Hai settled for a compromise, claiming he wanted to go out and broaden his horizons. After some persuasion, Lin Baishan finally agreed to let him accompany him on this trip. With a heavy heart, Lin Hai returned to his small house 2 kilometers away. Once in his bedroom, he sat down at his computer. If he couldn't stop it, he would have to think of another way to avoid a tragedy. Lin Hai tried to find a map of the Gulf of Aden online, planning a safe route for his dad to avoid the rampant Somali pirates as much as possible. Lin Hai had studied marine science in college, so planning a shipping route was child's play for him. This is pointless, it's impossible to avoid them. He opened his computer and typed Gulf of Aden map into the search engine. The first results were news reports. Since early 2007, there had been a massive outbreak of piracy in the Gulf of Aden. Almost every area experienced violent pirate activities that escalated. In the past, they only stole cargo without harming anyone, but now they would steal the cargo and then kidnap the crew for ransom. If the crew resisted, it would lead to bloody retaliation. The more Lin Hai read, the more anxious he became. There were just too many pirates near the Gulf of Aden. In the original timeline, as the number of pirates increased, their methods became increasingly brutal and savage. The Dragon Country would dispatch naval vessels for escort by the end of 2008. Not being able to rely on naval protection for now, he had to think of a way to protect himself. What if they equipped the cargo ship with some weapons? Wouldn't that deter the pirates? Ding dong. Congratulations, host. You have activated the Great Nation Revitalization System. The system is loading. Please wait patiently. System loading complete. With a series of electronic synthetic sounds echoing in his mind, Lin Hai was taken aback for a moment. Then he slammed his fist on the table. The system was here. Rebirth plus a system, what could be better? System, tell me what abilities you have. Can I exchange for weapons? This system is the Great Nation Revitalization System. The host cannot directly exchange for weapons. The host can use technology points to exchange for various equipment research and development plans. Would the host like to claim the newbie gift package? Claim. Congratulations, host. You have received 10,000 technology points. Then a massive electronic display screen appeared in front of Lin Hai. He felt like he was in a daze. What on earth was all this? Imperial-class space destroyers, space fortresses, black hole gates, neutron beam cannons, water fuel reactors, nuclear jammers. Good grief, was this really necessary? Using them to fight pirates, Somali pirates? What caliber of cannon fodder would qualify for such weapons? Complaining aside, looking at the long string of zeros following these weapon systems, Lin Hai knew without thinking that exchanging for them would take ages. Seeing a page turn button below, Lin Hai tentatively reached out and gently tapped it. The fantastical weapons and equipment vanished, replaced by a new batch of cutting-edge technology products. After browsing for a while, Lin Hai understood. The closer to the front, the higher the tech content. The prices were also steeper. Lin Hai kept clicking to flip through the pages until he finally reached the end. At last, he saw something familiar, weaponry that wouldn't appear for another decade or so. As he looked, his eyes lit up. This was it. Chapter 2. Handcrafted Violent Class Escort Ship Weapons. On board the Yuhai cargo ship, in the captain's cabin, Lin Baishun wore a complicated expression. What on earth was going on with his son? Just a short while ago, he had been pestering him to let him go out to sea with them. Now he was saying he wanted to go to various classmates' houses to hang out and wouldn't be home for a while. Dad, these two things are not in conflict at all. He'll be back on time in half a month. I just want to spend some final time with my classmates. Once we're in college, it'll be hard to keep in touch. Listening to his son's explanation, Lin Baishun nodded. You have a point. After graduating from college, you'll probably stay in the capital for work and may not come back to our little town. Go ahead. Do you have enough money on you? His son was Lin Baishun's greatest hope, studying at Tsinghua or Peking University and staying in the capital to work at a respectable job. That would make his life worthwhile. I have enough money. If there's nothing else, he'll be leaving now. Lin Hai turned around, wiping his gradually reddening eyes. His mother had passed away when he was just a few years old. Lin Baishun had taken on the roles of both father and mother, raising Lin Hai with great difficulty. To ensure a better life for him, Lin Baishun, who had health issues, spent years at sea. Though still in his early 40s, he already had a head full of white hair. His voice no longer held the vigor of middle age. Leaving the dock, Lin Hai hurried home to pack up his computer. After organizing it into a box, he took a ride to another small town not far from Baisha Town. Based on information he found online, Lin Hai rented a small courtyard located on the outskirts of the town, surrounded by little more than open land. The place used to be a farm machinery processing factory, with dirty oil stains and scattered agricultural machine parts littering the ground. I paid 3 months' rent and 1 month's deposit, totaling 5,000 yuan. I still have 85,000 left in my account, so it shouldn't be too much of a problem. Every time Lin Baishun went out to sea, he would leave Lin Hai some living expenses. It varied from a few thousand to over 10,000. With not much to spend on, Lin Hai had unknowingly saved up a total of 40,000. Plus, having ranked first in the city in his exams, the education department awarded him an additional 50,000. This money should be enough for him to develop shipborne weapons by hand. That's right, shipborne weapons, not a warship. Lin Hai spent 6,000 tech points to exchange for the research technology of the 21631 class corvette from the Bear Nation, also known as the Brood M class corvette. Although it's called a corvette, its displacement is less than 1,000 tons, not much larger than a gunboat. Despite its small size, its firepower is incredibly fierce. The overall firepower is roughly equivalent to that of small destroyer, featuring a 100mm, a 190 naval gun, 2 sets of 30mm Closian weapons, 8 anti-air missiles, a counterattack grenade launcher, and general-purpose machine guns. It even comes equipped with a vertical launch system. The simplicity and low cost of the weapon systems left Lin Hai dumbfounded, seriously suspecting that there was a bug in the system. With this kind of firepower, there's no equal within the same weight class. He could take on foes much stronger than himself without worry. The 30mm twin 6-barrel Closian gun had a firing rate of 10,000 rounds per minute. Any carbon-based life form facing it would end up nothing more than a bloody mess, with no remains left behind. Having experienced the heart-wrenching pain of losing his family in his previous life, Lin Hai would not allow danger to threaten his loved ones again. He wouldn't give pirates any chance to exploit. Immediately, Lin Hai set out for an internet CAF. In 2007, Longwool was thriving, with its economy soaring at high speed. In a few years, it would surpass the island nation and become the second largest economy in the world. While the economy was developing comprehensively, military defense development was relatively slow. It would take many years before significant advancements in national defense capabilities would be made. New warships would be produced at an astonishing rate, entering service one after another like dumplings being boiled. Upon arriving at the smoky internet CAF, Lin Hai used his ID to log onto a computer. He opened an online shopping site and began placing orders frantically. That year, online transactions were becoming an integral part of people's lives. Online stores and businesses were booming exponentially. There was nothing that couldn't be bought online. Many years later, online shopping would face certain restrictions, and some items would no longer be available for purchase. But for now, everything was possible. The trading methods are quite interesting. There's cash on delivery, where you can directly wire money to the seller through the bank. Considering the postal service's snail-like speed in this day and age, Lin Hai specifically noted in the order comments that express delivery must be used, and he would cover the shipping costs. In just one afternoon, the more than 80,000 yuan on Lin Hai's card decreased at a visible rate, leaving him with less than 40,000 in the end. During the 2 days of waiting for goods, Lin Hai didn't remain idle. He took the bus to the city every day, weaving through various indoor secondhand markets. Time flew by, and after 6 days, most of the items he ordered online had arrived. He took a glance at the vintage machine tool he had modified. Despite having no prior experience in military manufacturing, Lin Hai felt as if he had been doing this all his life. It was as if he had grown up tinkering with these things. Even with his eyes closed, it didn't affect his manufacturing speed. At this moment, Lin Hai realized that once he exchanged for a piece of black technology from the system, he could also gain corresponding experience and insights into production. Crafting weapons and equipment was definitely not as simple as it sounded. Just the modification of the machine tool took Lin Hai nearly a whole day. Some materials bought on the market had to be further processed using existing materials. For instance, when it came to gunpowder, Lin Hai first used nitric acid and sulfuric acid to create it, and then he proceeded with deprocessing to turn that crude gunpowder into military-grade explosives. After everything was completed, only 2 days remained before the Yuhai set sail. That evening, Lin Hai called to hire a large truck to transport the weapons he had manufactured directly to the dock in Baisha Town. "Son, you're back." Around 8 o'clock in the evening, Lin Baishun stood on the deck, conducting the final checks before departure. The busy sailors around him were all relatives of the Lin family. Seeing Lin Hai approach, Lin Baishun planned to share some tips and knowledge about ocean voyages to ensure his son wouldn't have a hard time on the ship. "Dad, come with me for a second." Without hesitation, Lin Hai took his father's hand and led him off the ship. He opened the back of the truck and said with a smile, "Dad, come take a look. This is a surprise I prepared for you." "What surprise requires a truck to haul?" Lin Baishun chuckled and shook his head. But when he walked to the back and took a look, he was left dumbfounded. What on earth was in that cargo? Why did it look so much like weapons? Although Lin Baishun had never served in the military, he had spent years traveling by sea and had encountered some warships. The items in the truck looked unmistakably like armaments equipped on military vessels. Chapter 3. These aren't weapons. They're film props. Is this a surprise or a scare? My precious son Lin Hai managed to bring home so many weapons. One of them, quite close to me, looks like a machine gun. As I look further inside, I can't make sense of it anymore. There's a massive long-barreled thing. The barrel is dark and thick, resembling the mouth of a cannon. Dad, with these, our cargo ship won't have to fear pirates at sea anymore. Lin Hai excitedly starts to explain. At the very back is the AK-630, a twin-mounted 6-barrel 30mm close-in weapon system. Using it against pirates would be as satisfying as chopping meat with a cleaver. And this is a 65-type anti-diver grenade launcher, specifically designed to deal with those sporadic pirates swimming close to our cargo ship. Right across from it are two 14.5mm machine guns. Originally, there were also two 7.62mm machine guns on the guard ship, but I felt the caliber was too small, so I couldn't be bothered to make them. Missiles and launchers against pirates are like using a cannon to swat mosquitoes, totally unnecessary. Dad, this time, our cargo ship is completely safe. No matter how many pirates there are in the Gulf of Aden, with our firepower, they'll be wiped out no matter how many come. Lin Hai spoke with great enthusiasm, detailing the power of these weapons. The AK-630, a natural killer of pirates, exudes a certain violent aesthetic. Oh my goodness, you need to stop talking. You've dug a big hole for yourself. Lin Baishun suddenly snapped back to reality and covered Lin Hai's mouth, shaking uncontrollably. Where did Lin Hai get all this? Cannons. Machine guns. These are military weapons. Could it be that Lin Hai sneaked over to the nearby naval base and stole these weapons? Lin Baishun, who had lived an honest life, was truly terrified this time. If caught, it could lead to a death sentence. Son, our whole family is counting on you to bring glory to the Lin family. How could you do something like this? Stealing military equipment is a serious crime. It could cost you your head. I know you're a dutiful child and that you stole these things to protect against pirates, but Lin Baishun's heart was a mix of emotions. His son must know about the many pirates in the Gulf of Aden. Taking such a huge risk to steal military equipment for self-defense is one thing. But breaking the law is breaking the law. Taking his son to turn himself in might earn them leniency. Dad, what are you talking about? Who stole military equipment? I made all of these myself. Lin Hai struggled to free his father's hand and, with a mix of laughter and tears, explained. The gear in the car was all crafted by his own hands. Fearing that Lin Baishun wouldn't agree, he had told a little white lie about visiting a classmate, when in fact, he had been making weapons. You made these yourself? No way, absolutely not. Lin Baishun kept shaking his head in disbelief. What a joke. Lin Hai is a top student, sure, but even the smartest student couldn't produce these things. High school graduates can create military weapons. Weapon experts. You might as well resign. I asked, do you really want to unload that cargo? Just then, the truck driver jumped down from the cab. As he walked, he muttered, you guys need to hurry up and move those movie props out of the truck. Don't you see what time it is? You're not sleeping. And I've been busy all day and need to get home to rest. Movie props? Lin Baishun was taken aback. Master, you say they are movie props? What else could they be? The driver pulled out a cigarette and lit it. Come on, do you really think these are military weapons? How old is your son? 18 or 19? A half-grown kid creating weapons from a warship, really? Even if he is talented enough to steal these things from a military base. Do you think the port wouldn't be on high alert? Faced with the driver's soul-searching question, Lin Baishun was both amused and exasperated. After all these years, he found that the young driver had a clearer perspective on things than he did. Thinking along the lines of movie props, Lin Baishun realized that Haizhou had several natural harbors, and every year, film crews came to shoot naval war movies. During this time, Lin Hai surely hadn't gone to a classmate's house, but he couldn't possibly have manufactured weapons all by himself. He probably went to some film crew's warehouse and bought those props, jokingly pretending they were real, just to see his dad's shocked reaction. That little rascal. Can he really scare his old man? Having figured all this out, Lin Baishun lightly patted Lin Hai. Although these items couldn't fight off pirates, they were certainly intimidating enough. Lin Hai protested, Dad, these are definitely real weapons. Why don't you believe me? All right, I believe you, they're all the real deal. Let us hurry up and unload the truck, Lin Baishun said, feigning belief as he took out his walkie-talkie to call the crew on the ship to help the driver unload. Don't be scared, everyone. These are just props from a TV drama. Xiao Hai is worried about us encountering pirates, so he bought these to scare them off, like scarecrows in the fields. Seeing his relatives show the same surprised expression he had just moments before, Lin Baishun couldn't help but laugh and explain repeatedly. Honestly, today's film props look just like the real thing. This cannon barrel must be made of pure iron, right? Now that everyone has money, making movies definitely requires high standards. If it weren't for Uncle saying they are fake, I would have believed these were real machine guns. After an hour, everyone had moved the weapons onto the cargo ship, and they kept debating, praising how lifelike today's film props are, not like those wooden or tin imitations. They must be made of pure iron. Lin Hai was left speechless. Why didn't anyone believe him? Forget it. If they don't believe it, so be it. As long as we can ensure everyone's safety, that's what matters. During Lin Hai's absence, the relatives have been busy moving and loading goods. And Lin Baishan kindly gave everyone a day off. Today, everyone can rest well, and tomorrow they will board the ship with full energy, heading towards the unpredictable Gulf of Aden. Early the next morning, Lin Hai hired a truck again and arrived at the small courtyard he rented. He loaded the remaining items onto the truck and headed to the front bay dock. Most of the cargo consisted of ammunition, while a small portion included various electronic components. In one day, he completed the installation of weapons and the connection of the fire control system. If everything went smoothly, it would be finished by nightfall. At 6 in the evening, Lin Hai wiped the sweat from his forehead. After so many days of hard work, he finally accomplished his goal. The AK-630 twin-mounted 6-barrel 30mm close-in weapon system, grenade launchers, and machine guns were all installed. A large stockpile of ammunition, produced through overtime efforts, was also in place. Not to mention facing pirates, they were now equipped to engage even small foreign gunboats. Chapter 4. Is your ship a warship or a cargo ship? Little Hai, honestly. These props and weapons are more than enough to scare off pirates. Why waste money on bullet boxes? Look, the ammo boxes are piling up like little mountains. The next morning, Lin Baishan, along with his relatives, arrived at the cargo ship in a grand procession. Beneath various weapons, there were numerous ammo boxes stacked high, with the words "handle with care" written on them. Uncle, my cousin is doing this for the sake of the performance. Little Hai has been raised by me since he was a child, and he takes everything seriously. Having weapons without ammo boxes would easily reveal our ruse, said Lin Baishan. Big cousin, my brother is doing this for everyone's good, so please don't complain about him, added another relative. The entire Lin family had dozens of members, and none had attended university. As the academic star of the family, Lin Hai was the hope of the entire Lin clan. No one could say a bad word about him. Just indulge him, Lin Baishan said, feeling happier than if he had downed a bottle of strong liquor, as he listened to his relatives praise their precious son. Xiaoyong, where's your cousin? Lin Baishan asked. Everyone involved in this voyage had gathered, but he couldn't find his son Lin Hai. Big cousin, Lin Yong replied with a smile, my little brother was busy all day yesterday, and he's still sleeping in the cabin. Should I wake him up? Let him sleep. That kid must be exhausted. Lin Baishan waved his hand dismissively and turned to signal everyone to take their positions. This voyage was of great significance to the entire Lin family. Lin Baishan had spent all his savings and owed the bank millions for this ship. The deposit and other fees for taking on this business were pooled together with contributions from family members, 3,000 from one, 5,000 from another, little by little. There could be no slip-ups. Before taking the ship, all the relatives had undergone the necessary training. Each person had their own job. What's this? The next moment, Lin Baishan noticed several wires on the deck and the ship's walls. Lin Yong said, I don't know what these are either. Yesterday, my little brother brought his cousins along to connect these wires to those props. He also routed all the wires to his room on the ship. Then, he started fiddling with a computer in there. We haven't had much education, so we can't understand what he's doing. This kid always comes up with new tricks. Lin Baishan didn't think much of it, and instructed everyone to get ready as they prepared to head to another dock in Haizhou. Setting sail on the open sea wasn't a trivial matter. It wasn't something you could just do on a whim. In addition to submitting procedures and notifications to the relevant departments in advance, they also had to undergo a cargo inspection by the military inspection station on the day of departure. Only after confirming there were no prohibited items could they officially set sail. As noon approached, Lin Hai stretched and sat up in bed. He was completely worn out from the previous day, installing weapons during the day and calibrating the fire control system at night. He had only managed to sleep for about 5 hours. Meanwhile, the Yunhai cargo ship was getting closer to the dock where the military inspection station was located. Inside the captain's cabin, Lin Baishan was meticulously reviewing various documents. If even one document was missing, there would be no sailing today. Lin Chang'an, the first mate and Lin Baishuan's cousin, suddenly recalled something. Big brother, why don't we dismantle those props and weapons on the ship first? Why? Lin Baishan raised his head and asked. Although these things are fake, they look quite intimidating. They could scare off pirates, but they might also startle our own crew. Lin Pingyan said with a wry smile. Lin Hai's suggestion was good, but it was too early to set everything up. The inspection dock was located right next to a bustling commercial area. With so many people coming and going every day, any panic caused could lead to serious problems. Let's take the weapons down and stow them in the cabin. We can reassemble them once we're in open waters. Lin Baishan thought for a moment. His cousin made a valid point. Everyone here was honest and straightforward, just wanting to deliver the goods smoothly without attracting any trouble. Third uncle, first uncle. I don't think it's necessary at all, Lin Yong, the helmsman, interjected dismissively. People in the city have seen everything. If they can't tell the difference between real and fake weapons, that's their own fault. Besides, the staff at the military inspection station are all soldiers. If ordinary folks can't tell, do you think they can't? Lin Yong and Lin Hai grew up together. Though they weren't blood brothers, their bond was closer than that of many siblings. Dismantling those props would not only waste Lin Hai's efforts from the day, but could also leave him feeling particularly frustrated. Let us just leave them as they are. After thinking it over, Lin Baishun realized Lin Yong had a point. Suddenly, something appeared in the distance. It had weapons on board. It must be a warship, right? But it didn't look like one. It resembled a cargo ship. A cargo ship wouldn't be armed. So it had to be a warship. As the Yunhai cargo vessel was about to dock, a small yacht carrying tourists was approaching. A few sharp-eyed tourists spotted the weapons on the Yunhai right away. They remarked that it was a cargo ship equipped with a lot of weapons. If it were a warship, it looked completely different from the typical ones they were used to seeing. This was definitely not a warship. It was a 1,000-ton cargo vessel. How bold could the ship owner be to arm it? Those weapons must be fake, right? Could it be a new type of armed cargo ship developed by our country? Don't joke around. Other countries would never allow an armed cargo ship to enter their waters. That makes sense. Who knows if an armed cargo ship is carrying goods or soldiers? The crowd gathered to watch the commotion continued to grow. In just a few minutes, nearly 10,000 people had gathered on the dock and the decks of various vessels. Station chief, there's trouble. A soldier in military uniform rushed into the military inspection station, panting heavily. He burst into the station chief's office. Station chief, an unidentified armed vessel has appeared at sea. What? An armed vessel has entered our territorial waters. A middle-aged officer in a white military uniform, with 3 silver stars on his shoulders, abruptly stood up. What kind of weapons are on it? What is its tonnage? Did it send any signals to indicate its intentions? The soldier shook his head repeatedly. The other party did not emit any signals to clarify their intentions or identity. From its appearance, it doesn't look like a warship. It resembles a cargo vessel more. As for the weaponry, it seems to have heavy machine guns, grenade launchers, and a twin-barreled 6-barrel close-in weapon system. The distance is too far to see the caliber clearly. Captain Su Tian's mind was racing, almost about to explode. A twin-barreled 6-barrel close-in weapon system? Which country is crazy enough to deploy that? If it opens fire at close range, no ship at the dock will escape unscathed. Su Tian, a naval officer, knew all too well how terrifying a twin-barreled 6-barrel close-in weapon system can be. If such a weapon gets too close, even destroyers and frigates might not withstand its full firepower. Ordinary civilian ships would be as fragile as paper in comparison, almost tearing apart with a single strike. The next moment, Su Tian dashed outside like a gust of wind. An unidentified armed vessel, loaded with various deadly weapons, boldly appeared in the waters of Longhua. Which country's ship has the audacity to do this? This is an invasion. Chapter 5. What's going on? The fishing boat is equipped with a dual-barreled 6-barrel close-in weapon system. Su Tian scrambled to the lookout tower, using a high-powered telescope to observe ahead. The weapons on the ship matched the descriptions provided by the soldiers. Su Tian estimated that the caliber of the close-in weapon system was around 30 millimeters. He needed to evacuate the civilians immediately and promptly requested support from higher authorities. What was the radar station doing? How could such a significant oversight occur? Su Tian was both angry and anxious. Not only had the radar failed to detect it in advance, but even the patrol boats had not spotted it. The situation was serious. A soldier shouted, "Commander, the cargo ship Yunhai, with the identification number 77253, requests to dock for inspection. 77,253. Su Tian was taken aback and once again used the high-powered telescope to look ahead. The unidentified vessel also bore the number 77,253, with Yunhai written in Chinese characters on the other side. What was going on? When did domestic cargo ships get permission to be armed? Moreover, with naval weapons? Back in the office, Su Tian operated the computer to check the registration of the cargo ship. This vessel was manufactured by the Longhua shipyard, produced 7 years ago as a 1,000-ton ocean-going cargo ship. A month ago, it was purchased by a shipowner named Lin Baishun. At the same time, the computer recorded the relevant documents and ocean freight application submitted by Lin Baishun. According to the timeline, the Yunhai was supposed to be at the military inspection station today for cargo and personnel checks before heading to the Fazhou continent for transport. Calling the Yunhai cargo ship. This is the Haizhou military inspection station. I am Commander Su Tian. Please have your captain speak with me. Hello, Commander Su. I am Captain Lin Baishun. May the cargo ship enter the port for inspection? Su Tian asked sternly, What is going on with the weapons inside the ship? Commander Su. These things are just props meant to scare people, Lin Hai explained. He described how they intended to use scarecrows to frighten off pirates at sea. You can allow us to dock for inspection. After hearing the explanation, Su Tian let out a sigh of relief. They had nearly caused a major blunder. Whether calling to notify superiors or sounding the alarm, it could have led to a serious incident. At the docking area, Su Tian and the inspection team waited. Wow. Which film crew made these props? Their craftsmanship is impressive, one soldier exclaimed. Look, these props even reflect sunlight. They must be made of steel. Su Tian thought he would have to ask where they got these props. He was determined to watch that movie. Count me in. If the props are this well made, the plot must be great too. While using these weapon props to scare off pirates was intended to be harmless, it could lead to misunderstandings with other countries, which would be troublesome. Some soldiers in the inspection team marveled at the design of the props, while others worried that approaching foreign waters could lead to the Lin Hai being mistaken for an enemy vessel, putting everyone on board in danger. Hello, Director Su. I am Captain Lin Hai of the Lin Hai ship. Here are my documents and the cargo list. It's the same as what I reported a few days ago. Please check it. Captain Lin Hai arrived at the dock with several fellow villagers, handing over the relevant documents and credentials to Su Tian. Afterwards, Su Tian led everyone into the military inspection station. Captain Lin, may I ask who came up with the idea of equipping the cargo ship with weapons to scare off pirates? Su Tian inquired with interest. Lin Hai proudly replied. It was my son, Lin Hai. Director Su, I'm not just bragging about my son. Not only is he the top scorer in our local college entrance examination, but he is also a remarkably filial child. Knowing I was going to the Gulf of Aden to deliver goods, he specifically researched the situation there, worrying that we might encounter pirate attacks. He somehow managed to get all these weapon props without asking me for a penny. He used his own savings. Su Tian suddenly realized something. The top scorer? Your son is Lin Hai? Yes, that's him. Lin Hai beamed with pride, pleased that Su Tian recognized his son. No wonder, Su Tian thought to himself, fully understanding now. To stand out among hundreds of thousands of candidates locally and become the top scorer, he must be quite intelligent. Meanwhile, his own son barely scraped by, ranking 5th from the bottom in his midterms. One was a complete underachiever, while the other was the top scorer in the entire city. There was no comparison. Director, the documents are in order. We can board the ship to inspect the cargo, Su Tian announced. With a command, the inspection team boarded the cargo ship, with Su Tian being the last to step on. He did not join the soldiers in the cargo hold, but stood at the edge of the deck, running his hand over the twin-mounted 6-barrel 30mm close-in weapon system. How did that kid come up with this idea? He mused. Not only did he think of installing prop weapons on the cargo ship to scare off pirates, but the props also looked incredibly realistic. The twin-mounted 6-barrel close-in weapon system looked just like the real thing. As soon as Su Tian touched it, his military instincts kicked in, and he felt that this didn't seem like a prop. Then he chuckled to himself. If it wasn't a prop, what could it be? Surely it couldn't be a real close-in weapon system, could it? No one would dare to buy or sell such a thing. Especially not in a place like Longhua, where weapon management is extremely strict. This type of naval weapon is considered a contraband item. However, he had to admit, it looked remarkably genuine. Excuse me, sir, who are you? A voice called from behind Su Tian. Su Tian adjusted his military cap and turned around, saying, young comrade, I am Su Tian, the station chief of the military inspection station. Are you a crew member? May I see your seaman's certificate? I'm not a crew member. My dad is the captain, and I'm here to see the world with him, the young man replied. Hearing this, Su Tian paused for a moment, looked the young man up and down, and smiled. You must be Lin Hai, the top scorer in the college entrance examination. Director Su, you've heard of my name? Lin Hai was surprised that even a station chief like him knew of his achievements. I not only know you, but I also often use you to educate my unfortunate son. My son is a year younger than you, and his grades are worlds apart from yours. Lin Hai is like the legendary other people's child. Su Tian's attitude is naturally as kind as can be. I heard that the idea of installing weapons and props to scare off pirates was your brainchild. Impressive, you're truly a smart young man. And you're bound to achieve great things in the future. Su Tian gave a thumbs up and asked, what are your plans after graduating from university? Do you have any intentions of studying abroad? No, Su Hai replied firmly. In the future, I plan to use what I've learned to contribute to my country and help it develop better. Having been reborn, Su Hai is keenly aware of the complex situation that Dragon Country will face in over a decade. The beautiful nation, in alliance with major Western countries, is doing everything possible to suppress Dragon Country across countless fields such as military, technology, livelihood, and exports, all while being pursued and blocked by the Western world. Su Tian's expression turned serious. Anyone can talk beautifully, but that doesn't guarantee sincerity. Having served as the head of a military inspection station for over a decade, Su Tian has dealt with all sorts of people and has developed a discerning eye. He is certain that this statement is Lin Hai's heartfelt words. Suddenly, an astonishing idea sparked in Su Tian's mind. Chapter 6. Ground-penetrating radar and sonar positioning systems. This kid is speaking the truth. He really does have thoughts of contributing to the country. With this in mind, Su Tian paused for a moment. He looked at Lin Hai, and a smile returned to his face. Great. Loyalty to the country is wonderful. We will need talented individuals like you in the future. Just as he finished speaking, several soldiers approached from behind. The cargo on the ship has been checked and found to be mostly fine. However, there is a small room in the rear cabin that seems to be locked. Upon hearing this, Su Tian's expression shifted. What is going on? He turned to Lin Hai and then shifted his gaze to Lin Baishan, expecting an explanation from the father and son. However, he didn't look too stern, as he valued Lin Hai as a top student and an intellectual. Meanwhile, Lin Baishan looked confused. He scratched his head, appearing dazed and unsure of what to do. Who am I? Where am I? A small room in the rear cabin? Lin Baishan recalled that it should be a storage room. It was just a place for unused junk. Nothing significant had ever been stored there. And as for the locked door, that was impossible. Who would lock such a small room? What could possibly be hidden inside? At this moment, Lin Baishan spoke somewhat irritably to the people around him. He glanced at his relatives bustling about, trying to figure out what was happening. Lin Hai couldn't help but scratch his head. To be honest, that place was used by him to remotely control and observe the surroundings. The electronic control technology was already linked to the surrounding weapons. He had intended to use the electronic control technology via a computer to check the entire cargo ship once they were at sea. Even if no one was guarding the area, the computer would automatically identify any enemies, preventing pirates from boarding due to a momentary lapse in vigilance. He never expected these people to be so thorough in their inspections. As the expressions of the inspectors grew increasingly strange, Lin Baishan hurriedly instructed others to ensure that the door to that room was opened. Soon after, a tense atmosphere began to settle in. After all, at this time, the country's scientific and military technology development was not yet fully matured, making the surrounding environment quite tense. Every cargo ship going to sea had to undergo strict inspections. As the atmosphere began to feel increasingly odd, Lin Hai quickly walked over. This is a temporary monitoring room I've set up. The software application I developed. I wrote a temporary program using C language, and you see those data cables. This statement instantly captured the attention of everyone around. As the crowd turned their eyes to Lin Hai, their expressions quickly became a bit strange. What data cables? What on earth is that? Just then, someone in the crowd suddenly spoke up. What do you think this big fishing net looks like? White, and I think it resembles a big iron pot. This remark immediately drew everyone's attention. At this moment, Lin Baishan raised his eyebrows and looked outside, gazing at the white metal that resembled a fishing net. He frowned slightly, glancing at Lin Hai and then at the room around him. After all, there were quite a few friends of their family on this ship. As for the software applications, they didn't really understand them. It sounded a bit too sophisticated, and they felt somewhat out of place in this atmosphere. Moreover, what did this data cable have to do with the room? The group exchanged glances, noticing the change in each other's expressions. Seeing this, Lin Hai quickly spoke up. Can't you tell? It's the ground radar and sonar positioning system. By using the ground radar outside and the sonar positioning installed near the ship, we ensure that we won't encounter any problems in case of unexpected situations. At the same time, we connect various parts of the ship through electronic control technology, making sure that if there are pirates, we can prepare in advance. Of course, there was a part he didn't mention. This technology could also assist the external weapons, achieving enemy identification while quickly recognizing enemy firepower through electronic control. If pirates really did come, they would get a taste of the bullet's power. After all, this was not the kind of firepower you'd get from a rifle or a pistol. Anything hitting a person could leave a cavity. To be honest, everyone was left dumbfounded by this information. It felt a bit like listening to something incomprehensible. Was this what a top student sounded like? Just as Lin Hai finished speaking, a chubby boy next to him, with a somewhat strange expression, said, "Are you trying to fool Uncle? Focus on your studies and don't get involved in those shady things." What do you mean by software applications? How does a high school student like you understand these? Are you just pretending to be knowledgeable? What are ground radar and sonar positioning systems anyway? Following the voice, Lin Hai shook his head. To be honest, he recognized who it was at a glance. It was his uncle's son, Lin Jiangwo. He was a bit younger, around 16, but had been working for 3 or 4 years already. However, in this era, one couldn't expect much else. Their relationship wasn't very good. In the past, he had been kicked out by his father for not studying hard and had to work as a sailor. Although this guy wasn't great in character, He was quite proactive on the ship, eager to take on many tasks. When Lin Hai's father encountered pirates at sea, Lin Jingwo was the first to prepare to escape with his father and the crew, but unfortunately, they were discovered by the pirates, and he was hanged on the mast. He was somewhat jealous of Lin Hai's achievements, but wasn't a bad person overall. Of course, since he had been disrespectful to his family. His father wouldn't let him on the ship. Looking at the chubby face in front of him, Lin Hai gently pinched his cheek and said, "Since you want to know, I'll show you. Who knows, you might become the ship's dedicated monitor in the future." With that, Lin Hai lightly patted his head and added, "Come on, let us go take a look." Upon hearing this, the chubby Lin Jingwo's face lit up with a glimmer of hope, but he quickly gritted his teeth and followed everyone inside. Su Tian and the others, curious as well, entered the cabin together. The cabin appeared a bit cramped, with some dust that hadn't been cleaned up. The creaking sound of the fan, mixed with occasional flashes of dust from the computer, filled the air. However, as soon as they laid eyes on the screen, everyone was taken aback. The display showed a series of segmented patterns, some resembling different sea surfaces and others depicting the deck of a ship. A variety of unusual data was laid out before them, accompanied by a series of rippling sounds that echoed like a bubbling stream. Staring at the screen, Lin Baishun and the others were completely bewildered. Chapter 7. Future Aspirations and National Dreams. A series of beeping sounds echoed, and the strange images displayed on the device, resembling rippling waves, left Su Tian momentarily dazed. At this moment, in the midst of the crowd, Su Tian widened his eyes. It really looks a bit like radar, doesn't it? He paused for a second, then shook his head. What was he thinking? Radar and air defense systems were not something an ordinary 17 or 18-year-old could handle. Besides, he was here just to check for contraband. And if there was none, he could naturally let it go. As Su Tian furrowed his brow and looked ahead, he still felt a bit puzzled. Were those firearms around him real or fake? After all, based on his years of experience in the military, he couldn't say they were identical, but they were indistinguishable. While frowning, Su Tian walked over to one of the guns. Staring at the cold, steel-colored firearm, he placed his hand on it, feeling it carefully. Before he could figure anything out, a soldier suddenly rushed over. "Report. All rooms have been checked, and there are no contraband items." The soldier's voice was loud. And hearing this, a smile involuntarily appeared on Su Tian's face. However, the next moment, he noticed the soldier seemed a bit hesitant. You might want to come over and take a look at this. It seems quite detailed." The soldier pointed to some weapons nearby. Listening to the soldier's words, Su Tian frowned. What did he mean? He looked up and down at the weapon in front of him. After this glance, his expression suddenly changed. A 100mm, a 190 naval gun, 2 sets of 30mm close-in weapon systems, and a general-purpose machine gun. The steel color, combined with the unique craftsmanship of military production, made Su Tian's expression increasingly strange, with a hint of confusion in his eyes. Something was off. These guns looked too much like the real deal. He couldn't tell if they were real or not. No, he had to examine them closely. Removing his gloves, Su Tian began to inspect the firearms. After carefully examining the general-purpose machine gun next to him for a while, he couldn't help but gasp. The level of detail on this machine gun was astonishing. Meanwhile, the expressions of Lin Baishun and others nearby turned tense. There was no way around it. It was a natural reaction. With everyone else looking so serious, how could they expect to stay calm? They exchanged glances, puzzled as to why Su Tian had suddenly become so serious. At that moment, Lin Hai hurriedly stepped forward. "This is just an ordinary model. If you don't believe me, touch one of the key structures. There are some components I didn't create." Upon hearing this, Su Tian paused for a moment, then continued to reach toward the weapons. At that moment, it seemed like Su Tian had carefully traced the key structures of the guns and discovered an empty space, finally letting out a long sigh of relief. This thing was truly a model. After all, some key parts were missing. Even if you smashed it to pieces, no bullets would come out. He turned his head and quickly signed off, granting permission for release. As he looked at Lin Baishun and the others who had come to see him off, Su Tian walked over to Lin Hai's side. "You little rascal have quite the imagination. Remember your words. A bright youth should seize the moment. I see you have talent. If you ever get the chance to come back, seek me out. I'll personally vouch for you to get into the Naval Academy. With talented successors like you, our country will only grow stronger." He gave Lin Hai's shoulder a hearty pat, then Su Tian gathered his team. Meanwhile, the ship successfully passed inspection and sailed toward the open sea. Watching the departing figures, Lin Hai couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Thankfully, he was clever enough to anticipate potential inspections and had already disassembled the critical structures. Otherwise, he looked up at the distance. The sunlight shone down, gradually warming him. Standing by the edge of the ship, Lin Hai gazed at the nearby river with a smile. Just as he was about to savor the unique tranquility around him, a hand suddenly clapped onto his shoulder. Lin Hai jumped in surprise and turned around to see his father, Lin Baishun, standing nearby with a beaming smile. "What? How did Dad get here? You scared me." At that moment, Lin Baishun spoke with a serious tone. "It's calm now, but once we're out in the open sea, don't hang around the edge of the deck. Be careful, or a wave might sweep you off." Hearing his father's words, Lin Hai was momentarily taken aback. Is it really that dangerous? Although he had been out to sea before, the feeling was quite different between this small fishing boat and a cargo ship. At the same time, Lin Baishun turned his gaze to the shimmering sea surface, pausing for 2 seconds in silence. "After this trip, we could make a few million in profits. Then you'll be set, but unfortunately, your old man still has to work hard." He looked into the distance. His eyes filled with hope. "Your mom is still waiting for me to throw her a perfect wedding. On the way, we can take some time to see if there are any countries suitable for a honeymoon." As he spoke, a smile spread across Lin Baishun's face, genuinely happy. Watching his father's smile, Lin Hai clenched his fists tightly, filled with resentment towards the pirates. His father was still thinking about how to enjoy a honeymoon with his mother, making up for what they missed after getting married young. But who could have anticipated that? What was once a beautiful expectation would turn into ultimate pain beneath the flames and cannon fire of those pirates. The whole family, along with their relatives, was buried beneath the sea. Lin Hai couldn't help but grip the mast beside him, his gaze fixed on the machine gun not far away. If he got the chance this time, he would make those pirates understand what it meant to pay blood debts with blood, and that those who do evil will meet their own demise. If those beasts dared to attack their cargo ship again, Lin Hai would definitely make them feel what it was like to be swallowed by the fish. His hatred deepened, and at that moment, Lin Baishun gently patted him on the shoulder. "All right, you're stuck with me chatting here. You must be pretty bored. Why don't you take a good rest? We've got a long way ahead." With that, Lin Baishun headed towards the wheelhouse. Chapter 8. The pirates have really arrived. Life at sea with cargo is quite dull, and it has been about 20 to 30 days since we set sail. Along the way, aside from occasionally passing through other countries and sometimes disembarking for a bit of fun, Lin Hai, like the other relatives back home, mostly stayed on the ship, tinkering with the weapons he had prepared in advance. Until this day, we were nearing Somalia, and I had heard that there were quite a few pirates in these waters. So we needed to be well prepared. If we encountered any pirates, it would be quite troublesome. Lin Hai found his father in the control room. While monitoring various data on the ship and gazing out at the calm sea, he looked at the weapons ready nearby and took a deep breath. Although he had long anticipated this day and had been cautious, facing the reality made Lin Hai break into a cold sweat. He even went to the control room to warn his father. Hearing Lin Hai's words, Lin Baishun yawned. Right. But don't we have those things you prepared on board? If the pirates see those, they'll just run away." Saying this, Lin Baishun glanced ahead and wiped the sweat from his forehead, adding, "Don't worry. I've been on fishing boats so many times. It's just like being out at sea. You just need to endure the loneliness." Despite his father's relaxed and carefree words, Lin Hai's heart did not lighten at all. He knew that the closer they got to this moment, the more vigilant they needed to be. The calmer the sea, the more dangerous it became. To spot any pirates in advance, Lin Hai even took his uncle's place, using binoculars to scan the horizon, analyzing everything. He was practically glued to the deck. It's worth noting that this binoculars were military-grade gear that Lin Hai's father, Lin Baishun, had spent a considerable amount of money to acquire. When Lin Hai wanted to use it, his uncle had scolded him. However, due to Lin Hai's insistence and his status as the only top student in the Lin family, the elder reluctantly sighed and handed the binoculars over to him. After observing for what felt like an eternity, Lin Hai furrowed his brow, occasionally scanning the distant sea surface. At that moment, a strange wave pattern, accompanied by small waves, suddenly caught Lin Hai's attention. Normally, if there were waves on the sea, they would appear as long, rolling swells. But this clearly looked like the wake of a yacht or a speedboat. Lin Hai frowned as his palms grew sweatier. He took another look, and this time the black dot in the distance was getting larger. The shape was quite vague, but its speed was astonishing. At the same time, Lin Hai could even see the speedboat heading straight towards them. Ordinary vessels could never move this fast. Even a yacht would need to accelerate. But now, pirates. It must be pirates. Lin Hai quickly returned to the cockpit. His speed was impressive, and the sound of his footsteps echoed on the deck. By the time Lin Hai reached the cockpit, his voice had become somewhat hoarse from tension. "I think I spotted the pirates' location with the binoculars. They're southeast of us. About 8 nautical miles away, and they're moving really fast. Definitely a speedboat." As soon as he said this, everyone in the cabin was stunned. At that moment, Lin Jiangwo, who fancied himself an old hand at being a sailor on merchant ships, suddenly spoke up. That's unlikely. I used to work on long-haul ships, and generally, when a cargo ship is approaching a strait, pirates are less likely to attack. Usually, it's just tourists around this time. You must be mistaken, he continued. Besides, coastal areas typically have military patrols, so what pirates would dare show up now? Listening to Lin Jiangwo's words, Lin Hai shot him a cold glance. He then turned to his father, handing him the binoculars, and said, Dad, take a look over there. It seems like there are pirates. And they're coming in fast. They've definitely got their sights set on us. Come on, hurry and check it out. Lin Jiangwo, who had been half asleep and somewhat confused from the jabs of the others, instantly snapped to attention upon hearing Lin Hai's words. He shot up from his chair, quickly grabbed the binoculars from Lin Hai's hands, and rushed to the edge of the deck to look out. What he saw next left him utterly bewildered. Dozens of speedboats, each carrying 4 or 5 people. It was clear they weren't fishing boats, as there were no nets on board. Even though the distance of 6 or 7 nautical miles was a bit far, Lin Jiangwo could still see the weapons in the hands of those people through the binoculars, classic AK rifles, submachine guns, and even a rocket launcher next to one of them. In an instant, Lin Jiangwo's mind went blank, and he quickly sounded the alarm. Pirates are really coming. All hands, attention. Pirates and speedboats are approaching our ship. Engine room. Increase power to maximum. We need to shake off the pirates. At a time like this, there was no room for idle talk. Every second counted, and lives were at stake. Meanwhile, those who had been casually playing cards in the cockpit moments before were now in a panic. Some even grabbed binoculars to check the distance, only to start trembling and shouting in frustration. I told you not to go out to sea. This ocean isn't easy to navigate. Is running a cargo ship really that simple? Look where we are now, blocked by pirates. We might all end up dead. What do we do? Should we just surrender to the pirates? Maybe we can save our lives. Yeah. Those guys might be the kind who would risk it all for money. If we get stuck with this cargo, who knows how far we could run? We might all end up dead here. I don't want to die. I'm not married. I don't have kids, and I don't have a wife yet. I've told you all before, we shouldn't be doing this. Wouldn't it be better to just fish honestly? Everything is in chaos. The ship is in disarray from top to bottom. Almost everyone is looking at those pirates in the distance, filled with fear, worry, and panic. A whirlwind of emotions rising up. Chapter 9. Was it really a yellow-furred rabbit? They stared into the distance, utterly shocked. The sounds of panic and angry shouts echoed all around. Some even blamed the elders and friends beside them, grabbing Lin Baishun by his collar and yelling, Look, it's all your fault. What are we going to do? We're all going to die? Listening to the furious shouts around him, Lin Hai furrowed his brow. What good was fear now? Did they think that by being scared, those guys would spare them? Did they really believe that if they cowered in fear, the pirates would let them go? Hearing Lin Hai's reprimand, the others began to react, continuing to live in fear, like ants trapped in a jar. Trembling in terror, what good would that do? As they exchanged blame, Lin Baishun's hands also began to tremble. We need to think of a way. Quickly, think of something. Suddenly, Lin Baishun's gaze landed on the satellite phone nearby. Wouldn't it be better to use the satellite phone to call the local defense forces and ask for their urgent assistance? Without hesitation, Lin Baishun grabbed the satellite phone and dialed the emergency number listed in the manual. It didn't take long for the Somali Coast Guard to answer the call. At the same time, Lin Baishun recounted everything that was happening on their end. Hello, we are Chinese fishermen. Please come and save us. We've encountered pirates in your waters. We urgently need your support. The pirates are getting close to our boat, only about 6 or 7 nautical miles away, and we are fleeing at full speed. As Lin Baishun spoke, the line on the other end first echoed with a series of beeping sounds, as if someone had pressed the button down. Then, a lazy voice responded, all right. We are searching the area where you are located. Please hold on a moment. If there are any issues, please approach our port. With that, the call was abruptly disconnected, and Lin Baishun's face turned pale. Perhaps others might think that the Somali Coast Guard had responded to their plea for help, but Lin Baishun was sure that these guys were just putting on a show. Why did he think so? Because they never even asked about the specific area where Lin Baishun and the others were located or the details of their situation before hanging up. Such a dismissive response felt like a deliberate mockery of their situation. Were these guys in cahoots with the pirates? A sense of deep fear washed over him. But he didn't voice his worries to his relatives. Instead, he dialed back to China again. Soon, someone answered the phone. With a trembling voice filled with fear, Lin Baishun said, We are in the waters off Somalia. The ship's ID number is. The area is located at longitude. Please, come quickly and save us. We are surrounded by pirates. His anxious words spilled out, and at the same time, on the other end of the line, Su Tian's face showed a hint of panic. To be honest, if it were someone else, he might not have remembered. But he remembered that ship number vividly. He recalled the image of that genius boy and the toys he created. He had been feeling a bit uneasy today, as if something was about to happen, and when he suddenly received that phone call, he almost jumped to his feet. Sure enough, that genius boy's cargo ship had run into trouble, and it was with the notorious Somali pirates. Damn it, if only they had sent a ship to escort them for a while longer. At this moment, Su Tian hurriedly spoke up. Don't worry, the situation is tense, so you need to proceed at full speed and don't hang up the phone. We will do everything we can to protect you. As he spoke, he turned to the soldiers beside him and commanded, quick, search for the ship number. In that direction, check if there are any patrol vessels from other countries nearby. Upon hearing this, the soldiers quickly began to operate the equipment. The instruments started working rapidly. And at the same time, the corresponding coordinates appeared on the massive maritime map. There were 3 ordinary cargo ships near the targeted vessel. The Somali Coast Guard had already dispatched personnel, but due to the distance, only a portion of them were making their way from a farther harbor. How long will it take? I need a specific number. At this moment, Su Tian's expression had turned extremely grave. At least 4 hours. One soldier took off his headset, unable to hide his frustration. Hearing this, Su Tian slammed his palm down on the instrument control panel with a grimace of anger. His teeth clenched. His voice filled with hatred. 4 hours? Why does it take so long? Are there no naval forces from other countries? Hurry and contact them for support. Tell them our citizens are facing pirates in that area and request their assistance. His expression had become extremely tense. Before long, a soldier monitoring the equipment spoke up with a hint of excitement. Got it. There's a U.S. Navy frigate in the area on patrol. At these words, a flicker of hope crossed Su Tian's face. This was the only option in a moment of near despair. Contact them quickly. Ask for their help. At this point, Su Tian didn't want to think about anything else. Before long, they established contact with the fleet. However, as soon as the communication was connected, the voice on the other end sounded somewhat displeased. Oh, it's those yellow-skinned rabbits. Why are they contacting us again? The voice on the other end was low, but it was amplified in the communication channel. Hearing this, Su Tian's expression turned dark, his eyes reddening and widening in anger. If it weren't for the need to rescue his fellow citizens, he would have wanted to run over and punch that guy, making him understand what it meant to be a rabbit. But at this moment, Su Tian still forced himself to suppress the rage boiling within him. In a somewhat stiff voice, suppressing his anger, he said, "Hello, sir. We have a merchant ship that has encountered pirates in the waters off Somalia." Su Tian briefly explained the situation. At that moment, the other party continued to mock him. Oh, so it's those yellow-skinned rabbits merchant ship that has run into pirates. Poor little guys, they're just so easy for pirates to threaten. The taunts pierced Su Tian's ears like daggers. Listening to the voice on the other end, his fists clenched tightly, his nails digging deep into his palms. As blood began to flow, he hoarsely spoke up. Chapter 10, Communication Disruption. In a desperate situation, can you provide some support? The lives of our citizens are under threat. However, as soon as he said this, the other end let out a laugh. Oh, your citizens' lives are under threat? What does that have to do with us? My orders from my superiors are just to patrol and observe. If you want us to rescue them, please have your military send a request to our Ministry of Defense. Cold. At that moment, Su Tian felt the deep pain of a weak country with no diplomatic power. If only his country were strong enough. If they had the capability to confront the beautiful nation, then they wouldn't have to fear so much. The other party wouldn't be talking to him like this, asking him to send such a request. It was nothing but pure indifference to suffering. You go rescue them first, and we will follow shortly. His anger was nearly uncontrollable, but he hadn't even finished speaking when he heard a series of beeping sounds. The communication was cut off. Bastards. A bunch of damn bastards. His eyes widened, unable to express the fury inside him with words, his hair standing on end. His face was flushed red, as if filled with blood. At that moment, he suddenly heard a soldier exclaim, "Not good. Our satellite signals near the Somali waters have suddenly been blocked. All satellite signals in that area are down." Hurrying over to the soldier, Su Tian asked, "All satellite signals in that area are unusable? What about other areas?" The soldier quickly checked the data and shook his head. "Other areas are fine. Only the satellite signals in the Somali waters are down." Hearing this, Su Tian suddenly had a realization, and his face went pale. Did those guys cut off the satellite signals themselves? As soon as he spoke, an officer approached him. High-ranking military personnel, like them, were privy to more secrets. They had already received intelligence. The pirate forces in Somalia were actually a group of dogs deliberately nurtured by Western powers. Their primary purpose was to undermine economies they didn't want to support. Su Tian had initially thought that these guys wouldn't be so crazy and shameless, but now it seemed their level of shamelessness exceeded his imagination. How could they employ such brazen tactics? How could they be so bold? It's over. It's all over. Somalia is far too distant from our homeland. It's impossible for our naval forces to reach there in such a short time. He slumped into his chair, feeling dizzy, especially when he thought of the young man willing to be loyal to his country. A deep pain surged within him. These damned Western countries and their lapdogs were truly despicable. Meanwhile, on the cargo ship, the faces of everyone except Lin Hai were pale as ghosts. Especially Lin Baishan, who gripped the satellite phone tightly, staring at the no-service signal displayed on the screen. His furious roar seemed capable of shaking the very walls of the room. It was unimaginable how the emotions of shock and despair surged within him. What were they supposed to do now? The only chance of calling for help from the outside was gone. What could a group of ordinary civilians do against heavily armed thugs? Were they supposed to fight to the death? It sounded easy to say, but doing it was incredibly hard. At this moment, they had no choice but to resist with all their might. They were desperate. Lin Baishun seemed to deliberately speak out. They kill anyone in their sight. We can die, but the children cannot. Silence fell over the room. Fear and despair could no longer soothe the hearts of the crowd. Although Lin Baishun's words were rough, they were undeniably true. After he finished speaking, he grabbed a metal rod from the side and swung it. We'll fight those bastards. Let the kids escape as quickly as possible. If it comes to it, we'll take on those scumbags. The pirates should be here in just a few minutes. Kids, jump off the ship quickly, and don't let them come near the side. During this time, we'll fight to the last breath and take a piece of them with us. Once those pirates finished taking everything from the hold, Lin Baishun didn't continue. Once the hold was empty, it meant they were dead. But perhaps by then, a few of the kids might still be alive. And they wouldn't have to fear anymore. He gently ruffled Lin Hai's hair, his eyes filled with nostalgia and reluctance, along with Lin Baishun's words. An older man in the group nodded in agreement. We old bones can die, but these young kids cannot. They are the hope of our Lin family. If they all die, our family will be completely wiped out. That's right. If you don't take me with you, I'll take this mop and smack them right in the face. Another voice chimed in. Let us fight those pirates. I want to see who is stronger, them or us. After the panic, an overwhelming anger took over, for they were just a group of ordinary people wanting to do business and earn a living for their descendants. They had followed the rules, never committed any crimes, and had never spilled anyone's blood. They had lived honestly and worked hard. Why should they let these beasts take away their wealth? Some took up nearby pitchforks, while others gripped the knives from the ship's kitchen. They looked at their elders, who were doing everything they could to protect them. On the other side, Lin Hai felt deeply moved. His elders were truly willing to sacrifice their own lives for the sake of their descendants. Lin Hai tightly gripped the object in his hand and slowly stepped out of the cabin. He stood by the railing on the deck, watching as the assault boats drew closer, his gaze sharpening. As many of the elders emerged from the room, preparing to face the pirates in a desperate battle, Lin Hai raised his hand and began to speak. Don't panic. Mom and Dad, I assure you, what I have can hold off those pirates. Plus, I have a way to deal with the people outside. As soon as he said this, everyone was left stunned, staring incredulously at Lin Hai. Their expressions were a mix of confusion and disbelief. What did he mean? How could he possibly deal with those outside? Was he suggesting he could fly or conjure something? Just as Lin Baishun was about to tell Lin Hai to stop fooling around, Lin Hai was already pointing at the so-called models. This isn't just a model. Trust me. Chapter 11. Who really is the pirate? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was left in shock. What do you mean it's not a model? This is a life or death situation. If something goes wrong now, there's no way to escape. Seeing the pirates getting closer, Lin Hai opened one of the machine guns in front of him. He quickly grabbed a small knife and took out crucial parts from a nearby sealed box. Within moments, he assembled the machine gun and said, I prepared this earlier. Please trust me. Elders, I'm on the ship now. I won't joke around with our lives. Younger ones, follow my earlier actions and prepare all the key parts from this box. Then operate according to the steps I taught you. As for the uncles and older gentlemen, you go to the back. Aren't there's some sealed ammo boxes over there? Please bring them over. Upon hearing this, everyone present was stunned. At this moment, having a college student around was quite valuable, even though Lin Hai was just a prospective student. However, listening to him, the crowd managed to suppress their rising panic. They began to either follow Lin Hai's instructions to open the ammo boxes or assemble the gun parts according to his guidance. The scene became remarkably lively. Meanwhile, the pirates in the distance were casually singing unknown tunes while steering their speedboats toward them. The dark faces of the pirates were filled with disdain and indifference towards life. Their eyes were fierce, and some were even discussing what to do once they breached Lin Hai's ship. How about we kill everyone on board? What is the best way to do it? Maybe make them cry and sing before jumping into the sea as targets? Oh, I don't care about that. I've heard that the women from their country are quite docile. If possible, I'd like to take a couple back to have some fun. Greed. Malice. For these pirates, they didn't care whether their victims lived or died. Every time they went out to plunder, it was merely to make life a little more interesting. Besides, years of robbing at sea had turned these people into something akin to rabid dogs. However, just as their boats were about 3 nautical miles away from Lin Hai and the others, one of the lookouts suddenly glanced into the distance, and his face quickly turned pale. He hurriedly ran over to a black, hefty man who looked extremely displeased. This man was named Sultan, the most trusted subordinate of the pirate captain, and also the one who had killed the most. At the same time, Sultan straightened up. With a cigar in his mouth and a telescope just taken from another pirate, he took a quick look and his expression darkened even more. What is going on? Why does this ship have machine guns? And there are so many people operating those general-purpose machine guns. Over there are even several naval guns and firearms automatically aiming in all directions. Is this a cargo ship? You can't be serious. This ship looks like a cargo vessel. But it's clearly an armed-to-the-teeth semi-warship. Who asked the real pirate here, buddy? Something's off. The Sultan glanced at the expressions of the people on the ship, his demeanor shifting to one of serious shock, and he noticed a flicker of panic on some faces. That's right, he paused for a moment. Did someone seem flustered? He frowned and looked through the binoculars again, and this time it seemed he spotted something. The frantic little eyes appeared particularly fearful, at least from the Sultan's perspective at that moment. It seemed like he had uncovered some secret. And some of those people were holding iron bars while others had wooden sticks? The Sultan stepped forward again, a smile returning to his face. They're trying to fool us. These idiots think we're that easy to deceive? The Sultan felt like he had seen through something, and his expression grew more excited. Hearing his words, the nearby pirates looked confused. What does he mean by fooling? What has the boss discovered? Their faces showed a hint of bewilderment. But for the fat guy, this was a confirmation of his own intelligence. He felt as if he was standing on a high intellectual ground, pointing towards the ship in the distance, and saying, "Those things on that ship do look real, but those yellow-skinned monkeys can act to save their lives. Even though they're holding weapons, they look terrified, and some are wielding knives while others just have sticks." The Sultan made a sweeping gesture and said, "If it were you, would you not take those AKs and just stick to knives?" At this, the dim-witted black-skinned gorillas finally seemed to understand something, scratching their heads. Oh, so those yellow-skinned monkeys are trying to trick us on purpose. Their expressions grew more sinister, and they gazed greedily into the distance. Let us kill them. Kill those yellow-skinned monkeys and plunder all their wealth. I want women. I want those yellow-skinned monkeys' women. They need to know what real guns are. Looking at his men, the Sultan couldn't help but smile even more. As long as these guys put in the effort to rob, surely the boss would reward them for their hard work. He grinned a bloodthirsty smile and pointed ahead. Then let us kill them and show them what true terror feels like. With that, the speedboat raced forward once more. Meanwhile, contrary to what the Sultan had guessed, the people on the ship were shocked to discover that Lin Hai's weapons and bullets were indeed real. An uncle who had served in the military frowned as he held what he thought were model pieces next to him. After the key components were installed, they looked even more like the real thing. Moreover, just as the uncle was furrowing his brow and hadn't even had the chance to say a few words, he noticed his nephew nearby lugging a large box of ammunition towards a few general-purpose machine guns. He tentatively touched the bullets, and his expression suddenly shifted to one of shock and dismay. Were all these things real? Meanwhile, as everyone on the ship was busy moving items, Lin Hai had already arrived at the designated weapons command room. Chapter 12, Unilateral Massacre. As he watched the assault boats and speedboats rapidly approaching the ship, he used the radar in front of him to roughly lock onto these individuals, patiently waiting for them to step into the final encirclement. It was a pity that he didn't have infrared sensors and a phase-locking system. If he did, this operation would have been much simpler. However, the funds and materials at his disposal clearly did not support such extravagant actions. Thus, he could only make a rough lock on the targets, unable to achieve complete precision in his strikes. On board, the crew braced themselves, some showing signs of anxiety. As the assault boats drew closer, accompanied by a series of iron hooks, they began to match speeds with the cargo ship. The tension among the crew grew palpable. Finally, when the assault boats were only 200 or 300 meters away, the pirates prepared to board. Lin Hai stepped outside, taking out the binoculars from his backpack. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. As he counted down, a series of mechanical sounds followed, quickly accompanied by bursts of gunfire. The flames and rapidly flying bullets effectively engulfed the scene, taking down those present. Lin Hai took a deep breath and activated the radar system, resulting in a deafening explosion. Gunshots rang out, mixed with the booming sound of the ship's artillery. The lead assault boats erupted in explosions, likely shocking the pirates who thought they had trapped an easy target in the cargo ship. The ferocious blasts and flames seemed to signal a shift in the tide, From now on, the roles of attacker and defender had changed. As the explosions sounded, Lin Hai finally felt a wave of relief wash over him. A brutal melee erupted on the surface of the sea, chaos and carnage everywhere. To be precise, it was a one-sided massacre. Bright red blood mingled with the roars of gunfire and cannon blasts, creating a deafening cacophony. Simultaneously, fragments of flesh, bones, and various colors of grotesque remains were blasted into the air. In an instant, the entire pirate crew was thrown into disarray, completely defeated. Meanwhile, the crew aboard the ship couldn't help but erupt in cheers. The pirates had fled? Who had saved them? Some older individuals, unable to clearly see the weapons and the artillery in action, were momentarily confused. At that moment, Lin Baishun, a middle-aged man, quickly realized that these weapons belonged to their ship. How was this possible? Weren't these things just models? Can models fire bullets? The faces of the crew were filled with shock, and amidst the chaos, some began to panic, questioning whether they had killed too many people. The fear was evident on their faces, but in the next moment, what are we afraid of? These pirates brought this upon themselves. If they hadn't stopped us, would we have had to resort to such drastic measures? Besides, aren't there smaller pirates involved in all of this? Over there. They could easily find an opportunity to dismantle these things and sell them off. Who would know they came from our ship? We can't be blamed for this. After all, it all comes down to those black, heavy-set men and those foreigners who dug their own graves. If they hadn't been up to their own mischief, how could this have ended so badly for them? Exactly. Since they chose to ambush and rob us here, and even kill us, it proves they deserve whatever comes to them. As these words were spoken, everyone nodded in agreement, their eyes shining with excitement. Meanwhile, on the other side, the pirates weren't so fortunate, especially their commander, Sultan, who was at the front of the assault boats, thinking he looked quite dashing in his stance. But in the next instant, he was knocked down by cannon fire in a rather ridiculous position. Blood mixed with cries of pain erupted around him. And before he could react, several sharks attacked. This fool, oblivious to the danger, still had the audacity to slash at the sharks with his knife. In the next second, his action undoubtedly enraged the sharks, who abandoned their previous leisurely demeanor and charged at Sultan with ferocity. Thud. One shark opened its jaws and bit into Sultan's leg. The intense pain made him let out a muffled groan. But without hesitation, he drew his dagger and stabbed it into the shark's eye. This move was effective, as the shark, heavily injured, immediately turned to flee. However, at the same time, another shark's fin stabbed deep into Sultan's chest. By the time his men pulled him from the water, he was barely recognizable. His body was torn apart by the sharks, chunks of flesh missing, and one leg was broken. It looked like he was barely hanging on. The gruesome sight of his bloodied, mangled body sent shockwaves of fear through the onlookers. After all, just moments ago, Sultan had been so full of bravado, and now, seeing him in such a pitiful state was a stark contrast that left the surrounding pirates stunned. They swallowed hard, and one of the men operating a speedboat immediately slammed the throttle, executing a sharp 180-degree turn. Monsters. These people are all monsters. They kill without mercy. In that moment, it seemed they had forgotten how they had once burned, killed, and plundered, and they had completely ignored the so-called good deeds they had done in the past. The fierce expressions from before hadn't entirely faded, still lingering on their faces. Remnants of their previous ruthlessness. Now, they have this look of fear in their eyes, like sheep. Who's going to believe that? They're just a bunch of frightened butchers. After all, the knife hasn't been turned on them, so they don't know what fear is. If the bullets don't hit them, they certainly won't feel any pain. But as soon as they manage to escape the cargo ship, that fleeting expression of terror and shock instantly flashes across their faces. Around them, the companions who had just been discussing how to deal with that ship are now all dead. Their faces, filled with dread, flowed in the ocean, blood continuously pouring from their darkened bodies. Chapter 13. I suspect this is black on black. Looking at the lifeless bodies of my companions floating in the ocean, it felt as if one after another, they were black and boiled eggs adrift in the waves. The expressions on everyone's faces were a mix of fear and despair. What should we do now? What can we do? We need to wake the boss. Glancing at the bloodied and mangled figure of our leader, the gang members grew even more panicked. They shrank back, and soon the haunting wails of their boss filled the air. Damn it. Damn those bastards. His trembling body, racked with excruciating pain, reflected pure terror, and he looked grotesquely twisted. At that moment, the hefty leader could barely speak. Blood and a bit of yellowish fat oozed from his massive frame. He was shaking uncontrollably, as if some unseen force had taken hold of him. He was on the brink of losing consciousness, clutching his trusted aide tightly. Have we escaped the range of those damned yellow-skinned monkeys? His breath came in quick gasps, and the agony on his face was increasingly evident. Don't worry, boss, we've made it out. One of his aides nodded. but then turned to survey the remaining few assault boats. Pain, horror, and dread flickered in his eyes. But our losses this time are catastrophic. We came with 20 assault boats, and now we're down to just 10. How could this happen in such a short time? In mere moments, we've lost half our crew. So many brothers on those boats have been fed to the fish, and even the boss almost got swallowed by a shark. Some of the men were nearly trembling with fear. If it weren't for their terror of the pirates on the remaining boats, they would have been shaking uncontrollably right then and there. As soon as this was said, Sultana was so frightened that he sat up straight, incredulously staring at the people beside him, his fear evident as he struggled to hide the quivering flesh on his face. This was the largest loss since the boss had sent him out to handle things. Initially, they had planned to hijack a merchant ship to please their leader, especially since their organization had been spending a lot of money lately. If the boss was happy, he would surely be happy too, and maybe even get a promotion. But now, with so many dead and such a massive problem, the boss wouldn't just be upset. Given his ruthless nature, he might well tear him apart. He immediately grabbed the phone beside him and dialed the other end. Pain. What good is pain at this moment? The fear of their leader helped him momentarily overcome his agony, especially since he had witnessed his boss personally deliver those with severed limbs to the ants' nest, allowing the ants to feast on them. Under that intense pain, one could only feel that living is worse than death. The ants would attack you from both the outside and inside, torturing you to the brink of death. Soon, the satellite phone connected. A calm, serious voice with an icy undertone came through the line. My dear Sultan, you should be able to give me a response that I would like, right? How are things going now? Have you completed that little task and sent those damned yellow-skinned monkeys to meet their maker? Listening to the voice on the other end, which was tinged with a smile, tranquility, and a hint of delight, Sultan's grip tightened in fear, and he couldn't help but shake. He could even feel cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. After taking a deep breath, he clenched his teeth again. Boss, this time we failed, and... Before he could finish his sentence, the chilling voice on the other end interrupted again. Even in the sweltering heat, Sultan could feel a genuine fear creeping in. You failed. You tell me you brought over 20 yachts and hundreds of people, along with prepared rocket launchers and firearms, and yet you failed? Did you engage in a battle? Did you attempt to rob a warship? Or did you provoke someone you shouldn't have? Explain these things to me, my dear Sultan, so I can decide whether to throw you to my favorite little snakes or to those ants that have been starving for so long. Maybe you would prefer the ants more, or perhaps the little snakes would make you happier, who knows? The gentle yet slightly twisted tone from the other end sent chills down Sultan's spine. This was it. His boss was completely furious. He knew his boss's temperament. If he wasn't angry, his tone would never be like this. When he said something, it was as good as law, and if he wanted to kill, he would ensure that the person's bones were all dismantled. The genuine emotion made his heart race uncontrollably, and he pressed his lips together. Fear and panic surged within him, and he couldn't help but take a deep breath. No, it's not like that. Big brother, let me explain. I suspect we were ambushed. Since the crux of the problem was now on his shoulders, he felt that when he returned, his boss might just tear him apart. He thought he should drag a few more people down with him. Maybe after dragging those people down, he wouldn't have to face punishment himself. Besides, the place they were trying to rob was no ordinary merchant ship. It was clearly a terrifying pseudo-warship. Remembering the gruesome scene of people being reduced to bloody pulp and scattered everywhere, he felt his face flush with panic once again. Meanwhile, the voice on the other end of the line said, seemingly waiting for his next response. To be honest, Sultan shot a glance at his subordinate, urging him to hurry up and apply the medicine. After swallowing a strong painkiller, he finally felt the dizziness and intense pain in his head ease up significantly. Boss, this time we went to stir up trouble with that merchant ship, but unexpectedly, we found it was armed to the teeth with a ton of naval cannons, as well as numerous general-purpose machine guns and deck-mounted guns 12, 7mm and 30mm. I put in a lot of effort to escape. I lost a hand and a foot in the process. I was nearly dead, but thinking about how you've trained me. Chapter 14, Destroying Evidence. Listening to this guy's pitiful wails, I couldn't help but think of him as my old subordinate. At that moment, on the other end of the satellite phone, a man was shaking a glass of red wine, his face twisted like a ravenous wolf, a scar resembling a centipede clinging tightly to the dark uncle's cheek as he held up his drink. After taking a sip, he glanced at the satellite phone in front of him. His expression shifted from calm to cold, and then it ignited into fury. It turned out that the information provided by those guys was not accurate. Although you have your issues this time, the root cause is ultimately not your fault. Bring the team back for some proper rest, and I will ensure they give me an explanation. With that, he hung up the satellite phone and reached out to his assistant. Call the commander of the nearby USS Ford, and then hand the phone over to me. His tone remained calm, but this time his icy gaze had become even more menacing. Watching their boss, the assistant and bodyguard kept their eyes down, not daring to look too closely. After all, they knew they shouldn't be hearing or seeing things they weren't meant to. Otherwise, they would be the first to pay the price. Before long, the call reached the ears of Commander McFarlane of the USS Ford, who was tasked with patrolling the strait. To be honest, at 60 years old, McFarlane had many young captains under his command. Over the years, he had thrived by engaging in risk-free business with the local pirates, selling off the goods taken from those they had robbed at bargain prices, earning a fortune in the process. Even the Pentagon back home held him in high regard, as the primary mission of their stationed troops was to generate revenue for the country. If the pirates expanded again this time, he might even make more profits. Before long, he planned to pass the financial reins of this operation to his successor, allowing him to return home with his riches and enjoy a comfortable life. It had been a long time since he had savored the sun, sand, and beautiful women, and he thought that perhaps once he returned, he could enjoy life even more. After spending a full 20 years aboard this ship, such thoughts came sincerely to McFarlane. However, just as he was lost in these musings, a call came through to his command center. "Commander, sir, it seems this is a private satellite phone." A private satellite phone, and it could reach the specific channel he had reserved? This must be from the biggest pirate in the area. His eyes brightened considerably, and he couldn't help but answer the call, realizing it was likely the time for their next payment. He wondered what valuable goodies the pirates would provide him this time. A glimmer of joy flashed in his eyes as McFarlane picked up the phone, but the voice on the other end sounded exceptionally displeased. "Dear Mr. McFarlane, perhaps you've forgotten your agreement. Or do you think we pirates can be toyed with at your convenience? My subordinate was crippled on the route you provided, struck down by a warship. Do you really think we are just a bunch of weak lackeys compared to you?" Listening to the other party's gentle yet piercing words, my Filuo's face turned extremely grim. After hearing this, he hung up the phone. "Quickly check if there are any warships near that route mentioned by their men. If not, contact the nearby Ford-class cruiser. I need to know the latest situation. How dare they hide this from me?" As he spoke, his expression turned particularly ferocious, as if he were ready to devour someone whole. This was about his future interests. A single operation could net him hundreds of thousands of dollars. With those pirates now crippled, future profits would surely shrink, and the pirate leader might even take this opportunity to demand a cut of their earnings. This simply couldn't stand. Those damn guys were already insatiably greedy. His soldiers worked frantically under his furious gaze, and before long, a name came through. The call eventually reached the ears of the captain of the escort ship, who had previously refused Sutian. He picked up the phone, somewhat displeased. "Is this the yellow-skinned monkey? Or who? Damn it." The sudden remark made my Filuo's expression darken even further, and he unleashed a stream of furious curses into the phone. After a series of investigations, they finally obtained the information they sought. This time, my Filuo's anger shifted to a sense of clarity. After being attacked, the pirates had quickly taken photos. In those pictures, the damned merchant ship appeared particularly blurry, as the shaking camera had only captured a few gun ports and the ship's cannons. There were also general-purpose machine guns and other equipment, although none of it was functional. Nevertheless, the captain of the Ford-class cruiser spoke up. "According to the information we have received, this merchant ship had illegally converted to military use. They installed general-purpose machine guns, shipboard cannons, and large-caliber machine guns on board. It was precisely this reason that allowed them to escape from those pirates." It turned out that the beautiful country's navy, from top to bottom, was aware of the unscrupulous tactics those pirates were employing. However, they had not disclosed this information in the past, instead keeping it hidden to reap huge profits. Moreover, to ensure they could capture all the profits for themselves, they even nurtured the pirates, leveraging their good relationship to acquire goods. Looking at the images before him, which appeared somewhat battered and only showed a few gun ports, a glimmer of excitement sparked in my Filuo's eyes. "Then hurry over there. This merchant ship has illegally converted into a military escort vessel. You can sink them and collect the goods on board. Consider it our contribution to this area. Activate the nearby satellites for scanning and photography. As long as we have the photos in our possession, even if the countries behind them cause a stir, we can make them suffer in silence. The fact that they have transformed into this form is a threat to the safety of international waters nearby. Our decision to sink them, stemming from a misjudgment, was also for the safety of ordinary people." McFarlane's words were quite clear, and the implication was particularly obvious. He wants the captain of that frigate to take this opportunity to destroy the evidence and eliminate any traces. Chapter 15, The Peak of Anger, a Revenge once again. Meanwhile, listening to Filuo's words, the captain of the escort ship remained silent for a long time. After an unknown period, he finally spoke up. "General, we should revise our approach. If we want to capture those guys now, it might be a bit difficult." Hearing this, Filuo was taken aback. momentarily forgetting about the wine glass in his hand, frowning at the satellite phone in front of him. What do you mean? Is the Ministry of Defense not allowing us to mobilize military satellites for surveillance? Just as Mayfiluo finished speaking, the other side awkwardly shook their head. In the midst of the silence, Mayfiluo's expression turned even colder as he said, "If your foolish actions sever our connection with the Somali pirates, causing the Ministry of Defense and those generals to lose out on potential profits, do you have any idea how they would react to you? Brigadier General Bell James, you don't think that even in the shadows, I wouldn't dare to bring you before a military tribunal, do you? You're not planning to take their money and help them, are you? Your homeland is the United States." Mayfiluo spoke sternly, his eyes flashing with anger. After all, it was his money at stake. He found it hard to believe that the damn Brigadier General Bell James would dare to betray him. Just as he was about to connect the satellite phone video to confront the damn James, the escort ship finally transmitted a trembling voice after an unknown period. "Sir, Commander. Actually, not long ago, there were people over there who wanted our help for a rescue, but I impulsively cut off all their WeChat signals, and now, if we want to restore communication, it might take some time. Moreover, it's impossible to gather all the photos from over there in such a short period." A dead silence suddenly enveloped the several warships. After a while, Mayfiluo's voice erupted within the ship like a storm. "You idiot, fool, you damn parasite. Do you even realize how much of an opportunity you've wasted? If we could capture those damned weapons of theirs this time, we could successfully report them to the international community. Do you know how much this would enhance our nation's reputation internationally? Do you know you've ruined the great plans of the United States? You're simply unworthy to be a soldier." At that moment, Brigadier General Bell James could vaguely feel the spittle from Mayfiluo's rant nearly splattering in front of him. Looking at the device before him, he took a deep breath and awkwardly shrank his neck. "General, actually, I can redeem myself. I can go and kill all of them right now." As soon as this was said, Mayfiluo became even angrier. "What are you going to do by running over there now? If they go over there now, aren't they just blatantly telling everyone that there's something fishy going on? And their warships definitely won't get involved with what is happening there, or else. That would really be a slap in the face. Stupid pests. You maggot that crawled out of the toilet. How can you be so brainless? Hurry up and contact those greedy pirates. Can our warships even reach there now? Let's just go with the flow. Let those pirates continue sending people to hunt them down. While we keep jamming the satellite signals over there, those pirates must annihilate that group of damned yellow-skinned monkeys in the shortest time possible." As he hung up the satellite phone, Bell James couldn't help but let out a long breath. He felt like he had been bombarded for hours. He looked ahead and spoke to the soldiers on the other side. "Give me those pirates in the vicinity, and also call the Sea Wolf Mars. I want those yellow-skinned monkeys to have no place to bury their dead." Meanwhile, on the other side, in the Lin Hai area, after driving back the pirates, the excitement quickly turned into panic and shock, accompanied by a deep-rooted fear. Looking at the bodies floating on the sea and the blood-soaked scene, some couldn't help but cover their mouths, while others directly faced the corpses and began to vomit. Just as they were about to retch their insides out, Lin Hai glanced into the distance. Wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, he said, "We must leave quickly. We don't know when those pirates will come. They will definitely seek revenge. Those pirates are a pack of wolves." He then turned to his father. "Dad, what do you think?" At that moment, Lin Baishun was already at a loss. He would just go along with whatever Lin Hai decided. The ship quickly set sail, and on the other side. At this moment, the pirate leader Sea Wolf Mars received a message from the American warship. "It seems you've made up your minds for this deal. I need to take 3 more points. It's because of your negligence that my brothers and sisters got into trouble." Still appearing extremely calm, after hanging up the phone, he stood up with a greedy look in his eyes, which sparkled like a wolf's. "This time, our brothers and sisters died because of those damned meat tickets. Those damned monkeys. They dared to resist us instead of being properly robbed and slaughtered, and even killed our comrades. What should we do about this?" Standing on the ship and looking at his subordinates, he raised his hand, a hint of coldness in his greedy gaze. The pirates around him, who were hyped up and talking nonsense, listened to their leader Mars. They waved their hands enthusiastically and spoke in a terrifyingly fierce manner. "Kill them. I'll shove my gun right down their throats and turn them into mincemeat. Let those bastards know the might of us Somali pirates. I'm boarding that ship to take their women and money." One after another, voices filled with greed, like demons, echoed in the air. Listening to his crew's words, a flash of excitement crossed Marth's face at that moment. He then raised his hand and swung it decisively. "My brothers and sisters, as you wish. We shall slaughter every last one who dares to resist us." Note: the translation maintains the intensity and aggression of the original while adapting the phrasing to sound more natural in English, particularly in terms of pirate vernacular and dramatic delivery. The term minced meat is used for vividness, and brothers and sisters adds a sense of camaraderie typical in such rallying cries. Chapter 16. Make it look good. Big rewards this time. It's all about taking down those yellow-skinned monkeys and avenging our brothers and sisters. I've already spoken to our friends about this. Mars looked at his subordinates in front of him, then spoke in a rough, yet chilling voice, laced with a cold smirk. As long as we make this operation look good, you can split everything on the ship however you want. To be honest, for someone like him, a notorious pirate in the Somali Sea, what does the gain from 1 or 2 ships even mean? A pirate of his caliber receives tributes from the countless vessels that pass through the Somali waters throughout the year. Mars is the king here. He can even afford to disregard the so-called dignity of the Americans. But if anyone dares to disrespect him, he can guarantee they'll be fed to the sharks. It's just 1 ship. What's the big deal? The real issue is that what he stands to lose is no longer just a ship. It's his authority as the ruler of these waters. Now, even a small cargo ship from abroad dares to kill his men here. If he doesn't teach them a harsh lesson, if he can't make those backstabbers feel pain and fear, then his own demise is not far off. So he must strike with thunderous force. Even if he knows that with so many people involved, the spoils won't be much, he still has to act. Kill. Suddenly, a wave of frenzied shouts, accompanied by synchronized roars, erupted in the wilderness. The violent atmosphere sent chills down everyone's spine, especially as they witnessed Mars's menacing expression. His underlings screamed even louder, terrified that their boss might notice any hint of dissent and throw them into the snake pit. Greed, menace, and danger seemed to loom closer. Meanwhile, Lin Hai and his team were on the cargo ship, speeding away from the area. They knew they had to escape quickly, otherwise they couldn't imagine what would happen if the pirates caught up with them. Fueled by panic and an inexplicable sense of urgency, the 3 of them formed groups, constantly scanning the surroundings with binoculars. Just as they were desperately trying to leave the area, praying not to encounter any pirates, a black yacht appeared in the distance, followed by several assault boats racing directly toward them, the waves soaring high. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted above the sea. Oh no, those guys are actually chasing us. Quick, let's go. Damn it. Are these bastards insane? Why are there so many of them? It seems like there are even more than last time. Did we stumble into the pirates' lair or something? Not sure if we've stirred up a hornet's nest, but I know one thing. If we don't leave now, it might be too late soon. In an instant, everyone's gaze shifted to one side of the deck, staring at the guns that had long been reduced to mere shells. At that moment, the expressions of the crowd were a mix of fear and despair. Meanwhile, amidst the crowd, someone began to shout out to the pirates in a panic, "I'm willing to surrender. Please don't chase me, don't kill me." The sudden voice caught everyone off guard. Frowning, I turned to see a rather frail-looking guy not far away who had completely lost his composure. Seeing his state, Lin Hai wore a confused expression. What on earth is this? As I looked at him, a hint of bewilderment crossed Lin Hai's face. This is, isn't this a kid from my relative's family? I think his name is Zhang Shanqing. He is practically unrelated to our Lin family. But his father used to be close to one of my uncles, which is why he came on board with us. He had been so quiet before. I thought he was a decent guy. Who would have thought he'd de-panic so easily? Those pirates haven't even caught up yet. And he is already ready to surrender and pledge allegiance to them? At that moment, Lin Hai looked at him with a hint of disgust, only to see his father. Lin Baishan slapped Zhang Shanqing across the face. What are you yelling about? Are you afraid the pirates will hear us and panic? We're low on ammunition and trying to escape. If you keep shouting, they'll definitely hear us, and then we're done for. Lin Baishan had initially wanted to give the kid an out, but who would have thought that Zhang Shanqing would be so cowardly in the face of danger? Seemingly aware of the dissatisfaction and anger in everyone's eyes, Zhang Shanqing let out a cold laugh. Do you know what kind of people they are? They're pirates. Ruthless pirates. With our meager supplies and the weapons your son has made, those weapons are out of ammo now. Even if your son is skilled, can he conjure ammunition out of thin air? His voice was loud enough for everyone around to hear. Hearing Zhang Shanqing's words, Lin Baishan felt his temper boiling over. This guy has no place on our ship. Demoralizing everyone like this. What if we really can't escape later? He glanced at the increasingly panicked crowd, and at that moment, his eyes landed on Lin Hai. It's all up to you now. Lin Baishan's gaze seemed to convey that message. At the same time, he felt a bit anxious inside. Does this kid have a backup plan? Looking at his father's expression, Lin Hai couldn't help but show a hint of helplessness on his face. To be honest, seeing the growing anxiety among the people around them due to dwindling supplies, Lin Hai gently kicked an ammunition crate at his feet. Don't panic. The ammunition I prepared earlier is far from running out. We're still in for a tough battle. As he spoke, Lin Hai's sharp gaze scanned the distance. For now, let's hold off on firing. Soon, the enemy will likely think we've exhausted all our ammunition. Especially since they are a cargo ship. A cargo ship that carries only ammunition wouldn't be much of a cargo ship at all. I bet they believe we have no ammunition left after not facing significant attacks at the beginning. Chapter 17. Preparations in the shadows as they prepared to strike. Lin Hai waited until their opponents drew closer. At that moment, he would launch a surprise attack, and they would pay an unimaginable price. With this thought in mind, Lin Hai exchanged glances with a few others nearby, and their expressions visibly shifted to one of excitement. Fighting pirates, no problem, as long as we have bullets. On the other side, the pirates had been sailing swiftly for a while. Mars took a telescope from one of his men and scanned the cargo holds and warehouses ahead. A strange expression crossed his face. Something felt off. Why do I have the impression that this cargo ship is unusual? Mars furrowed his brow, sensing something was amiss. Just then, he noticed the tense expressions of the people on the ship, their weapons, and the firearms lying nearby. Something's not right. These people just eliminated part of their crew and should be celebrating. At the very least, they should be fully armed and vigilant. Why do they suddenly seem so anxious? As if they want to escape? What could be causing this? After another careful look, Mars turned to a small henchman beside him. Go scout ahead. The henchman felt a pang of fear at Mars's command. Going to scout was clearly a death sentence. But he didn't dare refuse. Their boss was in a foul mood, and if he declined, he might end up as a target himself. He glanced around at his comrades, and his expression shifted to confusion. None of the usual friendly faces were looking at him. They were all waiting for him to scout the way. They needed him to find a safe path. With a pitiful look in his eyes, the henchman took the helm of the speedboat and headed toward Lin Hai's vessel. However, his arrival triggered an immediate response from the guns on Lin Hai's ship. 2 general-purpose machine guns swung into action, and as he brought the speedboat close, a deafening gunshot rang out. He was instantly killed. Blood spurted forth, and the surrounding pirates were gripped by terror, their faces a mix of shock and disbelief. They couldn't fathom why their boss would issue such an order. This moment gave Mars the opportunity he needed. Seemingly encouraged, he sent 2 more men forward to test the waters. Watching his subordinates fall one after another to the machine gun fire, panic spread across Mars's face as he realized the gravity of their situation. At that moment, Mars suddenly raised his hand, a greedy desire flashing across his face, followed by a loud laugh. All right, let us keep pushing forward. There shouldn't be much left on this little merchant ship. Hearing their leader's words, the pirates were all confused. While they trusted their captain, that didn't mean he could treat them like fools. The bodies floating ahead were definitely real. The muscle tissue and chunks of flesh drifting on the surface of the sea couldn't be fake either. Was their captain really planning to use their lives to stack up a victory? Looking at the fearful expressions of those around him, Mars disdainfully glanced at Lin Hai and his crew's ship before speaking up. My brothers and sisters, have you all turned into timid cowards? You don't even have the courage to take a step forward. How can you dare to rob others? He continued, they shouldn't have much ammunition left. Otherwise, they wouldn't be opting for single shots. Mars raised his gaze and lightly stroked his chin, laughing even harder. These yellow-skinned monkeys probably don't realize that I'm much smarter than they think. Having served in the military in the beautiful country, I'm far more capable than they imagine. As he spoke, his satellite phone rang, and upon answering, he found himself on the line with Mr. Bell James, who was eager to have a good chat with him. Just as Mars was feeling a bit curious, Bell James suddenly said from the other end of the line, they shouldn't have much in terms of weapons and ammunition left. The ordinary weapons modified from the merchant ship will only be as effective as they were before. I hope you can take these guys out, and I'll compensate you at a suitable price. You won't be disappointed. Hearing this, Mars's eyes brightened slightly, and a different glint flashed in his gaze. Standing on the yacht, one hand holding the satellite phone while his eyes flickered for a moment, he asked, you won't let me down? Then I'd like you to provide us with additional weapons. Is that possible? At that moment, Bell James's expression turned quite grim on the other end of the line. If it weren't for his fear of offending the higher-ups, he would have severed ties with the pirates. If the higher-ups came looking for him because of this, it would cause trouble. After all, those who raised bandits often treated them as business, and it wasn't just one of the higher-ups who thought that way. If a conflict arose between him and these pirates, he would likely end up suffering the consequences. Listening to the information received from Bell James, Mars finally confirmed its authenticity, and his expression of greed became even more pronounced. Thank you very much for the information you provided. Perhaps you can bring us even more luck. After this holiday, I'll calculate exactly how many men we've lost this time. With that, he hung up the satellite phone and processed all the information he had just heard. Listening to their leader's words, the pirates were filled with excitement at that moment, as the inflated promises stirred their emotions. This was an incredible stroke of luck. They were greedy and joyful, roaring in exhilaration towards Lin Hai and his crew. Meanwhile, on the other side, everyone was preparing to face the enemy. Remember, we must not panic. After a flurry of urgent commands, the elders of the Lin family and their peers quickly grabbed their weapons, fixating on the approaching figures and the fast-approaching speed of the assault boats. Chapter 18. The ship against the fishing boat. Everyone was on high alert, ready to pull the trigger at any moment. Haha, I knew it. Those damned yellow-skinned monkeys hardly have any bullets left. We can just go in and loot them. Looking at the seemingly massive cargo ship before him, Mars wore a brutally wicked smile, as if he was plotting something sinister. Oh my god, those poor kids. They're going to be so delicious when we play with them. The fat man next to Mars couldn't help but exclaim as he took in the scene. God, 1T protect us damned pirates. Once we get on board, we'll find those guys and kill them one by one. Ha ha ha. Mars laughed maniacally, completely dismissing the people before him. After all, they were already within a mile, yet Lin Hai and his crew had not taken any defensive measures, which clearly indicated that they had no ability to defend themselves. He greedily eyed the ship ahead and licked his lips. However, just as he was about to order his men to charge in and slaughter those damned yellow-skinned monkeys, the next second came. Open fire. Kill these heartless pirates. It's time they tasted pain for the lives they've taken. Bullets. The 30mm rounds flew past him in an instant, bringing a chilling and scorching sensation that nearly scorched Mars's scalp. Before he could register the immense pain in his head, weapons in the distance erupted again, fiery bullets raining down like a barrage. At the same time, a bullet struck him with incredible speed, piercing his side. Blood gushed out instantly, and a massive cavity formed in his abdomen. Damn it! The intense pain caused him to collapse to the ground, gritting his teeth as he cursed and quickly shifted his body. A thick, viscous liquid began to flow from his abdomen. His face darkened terrifyingly, and his fingers trembled slightly around the gun. He realized those bastards still had plenty of bullets left, and they were attacking them with renewed ferocity. The earlier scene was a deception. Those damned yellow-skinned monkeys hadn't run out of ammo at all. He was furious. Damn it, after hunting geese all day, he got his eyes pecked out by them. He thought he had played his part well, that they were strong enough. Who would have thought that these damned yellow-skinned monkeys could disguise themselves so effectively? Now the situation was dire. The hail of bullets overhead constantly reminded him that it was akin to a battlefield. He had closed in on the damned cargo ship. But the most critical issue now was that there was no way to escape. Should he run? Just as a whirlwind of emotions swirled in his mind. Almost in the next second, another cannon fired, striking a nearby assault boat. Boom. Shattered fragments hit Mars right at his navel, instantly shattering his entire arm. Ah! Mars cried out in pain, his body flying through the air and crashing into the sea, sending up a spray of water. Damn it! Mars grimaced in agony, struggling to get back on his feet, his gaze filled with resentment as he looked towards that cursed cargo ship where Lin Hai was. However, the more he felt this way, the clearer his mind became. He realized that continuing to fight was impossible now. After glancing around, he saw that those damned bastards had killed all his crew. He was lucky if 3 or 4 dozen of his men were still alive. If he died here too, the Seawolf pirate crew would be completely wiped out. No way. Determined to hold on, he was pulled from the water by one of his subordinates. But he immediately kicked that subordinate back into the sea. Then, with his only good hand, he started up the assault boat and sped away. Behind him, his men, forced by his command, took the bullets for him, the thunderous sounds echoing far and wide. Just wait. I will definitely come back for revenge. As he took one last look in Lin Hai's direction, the hint of ferocity in his eyes was overtaken by fear. If it weren't for that damned fake news released by Belle James, would they have suffered like this? He thought darkly. At that moment, he was fleeing rapidly, the remaining assault boat darting towards the distance. Lin Hai and the others exchanged glances, and with a command from Lin Hai, Lin Baishun quickly set the cargo ship in pursuit. A strange scene unfolded on the sea. Mars, the leader of the pirate crew, was being relentlessly chased, with nowhere to run, in a pitiful state. Meanwhile, the cargo ship was pursuing the assault boat at a painfully slow speed, putting all its effort into the chase. The battle ended swiftly. When the American warship arrived, the crew was taken aback. Belle James watched the red stains floating on the water and the bodies appearing nearby. His face darkened with bitterness. He had hurried to this location to clean up the aftermath, as the area was not easy to locate. Their combat zone was also quite far apart. With Lin Hai escaping and Mars in pursuit, this back and forth had taken much longer than he anticipated. Now, he deeply regretted the decision to block the satellite. If he could go back, he would prefer not to have done that at all. Looking at the cargo ship that resembled a warship and seeing the pirates flee, Belle James hurriedly instructed the soldiers beside him. Quickly, block the path of that damned cargo ship. or they'll all be killed. Soon, the beautiful country's ships arrived at this location. Lin Hai frowned slightly as he looked at the ship blocking his path. However, his expression soon relaxed. After all, what use was the ship to him? They had already spotted the beautiful country's warships from a distance during the chase, and had long since removed the key components from their cannons and machine guns. Now, even if the beautiful country's warship wanted to cause trouble, it would probably be unable to do so. With this thought in mind, Lin Hai's gaze sharpened as an idea suddenly struck him. He turned to Lin Baishan beside him and said, Chapter 19. The telegram without code, just to annoy you. Old man. And they even wanted me to send a coded telegram saying that we are grateful to the beautiful country's warships for everything they have done for us, and that we will definitely express our gratitude. Upon hearing this, Lin Baishan was stunned. The many members of the Lin family nearby were also left speechless, their faces reflecting confusion, unsure of what to say. Who am I, right? Why should we thank those warships from the beautiful country? This guy is just like a cop from a movie, showing up only after the action is done. Should we really be thanking them? It would be good enough if we just didn't spit on them. Besides, those guys have always prided themselves on being the world's police. And even the Lin family in this generation has been misled by them. But the reality is that these damned warships from the beautiful country not only offered no help, but actively blocked us from chasing that pirate. Seeing the bewildered expression on his father's face and the others around him, Lin Hai spoke up. Dad, you can't really think I'm thanking them, right? Why do you think those warships from the beautiful country are patrolling here every day? Is that why such a large pirate group has formed? Why do these people become pirates while the folks from the beautiful country turn a blind eye? They're even blocking us from pursuing the pirates. Listening to Lin Hai, Lin Baishan suddenly felt like he had missed something important in the past. Furrowing his brows, he looked closely at Lin Hai and then said, Son, are you saying? Before Lin Baishan could finish, Lin Hai shook his head, slumped his hands, and spoke in a calm tone. I haven't said anything, but we need to send out this telegram. Once it's sent, whether it's received or not is no longer our concern. As he spoke, Lin Hai glanced at the warships in the distance, a different expression crossing his face. When will their country also have such warships? Meanwhile, while Lin Hai was stirring things up, Bell James and his superior quickly received a telegram about Lin Hai's group praising the beautiful country's warships for helping them drive away pirates and for setting up an ambush together. They also stated they would donate 10,000 as thanks for the deployment of the beautiful country's warships, hoping they wouldn't be looked down upon. The telegram sent by Lin Hai was dispatched quickly, even before Bell James received any news. His superior had already received the corresponding telegram. Following a series of questioning, Bell James looked at the image before him, his face turning pale. What is going on? Why are those damned yellow-skinned monkeys claiming that you set up an ambush with them to deal with the pirates? Do you have any idea you've ruined our big plans? Do you know how many senior officials in the military are now furious and want to strip you of your position? Getting scolded by his superior. Bell James was feeling quite miserable at that moment. Gazing at the damned ship in the distance, he could only think of letting those guys collide with his warship. Then, under the pretext of their attack on the warship, he would take the opportunity to wipe out everyone on that ship. He couldn't help but slam his hand on the table beside him, causing his coffee cup to fly out of his grip. In an instant, it shattered into pieces, one of which cut his hand. The pain combined with his pale face nearly made Bell James lose his balance. Damn those bastards. Just as Bell James was seething with anger, his aide approached him. Sir, should we just take them out right here? We could before the aide could finish his sentence. Bell James slapped him across the face. What kind of nonsense are you talking about? Do you even realize what you're saying? If we launch an attack when they collide with our ship first, that's called punishment. We could claim we had no idea if they intended to attack the warship, but right now, all hostilities have ceased. And we don't even have footage of those damned yellow-skinned monkeys turning that cargo ship into a half-warship or any of the exchanges of fire. What can we say? His face was ashen with rage as he stared ahead, his voice filled with fury. If we really do this, and those guys turn around and bite back internationally, not only will I lose face, but you all will too. Along with the Department of State and Defense. Do you have any idea how significant the repercussions could be? How am I supposed to explain this to higher-ups? Listening to their brigadier general, none of the soldiers dared to speak. They merely stood there silently, their expressions grim. After a while, they finally spotted the local Coast Guard arriving, albeit late. To be honest, when Lin Hai saw those vessels, he was momentarily taken aback. The Coast Guard seemed a bit shabby and old. However, when he sent over the telegram, the tone of their inquiry came across as somewhat humble. Are you receiving assistance from the beautiful country's warships? The beautiful country truly lives up to its reputation as the world's police. Looking at the telegram in front of him, Lin Hai was utterly bewildered. What am I seeing? Why does this telegram look like this? And what was with the tone that sounded like a sycophant? Lin Hai pondered for a moment, then noticed the shabby little Coast Guard boat was anchored far away from the beautiful country's warship. He furrowed his brow, but a moment later, he burst into laughter. It seemed these guys were on their way and had already received his commendation letter. Lin Hai couldn't help but laugh out loud before quickly sending them a reply with the confirmed facts. At the same time, he was curious to see the expression on the face of that naval commander from the beautiful country when he received the commendation notice from the Coast Guard ship. However, just as Lin Hai was lost in thought, he suddenly heard a notification from the system. Congratulations, host. You have successfully completed the initial inspection of the novice gift package weapon. The initial usage test has passed. Congratulations on eliminating 329 pirates with the 30mm general-purpose machine gun. Congratulations, host. You have received an S rating and earned 3,000 points. Staring at the notification in front of him, Lin Hai was momentarily stunned. So this is the standard for using the system? Is it really necessary to eliminate so many people with a single weapon use? Chapter 20. Surviving the Aftermath. This was a true test of qualifications. Who knows how many lives would be lost when I get to test out other new weapons? Lin Hai couldn't help but shudder. But after a moment, he lifted his gaze. Who cares? As long as I'm not killing my own country's people, it's fine. These pirates have done so many terrible things. They deserve to die 1,000 times. After all that they've done, it's only right that they're facing retribution now. What I should be most concerned about is whether those Americans are suffering enough. I still have to give them a taste of their own medicine later. Moreover, Lin Hai raised an eyebrow, looking at the enormous warship ahead. A strange expression flashing across his face. If possible, could I use the technology from that warship? Yes, having the physical object will expedite the analysis and simulation process. The analysis time and points consumed will vary based on distance. Hearing the system's prompt in his ear, Lin Hai's expression instantly brightened, his eyes nearly sparkling with excitement. Of course, I'll analyze it. The warship in front of me is from the Americans, and many of its advanced technologies are likely unavailable back home. If I can take advantage of this opportunity to score another win, that would be fantastic. Lin Hai couldn't help but rub his hands together, analyzing the warship on the spot while imagining how furious the American commander would be later. Sure enough, it wasn't long before the patrol ship received a telegram that felt almost like a desperate plea. When Bell James saw the message on the telegram, he nearly felt sick, unable to regain his composure for a long time. He stared incredulously at what was in front of him, and then, with an extremely ugly expression, he tore the damn paper into shreds. Damn it, what are those idiots doing here? Are they here to watch our humiliation? He cursed angrily. Hearing their commander's furious outburst, the soldiers exchanged glances. What were those guys doing here? They were supposed to be the local Coast Guard. If they weren't here to check things out, wouldn't that be completely pointless? However, the soldiers wouldn't dare voice such thoughts in front of their commander. Just looking at his expression, they knew he was probably fuming. If the commander got so angry that he opened fire on them, everyone fell silent, focusing on their tasks. At that moment, Bell James felt like his heart might stop from rage, especially when he saw the praises from above claiming they were the world's police and that it was their duty to combat piracy. Every time he read those words, it felt like they were mocking him, as if they were pointing at his nose and saying, "You're an idiot." After once again knocking everything off his command desk in a fit of rage, creating a loud clatter, he finally calmed down. Meanwhile, on the other side, Bell James's superior was far from calm at that moment. As the commander of the aircraft carrier escort group, McPherson rubbed his temples, his expression dark and troubled. He had just finished berating Belljam for a blunder, but it didn't feel like enough. A seemingly simple task, something they had done countless times before without issue, had turned into a monumental failure this time. His anger was palpable, yet he had to manage the diplomatic inquiries from the ambassador back home. I understand, Your Excellency. Tackling the pirate threat is indeed our responsibility, and we will not shirk it. Rest assured, Your Excellency. Yes, I will provide a response promptly. After hanging up the phone, McPherson gritted his teeth. They had made enemies of the local pirate factions, and now it would be incredibly difficult to continue leveraging their influence to disrupt the cargo ships of other nations. Moreover, after Belljam's telegram praising their efforts, the reputation of the American naval forces in the area was now well known, making American merchant ships potential targets for piracy. If that were the case, their previously profitable route could quickly turn into a financial disaster. He needed to find a way to extricate himself from this situation quickly. With these thoughts racing through his mind, his expression grew sharp and determined. Meanwhile, as various parties played their roles in this unfolding drama, back home, anxiety was at an all-time high. The most anxious of all was Su Tian. It had been a long time since the cargo ship carrying Lin Hai and his crew had gone radio silent. They were completely unaware of the situation in the Somali Strait, The satellite communication was down, and they couldn't get any updates. It was as if all signals had been severed. He wanted to contact the ambassador stationed in Somalia for a rescue operation, but the Coast Guard vessel had already set out. By the time they received news, the ambassador could only follow the Coast Guard's lead. However, in the vast ocean, if something had happened to Lin Hai and his crew, it would be nearly impossible to find them at a normal search pace. Su Tian's thoughts turned to the brilliant young man and the models he had created, remembering the boy's words about his willingness to serve the country. At this moment, Su Tian felt a sharp pang in his heart. This passionate and patriotic youth, so full of promise, why had fate dealt him such a cruel hand? He had a brighter future ahead, with so much potential for greater achievements. Yet now, with the emergence of pirates, all hope seemed to have dissipated. The truth was, Su Tian was genuinely unwilling to accept this outcome. After finally encountering such a remarkable young man, why did destiny have to be so harsh? He stood on the command platform, gazing out at the shimmering sea, his expression a mix of anger and deep-seated helplessness. The nation was weak. Although they had secured a victory against the Americans on land, their navy was still struggling to make headway. A decade for the army, a century for the navy. Developing a powerful navy required immense strength and profound resources. But now, they can't even ensure the safety of their own citizens. As a naval general, a sense of bitterness surged within Su Tian in that moment, causing him to widen his eyes in disbelief. He felt a mix of helplessness, regret, and pain. Just as he was lost in these thoughts, suddenly, the satellite phone connected, and on the other end, he could hear the excited voice of his ambassador. "Old Su, I found that kid you mentioned, and guess what? Everyone on the ship is alive and well." Chapter 21. Gratitude on board. At this moment, Su Tian was completely bewildered by the phrase he just heard. Could it be that something had gone wrong again? Did these pirates actually spare lives? That seemed impossible. Those guys were notorious for their ruthless killings. Convincing them not to kill would be harder than teaching a dog to stop eating feces. While Su Tian was lost in thought, the situation was actually quite simple. Time rewound to long ago. At this moment, Lin Hai and the beautiful country's warship had come to a halt. The two vessels presented a stark contrast, with the imposing warship standing tall in front, while Lin Hai's cargo ship appeared relatively small. Not long after, on the other side, Ambassador Wang Long, stationed in Somalia, looked at Lin Hai with a beaming smile. The excitement and joy in his eyes were almost impossible to contain. "This time, on behalf of our country, I sincerely apologize to you. If it weren't for the inadequacy of our navy, we wouldn't have encountered such a situation." Hearing Wang Long's words, everyone was somewhat confused. Why was this guy apologizing to them? However, as Wang Long continued to explain, they began to understand. It wasn't that the country didn't want to save them. It was simply that the situation was beyond their reach. Given the vast distance and the lengthy maritime journey, along with the backward state of the domestic navy, it was nearly inconceivable to attempt a rescue under such circumstances. What puzzled Wang Long, however, was that the response from the beautiful country's navy and their defense department had previously indicated that rescue would not be possible in the short term due to satellite positioning being blocked. There had been issues with the satellites in the sky, preventing timely location tracking of the area. Initially, they had believed that was the case. But now, Wang Long was left wondering whether the navy from the beautiful country was indeed coming to their rescue. Just as he was lost in thought, Lin Hai approached him, wearing a grateful expression. "Ambassador Wang, your personal presence here, risking your own safety to ensure our lives, is more than enough for us. However, it is thanks to the timely support from the beautiful country's warship that we are alive today. I would like to ask you to help us contact them, as I want to express our gratitude to the crew of the beautiful country's warship in person." Following Lin Hai's words, the personnel from the Somali Coast Guard who had accompanied them also nodded in agreement. Their eyes filled with hope as they turned to look at the enormous warship behind them. To be honest, they too now believed that it was indeed the people from the beautiful country who had come to their aid. Soon, with the help of Ambassador Wang Long, Lin Hai and Lin Baishan, among others, successfully boarded the Ford-class destroyer. However, what no one knew was that at this very moment, a system notification sounded particularly clear in Lin Hai's ear. "Congratulations, host, for successfully boarding the Ford-class destroyer. The system is automatically adjusting the analysis speed based on the distance. Analyzing now. Currently analyzing the frigate's phased array radar, gas turbine units, and other military power technologies. Now parsing detection technology, protection technology, and materials technology. Analyzing the launch system. Analyzing the ship structure system. Progress 80. The voice in his ear made Lin Hai's smile more pronounced. He knew that the analysis speed would only increase after boarding the ship. Before long, Lin Hai, at the invitation of Ambassador Wang Long, met the frigate's captain, Bell James. However, at that moment, Bell James wore an unusually cold expression. His gaze towards Lin Hai and the others was as if he were looking at enemies. But Lin Hai needed to buy some time on the ship. The analysis wasn't finished yet, so how could he just meet and leave? He walked directly up to Captain Bell James and shook his hand. Sir, you were the one who saved us just now, right? Lin Hai's fluent English momentarily stunned Bell James, who looked at him in confusion. This guy actually speaks English? However, what Lin Hai said next nearly gave him a heart attack. You bravely helped us against those pirates to ensure the safety of our ship and our cargo. And for that, I sincerely thank you. The beautiful country truly is the world's police. Although the compliment was pleasant to hear, Bell James sensed a hint of sarcasm and mockery in Lin Hai's words. Frowning, he took a deep breath and said, defending the people and safeguarding freedom is the duty of our military. He really wanted to dismiss Lin Hai, but how could Lin Hai let him do that? The progress was now at 95. At that moment, Lin Hai tightened his grip on Bell James's hand, a look of excitement on his face as he said, Dear sir, I even created a song for you. While stalling for time, he kept an eye on the progress. Suddenly, when the progress bar hit 100, Lin Hai immediately turned and left. Bell James, who had been preparing to listen to Lin Hai's incessant chatter, was left stunned. Wait, were you not going to sing for me? Why did you just run off? Bell James was completely thrown off by Lin Hai's sudden departure, his head nearly spinning. Even after everyone boarded the Somali military ship to return to port, he still couldn't wrap his mind around what that kid was up to. Meanwhile, Lin Hai and Ambassador Wang Long, under the protection of the Somali naval fleet, arrived at their largest port. After delivering the goods and receiving the commission, it was long before Ambassador Wang Long and a large group of locals held a grand banquet. They specially invited Lin Hai and the Lin family, showing great warmth and concern. At the banquet, at this very moment, the general of Somalia, eager to curry favor with the Americans, directly inquired about the impressive appearance of their warships right on the spot. It's hard to understand what these guys are thinking, especially since the Americans weren't even present at the banquet and had already left, yet he was still fawning over them. However, Lin Hai found amusement in their antics. As he munched on a duck leg, he exaggeratedly recounted the events that had just unfolded. Just moments ago, while we were on a boat nearing the port of Somalia, we encountered those pirates. They were incredibly fierce. It truly felt like they were out for blood. Chapter 22. The Power of Knowledge. On our ship, apart from the model firearms, there was absolutely no protection. The crew could only grip their spears tightly, whether they were wooden sticks or iron rods, to fend off the pirates trying to board. My third and fourth uncles were even injured on their arms by the bayonets of the pirates while trying to stop them. Lin Hai's storytelling was captivating, yet Lin Baishun and the others looked utterly bewildered. What was going on? What was this guy rambling about? If Lin Baishun remembered correctly, the reality was that his uncles had been so panicked when they rushed down from the command room that they scraped their arms against a steel rod that had been carelessly left lying around. They had been rolling on the ground, screaming in pain at that moment. However, they didn't say a word. Instead, they continued to eat, shoving drinks and alcohol into their mouths as if afraid they might burst out laughing at any moment. Meanwhile, Lin Hai began to describe the scene when the beautiful country's warship made its appearance. It was as if a demon descended from the heavens, like stars falling to the earth. Fierce and imposing, it was capable of anything, decisively striking down evil. What with warships leading the charge, cannons firing in unison, and weapons crashing down, blood was spilling everywhere. It was an utterly terrifying scene. Listening to Lin Hai's words, the foreigners present couldn't help but become immersed in the bloody and horrifying picture he had painted. However, some astute individuals raised their doubts. It should be noted that not too long ago, let's say a few decades, the beautiful country had been thoroughly beaten by Lin Hai's nation. They had fought several wars since, nearly leaving the beautiful country in a daze. Given such circumstances, how could the beautiful country possibly come to help when Lin Hai's side had such weak naval forces? They would probably want to wipe out everyone who dared to go to sea instead. At that moment, they wouldn't dare to slap Lin Hai and the beautiful country in the face. After all, isn't it flattering to acknowledge that the beautiful country is currently the world's hegemon? But only Lin Hai knew that they probably really didn't like it, as this situation would likely cause the beautiful country's reputation among the pirates to plummet. The telegram he had sent earlier had already circulated among the nearby regions and high-ranking officials of corresponding nations. When Ambassador Wang Long sent another telegram later, it would be quite amusing. Sure enough, Ambassador Wang Long quickly went off to send the telegram. As Lin Hai thought about this, he began to eat even faster. At that moment, he keenly noticed that Zhang Shanxing seemed to have stood up not far away. The guy was holding his stomach and deliberately opened the door to head off into the distance. Observing his demeanor, Lin Hai furrowed his brow. Was he going to the restroom? But that shouldn't be the case. Even if he was unaccustomed to the local conditions, it shouldn't happen so quickly. Lin Hai furrowed his brow and attempted to stand up, but was quickly pulled back by his father. What's the rush? Why do you want to run off when it's so lively here? Come on, come have a couple of drinks with your dad. As he spoke, Lin Baishun poured some juice into Lin Hai's glass. Wait. Lin Hai looked at his father with a hint of helplessness. However, seeing the expressions of those around him, he understood that everyone was still a bit dazed after narrowly escaping danger. It might be best to comfort them for now. With that in mind, Lin Hai sat back down. Meanwhile, the scene shifted back to when Ambassador Wang Long was in contact with Su Tian. Wang Long's face was lit up with excitement. You probably don't know this yet, but that little guy you were concerned about has been rescued. And he is completely unharmed. Not a single person on the ship died. As he spoke, Wang Long found it hard to believe. After all, over the years, they had received far too many casualty reports. Merchant ships encountering danger during long voyages, being hijacked by pirates, and crew members meeting untimely ends had become all too common. Many times, when an ambassador like him arrived on the scene, the ship's cargo had already been looted, and all the crew members were gone, lost to the sea. Just thinking about those scenes filled with blood drifting on the ocean made Wang Long's heart ache. But this time, everyone on that ship returned safe and sound. Wang Long wiped away the tears of joy that had welled up in his eyes. You know, I used to feel like this ambassador job was utterly useless. I always had to rely on the Coast Guard of other countries to rescue people. Hearing Wang Long's words, Su Tian quickly offered words of comfort. Just then, a series of knocks echoed from outside. The sound was particularly pronounced. Wang Long frowned, but quickly called out, "Come in." At his command, a young man covered in black mud entered the room, looking a bit frightened as he glanced around before giving Wang Long a sheepish smile. It was none other than Zhang Shanqing, who had just walked out of Lin Hai's room. He looked around cautiously, taking in the luxurious surroundings of the ambassador's office. Standing awkwardly in place, he placed his hands in his pockets, clearly feeling out of place. "Hello, Mr. Ambassador. I'm, a laborer from above." "What?" Wang Long was momentarily taken aback by Zhang Shanqing's introduction. "A laborer? From Lin Hai's ship? You must be joking. ISNT that ship a cargo vessel? What laborers would they need? ISNT at all family working together?" The information he had received aligned with this assumption. No, Wang Long didn't say it outright. But he could feel an unsettling vibe from the guy in front of him. With a slight smile, he deliberately pulled a chair away from the side and walked over. "Don't rush it, take your time. Are you a laborer? What do you mainly do on their ship?" As he heard this, Zhang Shanqing rubbed his hands together. "They've treated me terribly, beating and scolding me, and those guys are really not good people. They've been doing everything they can to slander Lin Hai and his family." At this moment, Zhang Shanqing seemed to want to vent all his jealousy towards Lin Hai. After all, for him, a person like Lin Hai, who is well educated, simply shouldn't exist in the Lin family. Why is that? He has struggled to get by in school all his life, while that damn Lin Hai can create so many weapons and help so many people. Chapter 23, Preparing to Snitch, consumed by rage. Most crucially, Lin Hai's father, Lin Baishun, actually dared to slap him. In the past, no one from their family had ever had the audacity to hit him, especially considering they owed him. Indeed, Zhang Shanqing's thoughts had become completely twisted. He had completely forgotten that it was Lin Hai's family who had taken him in, and now he viewed them as his enemies. His malicious tone even made Wang Long furrow his brow. Were Lin Hai and his family really the bad guys? After sizing up Zhang Shanqing, Wang Long was filled with doubt. This guy appeared quite pale, clearly not someone who had done any heavy labor, and there wasn't a single injury on him. His hands and feet, as well as his clothing, showed no signs of wounds. What was even more telling was that while there was some black mud under his fingernails, his hands were remarkably clean. If he were a manual laborer, who would believe that he could be in such pristine condition? It seemed unlikely that he was merely doing what he claimed on Lin Hai's ship. After all, unless one held a position like captain or first mate while trading on a ship, moving cargo would surely leave one covered in dust. But this young man was clearly different. Wang Long refrained from voicing his suspicions and instead poured Zhang Shanqing a glass of water, gesturing for him to continue. "Your Excellency, the ambassador, you may not know this, but..." Hearing Zhang Shanqing refer to him as Your Excellency felt awkward to Wang Long. "Just call me comrade," he insisted. Forcing a smile, Zhang Shanqing nodded decisively. "Comrade Ambassador, you don't understand. Lin Hai and his family have committed crimes. The items on that ship weren't just models. They were real weapons. I saw them brutally kill those pirates with those weapons. There was so much blood that it was like a nightmare. That wasn't a cargo ship. It was practically a warship." He used every word he could think of to tarnish Lin Hai's reputation, claiming that they had killed with smiles on their faces, like psychopaths. He even said that when they fired the cannon, blood splattered everywhere. However, as he listened to Zhang Shanqing's claims, Wang Long's brow furrowed again. He stared in disbelief. This was unbelievable. How could a mere teenager actually create artillery or machine guns? He was barely out of high school. If it were a handgun, he might have believed it. But could a young high school graduate really produce artillery comparable to a warship's? Wang Long found this hard to accept, even suspecting that Zhang Shanqing might be trying to deceive him. How could such absurdity exist in the world? Yet, seeing the astonished expression on Wang Long's face, Zhang Shanqing felt exhilarated by the thought that Lin Hai had committed a serious crime. With a twisted excitement on his face, he exclaimed, "Oh, you have no idea? Your Excellency, now Lin Hai has really done so many things. If you don't believe me, you can upload and take a look, but he did all this behind my back. I'm just a laborer. I don't know anything." At that moment, he was doing everything he could to wash his hands of any responsibility. His eyes, bloodshot and fierce, looked as if he wanted to rip Lin Hai apart, to bite him to death piece by piece. Looking at this guy, a cold glint flashed in Wang Long's eyes. To be honest, he had never seen someone as shameless as Zhang Shanqing in front of him. After all, why did others build these naval cannons? To defend against pirates, to prevent them from launching attacks. And what happened? Others went through great lengths to save your life at sea. And now, while you're being treated well, you want to turn around and report him, even looking like you want to kill him? Is this guy even human? Even a beast would know how to repay kindness. A person who repays kindness with malice cannot be trusted. And at this moment, Wang Long had already formed an opinion about Zhang Shanqing in his heart. Years of political experience had taught him to mask his expressions, and his eyes revealed no dissatisfaction or anger towards this guy. Instead, he warmly tightened his grip on Zhang Shanqing's hand and smiled, saying, "Good, very good. Your report and your willingness to come to me personally are very useful. I will consider it carefully. I hope in the future, when you encounter such matters, you will come directly to me to report, and not go to others." Wang Long was worried this guy might mess things up and report to others, which could cause problems for Lin Hai. Hearing Wang Long's words, a look of excitement suddenly appeared on Zhang Shanqing's face. This meant that the ambassador had remembered him. Does this mean he could serve under the ambassador as a minor official in the future? A spark of excitement flashed in his eyes. And just as he was about to speak, Wang Long, still smiling, had already escorted him out of the room. Once the door was closed, he felt like a fool, happily heading towards the celebration banquet where Lin Hai and the others were. Meanwhile, as Zhang Shanqing returned to the celebration site, Wang Long remained on the satellite phone, not saying a word for quite some time. He looked towards the other end of the line, knowing that Su Tian was likely listening. "Old Su, how do you feel after hearing all this?" he asked into the phone, his eyes filled with joy. However, on the other end, Su Tian remained silent for a long time, as if he had been struck by Medusa's magic. After standing still for a while, he took a deep breath and finally spoke in a hoarse voice. "This kid is truly unfathomable. He deliberately claimed on the ship that those things were models he made, probably to lower our guard and prevent me from probing too deeply in case I discovered something. Plus, he has now intentionally set up the beautiful country's warship for a trap. When the news breaks, I'm afraid there will be a confrontation between the beautiful country and the pirates here. He is simply a genius." In the end, Su Tian couldn't help but add, he really didn't expect that such a young boy could possess such skills. Transforming an ordinary cargo ship into something comparable to an old warship is no small feat. Not only did it leave him dumbfounded for a long time, but it also put the beautiful country at a disadvantage without them being able to voice their grievances. He wondered why the beautiful country had previously insisted that it was impossible to send aid, yet then turned around and did just that. He also questioned why there was no further news from them afterward. Chapter 24, Huge Profits. A natural genius, so that's the reason behind it. After pondering for a long time, I realized that this genius must not suffer any losses abroad. Otherwise, we would incur significant losses. Seeing that Su Tian had not responded for a while, Wang Long felt anxious and quickly spoke up, fearing that Su Tian might blame Lin Hai out of concern for his own pride. His words revealed a deep love for his country and a strong desire to protect talent. Hearing Wang Long's words, Su Tian chuckled, then jokingly rebuked, "What? Do you think I'm just a petty jerk in your eyes? Sure, that kid deceived me on purpose, but he did it to protect his family. How could I possibly hold a grudge over something like that? However, you're right about one thing. We absolutely cannot let such a genius suffer losses abroad." With that, Su Tian hung up the phone. At that moment, Su Tian appeared much sharper at his post, his eyes seemingly sparkling with intensity. He turned to the soldiers he had brought along and said, "Let us discuss how we should handle this kid." His tone was somewhat serious, and the others exchanged glances. "Should we send someone immediately to bring him back? Otherwise, it feels uneasy to let him wander abroad. Yeah, he is such a good kid. How could we take responsibility if something happens to him?" Hearing the overwhelming consensus among the group, Su Tian nodded. But in the next moment, a smile appeared on his face. Don't worry. That kid is indeed remarkable. Follow my orders. Prepare a special aircraft immediately and notify Somalia to expedite our flight there. I want to see that kid as quickly as possible. Yes, sir. With the orders given, the group stood up to salute and then hurriedly left. Only Su Tian remained, standing still with increasingly sharp eyes. Don't let me down, he murmured, gazing out at the sea in the distance. Meanwhile, at the banquet, Lin Hai looked at the Somali generals and officials beside him and smiled before approaching them. Gentlemen, I have a few questions I'd like to ask. Who is the ambassador? And who is responsible for the Minister of Defense in Somalia? Upon hearing Lin Hai's words, the Somali diplomat Kermil and Minister of Defense Solon exchanged glances. Kermil then stood up, holding his glass. Young man, I'm the diplomat. Do you have any questions? Or is there something lacking in Somalia's hospitality? Shaking his head at Kermil's words, Lin Hai replied, I want to know if there is a bounty on those pirates. Is there any chance? Wait a minute. Kermil and Solon looked at each other, their faces registering a bewildered expression. After all, logically speaking, no matter how these pirates met their demise, it was the warships from the United States that took them down. You were rescued by them, so why would you still want to claim their bounty? The two of them seemed a bit confused, and so Alan pointedly remarked, that bounty should be awarded to the American warships, right? Little buddy, are you mistaken? He hoped to subtly remind Lin Hai not to offend those American soldiers. After all, they were not the easiest to deal with. However, upon hearing So Alan's comment, Lin Hai chuckled. Previously, we had a conversation with the commander of the USS Ford, which was patrolling this area, and the brigadier from the Ford-class frigate generously handed over everything to us. He said that since we bravely pursued the pirates, the bounty should be regarded as a reward for the brave. They would never claim it. As he spoke, Lin Hai pulled out one video after another, displaying a mountain of severed heads, some still dripping with blood, others revealing skeletal remains. The footage was particularly gruesome and terrifying, causing some officials to instinctively cover their mouths, unable to swallow the food they had in hand. What is this? Why are there so many heads? Both the Somali diplomat Camel and defense minister So Alan were left dumbfounded. They looked incredulously at the bloody heads, the images captured with striking clarity. Indeed, these were members of the Sea Wolf pirate group, and apart from their leader, nearly two-thirds of the group's key figures were represented here. It could be said that they were originally the top force in the area, but after such a battle, they had plummeted to the depths. This is simply unbelievable, So Alan swallowed hard. Truly deserving of being called the world's police, so generous. He complimented, as typically. Bounties are claimed by whoever brings in the heads. However, it was unprecedented for Americans to fight on behalf of others and then award the bounty to someone else. Now, with all these heads piled on Lin Hai's ship, and not claimed by the American warships, didn't he this clearly indicate that the American military had indeed passed the bounty to them? Otherwise, how could a merchant ship compete with a warship? He felt something was off, but in front of Lin Hai, he still nodded with a sense of righteousness. Don't worry, young sir. We will soon dispatch personnel to verify and investigate. If everything checks out, the corresponding bounty will be quickly deposited into your bank account. To be honest, he felt a bit pained. That was a lot of money. If you calculated it, it would easily amount to $200,000 to $300,000. Unfortunately, if someone else came to claim this bounty, as long as they weren't from the U.S. or Lin Hai's side, they could easily default on it. But now with Ambassador Wang Long present, Somalia wouldn't dare to do that. They were just a small country. Though they couldn't sell the evidence directly, perhaps they could use a few underhanded tactics to make it work in their favor. At that moment, So Alan exchanged a glance with the person beside him, and they both sensed a hint of coldness in each other's eyes. Listening to the words of the Minister of Defense, Lin Hai nodded. Indeed, this sum of over $1 million could be considered his reward. When you think about it, this act of killing and robbery truly is a no-risk venture. The ammunition used on Lin Hai's side, including the naval gunfire, wasn't actually much. Now, by eliminating those pirates, he instantly transformed the original expenditure into profits that were nearly 20 to 30 times greater. This was no ordinary transaction by any means. However, it's a pity that such a business can't last long. Lin Hai turned to his family behind him, who looked utterly bewildered, and directly shared the news that the bounty, amounting to $2 or $3 million, translated into over 10 million yuan back home. Chapter 25, Robbery in Broad Daylight. At the same time, it was mentioned that the spoils would be shared among everyone, and upon hearing Lin Hai's words, the crowd quickly erupted into cheers. However, on the other side, Zhang Shanqing, who had just returned, turned pale instantly. He thought to himself that he should also be entitled to a share of the money. But if Master Wang Long arrived later and this matter got exposed, wouldn't he end up with nothing? After all, Master Wang Long had already made it clear that this was a serious crime. Greed and jealousy once again filled Zhang Shanqing's heart. He pushed past several people around him and rushed to Lin Hai's side. He completely forgot how he had just declared his surrender on the boat. All he could think about was the money, over 10 million. Surely, even a small share would amount to hundreds of thousands. Besides, everyone else on the boat was related to Lin Hai. They wouldn't take much, right? What is the big deal? I don't need much. Even 1 or 2 million would be fine. That's right. He had to finalize this matter before Wang Long returned. And then they could discuss the distribution of the money. Brother Lin Hai, look at how much money you've got. It wouldn't be unfair for you to give me a little bit, right? I helped you guys a lot on the boat. I moved cannonballs and helped you fight off those pirates. Hearing this, the faces of the Lin family members changed instantly. Fortunately, the Somali officials didn't understand what they were saying. Otherwise, this matter would have been exposed. Moreover, Zhang Shachi was just someone the Lin family had felt sorry for and invited on board to help out. When he boarded the ship, he was picky about what to carry. He would only take the light stuff and avoid anything dirty or heavy. He spent most of his time in the cabin, only coming out at noon, acting like a spoiled princess. Why should they give him any money now? What effort had he put in for this ship? During the fight against those pirates, he had even cowered in a corner and hadn't come out for ages, thinking no one noticed him. Lin Hai didn't respond directly but shot a cold glance at this guy and then turned back to continue his discussion in English with the Somali officials. After all, he was just a clown. The next day arrived quickly, following the earlier instructions, as per the defense minister's words. Lin Hai, Lin Baishan, and several relatives from the Lin family arrived at a nearby government office. One had to say, the government offices in Somalia were really shabby. Meanwhile, several rotund officials were waiting in front of the agency for Lin Hai and the others. Lin Hai handed over the video footage, photos, and some proof to them. Then spoke up. If you need verification, feel free to come on board with us. As soon as he finished speaking, the government officials glanced through the photos and suddenly gasped in astonishment. My God, isn't this guy the second in command of the Sea Wolf pirate group? Unbelievable. This seems to be the king of the cheetahs, Bill Tree. So many pirates, and all these top-tier pirates were actually killed by him. Listening to those guys, a flicker of unease flashed across Lin Hai's face. It's hard to say what the situation is like in Somalia. Although piracy is officially prohibited and the Coast Guard patrols certain routes, those who understand the country know that there is no real ban on pirates. In fact, they often turn a blind eye to their citizens going out to pillage and kill without restraint, committing all sorts of atrocities. The authorities even take a cut from the pirate groups to ensure they operate under their control. You could say the lives of the local people, their daily needs. And many of their relatives are closely tied to these pirate groups, which for them represent a legitimate livelihood. Now, Lin Hai and the others coming to claim their bounty essentially means that some of their friends and family from the Sea Wolf pirate group have been killed by these guys. The expressions of the surrounding townsfolk changed instantly. Some eyes flashed with anger, hatred, and a murderous intent. If it weren't for the fact that Lin Hai and his group were in front of a government organization, and if it weren't for their faces, they might have been torn apart right then and there. Meanwhile, Sue Allen and Kermel, who had been standing aside, exchanged a chuckle. Sue Allen cleared his throat and spoke up. What is going on? These gentlemen are our closest friends who have come to visit our country. Why are you all so surprised? This is all true. We will send our soldiers and some police to check the number of people on the ship. If everything is in order, we can issue the rewards on the spot, or transfer it to your bank account. Hearing this, Lin Hai raised an eyebrow. He noticed the smiles on Sue Allen and Kermel's faces. It became clear to him that they were giving a slap on the back while offering a sweet date, trying to make them remember their kindness while also highlighting the issues on their side. Their main goal seemed to be to curry favor with Lin Hai, or perhaps with Wang Long, who stood behind him. Although they had set a trap for Lin Hai, they had already made preparations for the aftermath. One really can't underestimate these political players. They're all quite cunning. Lin Hai's face showed surprise. And then he nodded with a smile, saying, Thank you, gentlemen. If it weren't for you, we might not have made it out of here today. He reached out to shake hands with the two, creating a warm and friendly atmosphere. Just then, someone suddenly rushed over from a distance, moving quickly and looking furious, glaring at Lin Hai and his group. If you don't give me my share of the money today, I'll make a scene here. I want to see if you can take that money away. If you don't pay up, do you believe I'll tell them everything that happened over there? As soon as those words were spoken, Lin Baishan, who was standing next to Lin Hai, instantly changed his expression. What does that mean? It's one thing to take care of you on the boat, but now you really want to split our money? Did this guy contribute a single penny when we bought the boat? At the same time, Lin Hai's face showed some dissatisfaction. What is this guy trying to do? This is Somalia, one of the most chaotic countries. Murder, robbery, anything could happen in this territory. And now, in front of so many people, you want to split the money? Are you trying to get yourself killed for it later? Chapter 26. The pirate leader, a sophisticated scoundrel? Moreover, with so many people here, who knows if there are any spies among them or something else? To openly demand a share of the loot, and to talk about the money from killing pirates? You really must be out of your mind. At this moment, Lin Hai's expression turned extremely grim, his eyes fixed intently on the foolish Zhang Shanqing in front of him. Looking at this young punk, Lin Baishun was finding it hard to contain his anger. He couldn't believe he had brought this brat on board after his brother begged him multiple times. They said his father had done them a favor and that their families had a good relationship, and now he couldn't stand to see this kid suffer. So he wanted to take him on board, thinking at least he would have food and drink. Back then, he complained about everything. Just looking at Zhang Shanqing made him unhappy. Once on the ship, he couldn't sit still or stand properly, and he would sneak around and take advantage whenever he could. And now, he actually dared to reveal such a huge secret in front of so many people. Lin Baishun raised his hand and slapped Zhang Shanqing across the face. How could I have believed him and brought your sorry self on board? Say it again if you dare. Can you just make up stories about what happens on the ship? Please stop spouting nonsense. We'll talk about our matters when we get back, and anything else we can take our time discussing. Lin Baishun still tried to calm the guy in front of him. However, at that moment, Zhang Shanqing was already blinded by the prospect of so much money. His eyes were wide, and his neck was turning red. So what? If you don't give me my share of the money, I'll spill the beans. Do you really think these things can be kept a secret? His voice was loud enough to attract the attention of many around them. Upon hearing Zhang Shanqing's words, the crowd erupted in an uproar. Especially those who understood his language were stretching their necks to listen. They were quite curious whether Lin Hai and the others had actually killed those pirates by their own abilities, as previous reports seemed to suggest it was done by U.S. warships. At that moment, the uncle who had pleaded with Lin Hai's father to take in Zhang Shanqing pointed an accusing finger at him and yelled, "You beast! If it weren't for our care, who do you think you are? You'd probably have starved to death on some remote mountain trail by now. And now you dare to ask us for money?" Just as the crowd was in an uproar, a sudden sound of footsteps approached. "Sir, let him speak. We're a bit curious about what he has to say and why he is so angry and panicked. Let me introduce myself. My name is Li Tian. I'm also the deputy captain of a nearby tourist ship. We should uphold some freedom of speech, right? His freedom of speech should be defended by us." The man, dressed in a tailored suit and looking quite refined with his black-rimmed glasses, was smiling as he looked at the group. Although his gaze was gentle, Lin Hai immediately sensed that he seemed to be a pirate leader. Despite the smile on his lips, an undeniable aura of menace surrounded him, making the atmosphere feel cold and instilling a sense of fear that made everyone's hearts race. Most importantly, Lin Hai recalled that this man had appeared on the wanted lists after the piracy incidents around the Gulf of Aden and the Somali Strait. "Hello, my name is Li Tian. And you, young man, have they been treating you harshly? Or have they done something to make you feel wronged? Perhaps you could tell me about it, and I can help you out," Li Tian said kindly to Zhang Shanqing, who, upon hearing Li Tian's tone, gradually calmed down. Gritting his teeth, Zhang Shanqing glared at Lin Hai and the others, then spoke with anger. "I want to expose a secret. On their way here, they killed many innocent Somali civilians with their homemade machine guns and artillery. Those people never intended to harm them, yet they slaughtered them indiscriminately, killing so many." Zhang Shanqing was in tears, as if Lin Hai and his group had indeed committed some heinous acts, portraying themselves as the epitome of goodness. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Tian furrowed his brows, while Lin Hai's expression turned a shade of iron blue. This guy was really asking for trouble by calling those pirates innocent Somali civilians. He accused Lin Hai and the others of murder, slapping all sorts of labels on them. "Oh, is that so? I wasn't aware that yesterday's events were so strange. Where did all your evidence come from?" Li Tian's indifferent tone carried a hint of coldness. He knew that the incident of the pirates being killed was not as simple as it seemed. Indeed, he had been specifically called in by their boss to investigate the matter. After all, while the killing of pirates might be seen as a good thing or an achievement for other countries, for Somalia, with its unique national circumstances, it was a matter of life and death. So many citizens stood with the pirates, they could easily discern right from wrong. As Zhang Shanqing shouted, the surrounding Somali civilians turned their confused gazes towards Li Tian. They needed to know what Zhang Shanqing was saying. However, when Li Tian translated Zhang Shanqing's words, the expressions of everyone present shifted dramatically, their eyes turning icy. Two of them rushed forward, their eyes nearly bloodshot. "Kill these foreigners." Some Somali civilians glared at Lin Hai and his group with fury, as if they were ready to devour them. Meanwhile, the security personnel and staff who had been standing around rushed in with batons raised. Meanwhile, the Somali diplomats and the Minister of Defense who were conversing nearby wore somber expressions. If the people from the beautiful country had killed their pirates, perhaps they would have remained silent, even offering rewards to those from the beautiful country as a sign of respect and admiration. But now, a mere foreign civilian dares to kill their people? Do they really believe that the infamous reputation of Somali pirates only applies to the pirates themselves? Looking at their darkened faces, Lin Hai realized that if this situation were not handled properly, it could escalate into a serious diplomatic incident. Chapter 27. Welcome to Somalia. At this moment, his face was as dark as thunder. If this matter was not handled properly, not only would they be finished, but the image of the entire country would also suffer. Are you out of your mind? You wretched thing. You really should have never let my father bring you on board. Lin Hai's face twitched slightly, and he couldn't help but grow cold. At the same time, he was holding a large sum of money in his hands. I'm going crazy. At this moment, Zhang Shanqing seemed to be in a frenzied state, howling at the sky. So you refuse to pay, huh? If that's the case, let us go down together. If you're going to take my money, I'd rather we all perish together. The anger on his face was palpable, and his gritted teeth made him look like a malevolent spirit from the underworld. Meanwhile, looking at the surrounding crowd, who were all riled up, Zhang Shanqing seemed to be somewhat taken aback. He glanced around at the people, noting their fearful and panicked expressions, which showed no sign of changing. He suddenly thought that if he had demanded the money first, would things have been different now? Would it benefit him if he directly reported Lin Hai and the others? Would all that money end up in his hands? A surge of frenzied excitement and indescribable emotions welled up inside him. Just then, a large group of Somali military personnel arrived. They were armed, their expressions exceptionally cold, evidently drawn here by the commotion. Upon seeing them, Zhang Shanqing hurriedly rushed out, starting to badmouth Lin Hai and his group, accusing them of illegally modifying warships and killing Somali citizens. This matter must be dealt with severely to restore peace in Somalia. These guys are all villains. A bunch of scoundrels. As Zhang Shanqing angrily denounced Lin Hai and his companions, he continued to express his grievances, portraying himself as a victim, much like a white lotus flower. Listening to this guy, Lin Hai was almost driven to laughter. Oh, so what do you think we should do? How do we find out? Do you know what weapons they've hidden away? The lead officer asked in a cold tone. Of course, I know. I even know where their weapons are hidden, where exactly, and how to use them. Hearing that the other party was actually asking for his opinion, Zhang Shanqing suddenly felt emboldened as he responded. After hearing Zhang Shanqing's words, the man couldn't help but let out a slight chuckle. But his expression quickly turned icy. Interesting. So, are you one of their accomplices? He threw back his hood, revealing a face that exuded a chilling aura. The voice made Zhang Shanqing shiver, snapping him back to reality. Looking up, Zhang Shanqing saw a middle-aged man standing at least 6 feet tall, impeccably dressed, with a strong and robust build. His face was covered in a thick beard, and his sharp eyes resembled those of a hawk. The corners of his mouth curled slightly, carrying a hint of a mocking smirk directed at Zhang. Despite the man's smile, an inexplicable fear welled up within Zhang Shanqing. It was a primal instinct. Acutely attuned to danger, he couldn't muster the courage to resist or flee. After an indeterminate amount of time, Zhang suddenly lowered his head, choosing to ignore the man before him. He spoke in a sycophantic tone, looking at the man with a pitiful expression. Whatever you say, I will do. Just don't let these guys get away with it. All right, Abush. We will get to the bottom of this. The modification of military ships is indeed a serious matter. The Minister of Defense, So Allen, suddenly interjected. If these little guys haven't done anything wrong, wouldn't that mean we're unfairly accusing them? Let us take them for an inspection. Upon hearing this, a flicker of excitement crossed Zhang Shanqing's face. He was about to say a couple more words to Abush when, in the next moment, Abush continued to stare at him coldly and said, Tell me everything you know. If it really is about a military ship, perhaps I should contact our superiors. His tone was particularly pointed. However, Lin Hai noticed the look in the Minister of Defense's eyes and momentarily froze. Indeed, at that moment, Lin Hai furrowed his brow, glancing at the Somali diplomat beside him and Minister So Allen. He tried to discern any issues from their expressions, wondering what they were thinking and what answers they were seeking. This damn Zhang Shanqing really was. Lin Hai was in a very bad mood. Were they really going to send those troops out? After all, there were indeed weapons on their cargo ship. If this matter was exposed, it would be no small issue. Lin Hai wore a solemn expression, while on the other side, So Allen reassured, Don't worry, young man. As long as they don't find what they are looking for, you will have the safety you deserve. Hearing So Allen's words and noticing the faint glimmer of understanding in his eyes, Lin Hai turned to the inspection-demanding soldiers and said, All right, we will dock at a nearby port, and you can accompany us for the inspection. Lin Hai nodded calmly in response, his expression still as tranquil as water. Shortly after joining the soldiers, amidst a buzzing noise, the Humvee came to a stop at the port. A large group of soldiers sealed off the area. Meanwhile, Lin Hai and his companions settled down in an empty spot at the port. Everything around them appeared eerily quiet. Soon, several armored vehicles roared in from a distance. As these steel beasts rolled into the harbor and came into view, all eyes were drawn to them. Although these vehicles seemed to have a more imposing size, they evoked a sense of unease among the onlookers. But for Lin Hai, these are just incredibly outdated tanks. After all, he has seen the upgraded models from later years. Looking at this thing in front of him, Lin Hai took a moment to assess it. It somewhat resembled the antiques from the States. Or maybe more like those old relics from the UK. Can this thing really run? It's probably going to crash halfway through, right? While he was lost in thought, a cheerful voice broke the silence. Welcome to Somalia. I'm also the one responsible for your inspection today. A Somali man approached. He was dressed in military green camouflage. And upon seeing this familiar figure, Lin Hai let out a long sigh. Defense Officer Allen, Chapter 28. Is this what you call a model? We're just doing a routine check. Let's see if those things are real once we get on the ship. As he spoke, he winked at Lin Hai. His eyes seemed to convey a message. Don't be afraid, everything is fine. Soon after, a group of Somali soldiers headed towards the ship. Initially, they were taken aback by the cannons on board, but at that moment, Lin Hai and the others convinced them that these were just props and models. After all, while the Somali soldiers had a faint air of military presence, their domestic arms production was severely lacking. At first, the Somali soldiers were bewildered by Lin Hai's words. Are these really just ordinary models? Some even wanted to try handling the weapons, but no bullets came out of the firearms, confirming that they indeed looked like models. Just as everyone was puzzled, a group of people strode in with confidence. Their expressions were calm, their eyes sharp and silent. After observing their surroundings with furrowed brows, they marched decisively towards Lin Hai and the others, their movements quick and precise. Seeing them, Lin Hai was momentarily stunned. Wait, aren't these soldiers from our own country? So this kid was just playing me. Hearing about the situation here, I came over specifically to conduct a thorough inspection. The leader, initially obscured by the night, was hard to recognize, but the moment he stepped into the light, Lin Hai nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. It was Su Tian, the officer who had been in charge of inspections when Lin Hai and his team set sail. The way they marched in instantly intimidated everyone around. The military presence was indeed impressive. The Somali soldiers exchanged glances and hurriedly disembarked. Meanwhile, Zhang Shanqing, who had been anxiously waiting with tears in his eyes and a face full of fear, seemed to understand something. He rushed over and, with an air of feigned loyalty, said, "Sir, you finally arrived. If you hadn't come, I might have been beaten to death by these guys. Just look at what they did to my face." At that moment, his cheeks were flushed, looking pitiful enough to evoke sympathy, but the people present were in no mood to feel sorry for him. On the other side, Lin Hai and the others were baffled at the sight of Zhang Shanqing's face, which only bore the mark of a single slap. How could this guy have the nerve to say such things? Had they even hit him aside from that one slap out of anger? And now, before they could even respond, this guy was turning the tables on them. How could he say such things? Not to mention, he was implicating them as suspects in the process. Zhang Shanqing truly was something else. At the same time, listening to this guy, Su Tian was completely stunned. Looking at Zhang Shanqing with an incredulous expression, he scanned him up and down, seemingly trying to figure out what kind of environment could raise such a peculiar character. Meanwhile, Zhang Shanqing continued to smile, once again placing the blame squarely on them. You don't know, my lord. These guys are incredibly bold. And they've even hit me several times. This time, I acted out of a sense of justice and reported them to Master Wang Long. By the way, will my reward be a bit higher this time? Upon hearing this, Lin Hai was utterly baffled by the audacity of the person in front of him. His expression turned increasingly shocked and incredulous. This guy was truly shameless. However, meeting this guy's gaze, Lin Hai suddenly noticed someone standing still nearby. At the same time, the faces of the Lin family members showed signs of intense anger. This guy was truly a cunning old fox with a vicious and volatile temperament. Like a landmine waiting to explode. Just as Lin Hai was looking at the old man with dissatisfaction, the next second, the imposing Su Tian suddenly smiled at him. Yes, Lin Hai was stunned for 2 seconds, then quickly realized that the person in front of him had genuinely smiled at him. A smile that seemed to convey encouragement and comfort. But right after that, while watching the Somali troops move outside, Su Tian chuckled and said, "Make sure to check everything, examine the gunpowder reaction, and report back to me." Hearing Su Tian's words, the soldiers beside Lin Hai, who had just arrived, nodded eagerly. Some began to tap on the weapons nearby, while others were preparing, either measuring data or assessing the gunpowder reaction. Before long, the officers standing next to Su Tian gathered together. The comprehensive attributes of the weapons reflect perfectly, and they not only meet, but even exceed the original specifications. There are traces of gunpowder residue, and it's extremely strong. If nothing unexpected has happened, these should have been used recently. General, based on our comprehensive analysis, we confirm that these are real weapons. However, some key components have been violently disassembled, making these weapons unusable, which is why they appear this way. As Lin Hai listened to the calm yet somewhat surprised remarks from the surrounding officers, his heart was filled with mixed emotions. To be honest, he didn't expect these weapons to be hidden from these people. However, he had a strong feeling that he would likely be specially recruited this time. After all, their ultimate goal in fighting pirates at sea was to ensure their own survival. He just wondered how his father and the others would react. He was worried that something might happen to them because of this incident. That would truly be. While Lin Hai was lost in thought, Su Tian approached him with a stern tone and said, "Now, tell me, what exactly happened? Where did these weapons come from? Why is he on our ship?" Listening to Su Tian, Zhang Shanqing fanned the flames once more. "General, this guy might be a foreign spy, trying to disrupt our country on purpose. He probably loaded those military vessels onto his ship just to create chaos while sailing. If people from other countries find out, we'll be humiliated." As he spoke, he shot a provocative glance at Lin Hai. However, as he listened to this guy's words and looked into his eyes, a hint of malice flickered within them. Chapter 29, Equipment Upgrade. Lin Hai blinked and then let out a laugh. Shameless, ruthless, and extremely malicious. This was exactly the type of person standing before him. Looking at the other party, Lin Hai couldn't help but almost sneer. It was simply laughable. He had completely forgotten the cowardly demeanor he had shown when he sank on the ship, and now he was trying to turn the tables. The members of the Lin family, standing nearby, couldn't help but start cursing again upon hearing his words. At this moment, Zhang Shanqing was grinning darkly while trying to incite the younger neighbors behind Lin Hai. Why bother, brothers? For the sake of Lin Hai's family, we're risking our entire clan. Besides, even without Lin Hai, we could still go back, right? His family has already been completely targeted. Even if the general doesn't punish them, the embassy will definitely take action. As he spoke, he couldn't help but think maliciously about how great it would be if Lin Hai were severely punished by the embassy. However, just as those thoughts crossed his mind, Su Tian walked up to Lin Hai, looking at him with sharp eyes. "Why are you making these weapons?" Listening to Su Tian, Lin Hai paused for 2 seconds before continuing, "To save my father and the others. After all, if I hadn't boarded the ship this time, they might all have perished. For my family, even if I end up imprisoned, it wouldn't matter." He seemed to let it all out, and Su Tian nodded in response. Meanwhile, Zhang Shanqing became increasingly annoying, jumping around and making everyone feel irritated. He was determined to label Lin Hai with various accusations, claiming he was a bad person who deserved to be brought to justice. Hearing this guy's words, Lin Hai stepped forward again, standing in front of Su Tian. Looking into the eyes of the affirming general, he continued, "If possible, I would also prefer to deal with those pirates through official channels. However, our domestic navy is currently weak, and requesting their help to tackle the pirates is undoubtedly a daunting task. I am willing to take on this responsibility alone." Lin Hai's eyes were sharp, filled with depth and determination. Feeling the emotions radiating from his gaze, even General Su Tian found himself affected. Was Lin Hai speaking the truth? It was certainly true. If they weren't trying to protect themselves, why would they produce so many cannons and weapons? This kid didn't want the domestic navy to suffer unnecessary casualties. He understood that crossing thousands of nautical miles was an impossible task for the current state of the domestic navy to handle in the shortest time possible. Su Tian couldn't help but sigh. This kid really is. Just as he was lost in thought, Zhang Shanqing came rushing over from the other side. "What nonsense are you spouting? How can you speak to the general like that? Is the navy in our country really that weak? You're clearly making spy-like comments." As he spoke, the guy began jumping around energetically. However, at that moment, neither Lin Hai nor Su Tian paid him any further attention. Watching the man bounce around like a monkey, Lin Hai couldn't help but shake his head. Meanwhile, Su Tian was gradually coming to his senses, looking at the somewhat frail but tall and elegant boy in front of him. After pondering for a couple of seconds, he shook his head in disbelief. How should one put it? It's not really their fault, is it? If these people were a bit stronger, would they really need to go to such lengths to personally guard their belongings? He patted Lin Hai on the shoulder and then turned to the bouncing Zhang Shanqing. "Mr. Zhang, I understand your patriotic fervor. Thank you for your efforts today." He then turned to the others nearby and addressed Zhang Shanqing. "Everyone on this ship, apart from you, should be from the Lin family, right? If there are any who feel unrelated to this matter and do not wish to get involved, you may leave now. Go below deck and calm down." Upon hearing this, the rest of the Lin family members, except for Lin Hai, turned pale, their faces filled with fear. However, Zhang Shanqing looked particularly pleased, glaring fiercely at Lin Hai and the others before strutting forward like a victorious rooster. See, what does it matter if you can read? What does it matter if you're capable? Heh, I bet your whole family is finished now. Some of the younger Lin family members couldn't help but feel stirred by Zhang Shanqing's departing figure, wanting to follow him. Just then, they were called back by their elders and harshly reprimanded. Meanwhile, Su Tian watched Zhang Shanqing's retreating figure, then turned to Lin Hai, stroking some of the weapons on the ship. Getting these old relics out is quite an achievement for you, but relying on these antiques. What will you do when the pirates come back for revenge? After all, you don't really think the pirates who've been roaming the Somali waters for so long lack any real skill, do you? If they want to. With just these few weapons in your hands, it might be a bit challenging to fend them off. As he spoke, Su Tian's gaze sharpened, looking intently into Lin Hai's eyes, which seemed to reveal a hint of unease. Was Su Tian trying to send a message? What did it all mean? After all, meeting that Li Tian today left Lin Hai feeling quite tense. Who knows, in the next moment, the people who had swiftly dealt with the pirates might find themselves on the wanted lists of those very pirates. Moreover, Su Tian mentioned that their firepower might not be sufficient, which could imply that he has received some sort of news behind the scenes. After a brief moment of contemplation, Lin Hai spoke up. Even here, even with those outdated equipment and methods, I can still enhance the firepower of the weapons on my ship by 5 or even 10 times. Chapter 30. Warship Testing. After all, with the system on his side, what was there to be afraid of? He was right. As long as they had enough equipment, dealing with those audacious pirates would be more than manageable. Listening to Lin Hai, Su Tian's eyes sharpened momentarily. Then a strange expression flickered across his face as he pondered over Lin Hai's words, followed by a chuckle. Do you not trust me, General? Lin Hai asked, his tone laced with a hint of confusion. Su Tian, in response, sighed quietly, appearing somewhat helpless. We don't have much help on our side, and it's tough for the domestic navy to reach this place without warship escort and the necessary guarantees. If you want to come back with us, I can save you a seat on the helicopter. At this, Su Tian couldn't help but let out a sigh, seemingly resigned. Lin Hai was taken aback. You're not going to hold us accountable for illegally converting the cargo ship into a warship? His expression was puzzled, a glimmer of disbelief in his eyes. Su Tian turned to him, a smile creeping onto his face, and said, What are you talking about? The person responsible for converting the cargo ship has already been captured, right? He was audacious and committed serious crimes. So we need to interrogate him thoroughly when we get back. Su Tian then patted Lin Hai on the shoulder. This time, you might be ambushed by those pirates on your way back. If anything goes wrong, just contact me. Even if I have to sacrifice my reputation, I'll send someone to rescue you. As he spoke, Su Tian seemed to value Lin Hai more and more. Hearing this, Lin Hai sighed in relief, a smile breaking on his face. He knew that this general was still on their side. To be honest, while the general was inspecting things, Lin Hai had been curious about why his expression was so peculiar. Now he finally understood. After expressing his gratitude with a glance at Su Tian, Lin Hai said, Rest assured, we will make those pirates regret ever crossing us. At this point, Lin Hai couldn't help but sigh again. According to his original plan, there shouldn't have been a need for a large-scale confrontation with the pirates. They could have just taken the money and left. After all, in the eyes of most pirates, they were the ones who were taken down by the beautiful country's warships. Thus, their hatred would be directed towards those warships, not a small cargo ship that had been saved. Besides, what could a cargo ship do? However, with Zhang Shanqing ruining his plans and bringing so much trouble upon him, things were becoming increasingly complicated. Now, it seemed that the entire Somali pirate community was aware of the situation. Moreover, once Lin Hai and his team planned to set sail, they would likely face the pursuit and attacks of all Somali pirates. In this pirate-named country, every citizen has undoubtedly become a pawn for those pirates. Lin Hai sighed, truly feeling the trouble of the situation. Observing Lin Hai's demeanor, Su Tian continued, If you can safely return to your home country and prevent me from having to lose face and ask others for help, I will request that you be designated as personnel for the Naval Ship Testing Project. The goal is to test the warships and carry out secret operations. In the military, not only will you not be punished, but you will also be rewarded. However, if you can't return and need to rely on my old face, then you better work hard for me. And if I have to ask others for help, you might find yourself hiding your identity for quite some time. As Su Tian spoke, he couldn't help but let out a hearty laugh. However, Lin Hai sensed a profound loneliness and helplessness in Su Tian's words. Indeed, this was a last resort for Su Tian. Lin Hai understood that altering a warship was a serious crime, and the fact that this general was willing to help him was already a sign of valuing talent. He rubbed his head and replied, Don't worry, General. I won't let you down. With that, Su Tian sighed deeply and left the cargo ship with his men. Now, The most pressing issue was that Lin Hai had to complete the modifications on the cargo ship within the very limited time they had in this country. Their visa wouldn't last long. Meanwhile, on the other side, Zhang Shanqing, who had just disembarked and was wandering nearby, was suddenly bound by a group of people. They violently beat him, knocking out several of his teeth, and he lay on the ground, wailing in agony. I haven't offended you. Who are you? Why are you hitting me? Please stop. Help. Help. His cries echoed with fear and desperation. Hearing his cries, the assailants couldn't help but sneer. Humph. You're the one who killed our relatives and friends, aren't you? I've heard that you're the one behind the weapon modifications on that ship. The leader, a Somali man, looked extremely furious. His brother had died, apparently because of the people on that cargo ship. After some investigation, he learned that the person wandering nearby was the mastermind behind the equipment modifications on the ship. He gathered his relatives and friends to confront this man and sought to beat him to death in revenge for his brother. However, hearing the words of the Somali men, Zhang Shanqing was even more bewildered. He couldn't understand them. The fearful wails continued as he was beaten mercilessly, almost turning him into a swollen mess. Just then, several gunshots rang out from a distance, and the Somali security team arrived, along with Su Tian. What is going on here? A serious voice rang out, and the lead Somali guards quickly pulled those people aside. However, the next moment, when they looked at the guy in front of them who resembled a pig's head, they nearly threw him out. Here's what happened. At this moment, Su Tian walked over, curiously observing the situation in front of him and blinking his eyes. But right after that, the now bruised and battered Zhang Shanqing spotted Su Tian in the crowd and immediately cried out, General, General. It's me, Zhang Shanqing. Chapter 31, Upgrading the Cannon. All handmade. Hearing the words from that pig-headed guy made Su Tian want to rush over, but he was clearly startled. After all, the creature-like appearance was indeed a bit shocking. However, when he heard what this guy had to say, the surprise on his face was quickly replaced by a look of disgust as he glanced oddly at the person in front of him. He then shook his head. I don't know you, and please don't block my way. With that, Su Tian left under the protection of the Somali troops. But before he departed, he turned back for a moment. Hopefully, this kid could really surprise him. Of course, even if there was no surprise, he would still save him. After all, this kid was crucial to the future of national defense. If anything went wrong, not even 1,000 people could replace Lin Hai's life. Besides, he didn't want to keep a venomous snake, one that endangered lives and intended to harm his savior, by his side. No brains, no thoughts. He still had to return home to deal with pressing matters. He had no time to waste with someone like this. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, it was the next day. At this moment, the port still seemed calm and leisurely. Meanwhile, on the Lin family's ship, everyone occasionally glanced towards Lin Hai's room, their expressions somewhat restless. After all, even though they didn't quite understand what that general had discussed with Lin Hai yesterday, they could guess that the journey back would surely be fraught with difficulties. Countless challenges were likely on the horizon. At that time, their family could very well perish on the road. The key to their survival lay with Lin Hai, who was deep in thought inside the cabin. Simultaneously, in his room, Lin Hai was fine-tuning the system. His technical analysis of the Ford-class frigate had allowed him to gather relevant technological knowledge. For instance, that ship was just an ordinary vessel. It was a Bergflight II frigate, a well-known variant of the famous Arleigh Burke-class destroyer that had undergone numerous modifications. As he looked at the various data displayed on the system panel for this ship, Lin Hai was nearly drooling. To be honest, if he had such a ship, he would be set for life. What can I say? If pirates showed up at sea, he wouldn't even fear the Navy. This frigate was equipped with two -41 Malawian Quachas vertical launching systems, VLS, with a total of 96 missile and rocket launch tubes. Capable of reloading standard SM-2 surface-to-air missiles and VLA anti-submarine rockets. Although it couldn't be armed with Tomahawk missiles, it was still a formidable weapon. On the combat system front, the Bergflight IIA's Aegis version was baseline 6. In terms of helicopter operations, it could even carry SH-60B anti-submarine helicopters, with its anti-submarine warfare system being the LAMPS 3 SQQ-89 V10. It was safe to say that it was overflowing with firepower, reaching an extreme level. One wrong move, and it would be an explosion, dominant and terrifying. Unfortunately, looking at so many good things, Lin Hai's expression turned grim. There are a lot of great items and many things that can be done. If it were possible to install these weapon systems, it would be absolutely amazing. But the most critical issue right now is that these things cannot be installed. Why do I say that? Let us not even mention other factors, the fire control systems. Corresponding missiles and anti-submarine systems on board all require a significant amount of time and effort, not to mention a lot of funding and resources. Although Lin Hai has a system to analyze the weapons and various systems, The key issue is that without materials, how can anything be created? Even if you ask Lin Hai to try making it by hand, he wouldn't be able to pull it off. It's really frustrating. For now, let us categorize and list these systems, focusing on the shipborne and various systems for disassembly and reorganization. The weapon systems can be modified to accommodate the missiles and certain onboard weapons. At the same time, those on the ship can be sold to some smaller pirate factions, letting them fight among themselves. That is something to consider later. Next is the damage control system, which is the most crucial aspect. You must understand that if a ship is attacked and sustains damage, if the damage control system cannot function properly or is extremely poor, it could turn the ship into a glass cannon. One hit, and it's gone, and it might even suffer structural failure due to recoil. That is a real headache. How can we turn these troubles into something practically usable? Lin Hai stroked his chin and gazed ahead, deep in thought. System adjusting and differentiating management. Processing systems that are currently not applicable, while retaining a simplified version of the Aegis system. As he watched the system interface simulate, Lin Hai suddenly had an idea and spoke up. The system's role lies here. It seemed that the system heard Lin Hai's voice, and a cold voice echoed in his ear. The system is currently auto-simulating, expanding the upper structure's volume, removing most of the CIWS and its installation bases, retaining some CIWS bases, configuring 2 sets of -41 Malawian Quachas VLS, maintaining 4 sets of 8-cell launchers at the bow, deleting the SQR 19-line array sonar. Lin Hai glanced at the prompts displayed before him, and his expression grew increasingly neutral. Good grief, it's still unaffordable. There are many special steels here that I simply cannot procure, and there is also a type of military-grade stealth material that is technically very complicated. Delete stealth technology. Delete onboard helicopter technology. Temporarily delete anti-submarine technology. After all, I don't have stealth capabilities or onboard helicopters right now. Who would I use them for? Just leave a large empty space for the enemy to shoot missiles into? Lin Hai isn't foolish. He continued to speak while looking ahead. The -45 Malawian Quachas Mod for 127mm gun with a 62 caliber barrel, the LASM ground attack missile, the cancellation of GPS-guided bombs, and the introduction of the -46 Malawian Quachas Mod 1 electro-optical fire control system. Cancel, cancel, cancel. One by one. The data and technologies on the system interface were being scrapped, with line after line of technical changes piling up for who knows how long. After a long while, Lin Hai took a deep breath. Barely. After numerous revisions and cuts, he had used up 90 of the bonus. Next, he would need to live here for a while longer. And then he needed a lathe, an angle grinder. But where could he find a lathe and an angle grinder on such a large ship? This technical blueprint looked useful, but now it was practically useless. Chapter 32. You're going to the flea market to buy this? On top of needing high precision for this kind of military-grade weaponry, he had nothing at the moment. Where could he possibly get it from? Helpless, Lin Hai could only leave the cabin, and then, son, if we really can't figure this out, let us just take a plane and leave when the time comes. What is there to worry about leaving the boat here? Lin Baishun hurried over to his son as he emerged, handed him a bottle of water, and expressed his concerns. After all, they were just an ordinary family. Encountering danger here and risking the whole family wouldn't be worthwhile. However, hearing his father's words, Lin Hai couldn't help but sigh. It sounded simple, but it was quite difficult in practice. Moreover, if they just went back to their country like this, Lin Hai felt they might get arrested for illegally modifying the ship, and then his father would certainly be interrogated as well. Even if they managed to evade capture, it would be such a waste to finally arrive in this era, equipped with a system, only to do nothing and slink back home. Lin Hai was truly unwilling to accept that, having the technology right in front of him but being unable to use it. It was really frustrating. He shook his head helplessly, and just then, his father suggested again, why don't you head to the nearby flea market for a bit? Staying cooped up in the cabin isn't good for you. If you end up getting sick, your mom will be after me. Hearing the mention of the flea market, Lin Hai paused. Right. How could he forget about that? Although he could never report the ship modification to the Somali government or their officials, the situation in Somalia was definitely chaotic. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many pirates around. What if? He wandered around the flea market. They might secretly sell things like angle grinders and tools, which would be incredibly helpful if he could use them temporarily. With that thought, Lin Hai turned to his father. No, he needed to think of a way to disguise himself. Otherwise, walking into the flea market brazenly. Did they really think the people who heard about them killing pirates yesterday were all dead? The news about their ship taking down those pirates had spread like wildfire. If someone recognized them, it would be a huge problem. So, going to the flea market required some caution. Thus, by the afternoon, The two of them were bundled up tightly, looking like two coat racks in the sweltering heat as they arrived at the flea market. There was no denying that there were a lot of goods here. After walking for a short while, Lin Hai spotted several bloody refrigerators, along with vendors selling guns and ammunition, as well as various materials. He didn't know how long he had been wandering. But just as Lin Hai was about to head back, feeling like he had seen enough for the day, he suddenly heard a disgruntled voice coming from the roadside. This ship model isn't right, is it? It looks a bit like a Burke, but also resembles. I mean, you didn't just slap two different models together, did you? I enjoy buying these warship models at flea markets, but don't treat me like a fool. An annoyed voice echoed beside him, filled with frustration. When Lin Hai turned his head, he saw a beautiful girl glaring at a tall vendor. The girl was wearing a long dress and appeared to be Caucasian, though it was hard to tell if she was from Europe or the United States. After taking a brief look at the model in their hands, Lin Hai shook his head. The craftsmanship was rough, and the overall proportions of the model were off. By standard naval proportions, it resembled a big-headed doll. To think something like this could be sold here to con people, he sighed, and decided it was better to head home early today. There were still parts of the market he hadn't explored, and he planned to inquire tomorrow about places that might have angle grinders, lathes, or any facilities for crafting precision weapons. If they had them, he could also check for special steel materials and some optical cables he needed. Unfortunately, they only had about a month left. He needed to modify everything on the ship during this time. Otherwise, escaping from here would be incredibly difficult. He didn't want to waste his time on trivial matters. However, upon hearing Lin Hai's words, the vendor's face paled slightly, as if Lin Hai had struck a nerve, leaving him momentarily stunned. Meanwhile, the pretty girl suddenly approached Lin Hai, sizing him up with a curious expression before smiling and extending her hand. Hello, I'm Ellie. May I ask who you are? You seem to know a lot about ship models. At her words, Lin Hai couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. After all, he still had various things to take care of, and he wasn't in the mood to chat with the girl right now. He shook his head. Just an ordinary person. I need to find some things. Upon hearing this, the beautiful girl jumped in front of Lin Hai again, her face now showing a hint of curiosity. Ordinary person? I'm just an ordinary person too. My father is the manager of this flea market. If you need anything, maybe I can help you. Should I contact my father to find what you're looking for? With her head tilted and her captivating light blue eyes, Lin Hai found himself pausing for a moment. The manager of the flea market. He wondered if they could help him find some materials. Let me introduce myself first. I'm Zhang Shui, and I'm also a merchant who makes model ships. If you can help me find these materials, as well as an angle grinder and the corresponding lathe, I might be able to help you get a good ship model in return. Lin Hai let out a chuckle, and the emotions in his eyes became increasingly evident. He wasn't sure if the girl in front of him would help him out, although she seemed to really like the ship model just now. If she could see clearly, she would notice that the materials he needed were quite unusual. Despite feeling a bit awkward about deceiving the girl, Lin Hai thought that if it meant he could leave, then so be it. As he spoke, the girl paused for a moment, taken aback by his words. Chapter 33, 42 Malawian Kwaches. These materials were unfamiliar to her. But after pondering for a moment, the girl suddenly spoke up. If you need some tools for processing, I can provide them for you. However, I'm not really familiar with these materials. Maybe you could check out the black market. The name sounded intriguing. Could it be a place for clandestine transactions? Lin Hai's expression turned thoughtful. Is there any danger in the black market? He asked. Well, if it's a normal transaction, based on my connections and my father's reputation, there usually isn't much risk. But most of the people in the black market are pirates. They steal from others, and while I understand the moral implications, if you want to buy something, it seems you might have to go through them. They tend to have a wide variety of goods. I see. So buying from pirates to deal with pirates. Lin Hai couldn't help but chuckle. Let us go take a look. It might come in handy. Just take me to the area nearby, and then you can head back. Once I've picked up what I need, I'll come to the flea market to get in touch with you. Lin Hai smiled, and the girl nodded in agreement. He was doing this to protect her. Although these military-grade facilities and materials might not seem useful to an average person, if someone with discerning eyes came along, they could potentially piece things together. If it led back to her, it would be his fault. Even though the girl seemed nice, he couldn't treat her like a fool. So, he had to keep some things under wraps. Before long, under Ellie's guidance, Lin Hai arrived at the largest black market trading area nearby. It looked like a fishing village, surrounded by many boats and various large trucks. Ahead, several roads were guarded by different groups of pirates. There are all kinds of things here. If you're interested, I can introduce them to you one by one, Ellie said enthusiastically. However, Lin Hai shook his head, seriously gazing ahead. No need. You should head back. I'll find what I need here. And once I confirm I've got everything ready, I'll come look for you. Saying this, Lin Hai gentlemanly gave Ellie a hug before stepping into the bustling black market. Soon enough, Lin Hai found most of the materials he needed. After all, this was a gathering place for pirates. The goods from various ships weren't of much use to them. They stole those items just to sell for money. And as for the buyers, they didn't care who they were, as long as the transaction was made. As long as you could get your hands on it and weren't caught by others, what you bought was your business. Thus, Lin Hai purchased missile components, corresponding explosive control systems, weapon parts, and all sorts of valuable items. After categorizing everything meticulously, he couldn't help but admire the high quality of the goods sold by the pirates. He decided that he would definitely reward them for their good deeds in the future. Next, through Ailey's introduction, Lin Hai met the owner of a military factory. Indeed, while tools like angle grinders and lathes were rare in the area, they certainly existed. For someone like Ailey's father, who had certain resources, it was quite simple. After inspecting the place, Lin Hai couldn't help but widen his eyes in amazement. What fantastic equipment, stamping machine molds beautifully produced in the 1970s, complete production lines, and a wide range of foundational machinery. Although the models here might not be the best in the world, many of the machines were more than capable of producing materials needed for destroyers and frigates. Then, he brought along his neighbors to help out. Although they didn't know how to operate the machines, they were great at moving heavy objects and transporting materials. After all, he couldn't expect others to drive their trucks back and forth for him. If anyone saw their ships, even a blind person could tell what Lin Hai and his crew were up to. During this time, Lin Hai dedicated himself to developing missiles. Until one day, looking at the silver-colored, somewhat cold-looking 42 Malawian kwacha's shell in front of him, he could barely contain his excitement. This was truly a major breakthrough for him. With this, he wouldn't have to worry about not being able to produce a second one. With this missile launcher, he could easily create the corresponding missiles. Lin Hai's well-equipped scientific mind was telling him that this was their savior. Soon after, Lin Hai and his family began manufacturing the naval guns they needed to expand, as well as general-purpose machine guns and various types of ammunition. Finally, once the last 42 Malawian kwachas was completed, everyone took a well-deserved break. It had been over half a month already. Looking at these rough products in front of him, Lin Hai couldn't help but smirk. If it weren't for the fear of taking too long, he would have made even more things. But now that these items were ready, the most troublesome issue arose. They were all valuable, but the target was just too big. How would they transport all of this back? With so many items, if left outside, it would be obvious to anyone that something was amiss. He scratched his head, lost in thought, and this pondering took a whole day. After a day of brainstorming, he felt a bit overwhelmed. No matter what method he thought of, there was no way to move these items without attracting attention. It seemed to have turned into a deadlock, another deadlock. With a helpless sigh, just as Lin Hai was about to let everyone take a proper rest, a sudden cough echoed from the now quiet entrance. At that moment, everyone was lost in joy, but Lin Hai keenly noticed the sound of the door opening and closing. He furrowed his brow and glanced at a few people nearby. He saw that several uncles standing next to his father had already picked up the firearms Lin Hai had prepared during this time. After all, Lin Hai wasn't a fool. Creating things on someone else's turf required a certain level of skill. Meanwhile, the door slowly creaked open, and a gentleman wearing a black sun hat walked in. He held a box of cigars in his hand, and his fair skin signified that he was not like the other Somalians. Chapter 34. My heart will always be with my country. After seeing the cautious looks in Lin Hai's eyes, he chuckled softly. Hello, sir. It's a pleasure to meet you, and I'm thrilled to witness such a remarkable treasure. As he spoke, he excitedly glanced at the object in front of Lin Hai. He then looked at Lin Hai with a gleam of joy in his eyes. Indeed, he was a young genius capable of building warships. I'm delighted to meet you. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Scoff. Hearing the man's words, Lin Hai furrowed his brows and turned to glance at his father and the others, confirming that they had their weapons at the ready. I truly admire you, young sir. If you're interested, perhaps we could collaborate. Lin Hai frowned at this suggestion. Meanwhile, Scoff continued. You possess extraordinary military intellect, and creating these weapons should be easy for you. After all, this is America, home to active warships equipped with the most advanced missile launchers. 42 Malawian kwachas. What a beautiful and mystifying name it carries. I absolutely love this name, and I also appreciate the person who gave it. As he spoke, his eyes sparkled with excitement as he looked at Lin Hai. Perhaps if you stay here, you could enjoy privileges that your country cannot offer. You could create weapons, and I would assist you in testing their effectiveness, leveraging our resources. This way, we could gain a voice in this land. He spoke with a serious tone, filled with ambition. In this savage land, military power is the strongest proof of one's worth. Lin Hai was momentarily taken aback by his words, and then he watched as Skov continued to recount his family history. They hailed from the city of Bailing Baishan in America, and many years ago, they spotted business opportunities here, prompting the entire family to relocate for trade. However, Their initial venture was not smooth. The locals valued only military strength and capability, such as killing and smuggling. They faced many setbacks at first, but gradually began to establish themselves in recent years. Now, due to his daughter, he had suddenly discovered this extraordinary young man. Perhaps the other party could help their family rise to prominence here. Lin Hai observed Skov, frowning slightly. He appreciated the man's goodwill, but replied, "If I wanted to, perhaps I could indeed achieve something here with you." However, Lin Hai wore a wry smile. "My heart will always be with my country. Currently, our nation's technology has yet to develop, so how could I possibly assist another country? I believe you are aware of the difficulties our homeland is currently facing, which is why I cannot agree to your proposal." Upon hearing this, Skov was momentarily stunned. Then he smiled and gave a thumbs up. "Many years ago, in the Great Bear Country, I felt the same patriotic spirit. You are a remarkable young man, one that I truly admire. It's a pleasure to meet you. But at the same time, I hope you won't forget me when you return to your country. If the opportunity arises, we could still do business together." Hearing this left Lin Hai somewhat stunned. He never expected the other party to say such a thing. After all, Lin Hai had just rejected him. According to typical villain theories, he would have already exploded with rage and wanted to eliminate Lin Hai. It seemed that the other person noticed the conflict in Lin Hai's eyes and chuckled. "Little guy, I know what you're thinking, but it would be quite reckless of me to offend such a brilliant scientist." Looking into the sincerity of the other person's gaze, Lin Hai nodded and extended his hand. "If there's a chance, I hope we can meet again. I will always remember my friends and keep in touch with them." Lin Hai made himself clear. He wouldn't forget the other party in the future, affirming their friendship. Listening to Lin Hai, Shikov couldn't help but smile even more broadly. Compared to the superficial smile earlier, he seemed genuinely happy now. He nodded in agreement, recognizing this as an investment, a connection that could be beneficial. After glancing at the missile launcher in front of Lin Hai, he said, "You must be worried about how to take this big thing back. Perhaps I have a solution." Upon hearing this, Lin Hai was momentarily taken aback. However, he soon heard shouting from outside, followed by a large group of people arriving with a crane. Lin Hai then proceeded to produce several more launchers, watching as they were transported away. Honestly, while witnessing their transportation, Lin Hai realized the advantages of having locals handle such matters. If he were to do this alone, it wouldn't take long before attracting the locals' attention and possibly alerting the authorities, leading to serious trouble. But with Shikov, everything seemed incredibly straightforward. A forklift drove straight into the port, and the patrolling soldiers willingly stepped aside, allowing Shikov and his team to move their goods onto the deck. It was as if those people, after being slipped some cigarettes or cash, smiled and left the area, even stopping others from approaching. Watching this remarkable scene, Lin Hai couldn't help but smirk. This is what having connections can achieve. Quickly, he marked out the corresponding areas and had the missile launchers assembled. Meanwhile, Lin Hai and Shikov chatted as they observed the workers assembling the equipment. Unbeknownst to them, time passed, and the sky gradually darkened. At that moment, Shikov invited Lin Hai to taste some delicacies specially modified by their team for this region. Delicious barbecue paired with milk beer, along with an array of tasty dishes, filled the table as Lin Hai joined in the festivities. The atmosphere was lively and joyous, except for one person, Shikov, who kept trying to pour drinks down Lin Hai's throat. This pale-skinned man seemed to be scheming something, his eyes fixated on Lin Hai, with no change in his expression. After the banquet, as everyone else drifted off to sleep, Shikov approached Lin Hai, who was about to leave. He said, "Perhaps I can still offer you some assistance." He handed Lin Hai a list. And when Lin Hai took a look, he was surprised to find it contained some much-needed ammunition. Given the short time frame, Lin Hai had been scrimping and saving, working hard to supply his ammunition needs. Chapter 35, The Medium-Sized Pirate Crew. But now, looking at the things in front of him, he furrowed his brows and glanced toward Skov. Why was he helping him so much? Was it just friendship? Seeing the certainty in Skov's eyes, he was momentarily taken aback. All right, it really is friendship. After shaking hands with him, he didn't say much more. After all, there was a significant challenge awaiting them the next day. Gazing at the shimmering water surface, he took a moment of excited silence before speaking up. "From now on, I promise I will never forget our friendship." Receiving a reassuring response, Skov was clearly very pleased, his eyes narrowing with happiness. "Thank you, young sir. If you come to Somalia again, perhaps you and my daughter could become very good friends. I seem to remember how you folks say it. Maybe we could become in-laws?" The latter half of his sentence almost made Lin Hai spit out his beer. Staring blankly at Skov, he looked into his eyes before quickly ushering the others off the ship. The next day, shortly after dawn, Lin Hai and their ship set sail under the escort of the local coast guard. After all, although Somalia is large, it is still not very strong compared to Lin Hai's homeland. The last time they faced an attack, they had to show some respect this time. However, looking at the shabby state of the surrounding Coast Guard ships, Lin Hai turned to glance at Skov waiting by the harbor. Set sail. At the command, the people in the harbor quickly turned into tiny figures. After an unknown amount of time, Skov swung his staff with a flick of his wrist. A sharp glint appeared in his previously silent eyes as he lowered his head. I hope you won't let me down. Hearing Skov's words, a figure nearby who looked like a strategist spoke up. Sir, I don't quite understand. If you value this young man so much, why not recruit him? He may be young, but his talent should be useful to us. Upon hearing his strategist's words, Skov's expression darkened, and a cold glint flashed in his eyes as he replied, but what does that matter? His loyalty lies with his country. If I force him to stay here, what good would that do? Besides, should I really contend with all the pirate crews around me? Skov shook his head disdainfully. What I value is his potential and the benefits he might bring me. Right now, if he hasn't brought me any benefits, forcing him to convert that value could only hurt me. He is a very good young man, but the value he can offer must be visible. Only by surviving and breaking through can his value make me take him more seriously. With that, Skov shook his head again, swung his cane, and walked away. Meanwhile, not far from the harbor, a group of men dressed in the local traditional attire, looking rather fierce, were squinting through their binoculars at the escort fleet nearby. The leader of this group was Miguel, the head of the largest pirate gang in Somalia, known as the Devourers. In the past, anyone targeted by them faced certain death. The Devourers were not your ordinary pirates. They exclusively recruited retired soldiers from Somalia, well-versed in firearms, hand-to-hand combat, and killing. Under Miguel's leadership, the pirate gang had expanded repeatedly. He had established himself as the most formidable force in the area, setting the rules for other pirate groups. This time, however, he never expected someone would dare to break his rules. Miguel was furious. He glared coldly at the ships in the distance and said, "The Sea Wolf has brought shame upon us, and now our reputation is being trampled by those damned meat tickets." The Sea Wolf ship was attacked by these damned meat tickets, and now he is a wreck. If it weren't for the fact that he is completely crippled and has announced his retirement from piracy, I would tear him to shreds. A chilling, bone-deep aura filled the air, and the murderous intent hung heavy, causing the surrounding pirates to roar with rage. But only Miguel, as the leader, understood the reality. The Sea Wolf had sent all his accumulated wealth to their pirate gang, which led to the current announcement of ambushing that damned ship. "How many are ready to partake in this heist?" he asked. "Yemi." He turned to his second-in-command. Upon hearing his name, a towering black man, who resembled a mountain, removed his sunglasses and crushed them in his hand. This was Yemi, the second-in-command of the Devourers. He glanced at the updates beside him and said, "I've heard that all the large and medium-sized pirate gangs nearby are involved, including the Somali Coastal Guard, the Somali Maritime Escort Team, and the Makale Pirates. They're all waiting for our orders." Hearing this, Miguel chuckled. "Good, very good. It's time for them to take action." He glared greedily at the ships in the distance, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. On the other side, at that very moment on the ocean, the Somali Coast Guard had already left. Lin Hai was rallying the crew on the ship, saying, "Don't be afraid, don't worry. We have many weapon systems installed on the ship, including the latest defense systems. If we were to face a warship, we could hold our own." Of course, while the first part of Lin Hai's statement was true, the latter part was a matter of perspective. After all, to defeat a warship, they had to contend with a ship that was inferior to their current state, considering that the materials used for their vessel were not top-tier military-grade steel. Most of those who boarded earlier were weapon systems and damage control systems, so Lin Hai didn't have much to contribute. There simply wasn't enough time. However, listening to Lin Hai, the expressions of those around him visibly brightened, as if they were gradually calming down. Yes, they hadn't forgotten about the missile launching systems and the upgraded weaponry that had come on board. If those things truly proved useful, perhaps this pirate situation would turn out to be just a minor hiccup. The more they thought about it, the more excited they became. And some couldn't help but speak up. "I really want to see how these pirates meet their end this time. We don't need to worry. Especially with a genius like Lin Hai on our side." "Exactly. Little Hai will definitely not let us down." Chapter 36, Talking about Military Literacy. After some discussion, the atmosphere gradually became more relaxed compared to before. It seemed that most people had calmed down. Meanwhile, the Lin family members who were observing noticed something unusual not far away. A number of speedboats were approaching from 3 different directions. They were planning to encircle us. They must have figured out our weaponry. They knew we were using machine guns and naval artillery, most of which were mounted on the sides and operated manually with primary maneuvering assistance. These individuals appeared to have received specialized training, preparing to use a 3-sided encirclement strategy, targeting the hull and rear fuel storage areas to immobilize our ship. A Lin family member who had served in the military spoke up, his expression grim. This tactic could only be derived from professional training and research. Otherwise, it would be impossible for these pirates to have such skills. If no one had taught them, how could these pirates possibly understand military tactics? Moreover, most of the encircling forces were Somali pirates, heavily armed and willing to take risks. What does this mean? It means they would surround the crew and weapon operators on the cargo ships with sheer numbers, launching a widespread attack. 10 of us, armed with submachine guns or rifles, would easily overpower 1 or 2 operators with general-purpose machine guns. Then, with the majority of their weapons, they could take down 1 or 2 of us without any trouble. You wouldn't even have a chance to resist, and would ultimately become their defeated foe. But now, the 3-sided encirclement strategy is impressive. Is this the work of the United States? They must be secretly training these guys on how to deal with us. At this moment, the people on the ship began to curse. Those damn Americans have caused us to lose so many ships and have killed so many of our people. If I had the chance, I would. These people are too despicable. What gives them the right to treat us this way? Just because their weapons are superior. The crowd was furious, their anger boiling over. However, just as their rage reached a peak, someone shouted, "Hold on. Don't let anger cloud your judgment. We need to stay cautious. Let us avoid revealing our ultimate weapon for now and use the surrounding naval artillery and machine guns to attack. I will temporarily disable the automatic fire control system and operate manually. Everyone, please be careful. After all, facing so many pirates, there are at least 700 or 800 of them in this encirclement. And this is just the first wave. There could be a second or third wave coming. So, at this moment, it's even more vital to keep our secret weapon concealed. We will engage with the majority of our existing weaponry, making them believe that we only have a few small arms on this side. When the time comes, we will unleash our missiles and determine the victory once and for all." The Lin family members took their positions as instructed by Lin Hai and headed to various key points. Meanwhile, the ships seemed to be moving in a coordinated manner, as if someone were secretly directing them. Sure enough, they intended to use their numbers, speed, and scale to counter the inadequate firepower of Lin Hai's ships. After all, in their current assessment, they believed Lin Hai's vessels were only equipped with naval guns and general-purpose machine guns. As for the heavier firepower, they likely thought Lin Hai and his crew were lacking it, or perhaps still testing the waters. Flames erupted wildly, bullets flew indiscriminately, and countless rounds created waves on the water's surface, splashing droplets everywhere. The chaotic flames, mixed with the sound of shell casings clattering against the deck, were beginning to heat up. However, after the initial panic, the pirates soon realized the apparent weaknesses of Lin Hai's team. These guys are done for. They have no source of weapons or ammunition to replenish their firepower. Who are they trying to intimidate with such a meager display? Let's rush in and wipe out everyone on that ship. Take everything we can. Then we'll use their vessel for target practice, teaching those damned fools that we Somali pirates are not to be trifled with. Anyone who dares to provoke us will meet their end. Yes, let's destroy them. I want to chop down all the men on their ship, and no one better try to stop me." The pirates, convinced that Lin Hai and his crew were out of options, burst into laughter. Some mocked Lin Hai, while others stared intensely, following their plans with fervor. Among them were individuals whose friends and family had been killed in the last raid on Lin Hai's group, fueling their rage even further. Their expressions were twisted, resembling demons clawing their way out of hell, sending a chill down the spine of anyone who looked upon them. The atmosphere was terrifying and unsettling. Before long, their speed increased, with some of them even closing in on Lin Hai's ships, unleashing a barrage of gunfire with their AK-47s and other automatic rifles, aiming to blow up Lin Hai's vessels, to make them feel the relentless passion of the Somali pirates. Simultaneously, the pirates surrounded the ships, hurling grenades and other explosives. Unfortunately for them, the firepower of most of their weapons was nothing more than a minor inconvenience against Lin Hai's massive cargo ship. The cargo vessel was large and formidable enough to take advantage of the approaching pirate ships, executing a swift countermaneuver. Blood spilled on the deck as pirates fell victim to their own recklessness. The air was filled with cries of anguish, screams, and painful wails that seemed never-ending. Amidst the chaos, most of the onlookers failed to notice a peculiar ship appearing not far away. It seemed to be a small combat vessel. The largest pirate crew had finally arrived. Their flag depicted a pitch-black void with menacing fangs and cold eyes, symbolizing the madness of these pirates. Meanwhile, the pirate Captain Miguel looked in the direction of Lin Hai and his crew, a sinister smile creeping across his face. He seemed to envision the fear in Lin Hai's eyes, the terror reflected in their gaze filling him with delight. He greedily smirked, then quickly pressed a button in his hand. In an instant, a cannonball was launched toward Lin Hai's ship. The next moment, there was a loud boom as the cannon fired. The armor plating, barely 30 centimeters thick, was clearly no match for the incoming projectile. Chapter 37. A critical moment. The explosion had rocked the ship's belly, sending violent tremors throughout. The sound of the blast echoed like thunder in the ears of everyone on board. Meanwhile, several observers stationed on the lookout platform lost their footing and nearly fell off. Stay calm. Stay calm. Lin Hai shouted, his voice cutting through the chaos. Everyone, get ready. Someone's fallen on the right side, quickly assist them. And keep your heads low near the bulkhead. That area is reinforced with special steel that standard bullets can't penetrate. Counterattack. We absolutely cannot let those pirates board our ship. Lin Hai's voice was steady, though a hint of panic lurked beneath the surface. He knew that if they couldn't fend off these damned pirates, death was the only outcome awaiting them. He couldn't die, and neither could the Lin family. They had overcome countless hardships to reach this point. They couldn't perish here. He barked orders to those around him, and the Lin family members, motivated by their faith in him, gradually regained their composure. After all, this young man had led them through thick and thin. He had earned their trust. They believed in Lin Hai's ability to get them out of this alive, even if his own confidence wavered. This was a battleground, with cannon fire raining down around them, and some pirates were even attempting to throw grenades onto their ship. The explosions mixed with the cacophony of chaos, sending chills of fear and courage coursing through their hearts. At that moment, the pirate captain fired another cannon, this time circling around to the other side of their ship. With a loud bang, Lin Hai's uncle, who had just climbed up to the lookout, nearly fell into the sea. The pressure of the water was creeping in, and the ship creaked ominously. Just when it seemed all hope was lost, Lin Hai heard a series of beeping sounds beside him. He quickly ducked his head and rushed into the monitoring room at the stern. Inside, virtually all of the pirates' medium and large vessels were marked on the radar. The radar monitoring system was working flawlessly, and the surroundings felt eerily quiet, filled with a sense of impending doom. Lin Hai could see through the radar and the images around him that the faces of the pirates were twisted and terrifying, resembling demons. They were hungry for blood, eager to board the ship and slaughter everyone on it. They believed Lin Hai had no means of resistance left, that this ship was theirs to plunder. Meanwhile, not far away, the pirate captain, Miguel, laughed heartily upon seeing the two gaping holes in the massive cargo ship. His face was alight with excitement. Do you see? Is this the gap between you and me? He seems to be talking to someone. In the next moment, the smile on his face became even more pronounced, while the sinister, terrifying expression resembled that of a malevolent spirit from the mountains. Wipe out all these unsuspecting lambs, one or two at a time, and then send them off with cannon fire. What a massive ship! And it's loaded with so many guns and cannons. Once we've killed all these people, this ship should belong to us, right? As long as any pirate crew among us gets hold of this ship, we'll definitely rise to the top. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Get ready to board. This will become our glory. I just hope my pirate crew can have this ship. I'd trade everything, even my brothers, to get it. But unfortunately, this ship probably belongs to Miguel and his crew. Otherwise, greed, excitement, desire, various emotions were etched on these guys' faces, accompanied by the fury in their eyes. It seemed like they were ready to charge onto the ship, bloodthirsty and ready to slaughter at any moment. Meanwhile, in the operations room of the Forest Sea, missile loading successful, calibrating. Radar calibration complete, fire control system adjusting. Adjustments complete. Launching. One by one, silver launchers on the ship quickly adjusted their positions. At the same time, a plume of white smoke mixed with the fiery scent emanating from the launchers rose into the air. 7 or 8 missiles, trailing flames, swiftly headed toward a nearby target and launched their attack. The sound of thunderous explosions erupted like the arrival of a thunder god, stirring up waves of chaos and fury all around. The explosive force generated a cacophony of anguished screams, leaving one breathless, amidst the painful cries. The fireball of the explosions rapidly engulfed the sea surface, and soon after, more fireballs erupted in the areas where the pirates had gathered most densely. Small mushroom clouds seemed to celebrate a victorious moment, as if they were sending these pirates to their graves. Shattered limbs and blood, along with the dark colors from the missiles' impacts, painted the surrounding sea like a canvas. The sounds of explosions and thunder roared, shaking the very air, as if attempting to burst eardrums. Amidst the intense noise, some pirates who were scattered turned their heads to look back. Behind them, several of the warships they had painstakingly gathered had been reduced to scrap metal. The mangled remnants, mixed with blood and flesh, were unrecognizable. Some even watched in horror as bits of flesh splattered nearby, with one pirate opening his mouth to swallow, only to be met with nausea and terrified screams. Panic, shock, and despair beyond imagination. Amidst the incessant sounds echoing around them, they seemed like one pitiful child after another. The agonizing cries made one instinctively cover their ears. However, In the next moment, the counterattack from Lin Hai and his team finally began. So you thought you could bomb us with your warships, huh? You wanted to take advantage of our insufficient firepower and ammunition, didn't you? One by one, the general-purpose machine guns and weapons that Lin Hai had just set up moments ago quickly took their positions. Soon after, fiery blasts erupted across the deck of the 1,000-ton cargo ship. Chapter 38. Pirates. Who really are the pirates? Fear and shock flashed in the eyes of countless people. Especially among the pirates who had not yet charged forward, disbelief washed over them as they took in the scene before them. After all, this was nothing short of a battle against an army. They never expected that this fight, which they thought was a sure win, would turn out like this. Everything should have gone perfectly. Those damn fools should have been tossed into the ocean like garbage, becoming fish food as they sank into the depths. But what on earth was happening now? Didn't these people only have machine guns and regular cannons? Wasn't that missile that just flew by? At that moment, a slightly shorter, lean black man in the crowd looked increasingly shocked and terrified. With a quivering voice, he exclaimed, "Those are weapons from the beautiful country's warships. That's a missile launch system. 42 Malawian kwaches. We've been tricked. We've all been deceived. Those damn guys from the beautiful country took advantage of us, planning to wipe us out completely. I am Pamir, the brother of Miguel. Everyone, all pirates, gather around me." This lean man, named Pamir, was also the vice captain of the devouring pirates. As he spoke, the once leaderless pirates began to rally around him, one by one. Just as his words fell, the pirates erupted in chaos. How is this possible? You mean those are weapons from the beautiful country's warships? That means those damn pretty boys. I'll remember them. If I make it back this time, I'll kill one for every single one of them. In that moment, the mad pirates understood fear. Without their leader to guide them, they turned into a bunch of helpless insects. After all, real warships wouldn't just have a few meager weapons. They would have overwhelming firepower. If they truly engaged with those warships, the torrential barrage and terrifying weapons would show them who the true masters of the sea were. But right now, these pirates knew nothing. All they understood was that they had been duped by those damned bastards, and after being deceived, their only means of resistance against those bastards would be their anger and frustration. They had to flee quickly, or they would face terrifying retribution. The remaining pirate speedboats scurried away like rats with their tails cut off, frantically heading for the distance, as if that direction held their only hope of safety. Meanwhile, on Lin Hai's ship, having won this battle, everyone was celebrating as if they were at a party. Excitement and joy surging among them. We defeated those pirates. We're no longer afraid of them. If they dare to come back, we'll defend our dignity with the weapons in our hands. Let them try to attack us. Earlier, they boasted about wiping out everyone on our ship. But look at the situation now, just a pile of corpses. It's downright ridiculous. These damn bastards really think they are something special, believing we are still the weak nation they could bully at will. While everyone was celebrating and feeling excited, Lin Hai's frantic shout suddenly caught their attention. "What are you all yelling about? Come help me. I'm about to lose it here, and if nobody comes, my uncle is going to fall." Lin Hai's panicked voice immediately drew everyone's focus. They turned to see him gripping his uncle with one hand and his father with the other. The chaos on the ship moments ago had been overwhelming. The blast had frightened everyone so much that they could barely lift their heads. Amidst the deafening explosions, it felt like they were staring death in the face. Lin Shu and Lin Baishan had it the worst. One nearly fell from the lookout tower straight into the sea. And if Lin Hai hadn't yanked him back with all his strength, he would have become nothing more than a pile of flesh in the water. As for Lin Hai's father, Lin Baishan, things were even more comical. He had intended to rescue his brother. But who could have predicted that a stray bullet would nearly send him to the afterlife? It grazed his thigh, causing him to almost tumble into the ocean. Seeing the scene unfold, the family of Lin Hai's uncle quickly reacted, along with Lin Hai's mother, to pull the two to safety. Wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, Lin Shu looked at the lookout tower with a face full of fear and said, "Oh man, I almost became. Now that I think about it, my heart is still racing. Thank goodness Baishan saved me." He turned his head and saw Lin Baishan drenched in sweat. Just as he was about to offer some words of comfort, Lin Hai suddenly spoke up. "Quick, get some medicine. My dad seems to have been hit by a stray bullet." Chaos ensued again as everyone rushed to bandage Lin Baishan's wounds. Once things calmed down, Lin Hai looked up towards the radar control room in the distance. "Let us keep pushing forward and wipe out those damned pirates on the islands. We'll unleash every missile we have. Let them know we're not to be trifled with. If they dare to ambush us here, I'll make them pay." Lin Hai's expression was fierce with anger, but deep down, he felt a sense of relief and satisfaction. To be honest, he wasn't as angry as he appeared on the surface. After all, he had successfully saved his family and dealt a blow to those wretched pirates. The largest pirate gang and so many others nearby had been eradicated. It was clear that Somali piracy would suffer a significant decline for decades to come. The entire Somali coastline would undergo a massive transformation. This was a great protection not only for Lin Hai but also for future traders who might venture here. Listening to Lin Hai's words, a look of surprise appeared on Lin Baishuan's face at this moment, as he stared incredulously at his son. He never expected his son to possess such a lethal nature. He launched all the missiles, chasing down those pirates and leaving them with no place to bury their bodies. This seemed a bit too much. After a deep silence of 2 seconds, Lin Baishuan nodded. He ultimately decided to support his son. After all, whatever his son said was what mattered. These things were all created by him, so it should be up to him to handle them. Chapter 39, Emergency Docking. The warship was stunned. Thus, Lin Hai and his companions began a grand pursuit of the pirates. The violent roar mingled with a thunderous brilliance, echoing in all directions. Amidst the booming sound, at this very moment, the pirates were fleeing in panic, some pleading for Lin Hai to spare them, while others, faces filled with fear, had terror etched deep in their eyes. The sight of them resembled those who had completely lost their courage. The deafening noise erupted around them, creating a flurry of blood splatters. It wasn't until the weapons aboard Lin Hai's ship were nearly exhausted that everyone finally stopped. Their rapid breathing, combined with expressions of sheer terror, painted shock across their faces. They never imagined that one day they would have the opportunity to deal with pirates in such a manner. The gruesome scene turned the surrounding waters a deep crimson. After a moment of silence, one by one, their gazes turned towards Lin Hai, their eyes filled with anticipation, surprise, and contemplation. They were waiting for Lin Hai to provide them with the final answer. What should they do next? Go home? The act of illegally converting a cargo ship into a warship capable of launching missiles was undoubtedly a provocation against the state. Would returning lead to a favorable outcome? Moreover, given the current weakness of the domestic navy, if they return now, everyone's eyes flickered uncertainly, and at that moment, Lin Hai spoke up. Let's head home first. After all, we must share both hardship and joy together. Upon hearing this, the others seemed to be inspired, realizing that they should indeed return home first. After all, his home was not here. A wailing sound rose from the deck, accompanied by a noise reminiscent of a siren, gradually reaching everyone's ears. In the next instant, the cargo ship started up and headed towards the horizon. The return journey was evidently much simpler than the outward one, with increased speed, especially since this ship was equipped with engines that Lin Hai had specifically modified. Within half a month, while they were sailing on the sea, they received a warning via telegram. Warning, warning, vessels ahead. You have entered our national territorial waters. Please report your vessel's identification number and cease all movement immediately. Repeat warning. The sound of helicopters, sirens, and the piercing beeping of radar alarms gradually filled Lin Hai's ears. At the same time, several warships gathered from nearby. Their gleaming white hulls, shining decks, and armed soldiers above seemed to convey the vigilance felt by all on board. A large group of soldiers seemed to surround them, as if to seal off everyone in sight. Watching the serious figures on the helicopters and warships, even Lin Hai felt a bit tense at that moment. There were too many of them. The imposing presence combined with the soldiers' expressions, as if they were ready to charge at any moment, added an air of intimidation to the surroundings. Meanwhile, Lin Hai hurriedly shouted over the ship's communication channel, instructing everyone to gather on the deck, to stay away from the weapons and the general-purpose machine guns. At the same time, he emphasized their identity clearly, stating that they were just an ordinary cargo ship, and they should not show any signs of aggression. His urgent commands conveyed his vigilance. Just as the surrounding ships closed in completely, Lin Hai then saw a group of individuals, dressed in white lab coats and appearing to be middle-aged, ascend onto their cargo ship under the protection of the soldiers. As soon as they boarded, they began to meticulously examine the weapons on Lin Hai's ship. It was astonishing. How did these weapons look like they had just been manufactured? But why did the ammunition seem a bit like it came from a small private workshop? Don't look at that machine gun over there. Come check out these. This resembles a brand new 42 Malawian Quach's missile launch system. How is this possible? I thought these were supposed to be the latest equipment from the beautiful country. And why is there no specific military marking on these items? What is going on here? Most puzzling of all was how there could be so many weapons on a cargo ship. Wasn't this supposed to be a cargo vessel? The expressions of everyone present showed confusion and bewilderment. At that moment, a loud, booming laugh echoed, accompanied by a commanding stride. Su Tian was extremely pleased at that moment. He raised his gaze to the surrounding weapons, his eyes wide with astonishment and disbelief. To be honest, he had thought Lin Hai and his crew would call for help, that they would be no match for those foreign pirates, and he was ready to send a warship at that time. He had even stationed someone nearby. If Lin Hai faced any trouble, they would move to the area near international waters. Once the telegram was sent, the nearest warship would be dispatched at the fastest speed. They would also issue stern warnings, prohibiting the pirates from harming anyone on board. Otherwise, they wouldn't hesitate to go to war. Everything was prepared, ready for any eventuality. This time, regardless of whether Lin Hai could navigate through the pirates' predicament, he wouldn't allow a young person to shoulder the burdens that should be borne by them. Moreover, when citizens abroad face humiliation and danger, it is their duty to step in and protect the safety of their fellow citizens. The people are innocent, but he really never anticipated this. Lin Hai actually managed to come back, and in such an incredible way. He didn't ask for help. Didn't request any weapons or equipment from them, and didn't even make contact with their official forces over there. Everything was so perfect that it was almost mind-boggling. One would think that Lin Hai and his team would encounter at least some crises along the way, but instead, this little guy has caused such a huge commotion. 42 Malawian Kwaches. When the nearby warships saw the missiles being launched from Lin Hai's ship, they were utterly stunned. Chapter 40, Patriotism. How to put it? It feels like suddenly witnessing a gorilla running wild on a basketball court, completely dominating all the star teams with a score of 0 to 90. Absurd, right? Unbelievable, right? Shocking, right? It's hard to imagine. A multitude of emotions surged within them, igniting their feelings rapidly. The battleships reacted immediately and relayed this information to Su Tian. After receiving the news, Su Tian quickly responded accordingly. This led to the report about the warships surrounding Lin Hai's cargo ship. At that moment, Su Tian gazed silently at Lin Hai. After a brief pause, he spoke, "You clever boy. Even I didn't see this coming. You actually brought back so many valuable items. If I'm not mistaken, someone in Somalia must have offered you a fantastic deal. Why didn't you accept it? If you had stayed there, you could have made a fortune, money that would last you a lifetime. You would have access to many pleasures that are hard to find back home, even things you might not even be aware of. With all these temptations, why did you choose to come back?" As Su Tian spoke, his gaze sharpened, revealing a deeper intensity in his eyes. Listening to Su Tian, Lin Hai stepped forward again and replied, "Because I am a descendant of this nation. The blood that runs through my veins is of the dragon. The blood that has nurtured this land. If I were to abandon my country for a bit of wealth, what difference would there be between me and a traitor? All I want is to return home and serve my motherland. I am a citizen of this country, born here, and when I die, I will be a spirit of this land. General, you wouldn't mind such things, would you?" As he spoke, Lin Hai's expression became more composed, and the aura in his eyes began to shine with determination. A sense of authority mixed with dominance emanated from him. Hearing Lin Hai's words and looking at this young man in front of him, Su Tian fixed his gaze on Lin Hai, his expression unchanged. But the brilliance in his eyes erupted. He felt proud and honored to be a citizen of this nation. Indeed, what Lin Hai had done was on a completely different level compared to what he could currently accomplish. Yes, this kid had illegally transformed a cargo ship to resemble a warship, which was certainly problematic and under normal circumstances. Anyone daring to make such modifications would have ended up in prison. But this kid was different. He not only perfectly integrated foreign naval technology into the cargo ship, but most importantly, he was incredibly familiar with these warship technologies. That was something ordinary people couldn't achieve. Most would only think of putting a few guns on board. Who would go so far as to be so audacious? A genius like him can't just be wiped out. At the same time, Su Tian raised his eyes and spoke. "Indeed, quite impressive. You really have some skills, kid. However, the commotion you caused this time is quite significant. The pirates over in Somalia are all in trouble now. Given the current situation, they probably won't recover for decades. They might even be knocked down for good because of this. You've done a great service. The most crucial part is that, despite such temptation, you managed to return to your homeland." Su Tian said this while blinking his eyes, looking at Lin Hai with a surprised expression. "To have such a patriotic heart, your intentions, just for that, I must salute you." As he spoke, he patted Lin Hai on the shoulder, the smile in his eyes becoming even more apparent. Just as Su Tian finished speaking, someone from the Lin family couldn't help but ask, "What about the stuff on this ship?" As they looked at Lin Hai, their words suddenly halted. All those things on the ship were Lin Hai's temporary experiments. They couldn't just let it go, right? As the crowd fell into a bit of worry, Su Tian suddenly spoke up. "Oh, I just thought of something. That Zhang Shanqing on your ship, he intended to embezzle customer funds, damaging our country's image, and even wanted to collaborate with those pirates to launch a large-scale attack on you. He was also involved in making connections with those pirates. Moreover, he aimed to steal state secrets. Such a villain, how can we not deal with him properly? I know your family has unfinished business with him. To put it bluntly, given his multiple crimes, he is already on the list for life imprisonment. You might only get to see him in prison from now on. Honestly, what do you think about his fate?" Su Tian blinked, and the colors in his eyes were particularly striking. Lin Hai paused, looking at Su Tian. What does he mean by that? What does he think about his fate? Just as Lin Hai was curious and about to speak, Su Tian continued, "Oh, it seems we've handled most of the matters here. You've helped the country a lot. We've basically wrapped everything up. It's just about mealtime. So let me treat you to something to make up for your efforts. How about that?" Su Tian smiled. Seeing his smile, Lin Hai couldn't help but smile back. The abrupt change of topic was quite stiff, but fortunately, there was no one else around. Otherwise, it would have exposed his true intentions. However, listening to Su Tian's words and seeing the expression in his eyes, Lin Hai understood. This was merely a smokescreen from this big shot to protect them. Besides, they weren't particularly fond of that Zhang Shanqing guy anyway, especially Lin Hai. After all, everything was arranged perfectly. They only needed to unload the goods, and then could leave without a care. The beautiful country would definitely not admit to any issues caused by Lin Hai and his team. By then, they would leave without anyone noticing. Those guys from the beautiful country, could they really launch missiles to attack them? Speaking of which, people like this, ungrateful and treacherous, should be locked away in prison for life. Not only would no one have any complaints, but they would actually applaud and cheer for it. Chapter 41, The Banquet on the Ship. The secret base. After a pleasant exchange, everyone quickly followed Su Tian to the nearest base. Upon arriving, the sight of the delicious food laid out before them nearly made everyone drool. A variety of high-quality ingredients were prominently displayed. While seafood like lobsters and crabs were impressive, it was Lin Baishan, who had been standing off to the side, that suddenly noticed the bottles of alcohol on the table. "Oh wow, is that 6th-Gen Matai? No way. Can we really afford this? Am I dreaming?" Hearing Lin Baishuan's words, the wine lovers among the group quickly shifted their attention to the drinks. Their eyes were filled with shock, disbelief, and excitement. This was Matai, although it hadn't skyrocketed in price like it would in later years. 6th-Gen Matai was still a premium drink served at state banquets. Ordinary folks like them had never tasted such luxury. Usually, scoring a few bottles of Erguo was considered a stroke of luck. As they gazed at the dishes before them, the excitement on everyone's faces was palpable. Meanwhile, Su Tian smiled and said, "Please, everyone has endured quite a bit out there, so I certainly can't let you go without a treat. We happen to have some extra here at the base. I'm not sure if you'll like it, but I hope you can enjoy a few drinks." At his words, the crowd erupted in excitement. Of course, they liked it, especially the old wine enthusiasts who were practically glowing with joy. They exchanged banter as they gulped down the drinks. Not long into the banquet, a group of older gentlemen were clearly satisfied with their drinks, their delighted expressions threatening to burst the wrinkles on their faces. "Come on, let us have a few more drinks. Fill our glasses. We can't just have a few sips after coming all this way. We must thank the general for treating us to such a feast today." The Lin family was in high spirits, their excitement almost palpable. However, at their peak of happiness, neither the tipsy Lin Baishan nor the others noticed that Lin Hai had already been taken outside by Su Tian. Lin Hai looked at Su Tian, who was also looking back at him. Su Tian casually pulled out a small box of cigarettes from his pocket, lit one, and instinctively offered it to Lin Hai. However, he froze for a moment before quickly retracting the cigarette. He almost forgot that this kid had just graduated from high school. What was he thinking? If he let this kid smoke too much and something happened, he'd be a lifelong sinner. Seeing Su Tian put the cigarette away, Lin Hai was puzzled. "What did you bring me out here for?" Lin Hai wasn't foolish. Whether it was Su Tian deliberately getting everyone drunk earlier or now having a private conversation with him, there was surely some hidden agenda behind it. Otherwise, why would he have invited Lin Hai out alone? Hearing this, Su Tian raised his thumb. "You're quite capable. And you can talk your way around things too," he said. "Let me be straightforward with you. You've managed to build so many cargo ships and install everything on them, even if some of it is a bit shoddy, but the power isn't much less than the real deal. Plus, with those fire control systems on your ships, if it weren't for the missing components, I'd almost think you snuck some warships from the States." As he spoke, Su Tian took another puff of his cigarette. "Little guy, didn't I promise to help you before you returned? Now, I have 2 forms for you." He handed 2 documents to Lin Hai. One listed the names of experimenters and their compensation requests, while the other was about the secret participation in the Tianhai project. "What does this mean?" Lin Hai asked curiously, looking at Su Tian, hoping for an explanation. Su Tian didn't elaborate. "The first one is what I mentioned before you guys came back. If you return safely, I'll treat it as your participation in our secret ship modification project. Any issues afterwards, we'll negotiate with Somalia specifically. As for your ship, we'll offer you a price based on its assessed value, 1T shortchange you. Once you sign this, you can develop steadily, and you shouldn't get involved in military affairs anymore, because after signing, there will definitely be surveillance." Su Tian then pointed to the second form. "This one is, just a little test I devised for you. If you can figure it out and accomplish my goal, then there will be great benefits for you. Upon hearing Su Tian, Lin Hai paused for a moment. To be honest, signing the first form was the safest option. Based on future developments, their homeland would eventually rise. But thinking of the humiliations those people endured, and reflecting on the past years, bearing the system and having the ability to change the current outcome, how could he not get involved? Lin Hai didn't want to be a coward. Especially seeing the hope in Su Tian's eyes, he smiled and raised his hand. All right. With one form far and one close, I see through your intentions. I'll just sign this form. I don't believe that with my intelligence, I can achieve your goals. As soon as he said that, a smile quickly spread across Su Tian's face, followed by hearty laughter. But soon after, a cough interrupted the moment. Good kid. You really are a good kid. You've got such talent, such potential, and you're quite impressive. Oh dear. If I don't agree, that would be. With that, a smile appeared on his face. Today, you might be heading to a secret base. How is your family planning to handle this? Su Tian patted his chest as he spoke. Even though I'm not exactly a good person, if you bring it up, I'll definitely make it happen for you. His expression was filled with joy and amusement. The next morning, Lin Baishun and the others, just waking up, couldn't help but rub their heads. Although it's said that this amount of liquor doesn't give you a hangover and isn't too hard on the head. A night of heavy drinking still took its toll. Chapter 42, the 1135 Krivak 2-class frigate. Everyone in the Lin family seemed a bit bewildered. Meanwhile, some of Lin Hai's peers instinctively wandered out of their dormitories. They had been brought to this nearby dorm last night, but they had no idea how it happened. They had all been drinking, so they didn't really have a chance to chat properly with those ice brothers. Today, they all woke up to a surprising scene. Game consoles, arcade games, fighting games, and all sorts of game cartridges. Various amusement facilities were scattered before them, appearing disorganized yet somehow maintaining a sense of order. There were also some books and board games like chess and Go nearby. Looking at all these items, the young kids' eyes were wide with excitement. What great stuff. So many game consoles. They had never played on anything like this before. Suddenly, many of the previously anxious crowd were clutching the game consoles, their expressions brightening with clarity. Come on. I've only seen these kinds of game machines in the arcades back in the county, and they look pretty impressive. Let us play a couple of rounds. These seem way more advanced. Yeah, we can't waste such good stuff. What if we get kicked out in a couple of days? That would be such a waste. The young ones quickly immersed themselves in the games, but just as most of them stepped out of their rooms, Lin Baishun seemed to sense something was off. He hurriedly began to communicate with several elders nearby. Soon, the elders started going door to door, knocking and calling for people. Before long, they gathered almost everyone on the playground. Lin Baishun's expression darkened as he scanned the playful younger generation. What is going on? Lin Baishun's voice, low and a bit frantic, began to echo among the crowd. Meanwhile, a few older gentlemen nearby, who were itching to play Go, furrowed their brows. Baishun, what's wrong? Did something happen? Tell us. Hearing one of his elders speak, Lin Baishun pointed to the younger Lin family members who were absorbed in their games. Lin Hai is missing. Xiao Hai seems to be absent from us. His panicked tone instantly stirred up a commotion around them. At the same time, Lin Hai, the one everyone was worried about, groggily woke up in a small room. He rubbed his head, feeling a bit of a headache and a sense of confusion. What is going on? Why do I feel so dazed? He paused for a moment. It felt like he had been made to drink a lot of alcohol. With his brain feeling like it had been stirred vigorously, Lin Hai groggily climbed out of bed. He suddenly remembered that after he promised Su Tian yesterday, that guy had poured him a lot of drinks, and the most critical part was that he couldn't refuse. The military base was a secret area that needed to maintain confidentiality. He had also signed that plan, which, although mostly blank, left Lin Hai feeling helpless. Looking back now, he couldn't help but laugh at the sight of Su Tian watching him drunkenly, knowing that this was definitely an intentional trap set by that old rascal. So, should he take a closer look around? He put on his clothes and quickly tidied himself up before heading out. Everything around him was new and prepared for him. New toiletries, a new comforter, but there was not a single person in sight. Besides the occasional sea breeze reminding Lin Hai that he was still in a coastal city, everything else was a complete mystery. Lin Hai wandered around in confusion. Most of the items here had been cleared away, leaving only some materials, tools, a nearby armory, and the contents of the command building straight ahead. He wondered if he was discovering things on his own, or if someone else was guiding him. A strange expression crossed his face. He didn't know how long he had been walking, but he was starting to feel hungry. Fortunately, food had already been prepared, so he grabbed something to eat and continued forward. Soon, he arrived at the largest command building. He was curious to see what Su Tian had left for him and why he needed to unravel it step by step. Couldn't he just tell him directly? Why did it have to be this riddle game? With a sigh, Lin Hai shook his head. As he entered the command hall, He noticed a rather exquisite model displayed in a sealed glass case. It was clear that the owner of the model treasured it, regularly wiping its surface to keep it shining. Lin Hai opened the glass case, eager to examine it closely. Just as he was about to wipe his hands to take a better look, he suddenly heard a system notification after observing the model for a while. Congratulations, host. You have encountered the 1135 Krivac 2 class frigate. Detected that this frigate is a 1/300 scale model, and some technology can be extracted. Oh no, it seemed like his hand had touched the model. He couldn't let go now. What if the technology extraction failed on such a small model? Looking at the object before him, Lin Hai couldn't help but blink. This was interesting. It was truly intriguing. Speaking of this thing, he had some prior knowledge about it. The 1135 class frigate was indeed a remarkable vessel and one of the top frigates. It laid the groundwork for the Soviet Union's subsequent development of the new type of fearless class frigates. Although the mainstream 1135 class frigates were built in the 1960s and 70s, this Krivac 2 class was mostly from the 1980s to 90s. The ship has a displacement of 200 tons, a maximum speed of 32 knots, and a maximum cruising range of 600 nautical miles at 20 knots. It is equipped with 476mm naval guns, anti-submarine torpedoes, and missiles. One could say that this escort ship has already achieved the basics of a modern frigate. However, it's unfortunate that the Krivac class Type 2 vessels are equipped with a side-by-side quadruple RPK 3-Vatten missile launcher, while the KT-106 launch system carries 485 are anti-submarine missiles. Furthermore, these missiles are solely designed for anti-submarine warfare and do not have the capability to engage surface vessels. This means that, for the most part, this ship will find it very challenging to attack surface ships. It represents a weapon system that is both well-developed and yet lacking in certain critical aspects. Chapter 43, The Heart for Talent, Mechanical Genius. At the same time, it's also something a bit simple yet quite frustrating. Lin Hai looked at the object in front of him and couldn't help but scratch his head. Meanwhile, at the largest naval command center nearby, a series of radar beeps, machine roars, and alarm sounds erupted. At this moment, Su Tian was observing Lin Hai, who was darting around the command building, and rubbed his chin. Do you think this kid can figure out the 1135 class frigate? He casually pulled out a cigarette, lit it, and exhaled a cloud of smoke before continuing. If this kid really has that kind of ability, he'd be a true prodigy after all. Our country doesn't even have a real 1135 class frigate. Not even the first version. If this kid could figure it out before he could finish his sentence, a burly man next to him shook his head. Old Su. You're giving this kid too much credit, aren't you? While I have to admit he has an exceptional talent for creating so many fire control systems and weapons, you also saw how inaccurate those systems are. Plus, many of those weapons look impressive but are actually duds. If he could really make it work, I, Old Li, would personally take him as my master. Hearing this, Su Tian looked at Li Long beside him. The guy waved his hand dismissively as he watched Lin Hai pressed against the glass window, staring at the model. Su Tian then spoke up. All right, if you can keep our food expenses from being reported to our financial backer, I'll consider it a favor. Just as he finished speaking, an annoyed voice reached his ears. But I already know about it. What are you going to do now? Old Su, oh Old Su, you really have some nerve. You guys spent over 10,000 on meals yesterday. If I hadn't come back to check the accounts, I had no idea you all dined so well. And did you really consume all that Mao Dai? Turning around, a serious-looking middle-aged man with a stern demeanor approached. Jin Chong. He was Su Tian's old partner and also in charge of logistics. He glanced at the crowd and then focused on the monitor. Before he could properly assess the situation, his eyes suddenly locked onto the screen. He rushed to the monitor, watching Lin Hai clumsily opening the glass while covered in grease. What is this kid up to? He's one of our old heroes. Many of our warships were modeled after that. Is he really trying to before Jin Chong could finish? Su Tian quickly stopped him. Hey, come on, old Jin, don't panic. The kid doesn't seem to have any bad intentions. Besides, he's a genius. How could he not know that he shouldn't touch the model with grease? Some models have an extremely high level of detail. And if one accidentally touches something highly corrosive, like wax oil, it could cause issues in certain parts. Listening to Su Tian, Jin Chong felt a bit more at ease. However, when they looked up, they saw that the greasy hand of someone had already lifted the model. At the same time, Lin Hai was holding the model in one hand while carrying his freshly cooked oil-splashed noodles and the recently prepared pig trotters to a chair near the command hall. This sudden scene almost made Jin Chong's face turn pale with anger. This old model was something they had put so much effort into bringing back years ago. It was no longer just a model. It represented their beliefs and was a tribute to a senior they had respected for many years. Otherwise, Why would a ship model be placed in the command hall? But now, that senior was being lifted by Lin Hai with greasy hands. Oh dear, that damned kid. I want to tie him to a tree and whip him with an iron rod. How dare he? At that moment, Jin Chong nearly shouted in rage. His words carried the fury and frustration that had built up in his eyes. If it weren't for Su Tian holding him back, he would have wanted to deal with that kid right then and there. Meanwhile, Lin Hai was contemplating the differences between the object in front of him and the frigate he had extracted data from last time. When it came to military power, the differences between the two ships weren't that significant. However, the 1135 class frigate had a major weakness. It was not equipped with anti-ship missiles. On the other hand, the Burr class was primarily focused on anti-ship capabilities, but it had some minor issues with its missile defense system. By combining the vertical launch system of the 1135 class frigate with the Burr class system, it was possible to research a new model that incorporated the strengths of both. As he thought about this, he gently tapped the head of the steel model with the bamboo chopsticks in his hand. One had to admit that this thing, forged from military-grade steel, was indeed quite sturdy. If it were an ordinary model, a hard tap like that would likely cause it to crack. It was a bit of a pity that a model is just that, a model. Even if some technology could be extracted, it would be incomplete and rather vague. Lin Hai looked at the technology extracted from the model of the 1135 class frigate and couldn't help but shake his head. It felt like a waste of time. And there was a sense of it being a chicken rib, tasteless to eat, yet a pity to discard. He sighed and thought, why not take it apart and see what's inside? It would be a good opportunity to check out such a finely crafted model. However, what Lin Hai didn't know was that on the other side, a man nearing 50 was glaring furiously in Lin Hai's direction. Indeed, at this moment, Jin Chong was staring wide-eyed at Lin Hai, forcibly suppressing the anger boiling inside him. The grim expression on his face grew even more menacing and furious. He had never imagined that one day he could feel this enraged. Old Su, if you have the guts, get out of my way. Listening to Jin Chong's words, which sounded like they could devour a person in his rage, Su Tian had no intention of stepping aside at that moment. Besides, it was precisely at times like this that they needed to protect Lin Hai even more. Otherwise, if this guy charged in, who knew what would happen? Wait, hold on. Old Jean, think about it carefully. This kid is a mechanical genius that I specifically vouched for. Do you really think I would intentionally bring someone here to screw us over? You can rest easy. Chapter 44, Naval Base, Disassembled. This kid isn't some kind of demolition expert. There's no way he could actually break that thing. We'll just have to give him a good talking to later. And everything should be fine. Listening to Su Tian's words, Jin Chong finally felt a bit more at ease. He was about to remind Su Tian to keep a close watch on that little rascal up top, when suddenly, a cracking sound came from the surveillance screen behind Su Tian. They then saw Lin Hai had already managed to pry off a part of the warship's fire control system and some weapons with his own two hands. Watching the scene unfold, Jin Chong's complexion changed from green to pale, then to purple, and he was nearly jumping up in anger. Oh no, my precious. Which brat is this? I swear if I catch him, he is going to regret it. Get out of my way. Shouldn't he be a little more careful? I haven't even finished my sentence, and he's already slapped me in the face a few times. In that moment, Su Tian could feel Jin Chong's frustration, wishing he could just swallow his own anger. He watched as Lin Hai slowly disassembled the weapon and electrical systems piece by piece. Su Tian turned his head, awkwardly chuckling a couple of times before continuing, that young man is just curious about these things. After all, they've been sitting here for so long. It's about time to figure out how the components work. Hearing this, Jin Chong's face instantly darkened, and he let out a long, gritted sigh. I want to see just how far this little brat can go. His voice was filled with dissatisfaction, and his gaze occasionally darted towards Su Tian, as if he viewed him as an enemy. Su Tian, sensing Jin Chong's irritation, gave an awkward smile. Meanwhile, he noticed that Lin Hai had already finished disassembling most of the outer systems and had set down the extremely valuable, highly detailed model. As Lin Hai finally stopped his actions, Su Tian couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness this kid hasn't completely lost his mind. Otherwise, we'd need someone else to handle this. Taking a deep breath, he felt a bit more at ease, but in the next moment, Lin Hai wiped his hands and, holding some disassembly tools he had just found, moved towards some unnoticed gaps. With a series of cracking sounds, the electrical control systems, central structure, keel, and other crucial parts of the ship's main structure scattered across the chair in front of him. He hadn't left a single piece intact. He had completely dismantled it. At this moment, Jin Chong felt his blood pressure rising, his face turning red and pale, his hands trembling. He felt like jumping through the screen to give that damned brat a beating. However, just as he was staring ahead, his expression reaching a breaking point, he suddenly remembered something very important. The famous ship of theirs should be stationed at the nearest naval base. Moreover, it should be located in the command building of that naval base. But what is going on right now? Where are the soldiers from the naval base? Where is everyone? Why is no one stopping him? He angrily lifted his gaze and switched to other surveillance channels, abruptly realizing that almost every channel was devoid of people, with only Lin Hai aimlessly dismantling model parts. After scanning most of the surveillance feeds, his expression was no longer just flushed or ashen. It had twisted into a completely sinister look as he turned to Su Tian in front of him. Care to explain? Explain why all the personnel in this secret naval base nearby have evacuated, and why all the troops that should be stationed here are absent. Who on earth is this kid? He said, gripping the chair behind him in fury, his teeth clenched, and spittle nearly flying onto Su Tian's face. You want to say anything, huh? Fine, you're impressive. You think I can't find out? Do you even know what kind of research base this is? Do you have any idea how much hope rests on your shoulders? Look at that newly established arms factory over there. Check the research data. And then look at the research building that's already been set up. This is our largest naval research base. Everything here is for the development of our navy. All for Dr. Wang and his team. Where have Dr. Wang and his people gone? They were the ones who were willing to return to serve our country. Did you drive them away? What was the purpose of us guarding this research base so tightly? It was to research the latest ships, to surpass those countries that once bullied us with advanced weaponry. But what are you doing now? He pointed at the surveillance video behind him, his anger and saliva spilling out. Now tell me what you're doing? With such a large base, so many people, and so many resources piled together. And what is the result? You let this little brat play around, and now hundreds of billions in funding could go down the drain. How can you be so heartless? Tell me, old Su, you tell me, who is this kid? Which big shot does this playboy belong to? As he spoke, he gripped his hat tightly, his hands trembling uncontrollably, his eyes bloodshot. If you have the guts, just say his name. If you can, just bring them all forward. If I don't go to the country to report him, I want to be called Jin Chong. By the time he finished that last word, he couldn't hold back any longer and slammed his hat down onto the table, his furious tone boiling over. However, listening to his words, Li Long beside him looked somewhat helpless. Wait a minute, old Jin, let me explain. Things are not as you think they are. Old Su hasn't done anything wrong. Let's take our time to discuss this matter. You shouldn't act like this in front of the soldiers. Listening to Li Long, Jin Chong slammed his hand down in frustration. Don't do this. Don't do that. What else do you want me to avoid? Things are not as I imagined them to be. So what exactly is going on here? Can you all please explain it properly? Is this situation something that can be clarified in just a few words? You have the nerve to act this way. And now you want me to feel embarrassed about speaking up? He shouted, his furious voice nearly deafening everyone around him. Meanwhile, the senior officials nearby seemed just as intimidated as the soldiers. Chapter 45. A letter from my uncle. Every blade of grass and every tree. Everyone was visibly anxious, fearing that the two arguing big shots would notice them. For a moment, no one knew what to say. However, listening to Jin Chong's words, Su Tian, who had been silent all along, finally slammed his hand on the table. With a loud bang, Su Tian's face turned furious as he exclaimed, "You want to know the truth, right? You want to know why I invited this kid, don't you? All right, fine. I'll tell you." Saying this, he pulled out a crumpled letter from his pocket, clearly one that he had been holding onto for a long time without daring to throw away. He slapped the letter onto the table, his expression darkening, his tone filled with a mix of desolation and anger as he said, "Take a good look at this. Take a good look." Hearing this, Jin Chong furrowed his brows and opened the letter. What caught his eye was a familiar handwriting. "To my dear uncle, by the time you read this letter, I may have already resigned. I am very grateful for your care and also for sending me to the beautiful country to learn the latest scientific knowledge and meet the leading figures in research. It is precisely because of my connections with them and my understanding of the sources of scientific progress that I realize science knows no borders. Therefore, I cannot stay any longer to serve my country. I want to pursue higher scientific knowledge. At the time of writing this letter, I have received invitations from 2 top universities in the beautiful country. Perhaps I can only say sorry to you this time. Wishing you good health." The signature was all in the name of Wang Tianing. Indeed, it was his nephew, the child of an old friend, and the one he valued the most, one of the prominent figures among contemporary scientists. As Jin Chong stared at the letter before him, his face turned completely pale, his eyes wide with disbelief as he sought any hint of a flaw in it. Glancing at Su Tian and the others, he wished that this was just a cruel joke played on him by a few people. But the handwriting on the letter was unmistakably telling him that everything he was experiencing was real. His anger instantly transformed into an unimaginable shock, and the rage in his heart turned to ice in that moment. Why was this happening? How could this be? Clearly, Wang Tianing was a patriotic person. He had told Jin Shong that after mastering the technology, he would return to serve his country, to fulfill everything for the nation and the people. In the beginning, when he was very young, he had decent grades, ranking among the top in his class. The domestic universities simply did not have the capability to offer him better knowledge. Later, he found out that Wang Tianing's father was his old comrade in arms, a great person who had saved his life. That kid had said that once he studied advanced technology abroad, he would definitely return to serve his country. He had promised that he would repay every penny spent on him double. Jin Shong didn't expect much money from that kid. He only hoped that he would return to the country, teach more people, and help them gain more knowledge. But what is happening now? They clearly agreed to come back. Clearly stated they would contribute to the nation and to themselves. Has that little guy forgotten that he was once a poor person too? That he also came from the mountains? He remembers how he once pointed to the mountain paths he walked on with his own feet and vowed to turn this place into the most beautiful spot. But what is going on now? Why has it turned out like this? At this moment, Jin Shong felt a wave of dizziness, compared to the anger he felt earlier. Now his heart felt cold and heavy. A chill of confusion, panic, fear, shock, and despair surged within him. Why is this happening? How can it be like this? What has the nation become in the eyes of these people? A pawn. What do they even regard the country as? He didn't know how much time had passed before he shakily grasped a nearby chair, feeling as if all his energy had been drained. Su Tian wanted to support Jin Shong, but in the next moment, Jin Shong seemed somewhat lost, sadly saying, he has forgotten every blade of grass and every tree there. How much effort went into obtaining those materials and resources from the beautiful country? How much we spent to get him the latest computers, the best configurations? We exhausted countless resources to meet his demands, even went so far as to bring in retired warships for his research. We tried our best. How could he just walk away after taking all these resources? Was it all in vain? He gazed ahead, looking at the emptiness around him. After all this support and effort, all they received was a blank answer sheet. How could they explain this to their superiors, to the nation? This has turned me into a sinner in the eyes of the country. What will the common people think? It's my failure to recognize talent. My failure. Pain and discomfort surged through him. A whirlwind of emotions overwhelmed his heart. At this point, Jin Shong didn't know what to say, words caught in his throat. He couldn't express a single thought. Complex feelings rose within him, and this blank answer sheet felt like a cruel joke at his expense. Just then, Su Tian approached him again. Let me show you another video. He opened a nearby surveillance video and clicked on it. What appeared was Wang Tianing, familiar to Jin Shong. But at that moment, he was far from the obedient person he had seen before. Instead, he was angrily berating those around him. You all don't understand this data. Do I have to explain every calculation to you? Even if I haven't told you, can't you figure it out yourselves? Moreover, with your level of capability, thinking you can catch up to that beautiful country is simply wishful thinking. Their military technology and weaponry are so advanced. And what you have is just a drop in the bucket. It's ridiculous. I've already mentioned it many times. I want coffee. Coffee. Compared to the researchers in that beautiful country. Do you lack a brain? Is your head filled with nothing but water, rendering you completely useless? If I were in that beautiful country, I would have already become a full professor by now, rather than being stuck at this level with this meager salary, which is nowhere near enough for me. Chapter 46. Is the air sweeter abroad? If I had known earlier, I would have agreed to the offer from the Americans. The salaries they promised were far higher than what you all offer here. Coming back has not only failed to reflect my scientific value, but I can't even get such a simple request fulfilled. I've mentioned before that I want milk in my coffee. I won't even ask for it to be made perfectly. At the very least, it should look decent. Without my coffee, how am I supposed to work? And those old-timers, one after another, always lecturing me as if they were my elders. Do they even know what technology is? Do they understand what research entails? Those old fossils, just like that Jin Shong, always trying to use his age to intimidate me, thinking he has something special. He seemed somewhat annoyed. Casting a dissatisfied glance at the researchers around him, and a flicker of anger crossed his face, watching that Wang Tianing act recklessly under surveillance. He has repeatedly claimed that staying in this country was a mistake. Listening to him, Jin Shong's face turned pale once more. Even if this guy looks down on the domestic researchers and thinks they can't keep up with his pace, he shouldn't resort to such insults. Moreover, a lot of what he has accomplished has been guided by the experienced seniors at the research institute. Now, he has the audacity to lash out at the younger researchers under his command, hitting and berating them at will. As for the seasoned veterans in the institute, instead of appreciating their wealth of experience, he dismisses them as a bunch of outdated relics with no value, even driving several of them to the hospital. Under his leadership, while the institute has managed to achieve some results, it has come at the cost of the tortured souls of the researchers. In the end, He used his desire to apply for resources abroad as an excuse and flew out of the country, leaving behind a letter. To be honest, Jin Chong was taken aback by his shamelessness. How could he have the nerve to be this brazen? His tuition fees were nearly fully covered by Jin Chong and the state. Whenever he expressed a desire to learn something abroad, even if it was beyond Jin Chong's financial means, he would apply for special talent subsidies from the government. The main goal was to hope for improvements in the country's outdated naval equipment and to change the current situation. But what about Jin Chong? On the surface, he claimed to be patriotic, yet in reality, he showed not a shred of the commitment expected. Does he not realize that while science may have no borders, scientists do? Does he not understand how many people have poured their heart and soul into the work he is so casually dismissing? Just like that, he packs his bags and leaves, claiming he doesn't fit in here, wanting to go abroad. Watching Jin Chong's distressed expression, Su Tian, who was standing nearby, took a deep breath. Before leaving, he copied all the research projects and materials that were part of the plan. According to that bastard, these materials were the result of his hard work, and he needed to take them away to organize. Listening to Su Tian's somewhat indifferent voice, Jin Chong finally felt a surge of rage and confusion. A fiery anger shot up from his heart. What does this mean? Did I hear that right? That damned guy took all the materials from the lab, and he claims they are his research? Those things couldn't have been developed without the involvement of the lab's researchers and the trial and error of those senior experts. The most crucial point is that so much effort and resources from the country went into producing those materials, and he thinks he can just. At that moment, Jin Chong grabbed a nearby cup of water, his fingers turning pale from the pressure. He couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh, his face slightly stubbled, filled with anger and disbelief. He had been working hard for the country, only to be blindsided in the end. After years of recruiting warriors for the nation, he now faced the prospect of being blamed because of a bastard like him. Great. His face showed immense pain. This time, Wang Tianning took all the research results abroad. It was easy to imagine how the foreign side would react to their findings. They had essentially handed over all their hard work. And now, with such a large research base, having invested so much effort and resources, it all came to this. Because of his negligence, the research supervisor fled with the materials and technology. If this were to be investigated, he, Su Tian, and all the mid to high-level officers in the base would be punished. For him, it wouldn't be a big deal, as it was something he deserved. But for Su Tian and the others, due to his forceful demands, they only learned about the research progress through monthly reports. To prevent others from interfering with Wang Tianning's research, he had strictly forbidden anyone from inspecting anything on the island. And now, he suddenly felt how ridiculous everything he had done was. He thought he was putting in great effort to protect Wang Tianning, but instead, he inadvertently facilitated Wang Tianning's escape and betrayal of the country. Successfully. What does this even mean? He forced himself to stand up, gripping his hat, his face alternating between green and pale. He didn't know how much time had passed before he turned to Su Tian beside him and spoke. This is my fault. I know I made a mistake. I will conduct a proper self-investigation regarding this matter, and I will ask for oversight from above to address everything I've done. As he spoke, tears welled up in his eyes as he looked at Su Tian. He feared that because of his mistake, Su Tian would also be affected. Demotion and investigation were inevitable. Li Long and others might end up wasting more than a decade because of their own reasons. His expression was somewhat pained, and just then, Su Tian suddenly burst into laughter beside him. While laughing, he said, "There's no need to panic. That's why I specifically brought this little guy into the research base." Upon hearing this, Jin Chong's expression changed. He frowned at Su Tian, his face revealing a hint of coldness and anger. He turned his gaze to the screen, where Lin Hai was dismantling the model and carefully examining each component. Chapter 47. Pushing ducks up the rack. What do you want to do? You're not trying to pin all the blame for what happened here on this little guy, are you? Let me tell you, Su Tian. You are a warrior of the people. How can you do something like this? This kid is still young, and he has a long road ahead of him. If we mess things up just to protect ourselves and ruin someone else's future, I swear I'll never be able to close my eyes in peace. Even if I die. As he spoke, Jin Chong threatened Su Tian again, saying that if he dared to do such a thing, he would risk his life to report him. Listening to Jin Chong's words, Su Tian couldn't help but shake his head in resignation. To be honest, Jin Chong was a good man. He was upright and never deviated from his principles or showed favoritism to anyone. He didn't like to curry favor with superiors, making him a perfect match for someone like Su Tian, who had a cooler temperament. Over the years, they had worked together very well most of the time. However, Jin Chong had a habit of jumping to conclusions before others had finished speaking. If he guessed right, it was fine, but if he guessed wrong, it would be quite embarrassing, especially in moments like this. Su Tian waved his hand and said, somewhat irritably, "Come on, You don't trust others. And you don't trust me either? In your eyes, I, old Su, am just someone who enjoys causing trouble for others. Someone who shifts all his mistakes onto others. As he spoke, Su Tian seemed resolute, his tone firm. Even if I have to throw away my face and my skin, I would never shift all the blame onto someone else. If it's my fault, it's my fault. But pushing this kid into the research base is the real way to make amends. You have no idea how much effort I've put into getting him involved in our Tianhai project. He recalled how he had been working late into the night, conducting investigations and contacting the diplomatic and military departments in Somalia. Plus, he had to coordinate with Wang Long and handle multiple issues. All of this had nearly made him feel like a spinning top, not to mention the matters at the military base at that moment. Su Tian felt both drowsy and exhausted. If it weren't for needing to observe how this kid Lin Hai operated, he would have just wanted to take a good nap. Listening to Su Tian's words, Jin Chong felt a bit confused. He scratched his head and glanced at the scene presented on the monitor. Although the kid was skilled at dismantling models and seemed extremely adept at analyzing various aspects of ships, that didn't necessarily mean he could take on Wang Tianing's role at the research base. He was still so young. What could he possibly learn at such a tender age? From the boy's youthful face, Jin Chong could tell he was at most 18. What was he doing at that age? Did Su Tian lose his mind? Was he driven mad because Wang Tianing had escaped the country? At this moment, Jin Chong looked at Su Tian with concern and spoke up. Old Su, if you're really feeling a bit dizzy, just let me know. I'll make sure to find you the best hospital to get you sorted out. You can't make decisions when your mind is not clear. Otherwise, people will be pointing fingers at us. Hearing this, Su Tian shot him a dark look. Can't you expect me to be a bit better? Your words could give someone high blood pressure. With that, Su Tian shook his head and turned to Li Long. Go grab those documents over there. Our esteemed manager Jean wants to take a good look at them. Let us show him that kid's information. Jean Chong, looking puzzled, took the documents from Li Long. After just a glance, he looked incredulously in Lin Hai's direction. This kid is the top scorer from our side, and he is well-versed in various scientific journals. After reading for a moment, he couldn't help but frown. But with just this resume, he should be given proper training instead of being pushed into things like this. This kid is destined to be a pillar of scientific research in our country. How can they treat him like that? Just as Jin Chong was about to speak, Su Tian continued, What are you so anxious about? Just look further down. With that, Su Tian stepped forward slowly. 2 months ago, this kid and his family took a cargo ship out to sea, stopping at multiple points. On the morning of the 15th, 2 months ago, they engaged in a firefight with Somali pirates off the coast of Somalia. Firefight with pirates? What does this mean? Wait. Did old Su just say this kid had a firefight with pirates? I can't be hearing this right. Those pirates are armed to the teeth. It's well known that those pirates are a persistent issue funded by Western countries, aimed at suppressing people like us. Countless people have gone to Somalia only to be killed by pirates on the ocean, meeting untimely ends. It could be said that those pirates are a scourge on the nation. But why is it that so few people try to eliminate them? On one hand, Somali pirates are secretly supported by certain Western countries' underground industries. On the other hand, the heavy weaponry they possess can only be countered by military ships. But there are specific requirements for those ships. If your forces are insufficient and you don't have many ships, the mobility of those Somali pirates will leave you in the dust. But once you have enough people, both Western countries and the Somali government will jointly declare that you are invading their nation's coast and undermining their political integrity. It's a lose-lose situation. You can't eradicate those pirates. And now, he truly didn't expect. How could a cargo ship engage in a firefight with those pirates? Was someone protecting them? Before he could fully process this shocking information, Su Tian continued. This kid, along with his family, launched a devastating strike against the pirates using homemade universal machine guns, naval cannons, and other conventional weapons, and successfully ended the assault at 11:56 a.m. Based on our calculations, all the weapons on this kid's ship were crafted by him. This includes the ammunition and the makeshift fire control system. Listening to Su Tian, Jin Chong couldn't believe his eyes as he flipped through the documents in front of him multiple times. His expression gradually transformed into one of shock, disbelief, excitement, and genuine joy. What was he hearing? A young guy like this had managed to accomplish something so unimaginable? Chapter 48, The Eternal Villain? The Incredible Genius. The fire control system, the ammunition system, and so many weapons, all created by him alone? As Jin Chong thought about this, an unbelievable chill surged through his heart. After hearing these words, he shook his head in disbelief and said, No. I must have misheard you. Are you saying that this kid built all of this? That's like claiming someone traveled from the future in a time machine and created technology we can't even imagine. Are you joking? You can't be trying to placate me on purpose, can you? Jin Chong still felt a sense of disbelief until Su Tian pulled out some video recordings they had found on the Lin family ship that day. However, before Jin Chong could fully process the shock, Su Tian continued. 20 days ago, when Lin Hai's ship was returning from the sea, it was attacked by pirates. A coalition of Somali pirates intended to target him and his family. According to our investigation, those pirate ships were equipped with artillery supported by the U.S. Upon hearing this, Jin Chong nearly jumped up in disbelief. Did you not dispatch warships for escort? To protect that kid on his way back? He's a prodigy. And he could significantly impact our current research. If anything happens to him, I won't let you off the hook. Listening to Jin Chong's words, Su Tian couldn't help but roll his eyes. His demeanor had shifted so dramatically, it was as if he had two faces. After giving Jin Chong a frustrated glance, Su Tian couldn't resist pointing out, "Do you really think that's why he's here at our base? Well, we didn't actually rescue him. We just sent warships to escort the area, specifically to prevent any mishaps for his crew, and they were positioned for rapid support." At the beginning of Su Tian's statement, Jin Chong felt a bit reassured. However, when he heard the latter part, he was instantly taken aback. Logically, Lin Hai and his group had no resources or connections in Somalia, so how could they possibly replenish their ammunition? Moreover, in the previous battle, Lin Hai's group had only managed to incapacitate one Somali pirate gang. The others wouldn't just let them operate freely in Somalia without retaliation coming swiftly. And without anyone here to assist them, how would that kid escape such a dire situation? How would they resolve this predicament? At that moment, Jin Chong looked at Su Tian with a puzzled expression and urged, "Come on, tell me what happened next. How did that kid break through the pirates' blockade without your support? Did he just run fast? It's a pity that their cargo ship is likely at the bottom of the sea now. But it doesn't matter. As long as the people are safe, we can always compensate them later. After all, with such a genius around, what is there to be afraid of in the future?" However, listening to Jin Chong's words, Su Tian shook his head. No, this could not only didn't he abandon ship and run away, but he also sent those pirates packing. When we returned, we found out that this kid had modified his ship with the 42 Malawian Kwacha's vertical launch system, along with several upgrades to the naval gunfire control systems and radar systems. Although they didn't have enough damage control systems due to material shortages. Based on the speed of this kid's modifications, his ship was already far more advanced than the navies of those weaker countries. It could be considered a warship. And they even managed to blow those pirates to bits on the coast. This time, since our warship was close enough, we naturally captured more footage. As he spoke, he glanced at Li Long beside him, who quickly projected all the relevant materials onto the screen. Looking at the images displayed before him, Jin Chong felt an unimaginable shock. He couldn't believe the gap between people could be so vast. It was even greater than the difference between a human and a pig. To think that they had spent so much effort researching and 41 Malawian Kwacha's vertical missile launch system, and now this kid had engraved the 42 Malawian Kwachas onto his own ship. Am I hearing this right? Or is this old guy trying to pull a fast one on me? The more he thought about it, the more it felt like a tall tale. After carefully reviewing the materials in front of him, he finally couldn't help but speak up. "You old rascal. You're not trying to trick me, are you? Is it really possible for such a young kid to accomplish this? Is his knowledge really that impressive? You have to understand, according to Wang Tianing's earlier claims, our researchers are leagues behind their foreign counterparts. Even the worst of the foreign third-rate researchers surpasses these specially gathered domestic researchers by a long shot. Under that guy's criticism, our domestic talent seemed like a bunch of trash. And he is a genius, unmatched by anyone. But how could this unparalleled genius, after so much time spent with so many people, end up being outdone by a kid in just a month or two? How is that possible? It's unbelievable. Simply unbelievable. An overwhelming sense of disbelief erupted within him. Then, he looked at the materials before him in shock, and his face quickly flushed with excitement. The more he thought about it, the more he felt the need to bring in experts to mentor this kid. Otherwise, if something happened to him, wouldn't we be eternal sinners? At this moment, Jin Chong could no longer contain his thoughts and spoke in a flustered manner. However, in response to Jin Chong's words, Lin Hai shook his head and replied, "Eternal sinners? But who can we even bring in to help? With the practical skills of this little guy, he can rival most of the researchers in our institute, and he is far more admirable than them. Even the older generation of naval researchers. The resources we can allocate here are scarce. Can you really say that anyone we have here has skills superior to that little brat? Can they replicate the 42 Malawian Kwachas?" Listening to Su Tian's series of questions, Jin Chong finally managed to suppress his thoughts. However, after a moment of silence, he expressed his concern, saying, "But if we put it that way, this kid is not only a genius and capable, but he has also been abroad. Can we really attract him?" Chapter 49, A Heartfelt Commitment. "I trust him. After experiencing Wang Tianing's betrayal, Jin Chong couldn't shake off a sense of worry. If they had to mobilize resources again and invest significant effort to assist this young man, what if he turned out to be just like Wang Tianing and fled when things got tough? What would they do then? Dispatch battleships to hunt him down? Or what? If this kid managed to escape, they would probably be left with nothing but a bitter taste of defeat. As his thoughts swirled with various anxieties, Su Tian, on the other hand, waved his hand dismissively, a smile on his face. Actually, we don't need to worry about this at all. I've already tested that kid before. He has solid skills and impressive strength. He's quite the genius, and when faced with offers from foreigners, he showed no signs of wavering. He's patriotic. Even when those people abroad promised him power and the chance to become a top official sharing the highest authority, he refused, saying he wanted to return to build his homeland. And when I laid out the plan before him this time, he signed it without hesitation. As Su Tian spoke, he raised his eyebrows and tilted his head slightly. He had considered that this kid might resist the temptation of foreign interests. But who could have imagined that even with such a hefty price on the table, Lin Hai remained unfazed. To share power with future kings and presidents, even if it was in Somalia, where most of the population was black, who wouldn't he want that opportunity to climb to the top? Yet, Lin Hai showed no signs of contemplation, rejecting the offer with such decisiveness and certainty. Hearing Su Tian's words, a look of joy finally spread across Jin Chong's face. As the certainty in his eyes brightened, he exclaimed, "Great! A young hero like him, so dedicated to serving his country, is simply wonderful. Having such a talented youth among us makes any punishment we face worthwhile. This is fantastic." He could hardly contain his excitement. A young man so patriotic, so committed, and with such a heartfelt spirit. He had never encountered anyone like him before. Perhaps only the older generation of scientists, who were willing to dedicate their lives to their country, possessed such qualities. He thought of those elder scientists braving the wind and sand, enduring the cold while gnawing on pickled vegetables and drinking salty water, persevering through immense hardships with iron will, even to the point of having white hair. Even when he saw them, many were already bedridden. Yet, they never forgot the mission entrusted to them by their motherland and its people, choosing to die at their posts if it came to that. The sacrifices of those predecessors brought tears to his eyes, and now he had finally found a successor to carry on their legacy. The guilt and shame in his heart transformed into immense joy for Lin Hai, but moments later, he couldn't help but continue speaking. If, as you say, this kid is such a genius, how will the researchers cooperate with him? Besides, it seems that most of our researchers have been given time off, right? How are you going to call them back at this time? They probably don't even know about this last-minute change. What if someone tries to bully this kid because he's young? How are we going to manage that? If anything happens, I'll have to hold you accountable. How about this? I'll wait on the island myself, and if this kid comes to me with complaints, you better send someone to help. We can't let him suffer any grievances. To be honest, he had shifted from a completely hands-off approach to one filled with concern. Listening to Jin Chong's words, Su Tian couldn't help but twitch his mouth in annoyance. You should really stop meddling. I've already called the researchers, and they should be back soon. I've also briefed the old researchers about the situation with the kid on the island. They'll cooperate, and before they come, I'll make sure they watch some operational videos of this kid. If anything happens on the island, having those experienced seniors around will be enough. You just need to handle the logistics and keep an eye on the situation on the island. Looking at Su Tian, Jin Chong fell silent for 2 seconds before turning to look in the direction behind him. After a moment, he finally spoke. To have such a young talent, such a person dedicated to the country, it's simply our good fortune. Don't worry, if anyone dares to cause trouble for this kid, I'll risk my life to have a good talk with those guys. As he spoke, he clenched his fists, and his eyes gleamed with a sharp intensity. Hearing Jin Chong's words, Su Tian nodded in agreement. The two shared a moment of mutual understanding, their eyes shining with determination. Not long after, a group of elderly men in white lab coats hurried in from outside. As soon as they entered, they headed straight for the command room, followed by a large group of research supervisors, assistants, and researchers. Upon arrival, the leader, an elderly man with white hair and a youthful face, spoke up. "Ah, General Su, didn't you say you had a top genius here who developed the 42 Malawian Quachas missile launch system from that beautiful country? Where is he now?" Looking at the lively old man, Su Tian felt a bit embarrassed. This elder was the most senior member of their research institute and had previously helped Wang Tianing the most. He had dedicated himself to serving the country, having researched countless top-tier vessels. Unfortunately, due to the ongoing foreign embargo on military systems, they had been unable to make much progress. However, the emergence of Lin Hai gave this old man a glimmer of hope. It was as if an old child who loved something had come to life. With joy nearly bursting from his eyes, his eyelids flickered back and forth, seemingly searching for the genius that Su Tian had mentioned, eager to bring him back to his academy. The way his eyes widened made Su Tian involuntarily twitch his lips. The man before him, named Zhao Shanlin, was quite the hands-on expert when it came to skills. Yet, it was puzzling why he had such a penchant for collecting geniuses. Su Tian found himself at a loss for words regarding this old man. Chapter 50. Launch status, huge rewards. The sight before him left him feeling. After a moment of silence, he spoke up. Old Zhao, come watch a video with me. Let's take a look at the launch status of those weapons and some related details. As he spoke, Su Tian quickly pulled up the video. And soon everyone watched as Lin Hai and his team attacked the pirates with vertical ballistic rockets. They also saw the scene when Lin Hai and his team returned with the cargo ship, stopping it for inspection. The impressive weaponry and missile systems on that cargo ship caught everyone's attention. At that moment, Zhao Shanlin was virtually glued to the screen, his eyes wide and round. Unable to contain his excitement, he burst into laughter and turned to Su Tian, saying, "A genius. Simply a genius. I've never thought I'd see such talent in this world. If we could bring this prodigy into our academy, I guarantee that I can help General Su secure a top-notch research talent." Hearing this, Su Tian couldn't help but smirk. What if we put him in the lead researcher position for this project and you, old Zhao, assist him in developing our required projects more quickly? What do you think? To be honest, if it were anyone else, Zhao Shanlin would have likely dismissed them by now. Scientific learning and research cannot be achieved merely by a whim. Each technological development requires immense time, effort, and financial resources. The complexities behind the scenes are beyond what most can imagine. Now, if someone suggested assisting a teenager in research, Zhao Shanlin would probably have laughed out loud. It would seem like a joke, a trivialization of science. But faced with a prodigy like Lin Hai, he studied the footage again, watching Lin Hai and his team fight back against the pirates. After taking a deep breath, he nodded and said, "This kid has a solid grasp of knowledge, and he managed to develop such powerful weapons with just a little information. If we just pass on some research experience to him and help solidify his foundation, who knows, maybe our country will produce a scientist like Einstein." Einstein? That's the highest praise in the scientific community. Seeing Zhao Shanlin's excited expression, Su Tian nodded. All right, the second phase of the plan officially begins. From here on, all personnel will head to the experimental base. Old Zhao, please handle the matters over there. If there are any disrespectful youngsters, I kindly ask for your assistance in dealing with them. With that, Su Tian glanced at the people in front of him. He understood that sometimes, seniority matters not just domestically, but is also quite serious internationally. Moreover, there is an extremely serious academic hierarchy abroad, along with a complex network of relationships that are intricately connected. Sometimes, if you don't enter their respective circles, it's hard to grasp the core knowledge and understand what actions to take. Meanwhile, some individuals domestically prefer to prioritize seniority based on age, completely unaware that science emphasizes knowledge rather than age. If anyone dares to leverage age to intimidate others this time and drives Lin Hai away, Su Tian and Jin Chong will genuinely be furious. After all, in their minds, the future of the nation's maritime defense and the research on these ships hinges on Lin Hai alone. If such a genius were to be lost, Su Tian would ensure those people experience the consequences of their actions. After receiving the approval from Elder Zhao and a collective decision from some research professors, the upper echelons of the research team finally managed to regain some vitality, and the atmosphere among the members gradually improved. However, as some individuals began to regain their energy, a new problem emerged, causing everyone to furrow their brows. The senior researchers and PhDs could restore their previous motivation, but the assistants were left feeling quite frustrated. Moreover, the recent betrayal from the lead researcher dealt a significant blow to their morale. If they didn't adjust the assistants quickly, it was likely that everyone would have their own agendas regarding the research moving forward. Consequently, Su Tian called a meeting. He emphasized the importance of the current situation. But who could have anticipated that this time? Who could guarantee that the head of the project wouldn't betray them? According to the general, this new leader is even more talented than the previous one, Wang Tianing. Generally, such geniuses tend to have pride and a strong sense of self. If there's another setback, another failure, who knows how much financial and material resources would be wasted? Everyone exchanged words, their expression showing a mix of helplessness and a hint of sentiment. Did they not want to contribute to the nation? How could that be? But they were genuinely afraid. They had already endured setbacks in projects that were initially going well, and who would have thought they would receive a fatal blow from the project leader? Looking at these individuals, Su Tian, filled with determination, said, "Don't worry. I have tested Su Tian multiple times, and even on the island, he was willing to work alone to solve the puzzles I left for him, without any complaints or thoughts of leaving. He is patriotic and willing to give up his rights abroad to return to our country. He possesses a sincere love for his country and unwavering loyalty. After this round of encouragement, the research assistants finally regained their confidence, and at the same time, the plan was set to unfold once again. On the other side, Lin Hai, who was focused on weapon research, was unaware that tomorrow he would accept a new position. Another night passed in silence, and after finishing his meal, he quickly went to sleep. When Lin Hai woke up again, he blinked a few times and continued to study the various technologies within the model. As he flipped through the books beside him to compare his thoughts and the information in his mind, he furrowed his brow. Although he had the system's assistance, allowing him to quickly analyze and review existing technology, Lin Hai still felt that something was missing in his understanding. It was hard to articulate. It was as if he intuitively knew he was on the right track, but he just needed that one spark of inspiration. After defeating the pirates last time, the rewards he obtained were still displayed in the system, and he gazed at the 8,000 points in front of him. Lin Hai actually hoped to refine his understanding perfectly on his own before having the system enhance it further. Chapter 51, 42 Malawian Kwacha's Vertical Launch Missile System. On this day, Lin Hai had just woken up when an old yet kindly voice reached his ears. "Young man, what are you doing?" Hearing the voice nearby, Lin Hai instinctively turned over, a look of confusion on his face. He furrowed his brow, rubbed his eyes, and glanced around. Did I just hear that right? After a moment of daze, he quickly realized. That's right. It seems someone is calling for me. What is going on? Is there someone in my room? He turned his head and caught sight of an old man with a somewhat aged but benevolent face, staring at the elderly figure in front of him. Lin Hai froze for a couple of seconds, but then a hint of embarrassment crossed his face as he awkwardly twitched his lips. The old man chuckled, revealing two prominent front teeth. Wearing a white coat draped over Lin Hai's shoulders, he gently patted the young man's head and said, "You sure know how to sleep, huh? Of all places, you chose my rest area. Seems like we have a connection." As the old man spoke, a smile grew wider on his face, and the amusement in his eyes became more evident. Lin Hai couldn't help but pause for a moment. He looked the old man up and down, then smiled awkwardly. "May I ask who you are?" Upon hearing this, the old man didn't say much, but simply gestured to the side where some of Lin Hai's mess had accumulated. Watching the old man clean up the trash Lin Hai had left behind, the young man felt his embarrassment grow even more pronounced. He quickly walked over to help the old man. Together, they worked to clear the garbage outside, and during this process, the old man remarked, "You young folks are quite respectful to the elderly and caring to the young. Much better than that guy Wong. However, I've been observing your skills these past few days. While you have a good grasp of things, particularly in ship design, do you understand the reasons behind these designs and their intricacies? Do you know why these ships are designed this way?" As he spoke, the old man pulled over a chair for Lin Hai to sit in before settling down beside the bed. "Your ideas are quite imaginative, but it seems you don't know much about the materials currently available in our country." Hearing the old man's words, Lin Hai raised his eyebrows slightly. Looking into the twinkle of humor in the old man's eyes, he couldn't help but stroke his chin and thought, "What do you mean by that? My ideas are imaginative, but not knowing much means what exactly?" Lin Hai frowned, but soon he began to grasp the old man's meaning. Compared to people of this era, he had the advantage of a system and knowledge of changes in naval technology over the next decade. However, in reality, his knowledge wasn't extensive. The current designs of warships and those from a decade later would not differ significantly, as many foundational plans were already in place. Yet, did Lin Hai truly have access to the core warships of the future? Do you have any insight into what the key changes are? The beautiful country has been on high alert domestically, making it undoubtedly difficult to learn more. So, what do you mean? Lin Hai looked at the old man in front of him with a hint of surprise on his face, as if he sensed that the old man was about to say something significant. After hearing his words, the old man chuckled before continuing. "Kid, if you don't mind me rambling on, how about becoming my disciple? I can teach you some knowledge in this area over the next few days. My surname is Ding, so you can call me Professor Ding." As he spoke, a glimmer of hope flashed in Professor Ding's eyes. After sizing up the old man, Lin Hai nodded in agreement. He indeed needed to find a top contemporary scholar to fill in the gaps in his scientific knowledge. Otherwise, even with systematic modifications, there would still be some things he might not understand. For example, the 42 Malawian Kwacha's vertical missile launch system. What would an outsider make of it? Even if they had decades of knowledge, it would still be a dream. Moreover, there are many different aspects of these missile systems, including aerodynamics and materials science, that he might not fully grasp. Did he even know the key combinations? Nowadays, the development of applied sciences cannot solely rely on one person's efforts to thoroughly research all scientific and technological fields. That is something Lin Hai must learn. It's essential to categorize certain areas and delegate them to others. This is the way of the future. Otherwise, as the warships become larger and more complicated, It would be impossible for him to keep building everything on his own. He needed to cultivate knowledge that could keep pace with him, and scientists also need to plan, innovate, and research for the future. Lin Hai nodded, effectively establishing a mentor-student relationship with the old man. Upon hearing Lin Hai's words, the old man seemed very pleased. Great. Come on, let us head to the data computation building behind the command room. And we'll carefully study the technology of the 1135 class frigate alongside other types we know about. You have a wild imagination, so if you learn anything interesting, make sure to share it with us. Thus, during the following period, Lin Hai began to study diligently, absorbing knowledge like a sponge regarding the science he had previously understood or not. Encouraged by several senior scientists, he also critically explored and reformed aspects of the 1135 class frigate. He repeatedly made significant suggestions and sketched plans for the corresponding frigate. Lin Hai also utilized the system to conduct research on the technology of these two types of frigates, attempting to reorganize and overlap their studies. Additionally, he had to consider issues related to structural engineering and whether installing these weapons on the frigate would pose any problems or affect its stability. All of these were crucial points for him to ponder. Numerous drafts of research were abandoned, revised, and continued, leaving countless people sweating over Lin Hai's progress. However, most of them had no idea that Lin Hai had been systematically reorganizing and optimizing his technical updates on these two types of ships. After many rounds of optimization, he finally arrived at an answer that satisfied him. It wasn't until that day that Lin Hai wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Chapter 52, Simulation Description. The professor was shocked. A large group of elderly gentlemen were all staring at him, their eyes sharp with intensity. Lin Hai stood on the stage, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, feeling awkward as he took a couple of steps back. Why were so many people here to listen to him speak? After studying for so long, Lin Hai had decided to take matters into his own hands. Today marked his latest lecture on the Project 1135 frigate. Clearing his throat a couple of times and looking down at the crowd of elderly men, Lin Hai began, as you all know. The Project 1135 frigate is a versatile, yet not entirely capable vessel, compared to the Project 1135 Type 1 frigate. The Type 2 has not significantly changed its attack and defense capabilities against maritime targets despite shedding some inherent features. From the data, it's clear that when the Project 1135 Krivaki frigate was mass-produced and commissioned, the prototype's weaknesses in naval firepower gradually became evident. The Krivaki's only anti-ship weaponry consists of two AK-7 76mm naval guns located at the rear, which have limited range and firepower. Therefore, upgrading to new, more powerful naval guns has become the best way to enhance its anti-ship capabilities without a major redesign of the hull. And that led to the changes in the Type 2. Lin Hai then delved into key data and conducted multiple research simulations. He had a deep understanding of the Project 1135 frigate, including its key strengths and weaknesses. As he spoke, an elderly professor named Ding raised his hand. His gaze was piercing, and his tone was brisk. Based on what you've shared, what areas should we focus on for reforming these frigates? Hearing Professor Ding's question, Lin Hai chuckled. The reason I say it is both comprehensive and not comprehensive is that the Project 1135 frigate has ample room for reform. For instance, after removing certain components, if we install advanced anti-ship missiles and upgrade to new radar systems, the modified Project 1135 could become a truly versatile frigate. He proceeded with some demonstrations, pulling out data images and formulas for exploration. As soon as he finished speaking, he continued, if we make these changes and implement operations here, and here, by adopting stealth technology and special hull designs to reduce radar cross-section, as well as electromagnetic, acoustic, and infrared signatures, while equipping it with advanced sensors and weapon systems. Additionally, we could replace the original Talwar-class 3S-90 single-arm missile launcher with 3 sets of 12-cell vertical launch systems using the cold-launch 3S-90E. The entire air defense system would still be based on the Stuka-1, but we would adapt the missiles to launch vertically with the 9M317Me. If we make these modifications, then the Project 1135 versatile frigate could transform into a new type of stealth missile attack vessel. If we were to incorporate some of the technologies from the United States, such as the 42 Malawian Quachas missile guidance system, into the 1135 class frigate, it might actually turn out to be more advanced and refined than their current naval systems. As Lin Hai spoke, his excitement became increasingly evident, and the joy in his eyes began to shine through. He lightly tapped on an object beside him and continued. In that case, the existing flaws could naturally be addressed. I think I've said enough for now. I'm curious to hear if any of the professors have thoughts or feedback on my additions. After taking a sip of water, his throat a bit dry, he was eager to listen to everyone's opinions. Hearing Lin Hai's words, the others exchanged glances, and from their expressions, it was clear they were a mix of confusion and disbelief. This young man spoke incredibly well, and every word seemed to be underscored by his sharp gaze. It was absolutely perfect. The group fell into a stunned silence for a moment before breaking out into applause. Excitement, unimaginable excitement. This kid was truly a prodigy, having reached a level of understanding and research akin to that of the world's top weapon experts. When it came to the reform of the 1135 class frigate and the application of the Burke-class destroyer, this kid had the audacity to innovate boldly, conducting multiple forecasts and explorations. Impressive, truly impressive. At that moment, several elderly professors stood up from the crowd, their hands red from clapping. Young man, well done. Your research into aerodynamics and these scientific concepts is beyond what we imagined. One of them exclaimed. Indeed. I've spent my whole life studying this and might not even grasp a fraction of what you've done. But you've shown us right away what is possible. Everyone chimed in with their praises, and eventually, Professor Ding made a decision. They would send the research diagrams to the military soon, to be jointly reviewed by General Su Tian and military leaders. Almost immediately after Professor Ding and the others agreed, the relevant data and research diagrams were quickly sent over to Su and his team. At that moment in the underground base, Su Tian rushed over after learning that Lin Hai had produced new data diagrams and sent the materials their way. So what do the research data say? And what are the professors saying about the ship diagrams? If there's even a slight improvement or reasonable modification, it would be a huge benefit for us. But if there are issues with the research sketches, let us not be too harsh. That kid is genuinely thinking of us. Listening to Su Tian, Li Long, who had been standing there, pulled out the research data, marked some points on the diagrams, and spoke with excitement on his face. It's not simple at all. Really not simple. This little guy's research on the data is simply astonishing. He has practically squeezed every bit of information dry. Moreover, several professors have jointly requested higher authorities to bring in more capable experts in weaponry, naval engineering, and structural science to mentor this kid. Listening to Li Long's words, Su Tian frowned slightly. Could it be that Lin Hai has been a bit unruly at the base? If that's the case, I hope those esteemed professors can be more understanding. After all, geniuses often have their quirks, don't they? Chapter 53. Huge expenses, a dilemma. At this moment, Su Tian was most worried that Lin Hai might develop a sense of dissatisfaction with the domestic situation due to a rebellious mindset, and leave the country just like that despicable Wang. If that happened, he would truly have no way out. No. What the professors meant was that the kid's abilities had improved significantly. According to several professors, the research diagrams Lin Hai had produced recently were becoming increasingly clear, and he was exceptionally skilled in the installation and arrangement of various weapons, as well as the structural research of ship materials. It could be said that this kid had almost figured out all the research directions by himself, and based on his understanding of the Type 1135 frigate and the Burke-class destroyer, he had created a new type of warship. If the expert's analysis and corresponding data were correct, this new type of frigate could exert a certain level of suppression over existing warships. Many of the data points could even be said to perfectly surpass those from the United States. Shock. An incredible wave of astonishment surged through Su Tian's heart at that moment. He stared at Li Long in front of him, unable to suppress the corners of his lips from curling up. But then he clenched his fists and slammed them onto the table beside him, his face radiating extreme excitement as he exclaimed, "Really? This is simply fantastic." It was hard for him to imagine that such a young kid could possess such remarkable capabilities. However, just as Su Tian was on cloud nine, a somewhat subdued voice broke the silence from outside. But after developing these data diagrams and corresponding warship research, do we have enough funding to support this kid's research? Following the sound, he saw Jin Chong's face carrying a hint of somberness. His eyes filled with a sense of helplessness, as if a myriad of emotions were swirling within him. As Jin Chong spoke, Su Tian began to feel a bit dissatisfied. He walked over to Jin Chong's side and patted the guy on the shoulder. What you're saying doesn't make sense. Besides, the fact that this kid can produce so much already speaks volumes. We can't continue to be overly critical of others. And as for funding for research, it's not like we don't have any. Hearing Su Tian's words, Jin Chong lifted his gaze and looked at his old partner beside him. You're right. We do have money. Moreover, if that bastard were still around, the research funds we had would have been sufficient. After all, the technologies and materials he had in hand were enough for us to procure the necessary military equipment for research. But this time, the things this kid had developed were too advanced, too useful, and simply extraordinary. Jin Chong, being from a technical background, understood this demand all too well. The more advanced the technology, the higher the requirements it entailed, and consequently, the military expenses would also be substantial. Don't think that their military budget is substantial. Often, those in the upper echelons treat funds like they are splitting a penny into two. A lot of military spending is mandatory. There are certain expenses they cannot cut, and they have to handle them with great caution. The things that this young genius has developed are indeed powerful and formidable, but they also require time, experience, and funding for experiments. If the experiments go wrong even once or twice, the financial loss could exceed hundreds of millions. Will their research funding keep up then? Will the authorities conduct an investigation? I'm not sure if they have fully explained the situation regarding that defector named Wang to the higher-ups. If they handle things with such a large military expenditure ratio and face multiple research failures, it won't matter for the two of them. But this young genius might be seen by the investigators as someone assisting in wasting military funds with the intent to defect. If that happens, they will be nailed to the wall of shame. But more importantly, if a promising young military talent gets dragged into this, neither of them, especially old Su, would take it lightly. As Jin Chong spoke, Su Tian couldn't help but lift his gaze, and after a moment of thought, his expression became somewhat grim. As if he understood something, Li Long, standing by, looked at their expressions in confusion, not knowing what was going on. Why were they suddenly acting this way? Why did their faces turn so grim? What's wrong, old Su, old Jin? Speak up, Li Long urged. At that moment, Su Tian pulled a cigarette from his pocket, lit it, took a deep drag, and then coughed a couple of times. After they discussed their speculations, their attention shifted back to Jin Chong. So, according to your speculation, should we proceed with the research or not? This young genius's proposal has received such praise from the professors. If we choose not to proceed, how will we compensate for the significant losses we would cause to our country and our people? Su Tian's words were clearly directed at that damned Professor Wang. Hearing this, Jin Chong was already seething with anger, his fists clenched tightly, his expression extremely grim. That Wang had caused him such trouble, leading them into this predicament. Moreover, he had squandered their funds to this extent, leaving behind only this small fraction. The most critical point was that a thought suddenly emerged in their minds. What if that Wang had already planned to deceive the country before returning, all while putting on a facade of patriotism in front of foreign individuals? So, upon returning to Jin Chong's side, he first pretended to be extremely patriotic, but in reality, he wasn't at all. At the same time, he would lavishly waste funds. And once he felt it was about time, he would keep the relevant data to himself and escape abroad. As they speculated this way, everyone felt a chill of cold sweat wash over them. An unimaginable wave of emotion suddenly erupted within Jin Chong, who gritted his teeth and took a deep breath. It was precisely because of this that he hated that bastard even more. If he had simply chosen to defect after leaving the country without returning, I might have only criticized him for forgetting his roots. But now, what difference is there between him and a spy or a traitor? During this time, Jin Chong felt a deep pain in his heart, his complexion and expression visibly clouded. Seeing his old comrade in such a state, Su Tian hurriedly spoke up again. Chapter 54, A Good News. Lack of research funding? We can continue to apply for more from higher-ups. And if there are any minor issues, we can take our time to adjust things. Let's first get that kid's team to start the experiments. Who knows, they might succeed on the first try. The military is known for its rigor, and words like might are generally not spoken by soldiers. Yet this time, for the sake of an old comrade, Su Tian uttered such words. Hearing Su Tian, Jin Chong shook his head. No, once the experiment starts, it will be hard to stop. What if we need to apply for more funding later and get rejected? What if something goes wrong in the meantime? We absolutely cannot let funding issues derail the experiment. So my suggestion is to explore alternative funding sources. Jin Chong's gaze was sharp, but there was a hint of helplessness and pain in his eyes. Li Long was a bit confused by Jin Chong's words. What does it mean? What does this picture represent? And how do we handle funding from other sources? Before he could think it through, Jin Chong had already laid out his thoughts. I remember that recently they requested the procurement of military-grade special steel. What I mean is, can we handle this as a special case? Upon hearing this, Su Tian's eyes widened in shock. Although military spending is already tightly controlled, it shouldn't extend to handling funds for special steel. I know that such things are usually scrutinized very closely by higher-ups. There's a good chance different departments will send people to check. If they don't find any issues, that's one thing. But what if they discover discrepancies in the quantity of steel being procured? That could escalate the situation, and Jin Chong might even be called back. Thinking of this, Su Tian proposed a new plan. If possible, let that kid continue his research for now. Regarding the military special steel issue, we can urgently apply for funding from above. However, before Su Tian could finish, Jin Chong shook his head again. An urgent application may seem straightforward on the surface, But the behind-the-scenes operations and requirements are anything but simple. Besides, that kid is so passionately helping us. If we delay for a month or two, wouldn't that be? Suddenly changing military research plans could attract scrutiny from higher-ups, and how would we explain that kid's involvement? If Professor Wong's defection were to come to light, would this research base undergo restructuring? Each of these issues is fraught with complications. To make matters worse, what if the review takes too long and Lin Hai isn't here? How would we handle that? Moreover, the others return with a heart full of loyalty to the country, and you want to subject them to an unnecessary inspection. Would it make someone else angry if this were to happen to them? After all, geniuses are often proud and have their own principles. After pondering for a moment, Su Tian had to admit that Jin Chang's thoughts were indeed a bit unsettling. Moreover, that kid has accomplished so much for the country. I should lend him a hand. The worst that could happen is a demotion or a couple of ranks being taken away, as long as we can achieve success in our research. And as long as that kid can bring back good news, what's the harm in losing a few ranks? At this point in his thoughts, Su Tian suddenly felt a sense of liberation. The plan was officially underway. Since this kid isn't afraid, and neither are the old professors at the research base, why should we be worried? Are we afraid he won't produce anything? We believe in his abilities, and I think you should too. Looking at Lin Hai, who had already fallen asleep in the bedroom, a gentle expression flickered in Su Tian's eyes. He quickly spoke up, "We can't let our treasure catch a cold. Hurry and make sure someone takes care of this kid. He shouldn't be sleeping at that table. We'll tell him the good news tomorrow. If he really pulls it off, I'll personally recommend him for a commendation." With that, Su Tian turned his head again. "I'll need everyone's help during this time." His tone was particularly sharp, and the people in front of him nodded in agreement. "Of course, General Su. How could we disagree with you? If it comes to it, we'll all pitch in. I think this kid has a lot of potential. He might end up outperforming that guy named Wong." One of them added, "We've been fed up with that Wong guy for a while now. He always struts around like he's so impressive, but when it came down to it, he just took off, leaving us in this mess." Li Long chimed in, glancing at Jin Chong with a raised brow, a hint of amusement in his eyes. Seeing everyone trying to comfort him, Jin Chong couldn't help but smile. The next day, as Lin Hai just woke up, he noticed the blanket covering him. Feeling a bit warm, he set it aside and stepped out the door, only to find Professor Ding and the others waiting outside for quite some time. Their eyes sparkled with joy, and as soon as they saw Lin Hai, they quickly raised their hands. Rushing over to shake Lin Hai's hand, Professor Ding exclaimed, "Oh, we thought you were still asleep. Old Chin, old Li, and I have been waiting for so long. How are you feeling now? Much better, I hope? You must have been really tired yesterday." A warm glimmer appeared in Professor Ding's eyes as he spoke. Lin Hai nodded in response, smiling as he said, "Thank you for your concern, professors. I'm doing well now, no problems at all." As Lin Hai bounced up and down, Professor Ding cleared his throat and continued speaking. "It's good to hear there's no problem. How about I bring you some good news, old man?" With that, Professor Ding winked at Lin Hai, a playful smile lighting up his eyes, making it quite evident. Lin Hai paused for a moment at Professor Ding's words. "What is it? Where's this good news coming from?" And he looked at Professor Ding's beaming face, gently stroking his chin. "Is it something about the research? Did we get approval from the higher-ups?" Chapter 55. You do not fail the nation, and the nation does not fail you. Hearing these words, Professor Ding nodded, his face beaming with joy as he looked at Lin Hai. "You little rascal are quite the guesser. That's right, you got it. The higher-ups have already approved it, and they've even granted special funding this time. They allocated over 100 million for research and appointed you as the research supervisor to help us fully grasp the technology. However, they're still a bit curious about what you presented last time. They want to ask some questions. They also want to know how long it will take to produce the corresponding frigates. There's no need to reach the 100 capability you mentioned. If we can achieve 80 of the key technologies and weapon power, that would already be impressive." As Professor Ding spoke, his eyes sparkled with excitement, almost bursting with joy. Listening to Professor Ding, Lin Hai couldn't help but smile. Great. He knew how much effort he had put into those projects during this time. How much energy and thought he had invested. On one hand, he had thoroughly absorbed all the knowledge about the 1135 class and the Ba class frigates, continuously adjusting and deepening his understanding. On the other hand, it wasn't just him. Professor Ding and all the researchers present were also dedicating their time and effort to learn alongside him, aiming to contribute. Lin Hai had long noticed their earnestness. They were genuinely striving for the country's maritime defense, even though there were many aspects they were not familiar with or struggled to comprehend. But for these patriotic researchers who were willing to sacrifice everything for their fellow citizens, no matter how difficult it was to understand, they were determined to research and master the necessary technologies. He looked at everyone in front of him with joy and bowed slightly. "Professor Ding, I truly appreciate your thoughts. If it weren't for your support, I probably wouldn't have been able to dedicate myself to learning for such a long time. As he said this, Lin Hai bowed again, his eyes reflecting his happiness. Hearing Lin Hai's words, Professor Ding hurriedly helped him up, excitement evident in his gaze, and said, "Oh, good child. Compared to that Wong kid, you are just wonderful, so earnest and respectful towards us old folks, without any arrogance. You listen carefully to our requests. Unlike that bastard Wong, we old folks should definitely have some fun with you." With that, Professor Ding chuckled, his eyes filled with affection for Lin Hai. Meanwhile, on the other side, Su Tian and the others were watching Lin Hai and the others' conversation through the surveillance cameras in the underground base. At the same time, Jin Chong frowned as he stared at the scene before him, and after a while, he finally spoke up. "This little guy is actually quite decent. If it were that other guy." At this point, Jin Chong paused, as he already had a rough understanding of Professor Wong's temperament. That guy is really not a good person. He's not only ill-tempered, but also tends to insult people casually. In contrast, Lin Hai has gotten along well with many researchers. There's no sign of him being rude, and he listens humbly to their opinions. If he finds something valuable, he integrates it. If he thinks it's not good, he clearly expresses his thoughts on the technical implications and corresponding requirements and issues. He even takes the time to explain to the researchers why he didn't adopt their suggestions. Listening to Su Tian and Jin Chong, Li Long, who was sitting nearby, scratched his head and continued. "I think this little guy's temperament is way better than that other guy's. Just look at how good he is. Serious and meticulous, and in some research areas. He completely outshines that Wong guy. If we had brought this little genius over sooner, we might have already developed our advanced escort ship. It seems to me that Wong is deliberately stalling our progress, just to prevent us from having our own advanced escort ship." Hearing this, Su Tian's eyes flickered momentarily, while Jin Chong's gaze froze for 2 seconds, followed by a look of frustration and pain. Yeah, considering the guy has been researching for so long. Even if he hasn't produced anything, he should at least be able to replicate something relevant. Yet, every time someone here asks for technical materials, he brushes them off with all sorts of excuses, insufficient data, unviable experimental conclusions, and then claiming that the research direction needs adjustment. In short, it boils down to one thing: no money needs to be handled. Even after all that time, he hasn't achieved as much as Lin Hai has in just half a month. The more Jin Chong thought about it, the more upset he became, and his expression grew increasingly grim. Just then, Su Tian placed a hand on his shoulder and gently patted it, saying, "All right, let's not get so worked up over a thankless wolf. Besides, even if you get angry here, that thankless wolf can't see it. Instead of ruining your health, it's better to focus on what we should do next. We have this little genius now, right? The most important thing is to meet all his requirements and not let others feel disheartened. And if this little genius really produces something, we'll have something to report to the higher-ups. At the very least, you and I won't be letting the public down." Su Tian wanted to continue persuading Jin Chong, but at that moment, Jin Chong waved his hand and replied with certainty, "Sure, I don't need you to persuade me like that. Besides, I know what I raised in the first place. It's my fault." He fixed his intense gaze in the direction of Lin Hai, took a deep breath, and continued with a determined look. "We can't let this little guy down this time." They were already well aware of Lin Hai's deep love for his country. If they were to let such a young talent, a genius, become disillusioned with the nation, they would truly be at fault. Chapter 56, A Buddy's Artistry, Not His Body. After giving Jin Chong a bit of reassurance, Su Tian turned his attention back to the monitor, stroking his chin thoughtfully. "However, it seems a bit challenging for us to build a complete warship from scratch. What methods can we use to help this little guy?" As he spoke, Su Tian squinted, his eyes fixed intently on Jin Chong, as if trying to convey something without words. Hearing Su Tian's words, Jin Chong couldn't help but grimace slightly. It's practically impossible for domestic shipyards to completely replicate foreign warships. Even dreaming of constructing a Type 1135 frigate is just that, a dream. Unless we can somehow retrieve that thing for this kid. But given its current state, it would be better to just order a new one. Jin Chong appeared a bit conflicted, and after a moment, he lightly tapped the table. All right, you don't have to worry about the details. I'll figure it out." Rubbing his temples in frustration, he gazed out at the sea in front of him. "I hope this could one mind that the thing is so worn out." Another busy day passed. Lin Hai and Professor Ding spent a lot of time re-evaluating their plans and adjusting the data. Developing a warship isn't something that can be rushed. As the saying goes, 10 years for the Army, 100 years for the Navy. Although Lin Hai knew that the plans and data for the warships were perfectly deduced by the system, the expenditure of hundreds of millions is no joke. It's not something that can be handed out just because someone presses a thumb. At this point, spending that much money is practically a monumental task. Therefore, we'll need to discuss it at least 2 or 3 more times. I might as well consider it a chance to learn new knowledge. Lin Hai rubbed his head in frustration. wondering what to do next. Should he guide them in building a warship from the ground up? The current domestic machine tools aren't quite up to the task. After all, Lin Hai planned to create a new warship that combines the strengths of both the Type 1135 and the Burke class. But there's a critical issue with the current domestic capabilities. Lamenting the shortage of materials, he sat helplessly in his assigned single room, making adjustments under the light. By the time dawn broke the next day, Lin Hai had just gotten out of bed when he was greeted by a face that looked unusually cheerful. Startled, Lin Hai instinctively threw a punch. As the daylight gradually brightened, Jin Chong was seen covering his face, which had swelled up significantly. He shot Lin Hai an annoyed look, his expression a mix of confusion and embarrassment. "You're something else, you know? That punch nearly sent me to meet the king of hell. If the old professors had taken a hit from you, it would be a miracle if they didn't spend 3 to 5 days in a hospital bed. It's a good thing I didn't bring the old professors with me. If that punch had hit, who would be to blame?" Listening to Jin Chong's words, Lin Hai awkwardly covered his hand, but after a moment, he couldn't help but mutter in annoyance. "If you hadn't suddenly appeared in front of me, glaring with that big face of yours, would I have been startled?" He said this while looking at the somewhat short officer in front of him and shaking his hand. "I mean, what were you doing barging into my room? I almost thought a thief had come in with that sudden move." Hearing Lin Hai's words, Jin Chong was momentarily stunned, then stood up straight, clearly irritated. "Who are you calling old? I'm only 57. I still have plenty of skills left in me. How am I considered old?" He swung his fists, but soon winced, unable to resist covering his face as he let out small whines. It seemed the sudden movement had aggravated the pain on his face. While applying some ice water to his face, he looked at Lin Hai and said, "You kid are pretty impressive. Strong physique too. Ha ha ha. But do you want to try something new?" He chuckled somewhat lewdly. Lin Hai frowned at Jin Chong's words, crossing his arms defensively. "What do you want? I'm not selling my body here." Hearing this, Jin Chong nearly exploded with frustration. "When did I ever say I wanted you to sell yourself? The most ridiculous part is that this kid thinks he needs to be cautious around me. I'm a good person, for crying out loud." After giving Lin Hai an annoyed glance, Jin Chong continued, "All right, you're just here to mess with me. What do you mean selling yourself? I came to find you for something important. Do you want to play with model aircraft?" Upon hearing this, Lin Hai felt a bit guilty. Model aircraft, he suddenly remembered the one he had disassembled on the spot, and his face turned a bit awkward. "What model aircraft? I don't know what you're talking about." Seeing Lin Hai's unguarded response, Jin Chong chuckled and raised his eyes with disdain. "Don't play dumb with me. I saw you tear that model aircraft to pieces. The surveillance footage showed everything clearly. You've got some guts, huh? You even dismantled the one belonging to our esteemed instructor." With that, Jin Chong pretended to scold him fiercely. Hearing that the other party knew his secret, Lin Hai couldn't help but bite his lip in embarrassment. It turned out everything he did was known. But after a moment of awkwardness, he casually shrugged it off, leaning back and crossing his legs, saying, "Well, I don't know what you're talking about. If you didn't catch me in the act, then you didn't see anything." Listening to this, Jin Chong was completely stunned by Lin Hai's shamelessness. After taking a deep breath, he felt his blood pressure rising from anger. This brat. All right, he decided not to waste any more time arguing with Lin Hai. He grabbed the kid's hand firmly and said, "Listen up, I've got a big task for you. If you can pull it off, I'll pretend I never saw you mess up my model airplane. But if you fail..." As he spoke, he tightened his grip on Lin Hai's hand and started walking forward. Chapter 57. The 1135-7 frigate. Crossing the surrounding woods and passing by the soldiers on duty at the entrance, Lin Hai soon followed Jin Chong to a desolate area in the countryside. The ground was littered with gravel, and the trees were particularly striking, making the whole place look like a vast beach. Could it be that this guy was holding a grudge because I ruined his model airplane and intended to bury me here? For a moment, Lin Hai couldn't help but feel a bit worried and afraid as he glanced at Jin Chong in front of him. At that moment, Jin Chong gradually realized that he was having trouble pulling Lin Hai along. Turning around, he saw Lin Hai looking a bit dazed, ready to make a run for it. What is this guy doing? Jin Chong stared at Lin Hai, momentarily at a loss for words. But in the next instant, he quickly grabbed Lin Hai's hand, pulling him back in front of him. Thankfully, his skills and restraint hadn't gone to waste. Otherwise, this little guy would have scurried away like a mouse. With an exasperated look at Lin Hai, who was trying to flee, Jin Chong said, all right, do you really think I'm the bad guy here? Just look ahead." He lightly tapped Lin Hai on the head, and at those words, Lin Hai awkwardly scratched his head. "I'm not dirty," he thought to himself. But as he turned his gaze forward, he suddenly froze. Before them lay a specially crafted small bay, and a massive ship stood prominently in the center of that bay. Lin Hai scrutinized the ship and soon realized with astonishment, it was a warship. What a huge model ship! Lin Hai exclaimed in a bewildered tone. Hearing this, Jin Chong was instantly furious, his expression turning incredulous. What do you mean, a huge model ship? This vessel took considerable effort to bring back. Does this little brat not know a good thing when he sees one? Noticing the anger in Jin Chong's eyes, Lin Hai quickly tried to ease the situation. All right. I understand your point. This thing is a warship, and a good one at that. Though its glory days were probably decades ago. As he examined the ship before him, he continued, this is an 1135 class frigate. To be honest, when Lin Hai laid eyes on this old relic, he was almost dumbfounded. When was the 1135 class frigate first produced as a mainstay? It was back in the mid-20th century, when the Soviets developed it as their first missile frigate. That was truly its peak era. But now, look at this old relic being so meticulously preserved and cherished by the people here. Lin Hai couldn't help but feel an overwhelming sense of disbelief and confusion. After all, logically speaking, even the current Russia, which has inherited the former Soviet legacy, wouldn't care much about this thing, let alone such a ship. Many of the weapons on it have already been dismantled. It seems this vessel is nothing more than scrap metal to be sold domestically. Meanwhile, observing the bewilderment in Lin Hai's eyes, Jin Chong raised his brows and gazed ahead. A hint of helplessness and heartfelt sorrow reflected in his expression. His gaze was fixed on the ship before them, revealing a sense of resignation. You should be able to tell what this is, right? This is a corvette that was sold to us back when the Soviet Union was still around and had friendly relations with us, the 1135 type prototype corvette. With hardly any modifications at all. This is nothing but a prototype. Do you have any idea how much effort and time they spent bringing this back to our country? Back then, those people were even reluctant to sell us any of the power systems or engines from this ship. Thankfully, after some persuasion, they finally agreed, albeit reluctantly. As he spoke, Jin Chong gently stroked the hull of the warship ahead. This thing is a treasure. Those scholars back then even competed fiercely to study it. And we don't know how much time and energy was invested. We barely managed to replicate the current Type 50 thanks to this. But even so, Jin Chong shook his head, his neck reddening with frustration. This old veteran has participated in numerous naval confrontations with those sailors. For instance, that hull over there was made during a confrontation with the Burt-class destroyers from the beautiful country during the last dispute. And that one over there was during an encounter with their ships, where their people mocked us, calling us nothing but a bunch of outdated relics. This thing should be looked for in the annals of history. It serves no purpose anymore. During that skirmish, they nearly destroyed this entire ship. At this point, Jin Chong's voice had grown hoarse. A weak country has no diplomacy. Without a navy, a nation is defenseless. Their navy is outdated, their equipment is lagging. So they are easily bullied by outsiders. Those guys mocked our equipment, ridiculed those good kids. Are those kids really worse than those foreign soldiers? If you ask Jin Chong, they are not only comparable but far superior in many ways. But with such outdated ships, how could they possibly win against those damn foreigners? Even if foreigners lose, they can still run away. But what does it matter if Jin Chong wins? This warship has fallen behind during the exchange of fire with the enemy, ending up in such a dire state. With such outdated naval equipment, it's impossible to break through the enemy's defenses. The battered deck and shattered hull, still bearing the scent of gunpowder, undoubtedly send a message to them. A weakened navy and compromised coastal defenses are nothing short of disgraceful. It's a humiliation, an absolute disgrace. What is this? It's a shame for us. A shame for patriots. Chapter 58. Can you fix this, kid? At this point, Jin Chong could no longer contain the anger boiling inside him. His fists clenched tightly. He turned to look toward Lin Hai behind him, his eyes filled with a pleading anticipation. Kid, with such a massive model, can you fix it? We don't have the money or the energy here to help you configure those things. We don't have the time or the capital to order a high-quality warship from abroad again. But I still want to ask you, if I put this little gadget in front of you, how would you handle it? Listening to Jin Chong, Lin Hai paused for 2 seconds as he noticed the increasingly sharp gaze in his eyes. Then, he calmly replied, loyalty to the country means only death. I will fight until the end and forge swords for my nation. Upon hearing Lin Hai's words, Jin Chong couldn't help but clap his hands in excitement. The joy in his eyes seemed to merge into one. He never expected such a young kid would possess such determination and incredible willpower. Then, Jin Chong looked at Lin Hai and intentionally asked, I heard that someone abroad wanted to keep you over there? Lin Hai paused for a moment before nodding. That's right. In Somalia, someone did want me to help them. He said that if the plan succeeded, he would give me a status equal to his. At that time, he would be the king there, and I would be the king too. Lin Hai couldn't help but chuckle at the thought. Hearing his words, Jin Chong was once again struck with disbelief. Then why would you consider it? Logically, if you stayed there, everything you desire, wealth, power, would be at your fingertips. You could enjoy privileges there that you can't even get at home, and everyone would become your subordinate. Listening to Jin Chong, Lin Hai chuckled softly and placed a hand at his side. So what else could I do besides that? Sure, I could get everything I want abroad, the desires that ordinary people crave, wealth, money, power, and beauty. But those things aren't that important to me. If I could, I'd return to my country and become a tree like Jin Chong, as long as I can sprout. As Lin Hai's metaphorical words sank in, Jin Chong fell completely silent. After a while, he looked at his old comrade and then shifted his gaze to Lin Hai. Not bad. Very good. You, kid, are quite capable. And you have such patriotism. I'll entrust this old buddy to you. No worries. Here is the deal. I'll give you your first task. You want to build a warship, right? Use this thing as your first target. Just get this gadget to be the warship you envision. But the first step is to completely fix it. Do you have what it takes? To be honest, most forces in the country today don't have this kind of confidence, not even the military factories. The maintenance cost for this thing nowadays might even rival the expenses incurred when it fell from the sea surface. Trying to repair it will undoubtedly require a lot of time and effort. Compared to fixing the damaged areas, it will take an enormous amount of energy and time. Actually, after Jin Chong finished speaking, there was another option. He could let Lin Hai continue to study diligently, and when the warships they ordered from abroad return, Lin Hai could continue his research and install all the weapons on them. It's hard to say which path this kid will choose, but normally, a rational person wouldn't opt for the more troublesome route, right? Before Jin Chong could finish his sentence, Lin Hai raised his hand. Isn't it just fixing this thing? I can do it. Hearing Lin Hai's words, Jin Chong was momentarily stunned. He pointed at the warship in front of him, which he had intended to help Lin Hai with later, to bring it back for them to study together. Now, Lin Hai was saying he was ready to fix this thing. How was he planning to repair the warship? Just banging and welding? Didn't he know how long it takes to build a warship? Currently, there are very few military factories in the country capable of manufacturing modern warships. And they would need money for materials, right? The warship would cost money too. Some of the materials are even harder to acquire. Yet this kid claims he is going to fix the warship. Jin Chong looked at Lin Hai in disbelief. The look of confusion and shock in his eyes was evident. Listening to Lin Hai's confident and slightly excited tone, Jin Chong didn't say much at that moment. The kid has such a confident mindset. If he were to discourage him further, would that be too harsh? Besides, the little guy had said it himself. Shouldn't he trust him? At this moment, Jin Chong fell into a daze, not knowing how much time had passed. He watched as Lin Hai was practically rushing over to the warship to touch it. After raising an eyebrow, Jin Chong thought, are you really that confident? This isn't a model ship that can just be patched up and used. Which warship hasn't he been through the trials of battle? Which one doesn't he have to operate under extreme cold or heat? If you manage to fix something, it will still have to undergo testing, and if it doesn't pass, your reputation will be in tatters. At this point, Jin Chong still intended to persuade Lin Hai, but what he didn't realize was that the more he tried to dissuade him, the more certain Lin Hai became. Lin Hai looked at Jin Chong, whose eyes still bore a concerned expression, then tightly clenched his fists, a look of affirmative joy flashing across his face. You can rest assured, this thing is quite simple. Well, letting this kid take a tumble isn't a bad idea. After all, Sutian can handle things from there. If the higher-ups come asking, I can cover for him for a while. If he wants to go for it, then let him go. At this point, a hint of melancholy flashed through Jin Chong's mind. After all, he was a veteran who wholeheartedly cared for the country and truly wanted to see it possess top-notch naval vessels. You can't say that Jin Chong didn't have a bit of personal ambition. How could he not want to witness that scene when the time comes? But given the current situation, there is no room for personal desires anymore. After a 2-second silence, Jin Chong looked at Lin Hai's excited expression. Chapter 59. The boy's shoulders with a surprised chuckle, he continued, by the way, how much do you think it would cost to fix this battleship? I asked around before. And it would take at least $4 million. And that's under the assumption that the ship is still in decent shape without major damage. Otherwise, thinking about restoring it to full functionality is just a pipe dream. The repair cost would easily double. Before Jin Chong could say anything further, Lin Hai waved his hand and confidently replied, repairing it. I'm already considering how to install a vertical missile launch system on this old warship and how to add some more artillery. After all, the more artillery, the better. Maybe we can even add some helicopter deck areas on both sides of this frigate. After pondering for a moment, Lin Hai continued, maybe around 4 million? He gave a rough estimate, and upon hearing his words, Jin Chong couldn't help but smile slightly. Not bad. The estimated figure Lin Hai provided was pretty much in line with what he had gotten last time. That makes things easier. For $1 million, huh? I'll arrange for some research funding and share part of the research details with you later. Do a good job, and if it turns out well, I'll treat you to tea. As he spoke, a glimmer of joy appeared on Jin Chong's face. just as he turned to leave. Lin Hai's voice nearly left Jin Chung stunned. What do you mean $4 million? We're not in the States right now. Besides, even if we were to find a factory there to do the repairs, it wouldn't necessarily cost that much. Based on my estimates, $4 million should be sufficient. The sharpness in Lin Hai's eyes made him look particularly impressive. However, Jin Chung's dissatisfaction grew as he listened to him. He looked at Lin Hai in disbelief, then turned his gaze to the ship behind him, his expression becoming increasingly shocked and bewildered. Did this kid even know what he was talking about? Did he understand what the numbers he mentioned represented? $4 million? And that was just in their currency. At this time, the exchange rate between the US dollar and the domestic currency was nearly 10-1. What does that mean? It means that in Jin Chong's original estimate, to get everything fixed properly, you would need at least $40 million. Moreover, a significant portion of that money would be needed to address the weapon systems on the entire battleship, as well as to repair the ship's power systems and damage control systems. Every penny and every figure here was crucial. But now this kid was making him lose face over a mere $4 million. If this little guy succeeds, then great. But if he fails, won't he be unable to hold his head up for the rest of his life? At this moment, Jin Chung stared intently at Lin Hai, his expression a mix of peculiar surprise and a hint of incredulity. After a moment of silence, he finally pursed his lips. Could it be that this kid just wants to patch up the ship and then let it leak? He had no idea how many issues there were with such a large vessel, and if something went wrong mid-journey, it would be a real headache. He initially wanted to say more, but the next second, seeing the certainty in Lin Hai's eyes, Jin Chung couldn't help but take a deep breath. Forget it. With this kid's current stubbornness, if he didn't follow his lead, it was unlikely the kid would be satisfied. Fine. I'll give him some time and a portion of the funds. Once he gets hands-on experience, he'll realize just how much effort it really takes. It's not as simple as digging a hole out of thin air. The energy, time, data, and materials required are anything but trivial. Sometimes you think you can achieve big things with a small budget, but in reality, that small budget might just lead to a major disaster. When the time comes, if Lin Hai encounters any issues and feels overwhelmed, he can expect a proper lesson from me. Does he really think this is easy? If it were that simple, it would be a different story. You better remember this. I can give you at most half a month. If you don't manage to sort out the basics of this ship in that time, don't blame me for being harsh. I won't be hitting you. But you'll definitely need to remember that this isn't something to be taken lightly. Saying this, he deliberately tried to intimidate Lin Hai. At that moment, Lin Hai appeared extremely confident. His eyes sparkled with a sharp brilliance that could almost be blinding. Don't worry, I won't let you down. All right. Now that the warning has been issued and the military order has been established, it seems I still need to find some key assistance for this kid. Since you're confident in fixing this ship, I should give you some more help. Just tell me how many shipyard workers and experts you need, and how many people you require to assist you. Jin Chung was quite confident about this. After all, he was responsible for logistics. If there aren't enough researchers, surely he could find a few workers and experts? The specialists on this island aren't incompetent. Listening to Jin Chung, Lin Hai couldn't help but ponder. To be honest, getting help has its pros and cons. The benefits are clear. Having others assist means he wouldn't have to do everything himself. At that time, some installation aspects could also guide others to work together, but there are downsides to this. What I want to do is different from what Jin Chung has in mind. The other party just wants me to repair the ship. However, Lin Hai's goal is to implement his own ideas on the ship. He wants to prepare all the weapons he had envisioned before. That way, it will be a big surprise for them. So, after thinking for a moment, Lin Hai couldn't help but lift his gaze. I can handle this on my own. All I need is for you to get the military factory on this island up and running. They'll do whatever I ask. My plan is already well thought out. And after discussing it with the experts during this time, I am confident. Chapter 60. Why do foreigners look down on us? Hearing this confident declaration, Jin Chung nearly jumped up in surprise. Did this kid really know what he was saying? He actually claimed he could repair the entire ship all by himself? Sure, there would be plenty of professional equipment available, but even if this kid exhausted all his energy, he might not be able to get the job done. This wasn't the time to play the hero. Even if he wanted to be one, he needed to consider the practical situation. However, looking into Lin Hai's eyes, filled with sharp determination and a firm grip that radiated confidence, Jin Chung found himself agreeing to the kid's proposal without realizing it. Fine, but if anything goes wrong, you better follow our lead. Sometimes, suffering is a blessing. Let this kid learn from his mistakes. After giving Lin Hai a pat on the shoulder, Jin Chung said seriously, all right, I'll leave it to you. If you really manage to fix everything, I'll make sure to commend you. With that, he turned and walked away. As he neared the edge of the beach and crossed into the forest, Jin Chung suddenly stopped beside a patch of lush grass. After surveying his surroundings, he clapped his hands. Almost immediately, several young men sprang out from the sides, rushing over to him while saluting. Did you just let that kid run wild? You should have told him about the crisis we're facing. One of the older-looking majors, named Shogua, spoke up. He was one of Jin Chong's trusted subordinates and the smartest among them. Hearing Zhougua's concerns, Jin Chong raised an eyebrow. The kid was pretty confident, and he had every right to be. He had proven himself capable of tackling tough challenges and had even developed the 42 Malawian Quachas missile system. In fact, even our top scientists might not be as skilled as he was. And during this time, do you know how the experts have been evaluating this kid? Jin Chong gazed up at the clear blue sky and said affirmatively, a genius. An extraordinary genius. With this kid around, we won't have to worry about a lack of talent and research in the future. That's why I'm willing to give him so much freedom. He deserves it. We're in desperate need of talent in naval defense, especially someone who can create cutting-edge technology. If we don't do everything we can to nurture him now, it could take years for our naval defense to recover. I'd rather sacrifice my own future to help this kid become even stronger. With that, Jin Chong lifted his gaze, waved his hands lightly, and continued speaking. All right, there's no need to say too much. Just make sure to keep this kid safe during this time. We mustn't let anything happen to him. At the same time, if he needs any workers, arrange for them as soon as possible. I will also do my utmost to ensure that this little guy can achieve his goals. As he spoke, he shook his head, the worry still evident on his face. In the following days, Jin Chong was indeed efficient and quick, promptly delivering various materials from nearby, including the military products like the gantry crane and angle grinder that Lin Hai had reported. Everything arrived at an astonishing speed, with a variety of high-quality supplies prepared. Additionally, he spared no effort to install the equipment in convenient locations and left Lin Hai with orders to mobilize the soldiers and workers. The main goal was to enable Lin Hai to get things done effectively. He even arranged for the soldiers and workers to construct some housing nearby, ensuring that Lin Hai could quickly find them. Looking at the military supplies and various materials that Jin Chong had brought, Lin Hai couldn't help but take a deep breath. Was he feeling sentimental, shocked, or sighing in disbelief? But more than that, he felt genuine excitement and a sense of camaraderie. After all, he understood that while Jin Chong was a big shot in the military and the logistics supervisor according to the introduction, mobilizing these resources was no easy feat. Getting these machines to this area had taken a significant amount of effort on Jin Chong's part. It could be said that he was doing everything in his power to support Lin Hai, ensuring a diverse supply of resources. Faced with such patriotic spirit and unwavering assistance, Lin Hai silently contemplated as he watched the workers unloading the machines outside. He vowed to build the best warship possible. He absolutely could not let Jin Chong's hard work go to waste, otherwise he would truly be embarrassed. With a system and so many experts helping him, how could he possibly fail? That was simply unacceptable. One must admit that the military personnel were incredibly efficient, and with the help of the engineers, in just 2 days, the gantry crane, angle grinder, and corresponding precision lathes were all installed in a makeshift yet highly secure factory. Not a single person was dissatisfied, nor was there a hint of distrust in anyone's eyes towards Lin Hai. Everyone was filled with anticipation. Some even kept asking Lin Hai questions. Hey, little brother. We know you're a genius. We may not know much about engineering, but we're making sure these buildings and factories are set up beautifully for you. You've got to help us research some new weapons. Yeah, we can't let those foreigners look down on us. Why should we underestimate ourselves? We've faced tougher times before, and now we can't figure out how to develop these things? The soldiers were simple, sincere, and exceptionally earnest. Faced with their tireless and dedicated efforts, Lin Hai felt a mix of heartache and admiration. A surge of patriotism filled his heart, and he found himself studying the design blueprints more diligently. It was not until the afternoon of the 3rd day that, while munching on some food and reviewing the design plans alongside the corresponding data parameters, he heard the sound of car horns outside. He lifted his gaze to the window and, in the next moment, saw the soldiers already seated in the vehicle, waving at him through the glass. Were they leaving? Chapter 61. All green lights ahead. Soon, Lin Hai stepped outside and watched the departing engineers with a hint of a smile, waving goodbye to them. Just before they left, he heard several excited voices among the engineers. We'll leave the big scientist's matters to you. If you manage to repair this warship, we'll have to treat you to a meal. Wow, such a great warship. How long will it take to fix it properly? I've heard that every time those guys from abroad come to maintain it, it costs a fortune. If we can get it fixed up ourselves, we won't have to worry about being held hostage for repairs. The conversation flowed back and forth, and the underlying message was one of complete trust in Lin Hai. After all, some of them had heard Lin Hai talk about the technology for modifying warships, even if most didn't fully grasp it. But they knew one thing for sure. This warship was excellent, and Lin Hai's modification skills were impressive. How could they not be, given that most of them didn't understand it fully? Watching the departing soldiers, Lin Hai remained silent for a while before returning to his room. He grasped the documents beside him tightly, his sharp eyes gleaming with a formidable aura. Accompanied by a chill in his gaze, he looked at the battle-scarred 1135. Just wait for my good news, he thought to himself. Time passed, perhaps a full day of work. Lin Hai soon began his online inspections, reporting and investigating the materials. After all, it was crucial to assess the current condition of the 1135 frigate and the extent of its damage. This was no trivial matter. Even a slight discrepancy could mean the difference between heaven and earth. Before long, he had everything sorted out. After climbing up and down and circling the warship several times, he wiped the sweat from his forehead and looked at the records before him, a smile spreading across his face. Not bad at all. At least the supplies from the Russians weren't junk or makeshift replacements. So when the ship was attacked, everything on it was quite intact. Sure, there were issues with the hull, the deck was damaged, and there was some rust on the steel. However, overall, the domestic maintenance had been timely, and many components were still in use. So while the ship appeared to have significant damage, the most critical issues were really just with the engine and weapon systems. As for the weapons, that was a given. Although relations with the Russians were somewhat strained, they had sold plenty of arms, and they certainly wouldn't leave any weapons on board. They would sell them as scrap metal and dispose of them casually. For them, these things were just minor issues. Meanwhile, after reviewing all the issues on the ship, Lin Hai started to systematically analyze the ship's structure in his mind. Fortunately, the system began to show its usefulness at this moment. Detected damage and issues on the Type 1135 vessel. The system is automatically collecting data, and once completed, it will be integrated into the host's mind in its latest form. Establishing the ship's profile, 10 complete, 20 complete. As he listened to the words in his ears, the entire ship model in his mind shrank smaller and smaller, with each piece of data becoming crystal clear. On the other side, Su Tian observed Lin Hai standing still in a daze, and he remained expressionless. Meanwhile, Jin Chong stood up abruptly. Looking at Lin Hai with an incredulous expression, his face suddenly displaying a look of extreme panic. What is this kid doing? Why is there no movement? Seeing Jin Chong's anxious demeanor, Su Tian patted him on the shoulder. What are you so worried about? This kid is much smarter than we think. Besides, let us not overthink it right now. Didn't he make a military pledge to fix the ship during this time? Just relax. This kid has some serious skills. At Su Tian's words, Jin Chong's anxiety eased a bit, but he still couldn't shake off a sense of urgency. He looked up ahead while wiping the sweat from his forehead. I do trust that kid, but after pacing for a moment, he raised his gaze and surveyed the surroundings. Then he contemplated deeply for a moment. Let them give their full support over there. We have to believe in this kid. Even that bastard Wang believes in him. How could we not trust such a genius? With that, he took a deep breath, pressing his hands on the armrest of his chair, clearly looking very tense. As time passed slowly, the ship was pulled into a newly constructed temporary dock that Lin Hai had set up in the harbor. Days went by like this, until one day, Su Tian and Jin Chong were still regularly checking everything on the ship and the island. Suddenly, Jin Chong's phone rang. It was a call from Deputy Director Chun, who was in charge of logistics. What is going on? Normally, there shouldn't be any issues from the logistics department. Why is old Chun calling me? Is he reporting on something, or does he have concerns? At this point, Su Tian also looked at Jin Chong with curiosity. As he answered the phone, he heard Chun's voice on the other end. Director Jin, is there something going on at the research base lately? There are a lot of materials that require reporting on their whereabouts, and I'm having a hard time handling it. Recently, there has been a constant mention of specialty steel materials at the research base. On the other end of the line, old Chun was listing one name after another, and various commonly used materials were suddenly flooding into Jin Chong's ears. As these names kept pouring in, Jin Chong's expression shifted from a cheerful smile to one of concern. He furrowed his brow as he looked at the phone in his hand, remembering that not long ago he had spoken with him about how all materials for the projects on the island had been given the green light. Specialty materials and research materials were supposed to be approved too, so why was there no response from the old city? Moreover, why did he specifically call to inquire about these items? At that moment, Jin Chong's face grew a bit grim. Chapter 62. Are you brain dead, or is a turtle crawling? You said that if nothing had happened, it would be fine, but if Lin Hai's research gets delayed because of such a trivial matter, and something goes wrong later, then you'll be a major sinner. At this thought, Jin Chong clenched his fists, his face turning an unusual shade of displeasure as he spoke up. I've said before that all expenses on this island can be approved easily, and all materials can be obtained later with my signature. Why are you listing every little thing as if ordering food? Do you have to come and ask me about these trivial items? You didn't block all the materials from the research center for him, did you? If that damn old Chun causes delays in the salt production progress and makes Lin Hai lose interest in this kind of research that takes forever to get materials approved, that would be a huge loss. You have to understand that in foreign research projects, funding and materials are easily accessible. They practically shove all sorts of good stuff into your hands. This is because they have plenty of materials abroad and don't even think twice about using them. However, here, Lin Hai is supposedly getting full support, and both Jin Chong and Su Tian have agreed on that. Yet the conversation isn't even finished here. Meanwhile, everything he needs for his experiments is almost being blocked, and without material approval, there's no way to proceed. At this moment, Jin Chong's expression darkened instantly. This isn't just about losing face. More importantly, where are you putting that kid? If he gets unhappy, won't I have to skin you alive? At this moment, Jin Chong forced himself to suppress his anger, gritting his teeth as he stared at his phone. If that old Chin were in front of him right now, Jin Chong would want to make him run 3 or 4 dozen laps to clear his head. Do you know what special cases are handled specially means? Do you know what anything not explicitly forbidden can be pursued means? And yet, the kid isn't even asking for materials to build an atomic bomb. Why are you dragging your feet and not having everything ready yet? Are you a turtle or something? Why are you so slow? Do you treat what I said as mere nonsense? Let me tell you, listening to the barrage of angry insults from his superior, old Chun was momentarily dumbfounded. Who am I? Why am I hearing this? Why is the boss suddenly scolding me? Did I do something wrong? But I followed the procedures. Old Chin sat in his office, looking somewhat wronged. Although Jin Chong had indeed said these things before about full support and so on, he sat in his office, helplessly looking at the materials for high explosives and various precision instruments. If Lin Hai were asking for something ordinary, like steel or some weapons, that would be one thing. But what he is asking for now is no trivial matter. Just picking 1 or 2 of these items could be deadly. With a silent gaze directed ahead, old Chin wiped the sweat from his forehead and pressed his lips together. I got it. I'll handle it quickly. Before he could finish his sentence, the call ended abruptly. He looked at the phone beside him, a hint of confusion and helplessness crossing his face. To be honest, can these things really be sent out? If something goes wrong, will it come back to bite me? Old Chun felt a headache coming on as he stared at the materials and reports in front of him. Unsure of what to say, he fell silent for a couple of seconds, gritting his teeth. He reminded himself that the department head had said any materials besides those for making an atomic bomb could be sent out, so he might as well follow that order. If he called again, it wouldn't be a report, it would just be asking for trouble. He shrank back slightly, his face showing clear exasperation. After taking a deep breath, he said, "Hello, is this the materials reserve center? Please prepare a batch based on the materials I'll send over shortly and send it to the research base." As soon as he hung up, Su Tian couldn't help but burst into laughter, patting Jin Chong on the shoulder. "Haha, I have to say, your subordinate is a bit too timid, don't you think? You gave him the authority to act, and yet he still hesitates like this. That's just excessive timidity." Su Tian shook his head. After all, in his impression, old Chun was someone extremely cautious, often afraid of making a mistake or not doing enough. Listening to Su Tian, Jin Chong ended the call. "If you ask me, that guy is just being overly cautious. Even with that much power, he won't use it. If this delays our plans, just wait and see how I deal with him." Jin Chong glared ahead, his expression clearly displeased, his eyes revealing a hint of coldness. However, when he glanced at the video feed in front of him, a flicker of joy crossed his face. Who knows what this kid is really capable of? If he can actually repair the warship, that would be fantastic. Jin Chong clenched his fists, while Su Tian looked at the monitoring screen, raising an eyebrow at the shipyard. You know, if that kid can really patch up this ship in the next few weeks, shouldn't we also give the green light for the weapons and equipment? Hearing Su Tian's words, Jin Chong nodded. If this kid really has that ability, then all those weapons, wouldn't they come easily? Besides, he had seen the kid's skills with his own eyes. If they couldn't trust someone so capable, then who could they trust? Jin Chong pulled a cigarette from his pocket, lit it, and tossed one to Su Tian. It's a bit of a pity, isn't it? If only this kid could be a little faster, it would be so much better if we had met him earlier. He shook his head as he spoke, his expression growing increasingly sentimental. Looking at Jin Chong, Su Tian rolled his eyes. All right, don't be so smug about it. This kid is definitely much better than that guy Wang. At least he doesn't bring any trouble to us. Besides, it's clear to see how dedicated he is. With that, he lifted his gaze, his eyes fixed straight ahead, a broad smile lighting up his face. Time flew by quickly, and several days passed. One day, Jin Chong and Su Tian were busy organizing the local defense work as usual when suddenly, a hurried sound of footsteps reached their ears. Chapter 63, Conflict Erupts. The island nation strikes. Accompanied by the sound of footsteps, a series of wailing sirens followed. What is happening? Su Tian was momentarily stunned but quickly regained his composure, only to hear a soldier beside him speak up. General, according to our radar readings, it seems there are unidentified vessels nearby and their warships. Upon hearing this, Su Tian, who had been observing the situation on Lin Hai Island, quickly grew concerned. His eyes fixed ahead. The look of disbelief on his face became increasingly evident. How is this possible? Hurry and investigate which armed forces they belong to. Tell them to leave our territorial waters immediately. Su Tian couldn't believe that someone had the audacity to invade his coastal defense. Such boldness, such a blatant act. Who on earth would dare to do this? Didn't they realize that if something went wrong, the forces behind him would also be implicated? Su Tian's eyes widened in anger, and his expression darkened considerably. Meanwhile, the nearby soldier quickly began to gather relevant information, and before long, a stream of data was presented to him. They're moving at a moderate speed. They've been provoking us along our coastline. The Coast Guard is en route to investigate. The Coast Guard has reached the designated location and is currently establishing communication. Listening to the updates, Su Tian rushed to the command center, grabbing the corresponding communication device with a grim expression. What is going on? What is the situation? Why is there an invasion of our coastline? Can we find out who these people are? What do they want? On the other end of the line, the sounds of crashing waves and the wind filled the air, followed by a voice that sounded weary and tense. Reporting to the command center, Coast Guard vessels 037 and 091 are investigating. The armed forces appear to be the naval escort from the island nation. I repeat, the armed naval vessels belong to the island nation's naval escort, specifically the 088 naval frigate. Hearing this report, Su Tian's face flushed with anger, rage and frustration surging to the forefront of his mind. He truly hadn't anticipated the audacity of those islanders. He couldn't fathom how they could be so bold. Were they not afraid of provoking armed conflict and dragging themselves into it? Moreover, could they really play with such matters so recklessly? If something went wrong, could they bear the responsibility? Those damn fools must think our navy is too weak. Ironically, the island nation was originally supposed to be a defeated country. According to the agreements made after their defeat, they were supposed to demilitarize and disband their armed forces entirely. Back then, they thought the same way here. But who could have imagined that the beautiful country would intervene? Not only did they station troops in the island nation, but more importantly, they also kept the navy of the island nation intact, transforming it into what they call a self-defense force. What the hell is a self-defense force if not a military? Moreover, it's a military explicitly provoked against them. The island nation likely retained its military to cooperate with the beautiful country in a joint blockade of their own territory. Damn it, it's infuriating. They're just a bunch of idiots. At that moment, he wished he could storm into that maritime police department and take out all those who dared to provoke them. These guys may not be invading openly, merely loitering in international waters, but in reality, their ships are already very close to the coastline of their nation. Do they really think he doesn't see their provocation? Do they really think his head is just for show? Su Tian clenched his fists tighter, slamming his fist onto the desk in front of him, then gritting his teeth as he commanded the soldiers beside him. If you are merciless, don't blame us for being unprincipled. Pass my orders. Have our warships set sail immediately and show these audacious provocateurs, those dogs of the beautiful country, that we are not to be trifled with. Bombard them one by one into the sea to keep the fish company. As Su Tian spoke, he tightened his grip on his military cap and slammed it down on the command table, the loud bang seeming to resonate with the fury swelling in his heart. However, listening to Su Tian's words, Jin Chong hurriedly stopped him. Hey, this can't go on. Don't you see what time it is? And look at those guys' warships. They're superior to ours in speed and weaponry. They have the backing of the beautiful country, and this time, they're probably looking to teach us a lesson after the pirate incident. If our warships go out and clash with them, what if the beautiful country intervenes again? What do you think we should do? Should we engage or not? Should we act or ignore it? Old Su, Jin Chong tried to dissuade Su Tian at that moment, but Su Tian's eyes were bloodshot, filled with deep rage as he glared ahead, his expression twisted like a demon from hell. So what should we do now? Just let the beautiful country treat us like dogs? Just let these idiots rampage recklessly on our territory? This is our land. We should protect our people. And what do we get? Just watching those guys provoke us like this? I feel so anxious. Su Tian's face was grim, his voice filled with anguish. However, hearing Su Tian's words, Jin Chong's expression also turned extremely grim. Indeed, they could not defend themselves in front of their naval department while being slapped in the face like this by others. Who doesn't feel frustrated and angry deep down? Who doesn't feel utterly humiliated? They are the Navy, defending the country and fighting for the people. And what is the result now? They can't go out. They can't even move. This kind of frustration is truly unbearable. If an ordinary person were to experience such a situation, they might just suffer a stroke from the stress. At this moment, Sutian stared ahead with bloodshot eyes, fixated on the command screen that displayed the latest updates from the Coast Guard. Chapter 64. Let's ram them, those bastards. This is a provocation. It's infuriating. At this moment, not only was Sutian feeling this way, but the expressions of everyone around him were also extremely grim. General, I'll personally take the ship and ram those bastards. Let them know that even if our navy is not the best, we are not to be provoked by those scoundrels. Exactly. Just sitting here and watching is utterly humiliating. The group echoed, their voices filled with anger and rage. Meanwhile, Sutian clenched his fists tightly, unable to utter a word. Was he not frustrated? Was he not angry? Did he not feel agitated inside? But he had to give orders, to send his men to confront the situation. Or should he ignore the present danger and further tarnish their reputation internationally? Everyone knew these guys were trying to provoke Sutian and his crew into action. They were deliberately trying to make Sutian lose his cool so they could paint themselves as the victims in the international arena. And with the United States backing them up, if things escalated, how would they explain it domestically? Even if you had 100 mouths, you couldn't clarify all these matters. Who could delineate the rights and wrongs in this mess? Without orders from above, who would dare to act? The bigger picture. The bigger picture. To hell with the bigger picture. His face darkened as he stared ahead, seemingly ready to give the command at any moment. Just then, as his frustration boiled over, he heard footsteps approaching. 2 civilian staff members in military uniforms walked over, holding a report. General, the latest maintenance report is in. Hearing this, Sutian turned his head. He lowered his gaze to the report in front of him, but after just 2 seconds of calming down, his anger flared up once more. The Bear Country wants to raise our maintenance fees. They're proposing a 20 increase, and we need to conduct maintenance in their docks. The existing ammunition also needs servicing, and we have to purchase it in batches according to their fleet's requirements. They even want to send their weapon experts to conduct installation and research. To be honest, looking at the document before him, Sutian was almost laughing in anger. He glared at the report, momentarily at a loss for words. Did these people really think he couldn't see through it? Did they really believe no one could understand what they wrote? Maintenance costs, increased ammunition, and fleet weapon management. Was there any aspect that didn't require spending money? If you added it all up, every item, every proportion, every key point was about spending money. At this moment, Sutian was utterly furious. He glared at the object in front of him and then slammed it down onto the ground. With a face twisted in anger, he gritted his teeth and tightly grasped the iron railing beside the command platform. What did they want? They were clearly trying to rob them, disguising it as maintenance and equipment upgrades for their warships. Were they really just trying to fleece them? At this point, Sutian couldn't help but laugh out of sheer rage. He never expected that the once proud Big Brother would end up in such a state. In the years before the Big Brother fell from grace, it was a sight to behold. A time when people around the world looked up to and hoped for their leadership. It could be said that under the guidance of that Big Brother, the world had developed into what it is today. But with the division of the Big Brother's family, their greed had taken over. It was simply infuriating. At this moment, Sutian was nearly beside himself with anger, his hand clenched tightly as he suddenly broke into a cough. The intensity of his rage was affecting him physically. He wasn't sure how many deep breaths he had taken, but after forcing himself to calm down, he raised his gaze to the front. The expression in his eyes grew increasingly somber. Then he gritted his teeth again. They wanted to bleed us dry. Hearing Sutian's words, Jin Chong beside him couldn't help but show a glimmer of gloom on his face. After all, they had both come from that era, one that many people reminisced about and longed for. But then the Big Brother fell ill, and now look at how things had changed. Looking at Sutian, Jin Chong gently patted his chest and said, "Sai, we can't really blame them. That's just how it is between nations. It's all about interests and capabilities. Who told us that we're lacking in strength now? That's why I insist on bringing back that Wong kid. We need him to help us develop our own ships. Then we want to have to spend so much money every year on others to maintain them. And we want to need to pay experts to install weapons for us. Are those weapons difficult to install? Sure they are. But to say that weapon experts can't learn? Absolutely not. Many weapon experts spend their whole lives studying, so how could they not figure these things out? The crucial point is, if he teaches you about the ships, how to maintain them, how to install those weapons, and how to use them, what does he gain from that? So we must have our own naval frigates. This dream is indeed grand, and even if it takes another 10 or 20 years, so what? In the end, the weapons we have, even if they are not the best, will still be ours. No matter how advanced or beautiful the weapons others have, they are ultimately designed to be used against us. I hope that kid can succeed. Let us just pray that nothing goes wrong." They couldn't help but feel a sense of unease, and the expressions on everyone's faces grew increasingly grim. as they stared at the video before them. It felt as if they were about to grind their teeth down to the gums. The atmosphere among the group became increasingly serious. They had no idea how much time had passed. Perhaps it had been half a day. After managing to calm the anger simmering in his chest, Su Tian intended to take another look at Lin Hai's situation. Just then, a series of alarm sounds suddenly exploded in their ears. Beep, beep, beep. At the same moment, they saw a strange flying object zipping through the air at high speed, heading straight into the distant sea. Chapter 65. Where did the missile come from? With a deafening explosion, the sound reverberated through the clouds, nearly bursting people's eardrums. As Su Tian watched the explosive object rapidly plummet into the ocean, he was momentarily stunned. And so was Jin Chong. The object that had just flown over from the sky and then detonated in the sea was clearly not an ordinary weapon. What on earth was that? It looked strikingly like a missile. Su Tian gazed in disbelief at the fleeting object on the radar, quickly turning to the person next to him. Get on it. Based on the trajectory and corresponding data, along with its location, find out who launched that missile. Hurry. This was no small matter. Although the object had seemed unremarkable and hadn't alarmed anyone, if something went wrong and it injured someone, it would be a serious issue. Moreover, if it had struck coastal fishermen, the consequences would be even more severe. If people were killed or injured, it would be a major incident. Did those responsible not realize this? Were they that reckless? Who were those fools? Fueled by their shared anger, Su Tian and the others quickly began their frantic investigation. However, they were in for a shock when the data came through. At that moment, both Su Tian and Jin Chong were left dumbfounded. They stared blankly at the information that had been uncovered, then shifted their gaze to the technical soldiers nearby. Is this what you found? Can you confirm that this data is accurate? Su Tian's face showed disbelief, his eyes reflecting confusion, shock, and astonishment. To be honest, he never expected this. How could this be possible? He glanced in the direction indicated by the data. To his astonishment, the information clearly indicated that the missile was launched from the Naval Research Base. That's right, the very same Naval Research Base where Lin Hai and his team were stationed. Su Tian was quick-witted. After a brief moment of intense thought, he locked onto the real culprit. Swallowing hard, he took a deep breath, and then he became even more perplexed. After all, Su Tian had previously issued strict orders. He had insisted that the searches conducted before Lin Hai's team went to the island be extremely thorough. Logically, there shouldn't have been any materials capable of producing missiles on that island. Furthermore, did they really think making a missile was that easy? The aerodynamics and the relevant applications of various disciplines involved were not simple. Every detail required precise calculations. Yet now, it appeared that Lin Hai could indeed manufacture missiles. Although Lin Hai had a 42 Malawian kwacha's missile launch system on his ship last time, producing a missile and having a missile launch system were not comparable. Moreover, most of the people involved believed that Lin Hai had purchased the missiles from Syria last time. The idea of manufacturing and launching missiles is something that an ordinary person would never conceive. Moreover, even if this kid could produce missiles, what would he use to launch them? The Type 1135 frigate doesn't have a single place capable of launching missiles. Forget about weapons. There isn't even a machine gun on board. Is he using some portable RPG? Or did he somehow create in 42 Malawian kwachas? That's impossible. It hasn't been that long. If we count fully, it's barely been a week. According to what people over in Somalia are saying, Lin Hai and his associates took nearly a month to develop those missile systems. There's no way one person could pull that off in such a short time. As Su Tian and Jin Chong pondered this, both looked a bit bewildered. What on earth is going on here? One day, unable to contain his frustration, Su Tian rubbed his head in confusion, trying to figure out how Lin Hai managed to get his hands on these materials. Just then, Jin Chong furrowed his brow. As if he had an epiphany, his eyes widened, sparkling with a different kind of realization. After a brief moment of silence, he said, "What if that kid got the materials from us?" Hearing Jin Chong's words, Su Tian frowned but quickly shook his head and waved his hands in dismissal. No way. No way. How could that kid get materials from us? You know how strict the controls are on those materials. Our country isn't like Syria, oh no. What are we going to do? If those missiles explode, it'll definitely attract attention. Where are we supposed to find out the origins of these missiles then? This is really giving me a headache. Su Tian exclaimed, suddenly recalling a few days ago when he had asked Jin Chong to provide materials for that side. Could it really be that they supplied Lin Hai with those materials from Old Chin's end? The two of them spoke almost simultaneously and at the same time. Jin Chong called Old Chin. It was long before the call connected. On the other end, Old Chin was a bit confused as to why his direct superior was calling him again. However, as soon as he picked up, Jin Chong launched straight into a tirade. I'm asking you, did you provide Lin Hai with explosives and missile manufacturing materials? Hearing Jin Chang's words, old Chen quickly became flustered. Shrinking back slightly on the other end of the call, his expression awkward. Yeah, upon hearing this, Jin Chang was nearly speechless with anger. You can't just hand out explosives like that. If something goes wrong, who is going to take responsibility? That kid is a genius. If something happens because of our mistake, I'd be in deep trouble. Jin Chang's face turned almost blue with anger as he stared intently at the phone in his hand, gritting his teeth and saying, "What is going on? Didn't I tell you to report to me about the high explosives? Why didn't I hear your last report?" Upon hearing this, old Chun felt even more wronged. He had reported last time, but the boss had just hung up without listening, saying it was fine as long as it wasn't materials for making atomic bombs. Old Chen finally expressed his grievances, but Jin Chong became even angrier. This guy was just too meticulous and verbose. What did he even report last time? He started with all the unimportant stuff like steel and rivets, and all sorts of materials. Why should I have to listen to you ramble on about that? Chapter 66. High Explosives. Don't you know that important matters should be addressed first? Don't you understand the difference between urgency and triviality? You started with all that nonsense. Who has the patience to listen to what comes next? You talk about ordinary things first, and now you throw this nonsense at me. At this moment, Jin Chong's eyes carried a cold glint, and there was a hint of anger simmering in his gaze. How on earth did he get promoted to this deputy director position? Such a critical flaw. If it had been discovered later, what kind of trouble would that have cost? At the same time, Jin Chong felt a twinge of self-blame. If only he had been a bit more confident and patient to listen to everything back then. Perhaps this wouldn't have happened. Isn't the military supposed to be meticulous, rigorous, and scientific? Exactly. It was his distraction from a series of events that clouded his judgment. Otherwise, such a major issue wouldn't have arisen. With this thought, he couldn't help but press his lips together and let out a deep, helpless sigh. It's also my fault. When I get back, I want to hold a public self-critique. If I hadn't made these mistakes, this string of troubles wouldn't have followed. As he spoke, the frustration on Jin Chong's face grew more pronounced, and Su Tian's gaze slightly shifted. To be honest, everyone shares some responsibility for the last incident. But it's not impossible for someone to make a wrong decision under the pressure of such huge news. Foreigners are wandering near their territorial waters. Who wouldn't be furious? Who wouldn't feel their heart racing with anger? It's as if they're being slapped across the face. If this gets out, what face will they have left? Will they still be able to call themselves defenders of the nation's waters? Does their so-called patriotism even matter anymore? So, under such pressure, how can I blame him? Su Tian walked over to Jin Chong's side and patted his shoulder reassuringly. All right, don't be angry anymore. Everyone makes mistakes. This time it was old Chun's fault. If we handle him properly next time, he won't react like this again. With that, Su Tian took a deep breath. Looking at the scene before him, he couldn't help but shake his head while pressing his lips together again. What is most important now is to quickly head to the research base and catch that kid. Otherwise, if he continues to launch missiles without restraint, we'll be the guilty ones. Saying this, Su Tian quickly ordered his subordinates to prepare the missiles, while he also began to prepare for his meeting with Lin Hai. When the time comes, he must give that kid a good lesson. After all this trouble, he thought the kid would be diligently fixing the ship, but instead, he somehow got involved with missiles. Hasn't he been busy repairing the ships lately? Although not much time has passed, he remembers every minute and second. He initially thought this kid would be calm and not cause any trouble, but now it seems he was mistaken. Is he really at ease? However, this situation is on the verge of exploding. After what felt like an eternity, perhaps half an hour of work, the scene quickly unfolded amidst the roaring sound of the helicopter. The powerful wind accompanied the rapid boarding of Jin Chong and Su Tian, creating a vivid picture. Meanwhile, on the helicopter, Jin Chong was still chattering away. How much high explosive material do you think that kid has used? What kind of missile has he created this time? How is this missile different from the ones he used at sea before? Listening to Jin Chong, Su Tian rubbed his forehead, his expression showing some helplessness. How was he supposed to know about all this? If he had known, he would have gone to fortune-telling instead of getting involved in all this. With that thought, Su Tian pointed at old Chen beside him, pushing all the blame onto him. Aren't you the one responsible for high explosives? You should ask old Chen about this. After all, these materials come from your logistics department. How would I know what is going on? As he spoke, he couldn't help but wave his hands in frustration, looking particularly exasperated. Meanwhile, Jin Chong quickly reacted to his words. Right, all the materials were written by old Chun, and he guaranteed that he recorded so many materials that day. If it's about the missiles, the amount he gave wouldn't even be enough. At that moment, old Chun was sitting upright, listening to his superior's evaluation of him, and he couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Am I really that incompetent? He hadn't even processed this thought yet. On the other side, Jin Chong turned his gaze back to Old Shin, his eyes reflecting a different expression, not one of affection, but rather a mix of wisdom and dissatisfaction. Taking a deep breath, Jin Chong continued, "Right? I almost forgot about you. Tell me, how much high explosive material is in all these supplies? Is it 10 kilograms, 20 kilograms, or 30 kilograms?" As he spoke, Jin Chong clenched his fists tightly. Looking at his direct superior, Old Shun felt a wave of grievance wash over him. After all, Lin Hai didn't apply for that much. Otherwise, he might have been able to get a whole batch. Watching Old Shin shake his head vigorously, with his cheeks changing color rapidly, Su Tian nodded in agreement. All right. This old guy may be a bit stubborn, but he wouldn't lie about something like this. Just then, the helicopter came to a halt with a low hum. Jin Chong, Su Tian, and the others stepped off the helicopter. Looking around at the scene, Su Tian's expression appeared somewhat strange. Why not just stop near the dock where Lin Hai is? Su Tian turned to the person beside him and asked. But the conclusion he reached left him a bit confused. There were some oddly shaped pieces of metal scattered around the dock area, making it difficult for them to find a safe place to land. Unless their general was willing to jump down from several meters up, they couldn't just force the helicopter to land. Otherwise, the strong gusts from the helicopter's rotors would kick up those small metal fragments and potentially suck them right into the engine. Chapter 67. Through the woods, a shocked crowd. If something goes wrong at that time, it would be even more troublesome. So, considering the situation, they had no choice but to come here. The reasoning was sound. But what were those metals? Where on earth did that kid get such metals? The expressions of the crowd grew increasingly perplexed. At the same time, Su Tian's expression seemed to indicate he was recalling something. After an indeterminate amount of time, they started walking towards the woods and the beach. Following closely behind were Jin Chong and the others. One couldn't help but feel curious about what those reported metals really were. What kind of metal could possibly appear on the beach? Could it be the steel metals they had sent over? But that shouldn't be the case. Those items were delivered in perfect condition. How could there be bizarre, deformed military steel? Furthermore, even if they were custom-made, they couldn't possibly look like that. The group quickly made their way toward the forest, and at that moment, over in the woods, someone appeared somewhat greasy, looking a bit dirty overall. With their eyes fixated on the missile in front of them, their expression quite odd. This was a missile developed by the Soviets, combined with some of the beautiful country's technology. After all, it was unavoidable. The missiles developed by the Soviets were durable and generally wouldn't break easily. However, the power of those missiles was a bit lacking, and given the current situation, their missiles were weaker by a couple of notches. Whether it was range or other aspects, they weren't great, but the price was quite low. Additionally, the missiles from the beautiful country looked impressive on paper and were indeed quite good. If equipped, they could strike a large target area. The power was decent, and the precision of the shells was remarkable. Furthermore, the beautiful country had provided them with tracking missiles, which were even more powerful. Yet, despite these advantages, the beautiful country had some glaring disadvantages. Although powerful, they were expensive and not particularly durable, meaning that before one could even react, they might already have gone off on the other side. It was hard to say which was better or worse. Therefore, Lin Hai was preparing to enhance the range on one hand, while also looking to improve safety and durability on the other. Was it really so difficult to meet such simple requirements for a missile that had a good production rate and low cost? Why did it have to be so complicated? He was quite afraid of complications. With this in mind, Lin Hai immersed himself back into his research, picking up speed once more. Meanwhile, Su Tian and Jin Chong finally arrived next to the discarded shells. Looking at the seemingly worn-out object before them, which appeared to be unwanted, both felt a surge of nervousness. At the same time, Su Tian swallowed hard, his expression one of confusion. His eyes widened in disbelief. He hurriedly ran to the hull of his battleship, gently tracing a line of precise numbers. These were the figures indicating the ship's last voyage and the numbers from when it was sent for repairs. Indeed, this was the very vessel bought back years ago. One of the 1,135s that had been placed here. Did this kid really take apart the hull of that battleship? That shouldn't be possible. Even if this kid had exceptional skills, it's still a battleship. They might accept some welding and patching, maybe even reinforcing the exterior with some steel, but this. What on earth has happened? Why has the hull been completely dismantled? Before Su Tian could even speak, Jin Chong had already widened his eyes and rushed forward, only to faint from shock. Jin Chong's face turned an ashen hue as he stared ahead, his eyes filled with an emotion that seemed ready to devour everything in sight. When Su Tian caught Jin Chong's gaze, his heart sank. What on earth has this kid done? He frowned and looked at the various tools scattered across the beach ahead. Then he noticed the power system not far away. Su Tian was dumbfounded. He glanced at Jin Chong in surprise, then forced himself to look ahead again. Yes, It was the power system. The dismantled power system. What on earth has this kid done? His incredulous expression was filled with shock, his eyes blazing with fury. They could believe that the kid took apart the hull for repairs, but why would he dismantle the power system too? As they moved forward, the deck of the battleship was in disarray, with some intact parts marked while others that were damaged were also set aside for marking. Various mechanical tools and some cheap data were scattered about. All sorts of data instruments had been taken down, and they also discovered the ship's damage control system. My goodness. If Su Tian and the others were previously bewildered, shocked, and incredulous, now they were completely enraged. Why had this happened? Why were they witnessing such an unbelievable sight? The most critical issue was how everything had been taken apart piece by piece. At that moment, Su Tian's expression turned extremely grim, and he struggled to take a step forward. Jin Chong, on the other hand, let out a piercing scream and fainted almost instantly. Fortunately, he collapsed in a direction not far from Su Tian, who rushed over and caught him just in time. He quickly brought some water to Jin Chong's lips, soothing him with a towel on his head to prevent it from feeling like it might explode, while also pouring him tea. After an unknown amount of time had passed, Jin Chong finally stirred and woke up. Once he finished washing up, the expression on his face gradually transformed into one of disbelief, cold indifference, and deep-seated anger. He pointed at the battleship ahead with both hands, and in the next moment, it seemed like he was about to truly jump up in shock. The sudden motion startled Su Tian, who was standing nearby, causing him to shudder. Staring incredulously at Jin Chong, Su Tian couldn't grasp why he had suddenly jumped up. But in the next second, he realized with dread what the damn little rascal had done. Such a magnificent battleship, and he actually went and dismantled it. Did he understand how important this was? Did he know what this battleship represented? Fury surged within Jin Chong, his anger boiling over as his eyes nearly turned bloodshot with rage. Chapter 68. Did you just dismantle the treasure? You have to understand that this is one of the 9 frigates they painstakingly ordered from the former Soviet Union. It's incredibly valuable, with each costing tens of millions of dollars. If you convert that, it's at least 300 to 400 million. They thought they could just leave everything to this little rascal, but he actually dismantled it. What is this? This is outright disassembly. This isn't just taking apart a warship. It's like dismantling their very lives. How could he dismantle such a fine warship? How dare he? This warship isn't like a toy that you can just put back together. Even the previous model required various tools to restore it perfectly. And now? Does this kid even know what he is doing? The damage control system, the deck, the hull. The most critical part is that he actually removed the power system. This is a matter of life and death. They have no idea how much effort went into that power system. I could count at 21 every day. Plus, with the former Soviet Union already disbanded, finding the design blueprints for this kind of warship is nearly impossible. Trying to recreate those components on the ship is even more unlikely. And what happened? This reckless kid just dismantled it. Whether they can put it back together later is still up in the air. If something goes wrong with the power system, the entire ship will be out of commission. Do you have any idea how much money they spent to bring this back? This represents the very source of their future revitalization. And now it's just gone, dismantled? Fury. A raging anger surged within Jin Chong. He then let out a cold laugh, his face turning icy as he pulled out his handgun from the holster. He immediately chambered a round and stormed into the shipyard ahead. Don't stop me. I want to see what this little bastard is doing. Is he going to dismantle everything? Is he willing to do that? Is he going to dismantle me too? Old Su, if you dare to stop me, don't blame me for turning against you. Get out of my way now. Jin Chong waved his gun furiously, and thankfully the safety was off at that moment. Otherwise, the bullets would have been firing everywhere. Meanwhile, hearing Jin Chong's words, Su Tian dared not let him go and quickly signaled Old Chun and several guards to restrain him. Calm down. Just a warship, right? Is it really worth this? Let us take it slow. That kid is a genius, after all. Of course, just a warship was merely Su Tian's attempt to placate Jin Chong. Truth be told, his hands were tightly clenched, and his teeth were gritted. If it weren't for the fact that he was the highest commander here, and if he hadn't promised Lin Hai not to interfere, he would have been the one wanting to drag Lin Hai out right now. This warship costs hundreds of millions. Just one look at this warship. It carries hopes and dreams. They had initially thought that Lin Hai could take his time to repair the warship step by step, but now, in such a short time, it's like a sudden blow to the head. Amidst the crowd trying to stop him, Jin Chong regained a bit of his composure. But his expression was still filled with anger. He gritted his teeth, glaring at Su Tian, his teeth grinding audibly. Fine. I want to see just how talented that genius you recommended really is. Can he fix all the issues with those warships? Let us go see how he launches the missiles. At this moment, the two had nothing else to say. What frustrated Jin Chong even more was that he couldn't report to the people anymore. This was a far heavier cost than he had anticipated. What would he do if the warship couldn't be repaired? How could he handle the parts? Just leave them lying around here? Quickly, they quickened their pace, stepping over the disassembled systems, and with each step, Jin Chong's expression changed more and more. Meanwhile, looking at the tightly closed door of the dock ahead, Jin Chong turned to take another glance. The door opened swiftly, but what lay before him in the dock left Jin Chong utterly bewildered. At that moment, Lin Hai was seated among a pile of control instruments and wiring, looking intently at the missile he had positioned vertically in front of him. It stood out strikingly, slender yet reminiscent of Soviet steel craftsmanship. It looked like a fusion of American and former Soviet missiles. Could this thing really be launched? After all, it was different from ordinary missiles, and the launch system also had its peculiarities. At this moment, the group couldn't help but feel a sense of doubt. Moreover, something seemed off with the system. There were minor issues. Something wasn't right. What was going on here? This shouldn't be happening. Lin Hai had a strange look in his eyes, and at the same time, sweat dripped down his forehead. He gripped the controller tightly, furrowing his brows as he calculated in his mind. According to his calculations, this missile shouldn't be so faulty. Although the sudden explosion had startled Jin Chong and the others, Lin Hai's intended targets and results had not been achieved. In his mind, this missile should be effective and affordable, capable of causing destruction, and durable. But now, one issue remained unsolved. Its precision was lacking. The missile's flight speed and some internal components were problematic. Watching Lin Hai, who looked crazed and was deeply engrossed in his thoughts and explorations, Jin Chong, who had originally intended to confront him, found himself stopping in his tracks, his eyes reflecting a strange expression. He stared intently at Lin Hai, and a sense of confusion gradually filled his gaze. Why? Looking at the serious expression on the young man's face, Jin Chong suddenly felt that he had no desire to scold this little guy anymore. He was so earnest and meticulous in his exploration, and he was doing it all alone without any assistance. If one were to point out a flaw in Lin Hai, it might be that he was too serious, too meticulous, and perhaps a bit too responsible. As Jin Chong observed the injuries on the young man's body, along with the scars from his missile research, he couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy for Lin Hai at that moment, completely devoid of any thoughts of criticism. Chapter 69. He's still just a kid. What a poor child he is, just an ordinary kid. It should have been a joyful day for school, but now he has been brought here to study missiles. The expressions of the few adults present showed a mix of frustration and helplessness, and they all let out a deep sigh from the heart. Faced with such a serious and earnest child, how could they have any complaints? They couldn't. Just at that moment, Su Tian was preparing to have a good talk with Lin Hai, suggesting he take a break. But in the next instant, Lin Hai suddenly pressed a button on the launcher beside him. Then, he lifted his eyes upward, and a crack suddenly appeared in the area above the dock. With a sizzling sound, the launcher in front of him quickly sprang to life, and with a loud thud, a thick cloud of white and yellow smoke billowed up as the missile was launched. Watching the scene of the missile being fired, Su Tian and Jin Chong hurriedly waved away the smoke in front of them. They seemed to sense something was off, especially Su Tian, who, as the direct commander, was naturally supposed to be familiar with various weapons on the battleship, such as naval guns, missiles, and machine guns. So when he saw the missile launch, he felt he had caught a glimpse of something important. However, he couldn't quite make it out clearly. Why was there so much smoke? Are you okay, kid? Su Tian quickly called out toward the smoke, in the direction where Lin Hai had been, fearing something had gone wrong. Hearing Su Tian's voice, Lin Hai waved away the smoke and coughed lightly a couple of times, his tone calm and unchanged. I'm fine. It's just that the fuel was a bit insufficient, so I had to dilute it a little to make it fly further. Unfortunately, the overly diluted fuel caused a small issue with the missile. It produces a lot of smoke upon launch. At that moment, the sound of a fan kicked in, and amidst the whooshing wind, the surrounding smoke gradually cleared. Lin Hai wiped the sweat from his forehead, turned to look at Jin Chong and Su Tian beside him, and curiously asked, "What brings you two here? Did you come for an early inspection?" Upon hearing Lin Hai's words, Su Tian and Jin Chong exchanged puzzled glances. That missile you just launched looked a bit strange, and the launch system is also somewhat different. While the launch system has the bulky design typical of the former Soviet Union, its internal structure is quite intricate and precise. This missile looks odd, somewhat like a modified Falcon 12, but also a bit like I can't quite put it into words. It just looks a bit off. How did you manage to make it look like this? I don't recall hearing that you could build missiles or work on these kinds of things. Wasn't that missile bought from Somalia? Listening to Su Tian's words, Lin Hai squinted his eyes and blinked a few times. He then took a big gulp of water, shook his head, and sealed off the recently cracked area above the dock. After a series of metallic sounds, Lin Hai continued, "How is that even possible? The folks in Somalia aren't fools. they wouldn't sell missiles to anyone. Besides, even if they had missiles to sell, they wouldn't sell them to outsiders. These things took me a long time to develop, specifically to fit the 42 Malawian kwaches on the ship. You have no idea how much effort and time I spent on that. As he spoke, Lin Hai wiped the sweat from his forehead, looking increasingly frustrated. Meanwhile, on the other side, Jin Chong and Su Tian exchanged glances, their expressions resembling that of someone who had stumbled upon a treasure. With a thoughtful look at Lin Hai, Su Tian furrowed his brows. He had already raised the bar on this kid's genius level to the highest point, thinking he had adequately assessed the potential of this young man. But who would have thought he was truly a prodigy? Not only did he create a missile launcher, but he also went ahead and made missiles. And the most crucial part was that he had already used all the missiles he had created. Moreover, he had even used their equipment to validate his own theories. He had developed a type of missile that had never existed before, whether in the domestic sphere, abroad, in the former Soviet Union, or the United States. This was beyond the realm of genius. It was a once-in-500 years talent. At that moment, Su Tian swallowed hard and glanced at Lin Hai's injuries, his expression gradually calming down. He also chose not to mention what they needed from Lin Hai anymore, exchanging a look with Banana. Hey, you should take a good rest first. After you recover, it won't be too late to come find us. We'll discuss things amongst ourselves for now. Yes, let's discuss it ourselves for now. You need to rest well. With that, the two quickly walked outside the dock. Once they were outside, they both lit up cigarettes and took deep drags. As the cigarettes burned down to their fingers, Jin Chong finally sighed and said, "Now I understand what a true genius is. This is a talent like nothing the world has ever seen. From nothing to something, and with just these simple machines, he created a type of missile and missile launcher we have never encountered before. Old Su, how much more do you think this kid is hiding from us?" Listening to Jin Chong, Su Tian couldn't help but take a deep breath, his expression looking quite peculiar. After pondering for a moment, he replied, "I really couldn't say. But if I had to guess, this kid's capabilities are probably quite impressive." He blinked his eyes. You probably haven't noticed the most critical point. As an ordinary kid, he actually managed to understand the missile design philosophies of the United States and the former Soviet Union. Remarkably, he was able to use insights from these two countries to design his own unique missiles. Just think about it. What kind of genius could possibly surpass him? Who else could possess such terrifying talent? He hasn't even had the chance to see the missiles on those American warships up close. He has only been studying books from our side. As he spoke, the cigarette in his hand began to tremble uncontrollably. Ashes slowly drifted down, reflecting his growing shock. We absolutely cannot let anything happen to this kid. Chapter 70. Is it cultural worship or just lack of sense? This unique missile concept definitely deserves some thorough research. Come on, Lao Chun. Su Tian initially intended for Lao Chun to directly contact the researchers here, but then he realized the time. Watching the sky darken, he thought it wouldn't be appropriate to disturb the professors at their age at this hour. How about this? Let the military researchers come over first. Get a grasp on these missile tactics, and then share insights with the professors at the base tomorrow. With this thought in mind, Su Tian raised his eyebrows again. Forget it. Just have our base's researchers come over. I remember we have a few technical researchers who just returned from studying abroad. They can take their time to investigate this properly. We need to cultivate young researchers, after all. He glanced around and rubbed his chin. The site was so chaotic. It would be perfect for the technical staff to come and help move everything back, serving as a bit of training for them. Hearing Su Tian's words, Jin Chong nodded in agreement, and Lao Chen immediately picked up the communicator to call the command center. Before long, a large group of people rushed in from the woods. When they arrived, they happened to see Su Tian and Jin Chong. Upon noticing the star insignia on Su Tian's shoulder, they greeted him directly. "General, are you all here?" They struggled to step over the clutter around them and turned their attention to Su Tian and his companions. Just as they were about to ask questions, Su Tian didn't pay them any mind. He pointed ahead, and everyone's gaze followed suit. Lin Hai was standing in the dock, wiping the sweat off his forehead. At that moment, the keen-eyed researchers instantly spotted the missile system in the dock. One of them, who appeared to be quite young, was wiping his forehead while frowning at Lin Hai, who looked a bit disheveled. He frowned and thought to himself, this must be one of the janitors here. I can't tell if he is a dwarf or just short. Why would a research base employ someone like him? Can a person like this really keep the base's secret safe? The technical research officer frowned and pushed Lin Hai aside. Move over a bit. Just sweep the floor properly. What are you standing around for? You're disturbing our research. If something goes wrong, can you take responsibility for it? Hearing this, Jin Chong and Su Tian, who initially wanted to engage with Lin Hai, were momentarily taken aback. After all, the graduate researchers who had returned from abroad usually treated them well, often saluting and greeting them. But now, They were openly berating an ordinary person. Do these guys have any manners? Su Tian's expression darkened, and Jin Chang's gaze was not too pleasant either. Seeing the sudden change in the expressions of these two big shots, the military officers mistakenly thought it was due to their inadequate research. Hastily, Lin Hai was pushed aside to make room, and everyone began to take a closer look. However, once they looked, they were taken aback. Staring at the few remaining missiles on the ground, their brows furrowed. What was going on? These missiles looked somewhat odd. It seemed like they could see design ideas from the former Soviet Union, as well as from the United States. Look at the main body. It's still our country's missile design. This must be a new research direction for missile technology. If they could process some of the munitions inside, and then, they instantly became excited. If they could thoroughly study these items and develop a new path, they might carve out a missile technology route that differed from both the US and the former Soviet Union. They could potentially become pioneers and leaders in this field. The crowd quickly brightened with excitement, but at that moment, Lin Hai shook his head. Standing off to the side, sipping bottled water, he looked somewhat helpless and said, "This thing has a fatal flaw. The explosion radius is too small, and the range is too short. Although there are some new design ideas, many aspects just don't match up. The missile launch system underneath is perfect, but the missiles it launches aren't very satisfactory. You could say it's a perfect defective product, or just something mediocre." As Lin Hai spoke, he gulped down the water, and the faces of the officers listening to him turned somewhat grim. Their brows furrowed as they glared in Lin Hai's direction, their eyes reflecting more coldness and anger. They really disliked this kid, who stood off to the side, constantly filling their noses with his presence. Most importantly, they were discussing technical issues. What did this little brat know about technology or missiles? What right did he have to interrupt? Did he even understand what technology or missiles were? He was just babbling. Furthermore, these individuals had learned high-tech skills abroad, and they praised things he didn't appreciate. Who did he think he was? Among them, a self-important middle-aged man with glasses, looking rather dissatisfied, spoke up. "Kid, this is a matter of scientific and technological expertise that you can't interfere with. Some things are beyond your comprehension. If you really have nothing better to do, why not go learn some science knowledge? Do you think you can grasp what's on this level? How old are you, anyway? And let me tell you, the technology here is very likely something left behind by the U.S. and the former Soviet Union. It's quite good and very satisfactory. General, I think we should fully research this thing. Who knows, maybe before long, we could replicate similar technology. If we follow this path, it might yield significant benefits." Hearing this guy talk about technology left behind by the U.S. and the former Soviet Union, Lin Hai's anger flared up. What was it with these Americans? Always thinking that foreign things were inherently better or more beautiful. I have never believed that domestic talent could surpass that of foreign countries. Nor have I believed that our scientists could defeat those from abroad. Now, what is this nonsense about imitation? Lin Hai's expression darkened, and the anger in his eyes flared as he said coldly, "I'm telling you, this thing is a piece of junk, just a piece of junk. There are still many technologies within it that haven't been fully researched. Besides, why do you think this was invented by foreigners? Couldn't it have been developed by our own scientists? Are you just blindly worshipping the West, or have you completely lost your mind? Have you been brainwashed by them?" Chapter 71. Still wanting to choke us? I've already told you. This thing was developed abroad. Can't you hear me? Or are you deaf? Lin Hai glared at the person in front of him, his eyes filled with icy disdain. Meanwhile, as he spoke, the crowd exchanged glances, and someone couldn't help but chuckle. The technical officers laughed even harder, setting aside the missile mockingly. "You young lad, even if you're patriotic, you can't be this blindly enthusiastic. Do you have any idea how much time and effort it takes to develop this kind of advanced technology missile? So many top scientists have spent their entire lives on research, and they still haven't figured it all out. What could possibly be developed here? If you don't have anything constructive to say, just step aside, or we might give you a beating." With that, the group resumed their discussions. This missile ignition device is indeed ingeniously designed. The placement of the components and the tail fins fully comply with aerodynamic principles. I'm tempted to calculate based on this design. As I mentally estimated, this thing was nearly perfect. It would probably take at least 10 years for our country to catch up with its progress. 10 years to develop something like this. A sense of awe, resignation, and a profound shock welled up within them, leaving a deep sense of helplessness etched on their faces. Currently, the research on high-tech technologies in the country was far behind, and they were being choked by technological bottlenecks. The foreign parties wouldn't provide them with what they needed, making progress exceedingly difficult. This missile cast a shadow over them. Whether it was developed by Russia or America, it proved that the technology involved was far superior to what they currently understood. They had been climbing a ladder, but now it was being raised ever higher. Could they keep up? Even if they couldn't, they had to try. What was their job? Wasn't it to elevate national defense to a higher level? Now, with these advancements before them, if they didn't study or research, how would they know if it was feasible or not? They needed to continue researching and learning diligently. Gradually, the expressions of the crowd shifted to a more comforting realization. Yes, this was about research and seriousness. Without research and hard work, how could they achieve higher technology? Just as they were feeling inspired. Preparing to take this back for thorough study, Lin Hai suddenly knocked on the wall beside him. I think you guys are wasting your time studying this thing. Once again, he voiced this opinion. Although Lin Hai intended to give earnest advice, to the ears of these technical officers, it felt like an insult. What were they seeking? Progress in technology. And here was a brand new missile research system laid out before them. Yet this young kid kept making dismissive comments, claiming that this was useless and that researching it had no benefits. That is not right. Where did this little guy come from? At that moment, the expressions of the technical research officers turned somewhat displeased. One of them clenched his fists tightly, rolling up his sleeves. Hey, I'm telling you. Why won't you behave? We're discussing something very important here, and you keep making snide remarks on the side. If I don't teach you a lesson today, then I might as well give up on this technology. Saying this, he angrily raised his hand, ready to strike Lin Hai. Meanwhile, Su Tian, Jin Chong, and the others who had been watching this unfold were taken aback, their faces suddenly showing a mix of disbelief and anger. What are you doing? What the hell? You were called here to research this thing, not to hit a kid. At this moment, it was Jin Chong, strong and robust despite being in his 50s or 60s, who stepped in. He swiftly subdued the officer attempting to strike Lin Hai and said with a grim expression, "Do you even know who this little guy is? You're just going to lay your hands on him? You've got some nerve. Who's your superior?" Jin Chong's face was filled with fury, and the officer, named Lu Yu, found himself at a loss. He and Jin Chong had known each other for a long time, but at that moment, it was crucial to convey the importance of the missile-S research. After all, with such a valuable asset right in front of them, failing to conduct research would be a waste. Moreover, this little guy was persistently nagging on the side. Let go of me. I'm the technical supervisor here. Besides, this little brat has been undermining the research approach for this missile. What is wrong with me giving him a little smack? Exactly. Even if it's about patriotism, it shouldn't be blind love. This missile technology is superior to ours. We need to get that little guy back on track. As the group of technical officers fumed with anger, Jin Chong's face also displayed a hint of dissatisfaction. He slapped the leading officer on the head, then immediately gave him a piece of his mind. What? You think you can argue back when I'm talking? Plus, this little guy is saying this missile is trash. And you better listen up. Lu Yu, you better swallow your words. Why should I? You think just because you're part of logistics that I should be afraid of you? Furthermore, my insistence is the truth. I say this missile has research value. I'm in charge of the technology, not you. Is this little guy your relative? Are you covering for him? You surnamed Jean? If I don't report you to the capital, then I'm not your subordinate. The two sides were in a heated argument, and at that moment, Jin Chong's anger surged as he thought, why? Because this little guy is the researcher behind this missile. Everything about this missile was developed by him. Does he not have the right to call this thing garbage? Upon hearing this, Lu Yu, who had been resisting, suddenly froze. He looked oddly at Lin Hai beside him and then shifted his gaze back to Jin Chong. The expression on his face was a mix of confusion and disbelief, his eyes wide open as he finally spoke. How is this even possible? This little thing has such a capability? This is just nonsense. No way. No way. Let me tell you, Jean, don't think that just throwing out a name will let you off the hook, you little rascal. You say he is a missile researcher. He glanced around, but didn't notice anything unusual about Lin Hai. Chapter 72. Nonsense? This is genius. It said that geniuses have something extraordinary that sets them apart from ordinary people. Yet, no matter how I look, up, down, left, or right, all I can see is a faint smile on Lin Hai's face. It feels almost like he is mocking me. You're telling me this little guy is a missile researcher? That is just ridiculous. I stared fixedly at Lin Hai for a long moment, and suddenly noticed General Su Tian standing nearby. General Su. Lu Yu quickly saluted, then glanced back at Lin Hai in disbelief. This was practically a statement in itself. General Su had been standing there without disputing anything, and he seemed to tacitly approve of Jin Chong's actions. Could it be that what this Jin said is true? This little guy really possesses extraordinary abilities? A genius capable of developing weapons beyond my imagination? But how is that possible? There aren't that many geniuses in the world. Moreover, isn't this supposed to be the research base of that guy Wang? I actually met him once. That guy has such a terrible temper and looks down on our people so much. How did it change from him to this little fellow? After standing there dazed for a moment, I looked at Su Tian's unchanged expression and twitched my lips. General? As soon as I uttered those two words, I saw Su Tian's gaze suddenly shift. The sharpness in his eyes flashed with a hint of coldness as he coldly regarded the person in front of him. The soldiers stood straight, feeling as if they were being scrutinized by a predator. Indeed, in front of this general, these technical officers were as obedient as the soldiers. None of them dared to meet the general's gaze. After all, he really could take them down. When they worked under General Su, they had experienced quite a few beatings, and now, just looking at that face made them shiver internally. After a 2-second silence, Su Tian cleared his throat lightly. I know some of you think our country could never have such technology, and that foreign technology is far more advanced than ours. How could we possibly have missiles like this? But I want to tell you that geniuses don't play by the rules. Besides, old Jean has already told you. And this kid has too. Sometimes, you can't rely on fixed thinking. When you go back, I want all of you to copy the military regulations 1,000 times. Saying this, Su Tian turned to look at Lin Hai, a hint of a smile appearing on his face, making him seem particularly gentle. So, how do you think this is going? If there's anything you're not satisfied with, I'll have them strung up and beaten. Su Tian waved his hand, and Lin Hai couldn't help but twitch his lips again. I have to admit this guy is really ruthless. 1,000 times of military regulations? My hands would be worn out. However, Lin Hai had no complaints. After pushing aside some of the officers in front of him, he pointed to the missiles and said, "All right, General Su, I asked you to bring them here, not to perform for me how to get punished. There are many issues with this missile. Although it looks fine externally and the structural research seems okay, the engine's fuel and explosive device are woefully inadequate. The speed, the propellant, and the corresponding explosion range are all significantly affected. Therefore, I would like you to have them investigate what exactly is wrong with this missile. Is there some cognitive bias that I haven't realized? To be honest, Lin Hai has been stuck for several days because of these problems. On one hand, he genuinely hasn't figured it out. Why is the range of the missile he meticulously crafted so limited? And why is the explosion area so small? While it is precise, the explosion range is disappointingly low, and the missile's attack range is alarmingly short. This has left him very suspicious. He has followed every step according to the integrated diagrams, and he is certain that he hasn't made any mistakes. So why are the attack speed, range, and corresponding explosion dynamics not meeting expectations? Listening to Lin Hai, Su Tian turned to the technical officers and said, "It's your turn to work now. If you can figure it out, I'll treat each of you to a better meal when we get back. But if you can't, you'll be in big trouble today. I'll have to have a serious talk with your direct superior." Hearing this, the officers broke into a slight sweat, their faces revealing panic and fear, as if they were caught off guard. Meanwhile, Lu Yu bravely took the initiative and began to disassemble the missile. As he did, he realized that this missile was indeed a work of art. Everything inside was meticulously crafted, and everything seemed extremely well balanced and rationally configured. Unlike the overly expensive and delicate missiles from certain countries, this should be a perfectly functioning missile, and it shouldn't have the limited range that Lin Hai mentioned. After examining the missile, Lu Yu pulled out a small knife and began to separate the explosives. After a brief inspection, his expression changed slightly as he cast a thoughtful glance at Jin Chong. He then proceeded to remove the engine and fuel system from the missile's tail. Next, he inspected everything meticulously, as if he were analyzing every microsecond and nanometer of imperfection. Seeing Lu Yu's serious demeanor, Lin Hai couldn't help but nod. To be honest, he hadn't expected to encounter someone so dedicated. This seriousness even made Lin Hai wonder if he had misjudged him. Perhaps he was just a pure researcher, reluctant to apply foreign high-tech methods to their domestic projects. After studying for a while, Lu Yu took off his gloves and approached the group with a furrowed brow. "Report. Sir, everything has been thoroughly checked. Under the current circumstances, the missile body appears to be in good condition, and the flow control is absolutely perfect. If nothing goes wrong, this should be a reliable missile." However, as he spoke, Lu Yu's gaze shifted to Jin Chong nearby. There was an unusual look in his eyes that lingered for a moment before he continued. "I've done a preliminary inspection, and many components inside are quite complete. But there's one thing. Chapter 73, Configuration Issues? Someone's embezzling. I don't understand why the original missile configuration was supposed to contain fuel explosives with nearly 100 purity. At the very least, it shouldn't be lower than 99.9. However, upon my investigation, I found that it contained a staggering 67 to 80% of iron powder, along with traces of burning aluminum powder. This means that the presence of these residual impurities consumed the original solid fuel's proportion, leading to this problem. It's not that the missile itself has issues, but rather." Hearing this, Su Tian's expression instantly turned cold, a look of disbelief, shock, and anger flashed in his eyes as he turned to look at Jin Chong beside him. At the same time, Jin Chong's gaze was filled with rage. What is this? This is simply a disgrace. They had directly selected materials from the research base under their supervision. Logically, with their personnel in charge, the inspection should have been foolproof. But now the problem arises. The original materials were under control for inspection, and normally, there shouldn't be any issues. The average materials department management personnel wouldn't have the capability to pull this off. Currently, the only possible culprits should be Jin Chong and his most trusted deputy director, Old Chun. Given all the political maneuvering Jin Chong has been doing lately, with Old Chun at the base and Jin Chong at the top, if this issue pertains to the materials department, then who is at fault? If it falls on Jin Chong, he would do everything in his power to cover up the wrongdoing. There's no way he would allow anything to be taken from the materials department. Furthermore, without a higher-up S order, materials cannot be transferred into storage. This is something Jin Chong could easily manage. Yet he not only did not intervene, but actively cooperated, allowing others to take materials out of storage with signed authorization. And everything that has happened since those materials were withdrawn has led to this current situation. The culprit is already quite clear. At this moment, both Su Tian and Jin Chong's eyes were fixed on Old Chun behind them, their expressions filled with fury and gritted teeth, seething with anger. Jin Chong's voice sounded hoarse, laced with rage. Old Chun, you should be one of the old-timers. You must know what kind of suffering this land endured before the establishment of our new nation. You know how many people sacrificed their lives to build the country we have today. Back then, during the chaotic and corrupt Qing dynasty, the warships sent abroad were equipped with inferior gunpowder, mixed with sand, and the shells were of incorrect sizes, poor quality that couldn't even fire. The result was a devastating defeat at sea, countless lives lost, and many more swallowed by the relentless ocean. As Jin Chong spoke, his voice was filled with fury, each word sounding like a thunderclap. How could you do this? How could you mix iron, sand, and powder into these explosives? What were you thinking? You have truly disappointed me. Anger, hatred, and rage surged within him as Lao Chun watched Jin Chong pull a gun from his pocket and chamber a bullet. Was he really going to execute him? What was he trying to do? Lao Chun staggered back, his shock evident on his face, a hint of panic creeping into his voice as he exclaimed, "Wait, boss. I never intended to betray our country. I had my reasons for doing this. I intentionally mixed an iron powder. If you don't believe me, look. There are traces of iron powder on the outgoing materials. And as for the other materials you mentioned, I didn't dare take even a little extra. I brought exactly what was required. There was absolutely no intention of treason. I've already stamped the outgoing documents. There can't be any issues." Hearing this, Su Tian, who had been standing still, finally stepped forward. Frowning, he took the items from Lao Chun's hands and began to examine them. After looking over the materials, Jin Chong's eyes widened in surprise as he gazed at Lao Chun, becoming increasingly perplexed. Why had he added iron powder to the materials for Lin Hai? And why mix it with the explosives and fuel? What was this guy planning? Jin Chong's face was a mixture of surprise and confusion as he looked at his boss. At that moment, Lao Chun couldn't help but awkwardly wiped the sweat from his forehead. "Boss, when I reported to you, I thought that if you agreed, I could indeed give these explosives to that kid. But if something went wrong with him, the blame would be on me. After all, who could feel safe giving high explosives to such a small child? If something minor caused him to lose an arm or leg, or worse, get blown up on the spot, how would we explain that? It would be a huge loss. A brilliant mind gone just like that? So I thought about it. Explosives are useful, but once Lin Hai uses them, they'll be gone anyway. I decided to mix in some iron powder to lessen the impact in case of an accident. If the explosives did go off, he wouldn't be too seriously hurt, and we could avoid him getting himself killed." As he spoke, a bitter smile crossed Lao Chen's face. "If you still don't believe me, I talked to old Zhao and the others before coming out. You can ask them." At this moment, not only was Qiu Tian stunned, but even Jin Chong was taken aback. This old guy was clever. In his fear of taking responsibility, he had managed to concoct such a scheme. After all, Lin Hai hadn't reported any research on explosives or other dangerous materials. There was no defensive base, no proof of anything, and if something went wrong, there would be no one to save them. If that kid got hurt, Su Tian and Jin Chong would definitely come after him too. Lao Chen was known for his meticulousness. There was no way he was going to take the fall for this. Listening to this guy, Su Tian couldn't help but chuckle, then pointed at Old Chun with a hint of annoyance. After a moment, he turned to Jin Chong and said, "Your subordinate really is quite timid. But I guess that also makes him very cautious." With that, Su Tian gave Old Chun a light pat on the shoulder. At that moment, Old Chun let out a deep sigh. It's tough, after all. If I just ignore everything and hand over the stuff to them, I could do that too. All these materials and their uses were explained by Jin Chong himself. Chapter 74. Missile inspection, launch successful. However, Old Chin still felt a bit anxious. So, he decided to proceed with the plan for now. He knew his old superior well, always talking nonsense without any rhythm or reason. If nothing went wrong, there was no need to worry. But if something did go wrong and harm such an important figure, just imagine the consequences. Sigh, this situation was truly troublesome. Old Chin wiped the sweat from his forehead, looking increasingly innocent. Meanwhile, on the other side, after smoking 2 more cigarettes, their gazes fell once again on the fuel in front of them. The eyes of both men lit up instantly. If there was nothing wrong with the fuel itself, and the explosives on the warheads were also fine, then the weapon would naturally be in good shape. A look of shock crossed Old Chin's face as he saw his old leader, Jin Chong, shouting on his phone in the group chat. Hurry up and bring over a batch of solid fuel and explosives. But listen carefully. Make sure it arrives as quickly as possible, even if you have to send it by helicopter. When the time comes, just have someone bring it over, and I'll approve it right away. Don't worry, there won't be any delays. But remember, if no one shows up by the time I requested, you'd better watch out because I'll come over and tear down your doors. Also, inform the nearby research base to quickly gather a 1,000-ton abandoned cargo ship. Make sure to have the Coast Guard and personnel from nearby bases patrol the area to ensure that no foreigners get close to us. 3 hours. 3 hours is too long. I don't care how you do it or what you use. I want to see everything within 2 hours. Oh no. Within an hour and a half. After hanging up the phone, the smile on Jin Chong's face became even more pronounced. He couldn't help but rub his hands together, his eyes reflecting an intense fervor at that moment. If they could really develop something new, and if everything went smoothly, that would be fantastic. Moreover, researching new missiles represented a significant step forward for their coastal defense efforts. This was no joke. Developing a missile that combined the strengths of both the former Soviet Union and the United States. Did ordinary people have this capability? Before long, a massive gust of wind swept across the sky, and the sound of helicopters instantly drew everyone's attention. Fortunately, Lin Hai, Jin Chong, and the technical officers had acted quickly to clear a large area on the ground for landing. Otherwise, the helicopters would still be hovering above, unable to land. Not far from the coastline, a 1,000-ton cargo ship floated near the shore, while Coast Guard personnel and nearby naval forces patrolled the vicinity. They warned tourists and onlookers intending to approach that this place was extraordinary. Meanwhile, the military alert zone here has been expanded outward by about 30 kilometers. Once the fuel from the helicopter was unloaded, 2 colonels and a lieutenant colonel acted as laborers to help bring everything down. Following that, they quickly replaced the missile's fuel and explosives and made rapid modifications to the combat components. As they stood there staring at this newly acquired missile, their expressions were filled with confusion, shock, and a hint of disbelief. They had actually succeeded in creating a new missile. Watching this, Su Tian took a couple of steps back, lit a cigarette, and after taking a puff, tried to suppress the emotions bubbling within him. He found himself at a loss for words. If the missile research succeeded and the test explosion was completed today, it would almost signify that they had embarked on a new technological path, one that was different from anything they had pursued before. Unfortunately, they had no idea how to coordinate this. At the moment, it seemed that if this missile research was successful, it would significantly enhance the capabilities of their country. The crowd was filled with excitement as they moved the missile onto the launch system that Lin Hai had already prepared. However, it was unfortunate that the ship had been dismantled into pieces, and the broken system lacked a wire-controlled radar, meaning that this missile could only be observed from a distance. What should we do? After some contemplation, Lin Hai proposed another idea. Since they couldn't lock onto a target temporarily without wire-controlled radar, they could use a laser for guidance and employ laser tracking for positioning. It should work without a hitch. Hearing this, the previously puzzled officers let out a sigh of relief. Of course, how could they have forgotten that while they currently lacked a wire-controlled radar for direct target locking, they did have a laser tracking device. Using the laser to aim in the right direction, Lin Hai pulled out the computer he had just received as a reward and began downloading the necessary data. Time passed, and finally, the laser tracking device arrived. A bright red laser shot out like lightning in the night, incredibly eye-catching. The red glow slowly flashed to life. At that moment, with the brilliance accompanying the light, Lin Hai activated the missile. Conducting missile check. Check complete. Initiating missile launch. As a ring of blue flames rapidly erupted from the rear of the missile, the brilliant blue glow was particularly dazzling. Lin Hai watched as the missile shot forward at an incredible speed, almost instantaneously breaking free from the launcher behind it, leaving a bright trail in the sky. The targeting was accurate, and the speed was astonishing. At that moment, both Jin Chong and Su Tian's faces lit up with excitement. Their eyes fixed intently on the missile as it sped away, nearly shouting in exhilaration. That's great. With this thing, as long as we can prove its power, they will no longer be the weak ones who can be bullied. It's unbelievable, truly unbelievable. A child so young has created such an impressive missile with their own hands and successfully launched it. It makes me feel like all my previous studies were in vain. Meanwhile, Lu Yu couldn't help but murmur to himself, along with Lu Yu's words. Several technical officers nearby also shook their heads in disbelief. Chapter 75, S-12 Missile. 1-5 Mach. When I first saw this, I thought it was developed by some high-tech researcher from abroad. Who would have imagined it came from such a young kid? He is truly a rare talent. If only our country had more talents like him. It's a pity. I wonder how powerful this missile is. But even if it's not that strong, it's okay. We can just gradually iterate and upgrade it step by step. As everyone was talking, in the blink of an eye, the missile had already reached the target ship. Suddenly, there was a loud explosion, and after a blinding flash, a mushroom cloud rose into the air. The heat and the blast mixed together, instantly tearing the once intact ship apart. In an instant, countless fragments began falling into the sea. Amidst the sound of the explosion, they could even see the terrifying pressure generated by the missile's rapid flight. The explosion was deafening. Watching the missile's power, Lin Hai fiddled with his computer for a bit and raised his eyebrows after making some calculations. The speed is impressive, around 1.5 Mach. And the missile's power has increased by an average of 30. Compared to the original Sea Eagle missile model, the S-12 missile has significantly enhanced its capabilities. The experiment was a great success. Lin Hai could hardly contain his smile, while on the other side, Su Tian, Jin Chong, and others were deep in discussion. You found a real genius here. In such a short time, he has already developed this missile. Although the missile might not compare to top-tier missiles like the Trident, it has definitely increased the overall power of the weapons and explosives compared to the Sea Eagle missile and other standard missiles currently in use by our country. Probably by at least 50. Unbelievable. Why had we never heard of this kid before? Everyone exchanged astonished remarks, and at that moment, Su Tian, the fleet commander, clenched his fists tightly. Are you saying this kid's missile surpasses the firepower of our current active duty missiles? He nearly jumped with excitement. It's not easy. It truly isn't. He never imagined that there would be such a day. This is not just about one missile. It's a technological revolution. A unique technological evolution of their own. With this missile, they no longer had to worry about being constrained by others. They wouldn't have to fear that if someone cut off their supplies, all the weapons on their ships would turn into scrap metal. They wouldn't be reduced to using only machine guns and regular shells to attack enemy ships. Now, with these missiles, they could stand a little taller. Everyone turned to look at Lin Hai, the pale-faced young man in front of them. A glimmer of admiration flashed in their eyes. To be able to do this for the country and the people. It's worth it. Such skills, such strength, such thoughtfulness. The crowd couldn't help but express their admiration, with some even giving Lin Hai a thumbs up. They saluted him, thoroughly conveying their respect. Lin Hai casually wiped his forehead after taking a sip from the half-finished bottle of mineral water at his side, trying to keep cool and avoid heat stroke. At the same time, he noticed the scattered debris around him. All right, the first surprise and question have been dealt with. So now we can move on to the second one. I initially thought it would take me a long time to handle these missiles, but looking at it now. Follow me. I'll show you something impressive. The engine section of this ship has suffered extensive battle damage and hasn't been repaired for a long time, leading to rust and other anomalies. I've managed to make some repairs to the engine, though I'm not sure if it meets your standards. Saying this, Lin Hai waved to the crowd. Listening to him, Su Tian and Jin Chong exchanged stunned glances. How much power do you think this engine has regained? Is it even halfway? It's understandable for Su Tian to speculate this way. After all, just one missile had already left him in shock. If this thing were to be sold, it would fetch far more money than their entire ship. Plus, Lin Hai had only had a short time to create something like this. It was already a huge stroke of luck in such a brief period. How well could he have repaired the engine? If it were fully restored, that would be unlikely. Even if it were taken to the Bear Country for repairs, it would take at least 3 to 6 months. Moreover, the repairs would involve checking whether the engine still meets standards and identifying any issues. Maintaining 80 power under such damage would already be impressive for those skilled in repair work. To be honest, Su Tian couldn't exactly say how much Lin Hai had managed to restore the engine. As he listened to Su Tian, Jin Chong chuckled and then spoke up. Who cares how much he managed to restore? Whether it's 20, 30, or even 40, it's all minor stuff. Anyway, we have this missile now, and we can deliver results. This kid has been working hard lately. If the engine isn't restored to an ideal state, we can't blame him. We'll need to let him rest properly. If he wears himself out, we'll all be guilty. Hearing Jin Chong's words, Su Tian nodded. This kid is a genius. How could we let such a brilliant young man suffer here? They followed Lin Hai deeper into the dock. After walking for several meters, they looked at the ship in front of them that seemed to have been partially refurbished. At that moment, both Jin Chong and Su Tian were somewhat bewildered. They had expected to see at most a disassembled engine, but what was this partially restored ship before them? It seems that the modifications on this vessel have mostly been completed, except for some radar systems and parts of the deck that are still exposed. While many systems are not yet installed, overall, it really does look like a ship that has been perfectly refurbished. Just as the crowd was still processing this, Lin Hai had already climbed up the ladder onto the partially renovated 1135 frigate. Everyone watching was stunned by Lin Hai's speed, and soon they started to panic. This kid can't get into trouble. Chapter 76. You kid ever sigh? If anything happens to this kid, it would be a huge problem. None of the officers present doubted Lin Hai's abilities, nor did anyone think he was incapable. But this kid is just too impressive. What if something goes wrong when he climbs up there? At this moment, Su Tian in the crowd was utterly dumbfounded, his eyes wide with disbelief. He nearly shouted in anger, "Get after him! If anything happens to that little brat, we're all in trouble. Hey, wait for us. Don't go up there and cause any trouble." Su Tian's face was filled with anxiety and shock. Meanwhile, a large group of technical officers, including Su Tian, quickly sprang into action and rushed onto the ship. Whether they had the strength or not, they needed to follow him. This kid was worth more than all the technical officers combined. Once on the ship, standing on the half-rebuilt warship, Su Tian and the others were even more bewildered. Where did that kid go? After searching the ship for a while, they soon spotted Lin Hai waving at them from the command room. Su Tian let out a sigh of relief. "You little rascal!" The group quickly rushed toward the command room like wildfire. Upon entering the command room and looking around at the unfinished equipment, the technical officers were momentarily stunned, then quickly filled with astonishment. Everything around them appeared remarkably perfect, the weapons and the haphazardly placed items. Indeed, while nothing was fully completed here, in everyone's hearts, it was perfect, because it was domestically made, not like the foreign junk. Whether it was the Russians or the Americans, they ultimately weren't one of us. They may smile on the surface, but in reality, they're the ones who stab you in the back, no matter who it is. And now, with this equipment, who would still dare to say they want to take a cut from us? Independent research and development is undoubtedly the path of the future. Looking at the somewhat worn, yet still carrying a hint of age of the warship, Su Tian, Jin Chong, and Old Chin all revealed deep anticipation in their eyes. How wonderful it would be if this warship were entirely constructed by our own people. This kid really has some skills. He managed to get the ship's hull to this stage in such a short time. Although it wasn't fully polished and repaired, it was still impressive. At this moment, everyone wore expressions of joy, and seeing the delighted faces around him, Lin Hai couldn't help but smile again. "Are you happy?" There's even more to be happy about saying this. Lin Hai lightly tapped his hand, then proceeded to activate the buttons and control systems on the largest console nearby. The throttle is open, the fuel system is activated, and the power system is online, automatically adjusting for speed measurement. As he spoke, the entire ship seemed to come alive. Amidst a series of humming sounds, the ship began to vibrate, but after a moment, it gradually came to a stop. Lin Hai's face lit up with excitement as he glanced ahead, his eyes gleaming with happiness. "That's right. But it's a shame. Ultimately, time is too short. In just over 10 days, we barely managed to get the missile system operational. And as for the power system, it likely still needs repairs and adjustments." As he spoke, the others appeared increasingly bewildered. Was this kid just showing off? Keep in mind, no matter how impressive it is, repairing a warship in such a damaged state. Let us not even talk about the resource consumption. What about the costs? That's irrelevant. Just the manpower alone would require a significant amount. But over here with Lin Hai, it's just him. As for funding, he hasn't tapped into much. And as for other materials, while most of the supplies could be used as needed, it's still only been about 10 days. This kid managed to repair the ship to this extent? Unbelievable. Simply unbelievable. The people present exchanged incredulous glances, their faces reflecting shock. Meanwhile, Lin Hai shook his head and stroked his chin. Still, time is too short. There aren't enough materials, and usable components are limited. He barely got the ship to a starting point, but it can't go out to sea yet. He sighed and was about to speak when he heard Su Tian's surprised voice beside him. "You're quite impressive. If we hadn't seen how wrecked this ship was before, we might have suspected you used some underhanded means to bring it back from abroad." As he spoke, everyone gave Lin Hai a thumbs up, but he just shook his head. Right now, the ship can only move a little bit. If we try to speed up, it might crash and stall. With that, he gently pressed a button on the control panel, resetting everything back to its original state. While he was getting off the ship, he said, "Just give me a few million more, and I'll give you a fully operational 1135 class frigate. Lin Hai moved quickly, and once he stepped off the ship, Su Tian was already smiling broadly. His face filled with joy. He had someone fetch some drinks and alcohol, and then they began to celebrate. After a lively feast, Su Tian finally voiced his lingering question. Kid, you're quite talented, but I still have one question. Did you really create all this with the 4 million I gave you? You know, in a situation like this, over in Bear Country, a repair like this would cost at least $200 million. And that's without any bargaining. If you try to negotiate, they want to even consider fixing it. But looking at it here, Lin Hai has not only developed a new missile, but also repaired the engine and even made some slight upgrades to the airframe. How could it possibly have only cost 4 million? He wouldn't have invested his own money, would he? At this thought, Su Tian's expression suddenly turned anxious. This kid had worked so hard to earn so much money abroad. If they ended up using the kid's own funds, those old-timers up top would surely have a lot to say. How could it be that they ended up with not a penny left? It's not every day that they come across a genius like him, someone who helps the country by researching missiles and repairing naval ships. Chapter 77. No spending. Just companionship, so what is the result? You don't get any share, and you still have to let others pay for it. What if you drive them away? Listening to Su Tian, Lin Hai couldn't help but shake his head. To be honest, it wasn't that harsh. Besides, although I did allocate some funds for the military while purchasing materials recently, it was all in line with corresponding machinery. The allocation was based on the military's previous funding for my research, such as materials and mechanical tools. Other than the initial allocation of 100,000, everything else was returned without charge, and they insisted on giving Lin Hai an additional 300,000. It said that when Lin Hai handed over the money, the logistics supervisor from the materials department had to squat in front of Lao Chen for quite a while. After all, how could you dare to be harsh on such a genius? Do you think others have no temper? If he really left, it would be too late to cry. Thinking of this, Jin Chong and Su Tian exchanged glances, both seeing a hint of certainty in each other's eyes. Suddenly, Lin Hai spoke again. Speaking of which, I really haven't spent much money. Otherwise, I could just return the materials you allocated for the modification and maintenance of the warship. As he spoke, Lin Hai wore an innocent expression. Hearing this, Su Tian suddenly coughed and said in a somewhat hoarse voice, "Well, you should keep the money they gave you." While saying this, Su Tian winked at Jin Chong, who let out a long sigh in response. Kid, you've managed to build this ship to this level, and we're already very impressed. I have 2 million here. Consider it a bonus for completing this first project. It's a gift from me, Jin Chong said, glancing a bit awkwardly at Lin Hai, then lightly coughed twice. I hope you won't think it's too little, and if you do, we can always add more. After all, top talents deserve special treatment. At this moment, before Jin Chong could finish his sentence, Lin Hai awkwardly twitched his mouth. He then helplessly stared into Jin Chong's somewhat mournful eyes and shook his head. All right then, I'll accept it. With Lin Hai accepting the money, smiles and happy expressions reappeared on both their faces. Just then, after Lin Hai had taken another sip of soda, Su Tian and Jin Chong turned to comfort their subordinates. Suddenly, there was a loud thud. Jiang Yuan collapsed backward onto the ground, leaving the others around him utterly confused. What is going on? Why did this kid fall? At that moment, Su Tian looked at Lin Hai, who was in his arms, and felt a mix of disbelief and concern. He was someone who wasn't afraid of hardship, always willing to take the lead, even injured but still willing to fight. If something went wrong, there would never be any hesitation or panic, but now Su Tian was finally worried. Is this kid going to be okay? You have to know that he hasn't had a moment's rest these past few days, completely focused on the missile itself. They thought this kid takes breaks every day. But in reality, Lin Hai has either been modifying the missile according to the system or mixing explosives in the right proportions, with his daily rest never exceeding 2 hours. This ship feels like an incredibly heavy iron weight pressing down on his chest. Meanwhile, watching Su Tian's actions, the others were stunned, and they forgot about eating anything. Looking around at these guys, each one of them appeared completely dumbfounded. At that moment, a flash of anger crossed Su Tian's face. What are they doing right now? It's this late, and they're still not calling for help? Hurry up and call for help. This is a matter of life and death. What are you all standing around for? Are you all frozen in shock? Someone. Do first aid. Someone help the kid with chest compressions. I suspect he might be exhausted. I have to say, it was Su Tian's quick thinking that saved the situation almost instantly, gradually bringing the panic-stricken crowd back to their senses. Shortly after, the group rushed into the process of saving Lin Hai. I don't know how much time passed, but at that moment in the nearest military hospital, a head nurse looked at the group in front of her with a cold expression, anger flashing in her eyes. Why did you bring the patient in at this time? Hearing this, Su Tian and Jin Chong both felt a jolt of urgency and quickly asked what was going on. Why did she say that? After all, it sounded quite alarming, as if the patient might die if they were any later. The head nurse coldly huffed, poking her pen forcefully into the paper before her, and said, "Now you're scared? Why weren't you scared when you were training others? Now you're worried about what might happen to this kid. But when things went wrong at the scene, you should have been able to see it." The nurse twisted her lips in frustration, rubbed her forehead, and continued. Overwork and lack of proper rest led to this kid being a bit dehydrated and having some minor issues. Take a good look. If it had been another day or two, he might have literally worked himself to death. What is wrong with you all? Listening to the nurse, Su Tian felt that everyone was being scolded to the point where they couldn't hold their heads up. Of course, this was also because Su Tian and the others had taken off their badges and the stars from their shoulders. After all, they couldn't let anyone treat them like a spectacle. Who knows what rumors would spread if this got out? A dignified major general running with a kid in his arms? To be honest, Su Tian wasn't afraid of the rumors. It was just that he would lose face. But the most crucial point is that if there's a spy or traitor among us, this kid could be in big trouble. After taking a deep breath and getting scolded by the head nurse, it took her another half an hour before she finally led her team of nurses to prepare the medication. Only Su Tian, Jin Chong, and Old Shun were left, their expressions looking rather serious. I don't know how much time passed. This is all my fault. I didn't realize that the little guy was already struggling with his health. And I even invited him to some banquet, asking him to join us for drinks. Chapter 78. The Three Islands Chain Defense Lock. If something goes wrong, I would truly be guilty beyond measure and unable to bear it. As he spoke, Su Tian couldn't help but slap himself twice. Looking at their leader's expression, Jin Chong and Old Shun exchanged worried glances. They realized they had been too excited at the time and hadn't noticed that the little guy was acting a bit off. He seemed unusually quiet. There was something strange about him back then. But why was he holding on so stubbornly? Old Shun pondered aloud. Listening to him, Jin Chong raised an eyebrow, as if he had just thought of something, and then sighed sadly. He looked incredulously at Lin Hai, who was receiving info, and said, "This little guy is worried that something might go wrong during the research. After all, at such a young age, if there are any issues during the research process, with all the recovery and whatnot, the little time we have might not be enough." As he spoke, Jin Chong wiped the sweat from his forehead, his expression filled with concern and helplessness. This kid must have sensed some minor issues a few days ago, but if he hadn't pushed through, he might have collapsed already. Not to mention the research on the missile later. He is afraid he won't finish it on time and that there will be mistakes. After all, that initial spark of inspiration is the most precious. What a remarkable young man. With such a sincere love for his country and a heart for doing good deeds, it truly makes one feel deeply moved. Everyone exchanged glances, and the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. With such a patriotic and earnest young man, how could they not repay him? But how could they repay this young man's heartfelt patriotism? Given his youth, he probably didn't care much for money, especially since he had just returned from abroad with millions. Did they think he was foolish? So, at that moment, Su Tian took a cigarette from his pocket, lit it, and took a deep drag. His expression then turned contemplative. After a brief silence, he finally spoke. With such patriotic sentiments, how can we possibly hold him back? Moreover, we must praise him publicly. Once we return, I'll call the higher-ups. Jin Chong nodded, letting out a resigned sigh. Let's report that little Wang's treachery and handle his medical assets accordingly. At the same time, we need to issue a manhunt. Hearing Jin Chong's words, Su Tian frowned. After a moment of contemplation, he quickly replied, "Pursuing him at this time might cause issues. How about we wait until Lin Hai finishes repairing the Type 1135 frigate? We can take advantage of the higher-ups' good mood to discuss it then. That should minimize any problems." As he spoke, Su Tian's eyes were filled with worry for his old friend, knowing that Professor Wang had been pushed into this position by Jin Chong himself. Although Jin Chong is completely unaware of Xiao Wang's defection and doesn't quite understand the situation, he occasionally has some exchanges with that little guy. On the other hand, Su Tian has maintained a low profile, keeping a close eye on the plan without making any obvious connections. Even if one were to count the defection, it wouldn't fall on Su Tian's shoulders. However, the most critical point now is if I report this matter at this moment, it will undoubtedly affect Jin Chong. Why? Because Jin Chong is the one in charge of this situation. It seemed that Jin Chong sensed the worries in his mind, and he involuntarily shrank his neck at that moment. A hint of calm, yet haunting expression flashed across his face. After taking a puff of his cigarette, he shook his head. This is just my way of atoning for that little guy. Lin Hai is quite capable and can think outside the box. We must not let anyone down. Let me tell you, old Su, if you lose that little guy, I won't let you off the hook. Hearing Jin Chong's words, Su Tian paused for 2 seconds. After pondering for a moment, a different kind of sparkle appeared in his eyes. "All right," he said, seemingly with determination. Another day passed. On this day in Kyoto, during a military officers' meeting, a large group of generals was discussing the recent situation. The focus was primarily on that small island nation, which dared to send its navy, now reduced to a self-defense force, to loiter nearby. At the same time, the Philippines was also quite bold, attempting to attack with their outdated weapons and taking the opportunity to curry favor with them. Both nations were clearly courting disaster. Meanwhile, the United States was lurking in the background, repeatedly using these two countries as a cover to secretly test them. What should we do now? Should we use this opportunity to push the US back, or should we remain passive and lay low? The crowd exchanged glances, unsure of what to say. Just then, in the middle of the crowd, a middle-aged man sitting in the east, who seemed to be a leading figure among a group of generals, spoke up. His name was Liu Shan, an officer aligned with the former Soviet Union and now a significant figure in the military faction of the Bear Country, which had previously provided them with much assistance. "I believe we should completely overhaul our maritime defense system, buy back all the warships from Bear Country, and then modify them ourselves. I am confident that as long as our warship fleet is large enough and we expand quickly enough, neither that small island nation nor the countries in the first island chain surrounding us would dare to act against us lightly," Liu Shan stated with certainty, exuding confidence in his judgment. He then glanced at a few people beside him and continued, "With their help, we can take the opportunity to move and seal off the first island chain. I believe that collaborating with Bear Country is the best foundation for our future and the best opportunity to break the blockade. Look, given the current situation, most of the countries around us have been adversaries at some point, and they are quite hostile, wishing to see us not rise. At the same time, the US has set up 3 island chains to lock down our access points, preventing the development of our navy. In this context, if we are to break through this blockade, we can only do so by leveraging support from others. And right now, the only entity in the world that can stand up to the US is the Russians." As he spoke with conviction, a hint of intensity in his eyes, another person stood up. This individual was among a smaller group of northern generals on the other side of the room, a leader from their faction. Chapter 79, Forcing Us to Make Sacrifices. Named Chu Hai, he adjusted his general's uniform and then furrowed his brow. "Having said this, I believe General Liu has not spent much time in the north. The Bear Nation is eyeing us with hostility, and they have even taken away part of our territory. If we get too close to them, we might be swallowed whole before we even realize it, let alone revitalize the nation, protect our people, and safeguard the fruits of our labor." With that, he slammed his hand on the table, his tone growing sharper. "Don't forget who we are. We are soldiers, and our duty is to act as soldiers. Defending our homeland, protecting our territory, and safeguarding our people is what we should be doing, not sitting here talking." Chu Hai shook his head. "I think aligning ourselves with the Bear Nation is the least reliable option. Those guys are up to something. Who knows what they're really thinking? They might even want to swallow our territory. Collaborating with a major power at the border is undoubtedly foolish. So, I believe we should align our naval equipment with that of the beautiful nation. It just so happens that we had a period of honeymoon relations with them a long time ago. If we adapt our military strategy according to their armaments, we might just improve ourselves. We can hold off the Bear Nation for now, then secretly break the blockade of 1 or 2 island chains and approach the 3rd island chain. If we do this, we can turn the crisis around." Listening to him, Liu Shan suddenly slammed his hand on the table, his face turning a shade of deep anger. "What do you mean? Aligning our military equipment and economy with the beautiful nation? Are you trying to become a traitor? Have you forgotten who the people of the beautiful nation are and who we are? Do you even think before you speak? Besides, look at how good their economy is. What about ours? If we continue training under their military model, do you really think we can achieve a good outcome?" However, as soon as Liu Shan finished speaking, Chu Hai coldly laughed. Yes, you're right. The beautiful nation is no good. So what do you suggest? The Bear Nation has outdated equipment and hasn't even entered the stage of electronic warfare yet. Don't you remember the Gulf War? If we keep following that approach, not to mention anything else, what about the Steel Torrent? We might end up in a situation just like that war. They fought for such a short time, not even a month, and their entire front collapsed. The shouting from both sides actually represented 2 different mindsets, either aligning with the beautiful nation and their military equipment and research progress, or leaning towards the Bear Nation. These 2 scientific routes and directions also symbolize 2 different destinies. Meanwhile, in a direction facing south, an elderly man with a serious expression sat, sipping tea and taking a deep breath. After taking a sip of tea, he paused for a moment, seemingly lost in thought. His gaze was directed towards a group of young officers who appeared somewhat weak and were bowing their heads. These officers represented the weakest faction and were the most supportive of independently developing technology in conjunction with the Bear and the Beautiful Nation, hoping to forge a new path in science and technology. Unfortunately, this path was prohibitively expensive. They simply couldn't afford it, nor dared to spend recklessly, especially in the face of multiple crises and daunting challenges. If they were to burn money at this time, following the combined research trajectory of those two nations, would it take 100 million, 10 billion, 100 billion? It seemed that even trillions wouldn't suffice to keep up with the pace of research funding. It was more like burning money like water. And now, if they continued to spend, how would the common people survive? Would the citizens still be able to live? Their current naval vessels were still outdated, lagging behind other countries. Were they just going to patrol the coasts aimlessly? What about the fishermen? These were all pressing issues. Everyone understood that developing technology independently was ideal, and that being self-sufficient was the best option. But who would come up with solutions? How could they spend money wisely, achieve research results, and obtain these outcomes at the lowest possible cost? No one knew how to respond. The atmosphere remained chaotic, with factions on either side nearly coming to blows. Just then, one of the generals sitting in the southern part of the room suddenly slammed his hand on the table. I think your methods won't work. If we direct our efforts toward the Bear, do you really believe they will treat us as one of their own? You know very well what kind of equipment they're providing for our warships, and it's all outdated. Every piece of equipment costs hundreds of millions. They will just see us as easy targets to exploit, draining our resources to bolster their own. If this continues, we end up back in that previous cycle of just buying. He paused for 2 seconds, then glanced towards the other side. As for the Beautiful Nation, that's even less feasible. Unless we choose to change our current situation, they will never accept us. With their arrogant attitude, do you think they will see us as allies? They will treat us like underlings, like their dogs. They'll toss us a few scraps and offer some minor technology. And that's it. If we were to align with them, given their mindset, I doubt we would have any chance for negotiation or technological advancement. They would merely exploit our resources. Therefore, he concluded, I still believe that enhancing our own technology and maintaining our research capabilities to develop our own science is the best path forward. Otherwise, he hadn't finished his sentence when Lu Shan interrupted him. With a large hand slightly waving, a look of helplessness and sighing was evident in his eyes. Do you think we don't want to research self-reliant technology? But do you have any idea how many generations behind we are in technology? Given the current situation, can we even develop it? No, we can't. Right now, we have to face both internal and external challenges. And have you heard, just over our western border, the Bear country is selling weapons to the country of A. They've armed several warships. What are they trying to do? Don't they know about the animosity between the country of A and us? This attitude seems like they're trying to force us to make concessions. Chapter 80. Are you committing treason? The enmity between our country and A3 nation can be traced back to the last century. If the Bear country over there is unaware of this, I seriously doubt what their think tank is actually predicting. But if they do know and still come up with something like this, what do you think is the key and the hidden information behind it? At this moment, as these words were spoken, someone's expression changed slightly for 2 seconds. A glimmer of something unusual appeared in someone's eyes. For a moment, they were at a loss for words. Indeed, Bear country's actions are rather inappropriate. They are essentially forcing us to take a stand. Either completely align with Bear country and become a reserve base for their future wars, accepting their exploitation in exchange for their diluted technology, or we simply can't use our own technology anymore. It's so domineering, so intractable, so terrifying. However, upon hearing this, Lu Shan couldn't help but let out a long sigh. After sipping his tea, he looked at the officer in front of him and felt that the other party was still too young, perhaps even a bit naive. Does this guy know what he is saying? They are indeed being bled dry by Bear country, which sees them as a threat. But research funding is a bottomless pit. If we keep burning through it like this, we won't even have money to buy warships. Right now, A3 nation is eyeing us. And the island nation along with those countries surrounding us are all eager to probe us for information. We are currently weaker and cannot compete with them. So we can only lay low and take it slow, letting things unfold naturally. If we don't do this, then we'll be left to fight those countries with our weak weapons. Do you think we'll win then? Being behind means you'll be beaten. We are still lagging behind. Upon hearing this, generals from any faction couldn't help but let out a long sigh, their expressions showing a mix of helplessness and an inexplicable inner conflict. Who doesn't want their country to win battles? Who doesn't want their country to grow stronger? The reality is, can they win battles now? No, they cannot. They don't have the means or the conditions. They are not the army. In naval warfare, what matters is technological prowess. Can you rely solely on fog to carry warships, artillery, and missiles to fight against others with guns? Those people are simply taking advantage of their technological weaknesses and oppressing them harshly. What to do? Everyone suddenly fell into silence, the noise and feelings of helplessness swirling in their minds. What should be done now? No one could present a solution. And no one knew how to navigate this situation. It's noisy. Still noisy. This is a decision that concerns the future technology of the country's maritime defense. If they are not extremely cautious, what right do they have to face their ancestors? Any misstep could be seen as betrayal to the nation and to the people. Listening to the words of these people, the general sitting with his back to the south lightly cleared his throat and took another sip of tea. At the sound of his cough, the previously noisy crowd fell silent for a brief moment. Then, the old general suddenly spoke up, saying, keep arguing. Why has everyone gone quiet? Let others see just how fiercely we can bicker, so they can truly appreciate our skills in argument. After all, the worst that can happen is that you all make me, an old man, lose face. He glanced at the pile of documents on the table. And before he could continue speaking, suddenly a military officer in a uniform entered, holding a file, with a sharp glint in his eyes. He quickly made his way to the old general and presented the document before him. The elderly man was no ordinary figure. His real name was Yang Mutian, a key contributor to modern maritime defense research. He had essentially built the current domestic defense research system and had profound insights into marine studies. Unfortunately, the international situation was exceedingly chaotic. Events like the sudden dissolution of the Soviet Union a few years back, and the rapid outbreak and resolution of the war between electronic information and steel had made it clear to him that times were changing, and such changes would lead to different fates competing against each other. For days, he had been pondering what the next step should be. Furrowing his brow, he thought that during such an important military meeting, no one should disturb them unless something significant had happened. He opened the document and, after just a glance at the first page, he couldn't help but stand up, anger flashing across his face as he gritted his teeth and said, "Damn it. How dare he? This is treason. This is betrayal of the nation and its people. How did I not see his intentions before? I should have dealt with him long ago. That damned fool." He slammed his teacup down, his face showing extreme fury, as if he were about to explode with rage. After 2 seconds of trembling with anger, he looked on, wide-eyed. Meanwhile, those around him, whether leaning towards the bare country or the beautiful country, were all thrown into a panic. "Old Yang, are you okay? Please calm down. What is happening? Do you need us to help? Quick, get a doctor. It seems there is a recurrence of an old ailment over here." The chaos was palpable, reminiscent of a bustling market. If something were to happen to Yang Mutian, the current maritime defense system and its future direction would be in jeopardy, and they would find it extremely difficult to make decisions. They were now divided into 3 factions, with no one able to convince or overpower the others. What should they do? Who could possibly know the way forward? It all comes down to old Yang making the final decision. Otherwise, how will we execute the plans moving forward? Ultimately, we need someone with significant authority to handle this. Listening to the concerns of those around him, Yang Mutian took a deep breath, and his expression turned extremely grim. He flicked the documents in his hand slightly. Since everyone present was a high-ranking officer, he decided to speak candidly. The latest news from Su Tian, who is mainly responsible for the ship research, is that one of the researchers has betrayed us. Chapter 81. A wrath unleashed anger. Uncontrollable anger. A tidal wave of fury surged through the hearts of the generals in an instant. For a moment, they were at a loss for words. Was it a raging inferno of anger or a tempest of fury? Regardless, amidst the endless blaze of rage, their expressions turned extremely grim. Particularly at this moment, those who were part of the reformist faction focused on new sciences, technologies, and innovative ideas found it especially hard to contain their emotions. Among them, Colonel Zhao Yufeng, the staunchest supporter of reform and research, felt as if he had been slapped hard across the face. It was he who had proposed the idea of establishing a research base primarily focused on Su Tian's area. At that time, Old Yang had single-handedly suppressed the other 2 major factions. What was the purpose? It was to ensure that the nation could independently develop and create a better future. Just then, that scoundrel named Wang had also entered their line of sight. Initially, the kid showed some promise and had a bit of talent. Meanwhile, he, Jin Chong, and Su Tian had invested significant time and resources, putting in tremendous effort. After multiple assurances, they finally secured the rights for independent research and development from Old Yang. Although the funding was limited, they firmly believed this was the most effective preparation for countering the empire in the future. In their hearts, that was the backbone of the future research base. It was also regarded as the future by the self-reformist faction. From top to bottom, nearly everyone supported him, stood by him, and surrounded him. Yet, when they were thirsty, they feared there would be no water to drink, and when they were hungry, there was no food in sight. They were practically willing to give all their good things to that kid. Moreover, since he studied abroad, they made every effort to create an environment that he wouldn't disdain. And now? What on earth was happening now? The uncontrollable anger erupted from Zhao Yufeng's heart in an instant. Every time, whether it was him or Jin Chong, they both fell flat. Just as he was boiling with rage, in the next moment, Chu He, who had always valued cooperation with the United States, suddenly lifted his gaze. Coldly glancing at Zhao Yufeng, he spoke up. I told you. I said that guy is unreliable. Just look at his shifty eyes. Does he really suit our research? And now look where we are, money invested, data not returned, and no technology at all. If you ask me, cooperating with the two countries is the way to go. We can lay the contracts out in black and white, and once they sign, we can maneuver from there. The United States and that bear country are both major world powers. They still care about their basic dignity, right? We can slowly reap the benefits. But look at us now, playing with fire and ending up burnt ourselves. With that, Chui let out a cold snort, the icy look in his eyes resurfacing. I say, working with the United States is our chance for the future. Listening to this, Lu Shan slammed his hand on the table. What opportunity are you talking about? The chance to be swallowed up by them, right? I mean, have you lost your mind? Those guys are obviously just looking to profit from us and don't want to share a dime. Have you let those guys from the beautiful country mess with your brain? Lu Shan's fierce expression, combined with his burning anger, made Chui instinctively take 2 steps back. Just as the two were on the verge of a heated argument, young Mutian, who had been sitting at the head of the table, cleared his throat. His aged face showed signs of anger, and his persistent coughing added to his frail, yet resolute appearance. With a determined and furious glare, he scanned the room before abruptly slamming his teacup down onto the table. Do you all enjoy arguing? Is this what you think this place is for? If you want to fight, get the hell out and do it somewhere else. The sound of the teacup shattering on the floor echoed sharply, cutting through the tension like a knife. At that moment, Yang Mutian's face turned even paler as he stared at the documents in front of him, hesitating to turn the page. He then looked up at the few senior colonels present. Give me Su Tian and Jin Chong, he gasped, his breathing becoming more frantic. Fortunately, someone beside him quickly stepped in to calm him down, preventing the elderly man from having a respiratory crisis right then and there. Yet even so, his anger was palpable. Spending money was a minor issue. The real problem was that damned guy controlling the research base they had poured so much effort into over the years. That place housed their most critical research secrets. It could be said that the entire coastal defense strategy of the nation, along with subsequent technical steps, relied on that base. If they were to adjust things now, given their current technology, how on earth would they manage that? The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. At that moment, Chu Hie's face turned an oddly deep shade of red. Meanwhile, both he and Lu Shan lowered their heads, not daring to speak up. On the surface, the other party appeared to be a lieutenant general, while they were merely brigadier generals, but the disparity in their positions was far from trivial. The other party was in charge of overall coastal defense construction, while they were only responsible for various segments. Although it might seem similar at first glance, the actual difference in status was like night and day, giving the lieutenant general significant authority and respect among them. And this elder was no ordinary figure. In terms of both status and reputation, he could easily overshadow them. However, after what felt like an eternity, young Mutian turned to the next page, and his expression shifted from anger to something more peculiar. He originally intended to call someone to suspend Su Tian and Jin Chong immediately. But now, upon taking a closer look, he couldn't help but freeze in place, furrowing his brow as he stared at the things in front of him. After focusing his gaze and examining them for a while, the expression on his face became increasingly perplexed. He intently scrutinized the information and data before him, flipping through the pages rapidly, almost as if he had been preparing for this moment all along. After a long while of studying the data, he suddenly slammed his hand on the table. Chapter 82. Who is the fisherman? All right. Listening to the words from the other party at this moment, everyone around came to a halt, their faces showing a hint of confusion, especially for Chu He, Lu Shan, and Zhao Yufeng beside them. All of them displayed a dazed expression. Logically speaking, their elder should never utter such a word as good. Was it rage overwhelming him, causing him to hurt himself and perhaps even lose his mind? At that moment, Chui hurried over to young Mutian's side, cautiously lowering his head. If you're feeling overwhelmed, please take a break. I'll quickly figure things out for you. If you can't control your emotions right now, just nod your head, and I'll know what to do. As he spoke, he looked at young Mutian with a hint of sorrow. After all, this elder was quite advanced in age, and he was the architect and builder of the coastal defense system. For so many years, Chui had admired this elder greatly. Who would have thought that he would become like this? At such an advanced age, he still had to endure this kind of stress. How could anyone cope with that? Realizing he had identified the elder's issue, Chui's eyes showed a bit of compassion. Before he could continue speaking, suddenly a slap landed on his face. What nonsense are you blabbering? I'm not dead yet. So what kind of rubbish are you spouting? The words left Chu-hee stunned, looking incredulously at the elder before him, his eyes wide open in disbelief. What was going on? Did he regain his composure? Seeing the astonished look on Chu-hee's face, young Mutian took a deep breath. Was he angry just now? Of course, he was furious. He felt like his mind was about to explode. That feeling was hard to describe, a mix of guilt and anger, chaotic emotions surging within him, making it particularly uncomfortable. But now, he felt less angry. After all, looking at the information and data before him, he furrowed his brow as if lost in thought for a while. This little guy always brought out unexpected things. Can Su Tian guarantee the authenticity of this data? Can he be sure that everything is true? He didn't explain much to Chu-hee and the others. Instead, he turned to the person next to him and began to inquire. Surely, Su Tian wouldn't lie about such matters. But out of caution, Yang Mutian spoke up. Hearing this, the colonel passed over several documents. Major General Su Tian said, "If you believe it, we can discuss it later. If not, just look at the data here. The corresponding materials and video data will be transmitted through the military district shortly." He stated he was willing to vouch for it, ensuring that the little guy had no issues, which was the conclusion he and Colonel Jin Chong had reached after testing for so long. As for how, well, obviously by helicopter. Listening to the other person, Yang Mutian couldn't help but smile even more, his eyes sparkling as he raised his gaze and said, "Great. Our country has produced a dragon. This little guy called Lin Hai is truly remarkable. What a patriot, Lin Hai. Lin Hai, ha." As he spoke, Yang Mutian turned to look at the bewildered crowd around him, raising his eyebrows and adding, "I bet you all want to know what has got me so excited." At this moment, a smile adorned Yang Mutian's face, but the implication of his words left others feeling a bit confused. Since ascending to a high position, it had been a long time since he referred to himself in such a casual manner. Now, he was the architect of the coastal defense and a prominent figure in the Navy, dealing with many significant events that required his attention and reporting. Over the years, his speech had gradually become more refined. However, for the most part, when it came to these fierce warriors, their words often left people scratching their heads. The last time Yang Mutian used foul language was after their warship was attacked near the coast, when he declared he would hang the perpetrator's ancestors. What was going on? It was clear that Yang Mutian seemed exceptionally happy. Had something significant happened? Had that traitor been captured? But could someone already taken away by the Americans be so easily apprehended? That sounded quite alarming. Before anyone could respond, suddenly, a group of inspectors wearing white hats appeared outside. They saluted him first, and then said, "We have brought you the highest confidentiality regulations you requested. Do you need anyone outside while you sign the documents?" Before the person could finish speaking, Yang Mutian interrupted. "You don't need to stay outside. This matter isn't suitable for you. Given your rank, it's not appropriate for you to be standing guard outside. I'll have 2 colonels stationed at the door instead. Just pretend today's events never happened. We'll handle everything ourselves." Hearing his bold tone left the white hats stunned, their expressions filled with disbelief as they looked at the elder before them. However, they quickly nodded and agreed to let him handle it, as such military secrets were definitely not something they should interfere with. Watching the people outside leave, Yang Mutian raised his eyebrows again. After ordering 2 individuals to sign the confidential documents, they went outside to take their posts. Meanwhile, he instructed all the officers present to handle the confidential files. Was it really that important? What classified documents were these? What did they report? It couldn't be that Su Tian had betrayed the country and fled, could it? At this moment, everyone present wore a look of confusion, but they didn't voice their thoughts. Instead, they signed the documents while harboring doubts. Once everyone had finished signing, Yang Mutian instructed someone to collect the papers, and then he turned to the crowd and continued speaking. "I have some good news for you, a fantastic piece of news. Come on, take a look at these documents first. After you're done, then you can share your thoughts with me." Hearing Yang Mutian's cheerful words, the people in the room appeared even more bewildered. Take a look first? Could there really be something great hidden in this information? Chapter 83, You Little Rascal. The crowd wanted to ask questions, but at that moment, Yang Mutian's face showed no other expression. Should they ask or not? If they waited too long and ended up asking the wrong question, they feared they would get a harsh scolding from Yang Mutian. But if they didn't ask, they exchanged glances, and from each other's eyes, they sensed a hint of discomfort. Not asking didn't sit right with them either. After all, Yang Mutian was smiling so happily. How could they not join in? They had all signed a confidentiality agreement anyway. So almost simultaneously, Zhao Yufeng, Chu-hee, and Lu Shan began to inquire. Seeing the confusion on their faces, Yang Mutian felt a flicker of joy. He looked at everyone present, his gaze lingering on Zhao Yufeng for 2 seconds, before laying out everything that had happened on Su Tian's side. As they listened to Yang Mutian's account, everyone was bewildered. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Is this a mythological story? Otherwise, how could such outrageous things happen in the world? A child? Oh, just a high school graduate. You say he built a warship? This is ridiculous. It can't be true. The crowd wore puzzled expressions, and at that moment, Yang Mutian noticed their strange reactions and began distributing the information Su Tian had sent him. Look at this, but this information can only be reviewed by you. No one with a lower rank is allowed to touch it. The documents can only be viewed in this office. Yang Mutian's tone was serious. After glancing at the materials for a moment, Chu He fell silent for 2 seconds. Old General, do you think there is a possibility that this is just Su Tian trying to pull a fast one on you? Chu He's face showed signs of distress, his mouth twitching as he lightly tapped the mahogany desk with one hand. He looked skeptical and raised his hand, pointing at the documents in front of him, continuing, I think you should also be aware of what the situation was like on their side initially and what our country's scientific reserves are like. Look at what it says here. They spent 4 to 5 million to refurbish the entire Type 1135 frigate, about 70 to 80%. Aside from the hull and some application modules, most modules can be used. In this line, this column, these data, do you think this is something our people could accomplish? After speaking, Chu He glanced up at the old general again before continuing. This is most likely just that guy trying to cover up Wang's defection to another country by exaggerating things. Hearing Chu He's words, Lu Shan nodded in agreement. On the other side, a conclusion almost identical to that of Chu He was presented, but his intention was. Even the top naval architects from the Bear Country would say that it takes at least a year to build a complete warship, the 1135 class frigate. While it may seem outdated now, it's a second-generation vessel. Actually incorporates a significant amount of scientific and technological advancements. If you say this thing is subpar, that's one thing. But to claim that any country could easily replicate, it is pure nonsense. Given today's scientific and technological landscape, both of them could only say this, absolutely impossible. Listening to these two, Yang Mutian, who had been laughing heartily, suddenly had a grim expression. To be honest, if they had countered from a different perspective, he might have given more thought to the information provided by Su Tian, as the technological gap is indeed substantial. Although Su Tian is patriotic and willing to do anything for the country, Yang Mutian knows that sometimes, love for one's country can lead people to make incomprehensible mistakes. He didn't want Su Tian to fall into that trap. He had initially intended to make a phone call to verify the situation, but do you really think that in your hearts, our science and technology will never catch up to those of beautiful country or Bear Country? Do you believe that we will always be kneeling, unable to rise? In that moment, Yang Mutian slammed his ceramic tea mug down on the table with force, his face showing a mix of anger and gritted teeth. Observing the emotions on Yang Mutian's face, both Lu Shan and Chu He instinctively shrank their necks. This old general is known for his fiery temper, and today was no exception. At this point, Lu Shan and Chu He stood up straight, looking genuinely ashamed. Seeing their expressions, Yang Mutian couldn't help but take a deep breath. I'll just call him directly. He wouldn't dare to lie to me in person. At the same time, prepare the video materials he brought over. Let us show our generals what our technology is really like, and whether it truly falls short compared to those abroad. Is it really the case that we can only scrape by like turtles in front of foreigners? He slammed the table again, his anger flaring up as if he were ready to pounce. Feeling the intensity of Yang Mutian's rage, Lu Shan and the others stood even straighter, afraid that a single misplaced word would further provoke the old general's displeasure. Not long after, the call with Su Tian was connected, and the video materials began to play. The first scenes depicted Lin Hai and his team encountering pirates in Somalia. At the same time, the video featured Lin Hai using missiles to destroy a Somali warship right on the spot. Listening to the familiar voices and corresponding video, Su Tian, on the other end of the phone, immediately recognized what video they were watching. After all, he had seen it 1,000 times. He seamlessly combined the video with the introduction, followed by discussions on the modifications to the warship, the impressive skills of Lin Hai and his team, and the power of the new missile he had developed, as well as the current state of the 1135 class frigate after its upgrades on Research Island. Each piece of information felt incredibly authentic. As Su Tian spoke from the other end, a look of joy appeared on Yang Mutian's face at that moment. He spoke softly and gently, a stark contrast to his earlier stern reprimand of the group. Chapter 84. Isn't this nonsense? You really managed to uncover such a young genius. That's quite impressive. Listening to Yang Mutian's words, Su Tian began to introduce Lin Hai's capabilities, talking about his patriotism, his willingness to serve the country, and his loyalty. Anyway, his patriotism is exceptional. At the same time, as Su Tian shared Lin Hai's background, a broad smile appeared on Yang Mutian's face. This young kid, despite his age, has such a heartfelt love for his country. He is willing to give up high-ranking positions and generous rewards in Somalia, despite the significant power promised to him by foreigners to return to his homeland. This kid is much stronger than that Wong fellow you were previously optimistic about. Very good, very good. So, how do you plan to settle this kid? Upon hearing this, Su Tian paused for a moment, seemingly caught in an awkward situation. His voice dropping slightly. Listening to the almost mosquito-like buzzing from the other side, a hint of dissatisfaction appeared on Yang Mutian's face. What are you doing? Performing a mosquito act for me? Speak up. At Yang Mutian's words, Su Tian raised his voice a bit. Old General, have you heard? Recently, the Phi Nu nation has been flaunting their military power along our borders, thanks to the warships provided by the beautiful country behind them. They frequently send warships to harass our border residents, even scaring the fishing boats along the coastline. He continued, they think their warships are superior to ours, which is utterly disgusting. So, I have a new plan. Hearing Su Tian's words, Yang Mutian signaled to someone nearby to take notes and pour him a cup of tea. After sipping the tea, Yang Mutian spoke, just tell me your plan directly. If we can cooperate and handle it, we will definitely take action. Su Tian's voice seemed to grow louder again. Don't those Phi Nu warships think they can act without restraint? Don't they believe that with the backing of the beautiful country, their ships can outrun ours and that they're untouchable? I was thinking, could we disguise one of our warships as a cargo ship? After repainting it and loading it with goods, we could take it for a spin along the border. If they take the opportunity to attack our cargo ship, we can return fire. Even if we can't deal them a heavy blow, it would be great to annoy them and show them that we are not to be trifled with. We can use international opinion to label these guys as reckless in their harassment of our cargo and military ships. As Su Tian spoke, his excitement grew, filled with a hint of euphoria. In the end, whether they have a reason or not, we will have our story straight. Listening to Su Tian, Yang Mutian nodded in agreement. So you're planning to send the soldiers from the northern region to handle these tasks? With the unique buzz cuts of our army, anyone who sees a ship full of buzz cut youths would surely find it odd. But you're right, intimidating those guys could be quite effective. Should I gather some people on my end to assist you? A few hundred should be sufficient. Then you can reorganize them over there. Yang Mutian proposed a decision. However, as he spoke, Su Tian seemed to feel a hint of awkwardness. He cleared his throat a couple of times and cautiously said, General, actually, there is someone here who really wants to go and insists on being allowed to do so. This piqued Yang Mutian's interest immediately. Who could be so bold and fearless? It's important to note that although the Type 1135 frigate is larger, better defended, and more powerful than those ordinary frigates provided by the Americans, and considering the advanced missile concepts developed by Lin Hai, that doesn't mean they won't face danger. Who is this daring individual? Yang Mutian curiously asked, while Su Tian hesitated for a couple of seconds before finally speaking up. It's Lin Hai from their family. Lin Hai? The name spun around in Yang Mutian's mind, and he found it somewhat familiar. After frowning and pondering for a moment, his expression quickly shifted to anger. He shouted directly into the phone. You can't be telling me that this Lin Hai is the kid who researches missiles and maintains our Type 1135 frigate. What audacity, Su Tian. How could you let such a talented researcher go handle frontline work? Do you know how painful it would be for our country to lose someone like him? A genius like that, and you dare to let him take on such tasks? At this point, Yang Mutian was directly scolding Su Tian on the other end of the line, using harsh words and even cursing his ancestors. Listening to Yang Mutian's tirade, Su Tian could only lower his head repeatedly. What could he do? After all, he was talking to his superior. Could he dare to retort? If not, he'd better keep quiet. It was hard to tell how long Yang Mutian's scolding lasted, perhaps about half an hour, but as Su Tian sat there in a daze, Yang Mutian delivered an ultimatum. If you dare to let him handle such matters, then I. Before he could finish his threat, Su Tian hurriedly interjected, General, you can't blame me. I originally intended to assign these tasks to my subordinate from the 305th Regiment, but this kid insisted on stepping in. He claims that he is the one who modified the ship and is most familiar with its weapons and data. He also mentioned that with his support for the warship, he could potentially control it and drive those guys into a frenzy, making them flee in disarray. After all, he has dealt with pirates before. Anyway, I was left speechless by what he said. Meanwhile, Su Tian seemed to take advantage of the solitude and whispered something. That kid was saying this while he was already sick, and if I didn't agree with him, I was afraid he might. Su Tian then fell silent. And on the other end, Yang Mutian couldn't help but scratch his head, his face filled with helplessness. To be honest, as a high-ranking decision-maker in coastal defense, it had been years since he encountered anything that made him scratch his head. But now, wasn't this just nonsense? With a resigned sigh, he looked at the information displayed in the documents, and at that moment, young Mutian found himself at a loss. Chapter 85. A Tiny Nation, Deterrence. When the time comes, let the warships provide escort, lingering in the nearest area without being detected. We must ensure that when the fighting starts, if anything seems off, they immediately come to our aid. At the same time, send some people onto his ship to provide escort and assistance. If that kid is unwilling, then you must tie him up and bring him aboard. Su Tian acknowledged the order and quickly hung up the phone. Meanwhile, in Su Tian's office, he looked at Lin Hai, who was playing with his favorite model. He let out a helpless sigh. I can't believe you, kid. Everyone else is trying to avoid the battlefield, and you want to go play there? Is that something you can just mess around with? If a shell hits you, you won't even have a chance to cry. As he spoke, Su Tian couldn't help but feel more and more exasperated, while Lin Hai raised an eyebrow and chuckled. Hey, don't you think being on a warship would be way more fun? How exhilarating. Driving a warship, riding the waves. When we encounter those foreigners who dare to disrespect us, we'll strike back, leaving them in ruins and scattering their souls. Let them dare to stand against us. And those tiny nations think they can put their feet up in front of us. Where do they get such audacity? Lin Hai slammed his hand on the table, his expression slightly angry. Hearing this, Yang Mutian couldn't help but feel even more helpless. This kid, and yet he couldn't say much. After all, the kid was right. Some people are so reckless. How can we not teach them a lesson? Do they really think they can do whatever they want in our country? Do they think we are afraid of them? Outrageous and reckless. Just because they think they have backing, they can act up? However, at this moment, Su Tian waved the satellite phone in front of Lin Hai and sighed. You heard the news from the call earlier. If we don't allow some military personnel on the ship, then I absolutely cannot let you go aboard. Upon hearing Su Tian's words, Lin Hai rubbed his chin. After a 2-second silence, he looked Su Tian up and down before finally nodding. That's right. Given the value I'm showing now, if we don't have the military to protect us, they probably won't be able to eat or sleep well. Besides, with the military being so enthusiastic, how can I back down? After a slight pause, Lin Hai raised his brows again and said, Fine, but there can't be too many people on the ship. Otherwise, it'll be a problem if those monkeys find out. As soon as these words were spoken, Su Tian was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter. Exactly. Those short, ugly, skinny, and frail ones, aren't they just monkeys? Looking at Lin Hai, he made a decision in his heart. We must ensure this kid is well protected. The future of our national defense is in their hands. Time passed, and a few more days went by. At that moment, on the other side, the Lin family members who had been stuck in the military camp were already feeling quite restless. Among them, Lin Baishun sat at the front of the playground, staring at the camp's entrance, smoking a cigarette with a grim expression on his face. It had been 3 whole months. 3 months. By now, they should have figured things out. But why had no one come to communicate with them during this time? Every day, there were people bringing meals and supplies, but they never saw anyone. Some even worried they might be bored and had provided plenty of toys, games, and chess sets in the camp. They even had a television for entertainment. In short, they were being taken care of meticulously. Many times, they would write down their needs, and the camp personnel would fulfill them. On the surface, many members of the Lin family thought it wasn't too bad, but the more they were pampered, the more anxious Lin Baishun felt. They were being cared for so thoroughly, but what about his son? Where was his son? He took another puff of his cigarette, his expression growing increasingly frantic. I say, Baishun, why don't you eat something? Let us have a drink. Maybe your son will come back soon. Don't worry too much. The country wouldn't do anything to your son over this, right? A cousin beside him tried to comfort him. However, as Lin Baishun listened to his brother's words, he kept smoking. What you're saying is, this time, it was my son who was taken, not yours. Besides, how do you know that kid won't get into trouble? What kind of crime is it to secretly modify a warship? We don't know, but surely you understand it too. You were in the military. You should know these things. Hearing Lin Baishun's words, his cousin lowered his gaze, a look of helplessness appearing on his face. After taking a puff of his cigarette, he continued, I've never seen a crime like this before. After all, who else in our family has the audacity of that little Hai? You wouldn't believe it. Who would ever think of modifying a warship? Who knows what kind of punishment that deserves? All I know is, someone like our little Hai, a high-tech talent, you think the higher-ups wouldn't cherish him? They're probably treating him like a precious gem. So just relax. The higher-ups will surely consider things better than we do. Listening to the comfort from his cousin, Lin Baishun still felt something was off deep down, but he took a deep breath. Let us hope that's true. After all, little Hai is my only son. If anyone dares to harm my son, I'll fight them to the death. As he spoke, Lin Baishun's gaze turned fierce, and his eyes reflected deep-seated anger and fear. Just after he made that resolute statement in his heart, it was almost the very next second, Suddenly, a series of loud bangs echoed from outside, followed by the sound of the main door swinging open. A group of people in camouflage uniforms stood at the entrance, their expressions calm as they gazed into the distance. Among them, Lin Baishun reacted the quickest. It was the first time in 3 months they had seen anyone alive other than family. He rushed over to their side, his heavy breathing echoing in the tense atmosphere as he struggled to control his heart rate. At that moment, Lin Baishun couldn't think about anything else. He blurted out, "Where is my son? Where is Lin Hai? Is he okay? What is the situation? All of this is our fault, not his." Chapter 86, Proud Warriors. My son is not someone who does bad things. You must investigate clearly. Hearing Lin Baishun's words, the people in front exchanged glances and nodded. Don't worry. We've already looked into this matter, and it has nothing to do with you. We can take you to meet Lin Hai right now, but... The leading officer paused for a moment before continuing. Although we've mostly cleared up your issues, there are still some minor problems. Therefore, you need to help the country carry out a task, and this has also been approved by Lin Hai. Now it depends on whether the rest of you are willing to go along. If anyone is unwilling, they can leave. We will arrange for some soldiers to assist you. The officer seemed quite certain that Lin Baishun would agree. At the same time, upon hearing the officer's words, Lin Baishun fell silent for a couple of seconds. After pondering for a moment, he finally spoke up. Carry out a task, transporting goods? But can we really handle it? What if something goes wrong? Before he could finish, the officer chuckled and calmly replied, Don't worry. We will have soldiers accompanying you throughout the operation to ensure everything goes smoothly. Those who do not wish to participate can leave first, and we will send them off in military vehicles. Listening to this, Lin Baishun turned to discuss with the members of his family behind him. However, after a brief consultation, their opinions were somewhat unexpected. I think we should be cautious. I'm not saying we can't help the country with its tasks, but we just got out, and if something goes wrong, yeah. And since we haven't been back to school for so long, maybe we should just leave. As soon as this was said, the two young boys speaking were abruptly pulled up by their parents. The boys looked to be around 15 or 16. As their parents yanked them up, they were both scolded and slapped. Ugh, how did I end up with such a child? Lin Hai has shouldered such a big responsibility for our family. Can't you at least help others out a bit? Besides, didn't you hear what this officer said? Initially, the officer had a smile on his face while listening to the first part of the conversation. However, when he heard the term officer, he almost spat out his drink. The look of confusion on his face was palpable as he couldn't help but respond, Comrade, you can call me Officer Comrade. You can skip the officer part. However, the person he was addressing didn't seem to care. They continued to scold the boy even more fiercely, giving him a couple more swats on the backside. It was only when Lin Baishun cleared his throat twice that they finally paused. I said, Brothers, the matter here is settled. If anyone doesn't want to continue sailing after we return this time, I'll make sure to give you a satisfactory explanation. If there are those who don't want to change crews, then they can stay on. After all, I'm definitely going to find my son. If I've lost my son, what good is anything else? As I spoke, the expressions of everyone gradually became a bit awkward. We glanced at each other, unsure how long it had been. Oh, come on, Baishun, don't test me. Worst case, we'll just accompany you and your son for one last journey. It's not like anything major is going to happen. Exactly. We've fought pirates and sailed the seas for so long. What are we afraid of? It's not like we can take on the armies of other countries. And even if we do fight, would the Lin family be afraid of that? With that, everyone burst into laughter, nodding vigorously. It's settled then. Let us go find Lin Hai. Listening to the words of those around him, Lin Baishun felt a mix of embarrassment and joy, excitement bubbling up in his heart. Staring ahead, he found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Silence, joy, fervor. There was also a kind of indescribable, unstoppable happiness. Family, never giving up on each other. Thus, everyone prepared to take the car in the designated direction. Meanwhile, the soldiers, noticing Lin Baishun and the others' determined expressions, exchanged glances. They could sense the happiness, excitement, and joy radiating from Lin Baishun and his group. And they were intrigued by this rare family dynamic. After all, such families are quite uncommon. On one hand, they are very united. On the other, regardless of what troubles arise within the family, they seem to coexist harmoniously without major disagreements. Such a clan. The soldiers watched as they drove away, unsure of how to react. At the same time, on the other side, the warship began to undergo a change in its paint scheme. The 1135 class frigate had all its old weapons removed and replaced with new ones. Meanwhile, the ship's original white paint was changed to red. Looking at this odd-looking vessel, Lin Hai couldn't help but furrow his brow. After sizing it up, he squinted his eyes and took a deep breath, finding it hard to imagine. This thing was much larger than his cargo ship, but it was also quite ugly. Lin Hai squinted even more. Such an ugly thing. And with the military paint scheme changed to this, how could anyone not notice? Hearing Lin Hai's words, Su Tian patted him on the shoulder while rolling his eyes. Heh, the point is to make them unable to tell if it's a warship or a cargo ship. The cargo on board is just a cover. Specifically, it depends on whether those guys have the guts to attack you. If they don't, just stick to the original plan for the demonstration and let the other cargo ship leave without a hitch. But if they do have the guts, there's no need to show them any mercy. We should crush those monkeys completely and show them that we're not weak enough to let them run us off. How dare they act so arrogantly in front of us? They're not even close. As he spoke, Su Tian took a puff of his cigarette and winked at Lin Hai, his eyes filled with a fierce determination. It's important to remember who Su Tian is. Back in the day, he was known as a fierce and proud warrior. Chapter 87, Fallen Flowers and Rushing Water. How dare these guys act so arrogantly on their own maritime defense line? If it were the old me from back in the day, I wouldn't let them off without teaching them a lesson, showing them who's really in charge, making them understand the consequences of their reckless bullying. Su Tian was practically itching to twist those guys' skulls off. At that moment, Lin Hai was watching Su Tian with wide eyes. He looked at the general in front of him in disbelief, blinking rapidly and couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. Unbelievable, truly unbelievable. He never expected Su Tian had such thoughts. But he liked it. After all, those foreigners were so audacious on their borders, how could they not deal with them appropriately? As Lin Hai pondered how to handle those foreigners, almost in the next instant, he heard his father's excited voice from behind. Son, turning to look at his dad. A complex emotion flashed in Lin Hai's eyes. He knew that if a whole ship of soldiers with crew cuts passed by, even a fool would realize something was off with that ship. Moreover, with the Army's undeniable iron-blooded nature, it was already pushing it for Lin Hai to get some soldiers to cooperate with him in maneuvering the ship. If outsiders discovered that such a cargo ship was regularly patrolling and conducting internal drills, who wouldn't he notice? By then, the people from that beautiful country would surely be on guard against them. This would undermine their original plan. That's why Lin Hai had brought his family. He truly didn't trust anyone else. He approached his father, just as they got out of the car, when he overheard some of the boys his age expressing confusion. Wow, this seems a bit different from our ship. It looks pretty big, and it has a strange vibe. Yeah, where's our ship? Did the country provide this one for us to transport? It's a bit odd why aren't we using our ship? Is there something different about it? Is there something wrong with this one? Who knows? I think our ship looks more comfortable, and the weapons on it as the last remark was made. The faces of the older members of the Lin family instantly darkened, their eyes fixated on the clueless guy. Before the clueless fellow could make a move, he was promptly smacked into a daze by a powerful yet loving hand from his elder behind him. Looking back in disbelief, he immediately heard his father's furious voice. Shut your mouth, you fool. That single sentence scared the guy into silence, while the atmosphere around Lin Hai grew a bit more harmonious. However, Lin Baishun still had some confusion. What exactly are we supposed to transport? Why does this ship look a bit different? Listening to his father's words, Lin Hai naturally couldn't let them remain completely in the dark. After all, the first thing to do in this situation was to keep things as confidential as possible while still being able to spread the word. He cleared his throat a couple of times, and then pretended to be helpless as he said, our ship still has some things that haven't been checked, so the people on board feel it can't be released just yet. However, this mission is a bit urgent, so consider this as temporary protection for us. Using this ship to complete the mission not only ensures that everything goes smoothly, but it also helps fulfill a plan from above. As he spoke, Lin Hai coughed lightly, following a version he had previously discussed with Su Tian. After clearing his throat again, he continued, according to this plan, anyone willing to upload can do so directly, and payment will be doubled based on our previously agreed salary and performance metrics, with subsidies from the government. Those who don't want to board can go back, but not home, back to the military camp instead. Immediately, the expressions of the crowd changed. They would have to stay there. They had already been there for 3 months, and they felt like they were going crazy. If they had to stay longer, they worried they wouldn't even be able to speak anymore. The crowd looked a bit panicked and fearful, even a little bewildered. Oh no, staying there any longer feels worse than death. One of them exclaimed, honestly, just looking at that place gives me a headache. It's driving me nuts. Several young guys started to voice their concerns, but were quickly silenced by the older generation. The implications of Lin Hai's words were clear, even if the younger ones didn't fully grasp them. The older folks understood that being allowed to disembark from the ship meant they could return to the military camp, which indicated that the whole matter was still confidential. Moreover, the fact that they needed to stay on the ship and were being offered such high salaries raised even more questions. What exactly was on this oddly arranged ship? Confusion and surprise were evident on everyone's faces, their eyes narrowing with curiosity. Meanwhile, after a lengthy discussion among the elders, They decided to follow Lin Hai and make some money. After all, they had been lying around in the military camp for so long. Even though they had been receiving government pay, it still felt uncomfortable to them. Returning to just lying around? Not only them, but the younger kids couldn't handle it either. If they were to lie around for several months or even half a year, what would happen? What about the kids below? Would they still be learning how to handle things? These were pressing issues, so it was better to have some fun on the ship. Thus, they all smiled broadly and reached an agreement with Su Tian. The ship was about to set sail, and after multiple requests, everyone began preparing to board today. They immediately started inspecting the cargo in the hold, and at the sight of the strange-looking goods, the Lin family members were left bewildered. There was no need to check the condition of the cargo or match it with the inventory. They only needed to ensure that the seals were intact. Meanwhile, Lin Baishun was feeling a bit lost among the soldiers in front of him. As he looked at the operating system before him, he appeared somewhat dazed. As the differences between this and a typical cargo ship's operating system were like night and day. Chapter 88. A Bountiful Harvest. How should this thing be handled? What should I do? Are there any issues? He had no clue at all. This was quite troublesome. At this moment, Lin Baishun furrowed his brow. However, the soldiers around him operated with remarkable skill, proceeding just like in their regular training scenarios, and got things underway. Operation speed. Report operation speed. Start up. Cruising at medium speed in the South China Sea. Report on engine status. Report on safety status. Report. The professionalism and calmness of these people left Lin Baishun momentarily stunned, causing him to twitch his lips before he could continue speaking. I mean, these people are a bit unusual, aren't they? They're not just ordinary folks, right? Lin Baishun turned to look at his son. Meanwhile, Lin Hai merely stroked his chin, then smiled and raised his gaze. Let the professionals handle their business. As for them, they can just accompany me to see this new weapon, and to check out how impressive the modified Type 1135 frigate really is. Before long, the ship sailed further away, and Lin Hai heard a system notification in his ear. Congratulations, host, on completing the modification of the Type 1135 frigate project. Congratulations, host, on the improvement of modification data. Congratulations, host, on receiving 1,500 technology points. Listening to the voice beside him, Lin Hai felt a bit dazed. He grasped the freshly prepared tea leaves beside him and clenched his fists tightly. Something's not right. He had no idea how much time and effort he put into modifying the Type 1135 frigate, and now he was only awarded a mere 1,500 technology points? That was far less than he expected. Why? Lin Hai's expression was one of utter confusion. Logically speaking, he should have received several thousand or even tens of thousands of points. Anything less would be an insult to the amount of work done. However, the next moment, when he opened the corresponding blueprint, he was taken aback. Engine modification progress low, damage control system modification progress low, ship weapon system modification progress low, overall ship progress low. None of the corresponding requirements were met. Was it because the original data of this ship was too high? So, the data comparison after modification was indeed a bit low. It seemed that this time, the military had sent someone from the Yang family to check their situation, thus the warship was dispatched for a data verification, while secretly threatening those lackeys from the beautiful country. Given the moderate pace of the modifications, such results were to be expected. What a pity. Had I known it would turn out like this, I would have just had someone build a new one instead of messing around with this old ship template. At this moment, Lin Hai couldn't help but feel increasingly helpless. Meanwhile, on the other side, Su Tian was at the harbor, smoking a cigarette and taking a deep breath. Was this really just to test the modification effects of the ship? Jin Chong beside him asked. Listening to Jin Chong, Su Tian handed him a lighter and tossed it into his hand. It's not that simple. If we were really doing this for the sake of the experiment, we should finish all the modifications to the ship before we start our research. Who would rush to send a warship out halfway through the modifications? As he spoke, Su Tian looked ahead with a sigh, his expression becoming somewhat helpless and strange. Taking a deep breath, he continued, given our current situation, you should know that both the Bear Country and the Beautiful Country are mainly focused on blockading us. But recently we reached an agreement with the Pinoy Country. We provide gold to purchase their rubber and commonly used military supplies. This is a big deal, with a substantial total amount. Moreover, they have already agreed and are preparing the goods. After taking another puff of his cigarette, Su Tian spoke with a tone that carried a hint of helplessness and strangeness. You know, I've never trusted those monkeys, and I think you understand their antics better than I do. Do you really think they would be so kind as to provide us with resources for trade, especially so decisively, in the face of the blockade by both the Bear and Beautiful Countries? It probably only happened because their backers had something to say about it. Su Tian tightened his grip slightly. If I'm not mistaken, there will definitely be issues with this transaction. But we have no choice but to take a good look at what we're getting. Ever since I reported this to Old Yang. They've been keeping an eye on it, which is why I agreed to let this kid handle these things. If this transaction can establish our reputation and provide useful data, Old Yang will likely take immediate action shortly after. He chuckled to himself. But Jin Chong furrowed his brow again, watching Su Tian intently as he continued. But there's a key issue you haven't resolved. If that kid runs into trouble, we'd be in big trouble. How can we let him handle this? You're so indecisive. Just because he asked you, you gave him the goods? Hearing this, Su Tian shook his head. You see, you don't really understand that kid's character. Even if I didn't give him these things, he would still want to know what's so special about them. He glanced into the distance, his gaze as sharp yet calm. Don't worry. I've made thorough preparations on my end. That kid won't run into any problems. Just so you know, I specifically hired an international security organization to protect the cargo ship. Plus, there are warships on patrol for escort. He clapped Jin Chong on the shoulder, and the smile in his eyes grew broader. Looking at Su Tian, Jin Chong couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth, pursing his lips as he spoke. All right, since you say so, I'll take your word for it. But if that little guy gets into any trouble, don't say I didn't warn you. He said this with a wink, clearly not too pleased. However, listening to Jin Chong, Su Tian seemed unusually confident. Don't worry, that international security organization wouldn't deceive me, right? They said they have hundreds of people on guard. Meanwhile, on a cargo ship sailing across the sea, dozens of foreigners were fishing while chatting and laughing, discussing something among themselves. Chapter 89. Sailing again, are rich men foolish? A white man at the forefront, with his right arm around a Filipino woman, chuckled as he spoke. Let me tell you, the best fish to catch out here are those carnivorous ones. Not only are they easy to catch, but they also taste great, except for the sharks, of course. You know, I've worked at a security company for so many years and made a lot of money. Most of the time, the tasks are just about eating, drinking, and having fun. Haha, what kind of fun are we talking about? One of them asked. The group began discussing fishing techniques, and the conversation quickly turned raunchy. Just then, a younger white man, fiddling with his firearm, chimed in. Do you think this mission will be tough? I heard there have been pirates around here lately. Before he could finish his sentence, Tom shook his head. No worries, little Omi, you can relax. Uncle Tom has been in this line of work for quite a while. Remember not long ago when pirates were rampant in Somalia? I still went there without a hitch. Anyone working for our security company has connections and strength wherever they go. Most people wouldn't even dare to try. Besides, I used to be good friends with General Kimisoni from the U.S. troops here. Our relationship is solid. Most people don't even know how close we are. So, as long as I'm around, we can come and go as we please. I'll just give them a call on the satellite channel. The general will definitely come to pick us up. Hearing this, the others around him gasped in disbelief. Wow, this guy is impressive. He even has connections with AU's military general stationed here. Is that for real? Their expressions showed a mix of confusion and amazement, each wearing an unusual look. The young man, Omi, stroked his chin and continued, Uncle, you're so amazing. Why don't you tell us some stories about your encounters with pirates in Somalia? As Omi spoke, his eyes sparkled with admiration. He pulled out a cigarette from his pocket and lit one for Tom. Listening to Omi, Tom showed no hesitation, taking a deep drag from the cigarette. His expression was oddly calm, yet a hint of a different kind of smile played on his lips. I went to Somalia about a few months ago. You've heard about the pirates there, right? Those pirates are ruthless. They're not afraid of anything. Most people wouldn't even think about going there, let alone having the guts to cross through. But who do you think I am? He patted his chest, the sound echoing loudly, then pulled the maid beside him into a hug and gave her a kiss, grinning as he said, I'll tell you this. When it comes to the Somali pirates, I went in and out like I owned the place. No one dared to challenge me. And those pirates were practically intimidated by me. Do you know who the leader of the Somali pirates is? Back then, even the captain of the Devourer wanted to be my sworn brother. Listening to this guy ramble on, some of the veteran security mercenaries around couldn't help but chuckle. But only Omi was particularly serious. With an incredulous look at his uncle, Omi asked, Uncle Tom, what did you use to fight them off back then? Hearing this, Tom patted his chest and picked up the rifle next to him, saying, what else could it be? Of course, it was this gun. Those pirates were quite skilled. But so what? One bullet, and they're done for. No matter how tough they are, if they can't dodge a bullet, their rocket launchers won't do them any good. As he spoke, Tom jumped up from his beach chair and turned to the sea, firing off a burst. The sound of gunfire was jarring, with flames erupting from the weapon. After finishing the burst, he quickly reloaded, took a deep breath, and said excitedly, Do you know how much they paid for escorting this cargo ship? I have to say, those yellow-skinned monkeys really know how to make money, or they're just loaded. Otherwise, they wouldn't offer such a high price. Hearing this, The mercenaries who had come with him showed expressions of surprise and curiosity, not quite grasping how much the other side had actually paid them. As they exchanged glances, Tom lifted a glass of lemonade and took a sip. Heh, they gave us $3 million. And that's $3 million, mind you. I never expected those foolish yellow-skinned monkeys would pay so much. Omi's face displayed a strange expression. He recalled that the company's security guidelines stated that if the security budget reached $3 million, there should be at least dozens or even hundreds of escort personnel. This was a strict rule of their company, so why was it different this time? Omi looked around. There were only about 10 people here. So few, such a huge discrepancy. Was Uncle Tom not afraid something might go wrong? After all, they spent $3 million to find escort personnel, and the key was to ensure safety. Uncle Tom, this doesn't comply with the company's regulations, does it? Omi said with some hesitation. However, upon hearing Omi's words, Tom displayed a hint of disdain on his face and waved his hand dismissively. Hey, what could those yellow-skinned monkeys possibly do? There aren't even any pirates around. Besides, if we pocket these few million, with just over a dozen of us, each person could get at least 100 grand. Even if we give half to the company, that is still a lot of money. At that time, we didn't even make much money. In the past, when we went out to handle those tasks, we only earned a few $1,000s a day. And now, with these foolish, even easy to bully yellow-skinned monkeys, if we don't ask for more money, how can we justify putting our lives on the line? Saying this, Tom took a hearty sip of his lemonade and then chuckled. You probably don't know, but I've heard that the women here are quite open-minded. Once we get to their country, we should have some fun. I'll treat you. Chapter 90. Encountering Pirates. Why am I feeling a bit excited? As he spoke, a somewhat greedy smile appeared on his face. The bizarre expression on Tom's face left everyone feeling a bit bewildered. However, hearing this, Omi grew increasingly anxious. He glanced around at the others, each wearing a look of disdain. After swallowing hard, Omi spoke up. Uncle, I think we should inform the crew here. If something goes wrong, we can't take on that responsibility. What if they come looking for us to compensate them? At that moment, Tom rolled his eyes in annoyance and waved his hand dismissively. Listen, little Omi, if you really have nothing better to do, you can bring me a glass of iced lemon tea with some sugar. If you want to be a goody two-shoes, you can return your share to those people from their country. But right now, we haven't encountered any problems. If we can safely get them to their destination, each of us will get our share of the money. What we need to do now is just sit tight and enjoy ourselves. A peaceful escort trip like this is rare. Omi wanted to say more, but Tom was no longer in the mood to listen. Why complicate things? Just enjoy the food and fun on this journey. Why make trouble for ourselves? What good could come from it? Do you think if you give them your money, they'll be grateful? They might even consider it a temporary salary for the crew. With that thought, Tom took another sip of his drink, gently resting a hand on the beautiful woman beside him, his eyes sparkling with delight. Beautiful. Stunning. It had been ages since he had encountered someone so lovely. Just as he was about to speak, a loud bang echoed from below, followed by the unmistakable sound of gunfire. Then, in the distance, they saw a speedboat accelerating toward them. The maid let out a shriek, not physically harmed, but certainly shaken. In an instant, the once cheerful crowd turned chaotic. Tom looked around at the panicked faces and warned, be careful. Keep your heads down. Don't be impulsive. It could be the pirates firing at us. Let's wait and see if anyone speaks up. As Tom spoke, everyone became alert, those with guns readying them, while others checked their safety mechanisms, all casting wary glances toward the cargo ship below. The sound of rushing water mingled with the cold sea breeze brushing against their faces, creating an atmosphere that felt particularly chilling, casting a sense of desolation around them. As they awaited a response from below, a blast from a horn suddenly pierced the air, followed by a cacophony of garbled insults. Soon after, they heard someone speaking in a heavily accented English from below. Listen up, you damn fools on the ship. Drop your weapons and hand over your supplies, and we might let you live. Otherwise, we'll drag you down to the depths to feed the fish. Do you hear me, you worthless dogs? If you don't answer me when we board your ship, we'll take you out without a second thought. A stream of furious curses erupted from below, making it clear that the people down there had a way with words, their civility resembling that of a pack of rabid monkeys. As they listened to the colorful language, the security personnel's faces flushed with anger. They had never been subjected to such insults. Who would dare speak to them like that? If anyone had spoken to them in such a manner before, they would have already sent them to meet their maker with a bullet. But this time, these pirates were incredibly bold. Should they just shoot them? As the saying goes, armed men are men with murderous intent, and with their firearms in hand, their expressions grew increasingly grim. The group exchanged glances, and their eyes landed on Tom, who had mentioned earlier that he had dealt with such situations in the past and had even exchanged fire with Somali pirates not long ago. If anyone among them was familiar with this kind of encounter, it was surely him. Their gazes turned curious, eager to see how Tom would respond. Under their expectant stares, Tom's face flushed with embarrassment. The look in his eyes turned somewhat peculiar. He remembered that the last time he encountered pirates in Somalia, he had merely kept his head down on the deck, not participating in the action. He had watched his captain and crew engage in fierce battles with the pirates, armed with all sorts of weapons. As for the grand notions of fighting pirates, being invincible, killing, or darting through the battlefield, it was all nonsense. Tom knew he didn't possess such abilities. Yet, facing the eager eyes of his peers, how could he admit he was incapable? He couldn't. If he said that, he would lose all his face. Taking a deep breath, he cautiously poked his head out to see the scrawny pirates below, still hurling insults. With his heart boiling with anger, he picked up the loudspeaker and began to shout back at them. "You yellow-skinned monkey sons of bitches, you goddamn bastards. You've got some nerve blocking our ship. Don't you know I have connections with your rear admiral? I can go straight to your station troops. If you know what's good for you, you'd better fuck off right now, or I'll shove this gun right up your ass." This torrent of abuse instantly stunned the pirates below. They exchanged bewildered glances, their faces filled with disbelief. Is this guy really that bold? Chapter 91. If they don't want dignity, we'll give it to them. After a moment of shock, the pirates quickly reacted, a surge of anger rising within them. With eyes wide open, they stared up at the ship above, their faces filled with rage. Gritting their teeth, they were fuming. It had been a long time since they had been so insulted. Did those guys up there really have the guts to speak to them like that? Moreover, the firearms they held were far superior to those of the crew on that cargo ship. Then, one of the pirate leaders, a rather short and skinny fellow, spoke up. A glint of greed, anger, and twisted malice flashed in his eyes, especially in the case of their leader, Rail Cuba. It had been ages since he had encountered someone so audacious, daring to speak to him in such a manner. Well, if they didn't want to maintain their dignity, then they would help them keep it. Who did he say he was, a major general? Just take them out. At that point, there would be no one to speak on their behalf. This is our territory, not some major general ass. Those damn fools. Wipe them all out. Rail Cuba snarled these words, his face contorted with rage, sending chills down the spine of anyone who heard him. Suddenly, the sound of gunfire erupted, mixed with the whistling of bullets and the roar of explosions, instantly capturing everyone's attention. Bullet after bullet soared upward, leaving Tom in a daze. He rolled to the side to avoid the attackers, incredulous as he looked at those damn pirates. How dare they? He had already made their identities clear. Tom's company was the top security firm, with extraordinary strength and influence, backed by incredibly powerful resources. In such situations, most people would shrink back and run for their lives. But now, someone dared to play with them like this? Didn't these guys know the consequences of offending their mercenary organization? After all, a security group like theirs didn't have to abide by any international laws. Damn it. Tom turned to the few subordinates behind him and said, "We can't let them continue. Bring me grenades. I'll blow these damn yellow-skinned monkeys to bits." At that moment, Tom's face was twisted with ferocity. Hearing his command, his subordinates promptly handed over the grenades. Then came the whoosh of explosions. A thunderous blast followed, lighting up the area below, where several pirates were blown apart on the spot. Even so, Tom was not satisfied. After all, if the pirates dared to block him today, they would dare to kill his company's people tomorrow. If he didn't teach them a lesson, how could that be acceptable? They really need to be taught a lesson, those damn guys. At this moment, he exchanged glances with a few others nearby, and they all moved forward in unison, their weapons sweeping up swiftly. The sound of gunfire echoed, accompanied by the smell of gunpowder, gradually revealing the chaos before them. Some took deep breaths, while others were too intimidated by the terrifying flames and ammunition raining down from above to lift their heads. Why does it feel like we can't win against these bastards? The pirates below were scrambling for cover, while the men from Reguba were hiding beneath the speedboats, feeling particularly frantic with their own men. What should we do? What now? How are we supposed to deal with these guys? Their firepower seems excessive. Maybe we should just retreat. Wait for the boss to come here and then attack them together. Wouldn't that be better? But if the boss finds out we were forced to flee and don't even know their firepower configuration, that would be too unfair. Especially since we're just the vanguard. Right, we've basically figured out their firepower setup. Let us hold our ground for a bit longer. If their firepower doesn't change, we can contact the boss and the others to take these guys out together. After a brief discussion, they all exchanged determined looks. Then, the pirates began to implement their tactics. A few speedboats lingered ahead, while others split to flank them with incredible speed and strength. The firepower they unleashed formed a rapid and distinctive net that was nearly impossible to break through. For instance, on the ship, Tom had likely deduced their strategy. After eliminating the scattered fire points around them, they ended up losing even more men. Initially, Tom thought he had enough tricks up his sleeve to handle these guys. However, almost in the next instant, after organizing another attack, he was pushed back once again. This time, it was clear that Tom had been injured. He lightly placed a hand on his wound, blood oozing down. Shock registered on his face as a teammate rushed to apply first aid, but Tom couldn't focus on that. He quickly wrapped the wound to prevent a serious bleed, then glanced up, coughing twice as he furrowed his brow and looked outside. At that moment, the owner of the cargo ship rushed over. It's important to note that this ship had been specially modified, primarily for transporting gold. Although there might not be much cargo, the gold was the main haul. If they let someone steal that gold, their plans would truly be ruined. He recalled Major General Suez's countless warnings to be extra cautious before they left. At this moment, everything hung in the balance. Sir, if you find the cargo on this ship unsatisfactory, I can offer you $1 million privately. What do you say? As long as you can ensure our safety and protect what's on board. As these words were spoken, a fit of coughing erupted. Tom took a deep breath and furrowed his brow in irritation. Cough, cough, cough. What I want isn't money, and it's not about working half-heartedly. Otherwise, I wouldn't have ended up like this. What I'm trying to say isn't about having more money, but rather, those people outside are not ordinary pirates. The words escaped Tom's lips as he gazed incredulously at the figures outside. Chapter 92. They are not ordinary pirates. Looking into the eyes that glimmered with a hint of light, Tian Yinglang felt a wave of danger wash over him, accompanied by shock and surprise as he let out a deep breath. He struggled to suppress the emotions surging within him. Meanwhile, as Tom was being treated, he exhaled deeply. And as the ship's captain, Tian Yinglang furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. What did it mean that those people were not ordinary pirates? Was there something more to it? Seemingly reading the confusion in Tian Yinglang's eyes, Tom spoke again, his voice heavy. Those people are pirates? They're probably even more formidable than you think. The tactics they employed just now were far beyond what we anticipated. If nothing goes wrong, there's a high chance they are a group of soldiers who are much more powerful than we imagined. Ruthless killers. They are here to rob and plunder, and you might be in serious trouble this time. As Tom spoke, he took another deep breath, his face gradually paling. He gazed weakly ahead and coughed a couple of times, seemingly losing blood from his earlier exertions. Meanwhile, Captain Tian Yinglang was utterly dumbfounded, his eyes wide with disbelief. Not ordinary pirates, but a group of soldiers. At that moment, he stared blankly ahead, his emotions shifting to a state of shock. It was hard to comprehend. He was utterly stunned and terrified. After all, he had never encountered anything like this before. Was this really happening? Would they die? Would they be killed outright? His mind was in turmoil, overwhelmed by fear. If he hadn't forced himself to maintain composure, he would have screamed in panic. The idea of soldiers from an enemy nation disguising themselves as pirates to kill was not unheard of, but facing the reality was making them lose their grip. How could they be so bold? They were right next to their own country. If they were discovered by their own military, they wouldn't just be dead. They would be in serious trouble. And if the Navy found out, they might come crashing in. Those foreigners were incredibly reckless. At that moment, the crew was filled with anxiety and fear. Tian Yinglang's eyes widened even further. He truly never expected these guys to be so daring, so reckless. How could they dare to pull off such a stunt? They had to know that such a large ship would draw attention domestically. Many people were aware of the cooperation talks between their country and theirs. And yet, those damned thin monkeys had the audacity to cause such chaos. What should they do now? Should they surrender? Would they kill them? If they surrendered, could they save their lives? I don't want to die. I don't want to die here. Help. Help me. Spare my life. Why would those guys find us? Didn't we agree on this? The crew, hearing these words, instantly fell into a chaotic panic, trembling in fear or shaking in fright. Tian Yinglang took a deep breath, watching the international mercenaries being brought in, some injured and reduced in number. He spoke up. So what should we do? Should the cargo ship just turn around and pretend it was never here? Or should we surrender to those people? Even if we surrender, they probably won't let us go, right? That's not it. I think even if we surrender, they might still kill us. Those guys are no good. The panic in everyone's voices deepened, and at that moment, Tom coughed up blood again. To be honest, he felt a bit regretful. If he had known, he would have hired the right people for the money they offered. Now look where they ended up. Thinking nothing would happen with just 10 or so hired hands. He had thought those damn monkeys wouldn't dare to commit such murderous acts. Especially when they heard him mention that general, it seemed like their aggression only intensified. Could it be related to that general? If that's the case, then it truly is a case of misfortune coming in pairs. What should we do? Honestly, this was the first time he had encountered such audacious pirates. After taking a deep breath, his expression grew increasingly somber. The only thing left to do was send out a distress signal to nearby ships and request assistance from his home country. He hoped they would receive the news quickly and respond. Hurry, or my crew might not be able to hold on much longer. By then, I might end up accompanying you all in the afterlife. He didn't continue, knowing the person beside him would understand the implication. Hearing this, Tian Inglang hurriedly stepped back 2 paces and then dashed outside. After all, he wasn't a fool. He could clearly read the urgency in his companion's words. The pirates' assault was particularly fierce, with fiery projectiles and relentless attacks creating chaos among the crew on board. Occasionally, a crew member would be hit, some crying out in agony while others screamed in pain, their sounds echoing dreadfully around. Coupled with the panicked words of the crew, it created an unimaginable sense of terror. Meanwhile, Captain Tian Inglang quickly relayed the news of this secret mission going awry back to his country. On the other side, Su Tian and Jin Chong wore exceptionally grim expressions. On one hand, the display screen showed updates about Lin Hai and his crew's progress, while on the other, it broadcasted the news of the cargo ship being attacked and now trapped. To be honest, if Jin Chong had a choice, he would prefer Lin Hai not to attempt a rescue. After all, Lin Hai's identity and the value of his existence are at stake. If his only purpose is to save these people, then that could lead to serious trouble. If something happens to Lin Hai, they probably won't be able to escape either. But if they don't let Lin Hai go to rescue them, wouldn't that be putting the people on the cargo ship in danger? Their goal this time is to test the performance of the modified 1135 class frigate. They need to send a message to Lin Hai, urging him to proceed with the rescue as soon as possible, but also to be cautious. If there are any operational errors or significant issues with the modifications, they should withdraw immediately and not linger in that area. Chapter 93. Swiftly heading to the rescue. Meanwhile, as they approached the designated area, he instructed his men to regroup and replace them with those we had stationed there. We need to prevent those young recruits from getting confused about what is going on. It could lead to trouble. After all, who among ordinary people can truly understand how a warship operates? Even if you put an officer on board, it would take time for them to get the hang of it. After some discussion between the two, they decided to move quickly. At that moment, Jin Chong couldn't help but snort. Those damn pretty boys must be up to something behind the scenes. Perhaps this pirate attack has their fingerprints all over it. If we catch them, we'll make sure to tear them apart to vent our frustrations. Jin Chong's hands waved in agitation, and the fire of anger in his eyes deepened. Observing Jin Chong's spirit, Su Tian nodded in agreement. He seemed to share the sentiment. Meanwhile, on the ship where Lin Hai was stationed, Lin Baishun watched the soldiers operating the control panel with growing confusion. To be honest, these soldiers did not seem like they were there to help. Rather, they appeared to be in control of the ship. Were they really just delivering supplies? Before Lin Baishun could figure out the crux of the matter, the radar room, which had been closed off, suddenly opened. A few lieutenant colonels quickly emerged, and amidst the sounds of beeping electronics, the lead lieutenant colonel saluted Lin Hai. "Good day, sir. We are here on General Su Tian's orders to assist you. This 1135 class frigate, as per your command, has had most of its weapons pre-assembled and should be ready for installation within half an hour. According to the latest information from General Su, the planned operation is on track, and cargo ship S-13158 is currently being pursued by pirates from the Philippines. The general would like us to test the existing weapons. Furthermore, the weapons control panel is functioning well, and we can connect the fire control and ship operation systems. Please give us your instructions." Listening to the officer, Lin Baishun was utterly bewildered. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Why is this officer saluting my son, and why do I feel so lost? The key question was, what exactly is this officer saying to my son? He turned to look at Lin Hai, who nodded in response. Then, they proceeded to debug the fire control system, quickly installing and configuring the ship's cannon, close defense guns, and missile systems, ensuring everything was ready for action at a moment's notice. Conduct a thorough system check, Lin Hai instructed, and the personnel saluted before turning to get to work. Everything was prepared perfectly, and at the same time, many indicator lights on the control panel lit up. Looking at his son and then at the array of complex equipment on the console that he couldn't understand, Lin Baishun wanted to ask something but didn't know how to phrase it. However, at that moment, Lin Hai yawned and said, "Don't worry, Dad. Everything here has nothing to do with us. This is just a secret military operation aimed at dealing with those reckless foreigners. You must have seen the news these days. Those foreigners are quite bold, not only harassing our citizens but also launching armed attacks on many of our vessels. This time, we'll show them what a real warship is." Hearing Lin Hai's words, Lin Baishun blinked in confusion. Although he didn't fully understand what his son was talking about, he could tell from his tone that it seemed like a righteous cause. After all, if foreigners wanted to be enemies with them, and his son was going to fight back and make them bleed, wasn't that just? It was justice at its finest. So, Lin Baishun patted Lin Hai on the shoulder and said, "Son, you can do whatever you want, but it won't be dangerous, right? After all, Before Lin Baishun could finish his sentence, Lin Hai's brow furrowed slightly, but he quickly replied, "No problem. If a battle breaks out, those brave enough to come help will get to experience it. As for those who are scared, they can stay in the ship's cabin. This ship is not like our cargo ships. Many of its features are beyond anything we could have imagined." As he spoke, Lin Hai gently tapped the control panel in front of him and continued, "Take this for example. It contains a lot of high-tech features. And the armor and deck of this ship are more than twice as thick as those on our cargo ships. Just sit back and watch how we deal with those foreign guys." Hearing this, Lin Baishun couldn't help but take a deep breath. His son was knowledgeable and capable, so he decided to trust him. He looked ahead, and at that moment, the warship disguised as a cargo vessel was moving forward at full speed. Meanwhile, the soldiers on board were starting to install the ship's cannons and artillery from their hidden locations. In no time, the sounds of machinery and the occasional clang echoed around them, as everyone stared in bewilderment at the suddenly revealed weapons. Some recognized the familiar shapes of machine guns and naval cannons and pointed excitedly. "Aren't these the weapons we saw before? They look even cooler than those on the last warship we encountered. These are way more powerful than what we saw last time. Are we really going to war?" I had a feeling that this was definitely not an ordinary cargo ship, and it turns out I was right. If it were just a regular cargo ship, why would so many of us be needed to secure the cargo? Is there some kind of plan in motion? Some people are feeling smug, while others wear worried expressions, especially after the chaos we faced during the last confrontation with those pirates. Some have come to enjoy the thrill of firing weapons, the sound of machine guns firing away. It feels exhilarating and brings about an indescribable emotion. Could it be that there are pirates lurking nearby? Some are eagerly thinking about taking action against those pirates. Chapter 94. The Powerlessness of Resistance. The Final Despair. Meanwhile, on the other side, at this very moment near the coast of the mighty nation of Finu, an imposing ship was sailing forward. At the bow of the ship, a large white man with a striking parrot-like face was dressed in the unique military uniform of the beautiful country. With sharp eyes, he spoke up. "I thought your mission would be completed quickly. Why is it taking so long? Haven't you reported any good news from over there yet? Don't you realize that seizing their gold requires swift action? If those people over there sound the alarm, we might have a fleet of ships rushing to their aid. And all our efforts would be in vain." To be honest, this white man, named Bradley Dobbin, wasn't particularly worried about how many people they might face. He had recently been transferred to this area for military duty from the beautiful country. Indeed, the General Tom had met on the cargo ship had already left. This was also why the military presence from the beautiful country had chosen to collaborate with the pirates of Finu to seize the gold he was meant to escort. However, it was likely that for those in the beautiful country, regardless of whether he was the one escorting the gold, money was the most important thing. Friendships meant nothing to them. This ship was loaded with wealth beyond measure. With that gold, they could go anywhere and exchange it for money, gaining more benefits wherever they went. Listening to Bradley Dobbin, the small, dark-skinned man next to him, who bore the distinctive features of the Finu people, lowered his head in a sycophantic manner and said, "General, you are right. My men are a bit weak. You'll see their true value soon. They're quite fast at moving things." He smiled ingratiatingly, but in the next moment, the satellite phone by his side rang. The fearful voice of his subordinate, Cuba, came through the line. "This ship has some serious firepower. We've already lost several brothers. If this continues, we might suffer even greater losses." The sudden news left the small man in shock. At the same time, a sense of alertness rose within him. The voice on the other end was his brother, Riel Cuba. His name was Riel Simi. He knew his brother's capabilities. After all, he had been in the pirate business for many years and understood the intricacies of their trade. There was no way they couldn't handle a ship full of ordinary people unless there was something else on board. Of course, he couldn't admit to the general that they were losing, so Riel Simi spoke up angrily. "So what are you trying to tell me? You can't win? Or is it that the brothers I sent you lack the skills to kill?" To avoid giving Bradley Dobbin the impression that they were weak and easily bullied, he shouted into the phone, "I'll give you 50 more men. 50 should be more than enough to besiege an ordinary cargo ship. Make sure to take down those bastards on board. Don't let me down." With that, he hung up the phone and turned to flatter Bradley Dobbin, who was beside him. "Don't worry, General. There are only a dozen or so mercenaries from international security organizations on that ship. Dealing with those guys will be a piece of cake for our people." He chuckled greedily. Meanwhile, on the other side, Ray Cuba was sitting on a yacht circling the cargo ship, his expression growing increasingly grim. The people on the ship were too resilient. They seemed utterly unafraid of death. Did they not worry that once they ran out of ammunition, we would board the ship and wipe them all out? These bastards were incredibly bold. Did they really think those mercenary organizations had that much credibility? He took a deep breath and then noticed several more yachts approaching in the distance. The yachts were moving quickly, and as he watched them draw near, he couldn't help but feel more excited. At that moment, Ray Cuba burst into laughter. I knew my brother would never let those people on that ship go. There's so much gold on board. It's enough for us to spend a lifetime. Even if we split it 2 or 3 ways, that would still be a fortune. Yeah, the boss sending so many people to help us is fantastic. They fired their submachine guns and rifles joyfully into the sky, as if welcoming the incoming reinforcements. The remaining crew continued to surround the cargo ship, their guns aimed at the vessel, keeping the people on board from catching their breath. Meanwhile, those on the cargo ship looked at the approaching pirates with deep despair. Tom, Omi, and the other security personnel had already run out of ammunition. Empty magazines lay scattered around them, telling the story of the fierce struggle they had just endured. After taking a deep breath, Tom turned to Omi. What do you think about surrendering? I know the general here, considering the presence of the U.S. troops. They shouldn't be our enemies. Tom was starting to feel a bit timid. Listening to him, Omi's young mind began to race, and a glimmer of desperate determination flashed in his eyes. No way, Uncle Tom. We've already killed so many of them. If we surrender now, once they board, they'll devour us alive. We have to make one last stand, and we need to save at least 1 bullet for the final shot. Even if we die, we can't fall into their hands. Hearing Omi's words, the remaining security personnel took a deep breath. They had already lost many in the recent battle. Would they make it back alive? A sense of panic spread among them. Just then, they heard a furious shout from not far away. We absolutely cannot let those damn skinny monkeys get our money. Even if I have to sink the ship, I won't hand it over to them. Those bastard monkeys. Let's go down together. With that, he pushed something forward with all his might, and at that moment, his furious roar echoed through the cracked glass of the command cabin. The cargo ship surged forward as if it had been given a boost, heading straight for the target. At that moment, Tian Yinglang thought of his wife, his friends, and his children. But to protect the nation's assets, to safeguard that money, he wouldn't let it fall into those monkeys' hands so easily. Even if it meant his death, he would not give it to them. His eyes turned red, and the rage within him erupted in that instant. Chapter 95. The anomaly of the radar. Run them down. Run them down. Even if it means my death, I cannot allow the nation's property to fall into the hands of those bastards. Even if it means my death. His eyes burned with anger and a fierce expression, his gritted teeth seeming to unleash boundless fury at that moment. At the same time, he sensed the rage in his own eyes and the overwhelming anger within him. On the other side, the people from the Philippines and the United States seemed to be watching a spectacle. Look at them. These yellow-skinned monkeys are useless except for their so-called bravery. What can they do? How can they fight back? They're merely our entertainment. Give the order to clean up these yellow-skinned monkeys quickly. Those disguised pirates, after slaughtering everyone on board, would let our people quickly move the gold. Greed. An insatiable greed erupted from these guys in an instant. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lin Hai and his crew were also approaching the area. As they neared the cargo ship, Lin Hai's face twisted with anger at the sight of the yacht-goers recklessly toying with the cargo ship. Those damn fools. He could tell that the people in the distance were merely playing, treating the crew on that ship as mere prey for their amusement. After having their fun, they would kill those poor souls. They were nothing but a bunch of despicable bastards. Those filthy people from the Philippines were a bunch of half-evolved beasts. How dare they? The people on that ship hadn't provoked them in any way. All they wanted was to conduct their business peacefully and take care of their own matters. They didn't want to oppose those damned maggots. Yet, these vile scoundrels treated the crew as mere toys for their pleasure. Watching the crew of the cargo ship being toyed with like this, Lin Hai couldn't help but recall the horrors his own family had faced. Were those Somali pirates just like these despicable beasts? After pondering for a moment, Lin Hai raised an eyebrow in determination, and the same fury surged within him. We must help our fellow countrymen and eliminate those damned pirate beasts. He turned to the people beside him, saying, after all, if you choose to be a pirate, you must be prepared to face the consequences. Don't you love killing? Don't you enjoy wanton pleasure on the seas? Then let me show you the outcome of such actions. Pirates can die too. Hearing his words, the officers beside him quickly nodded, their eyes reddening as they issued commands. After all, witnessing their fellow countrymen being humiliated so brutally by these pirates had ignited their fury to its peak. It was time to unleash that anger. The feeling of helplessness was maddening, especially for soldiers who were sworn to protect their homeland. Kill. In a split second. Everyone's mind was consumed by a single thought: to eliminate those audacious and vicious scoundrels. They needed to understand the consequences of crossing them. Only by stopping the violence with violence could those rogues comprehend the might of a great nation. Meanwhile, the disguised cargo ship operated by Lin Hai and his team swiftly drew the attention of the Americans. At that moment, a general from the United States was enjoying the thrill of ruthless killing while puffing on a cigar. He felt like a god, able to snuff out lies with the mere flick of a finger. Comfortable, joyful, excited. A whirlwind of emotion surged within him, and after blinking, he couldn't help but squint his eyes, chuckling to himself. Once I wipe out these ordinary people ahead, they'll see what it means to face a god. Should I let one go after killing the rest? He pondered this when suddenly a messenger rushed to his side. There's an unusual radar signal. The lookout has detected another cargo ship, and it seems to be hearing this. He furrowed his brow, setting his cigar aside, and looked at the person next to him in confusion, squinting again. Aren't they afraid of death? How can an ordinary cargo ship dare to come here? Do they really think these pirates will be scared off by a cargo ship? He couldn't help but let out a cackling laugh. The general from the neighboring nation, Finu, appeared somewhat surprised. What cargo ship? Where did it come from? He had only caught fragments of the conversation and didn't directly ask, realizing that if the Americans wanted to tell him, they would have done so already. Sure enough, in the next moment, the American general looked at him while puffing on his cigar and smiled as he patted him on the shoulder. Another one has come, another cargo ship. And it's from our country. Now, have your men take the warship over. It won't be long before the resistance here disappears. We just need to capture that other cargo ship too. After all, whether it's one ship or two, they won't have the guts to fight back against you. Right now, their warships can only patrol the coast. If they can't catch you, they have no evidence. Once we intercept that cargo ship, I want 80%. Upon hearing this, the Finu general, Ryursumi, widened his eyes, joy flooding his expression. He looked incredulously at the American general, and his delight became increasingly evident. 80%? That's even less than the gold here. If I can capture that cargo ship too, wouldn't that make me rich? Most of the money will be mine, and I'll just have to give a small cut away. He gazed excitedly at the cargo ship in the distance, unable to contain a bizarre, cackling laugh. These foolish guys think that seeing their cargo ships will make us give way. They probably came over because they spotted our warships here, but they have no idea what kind of fate awaits them. As he spoke, Ryursumi respectfully turned to the handsome general beside him from the beautiful country. However, great general, if you only take 80, that would truly be unfair to you. Let's go by the ratio of the golden cargo ships. I'll take 10, and you can have 90. May the great glory of the lighthouse shine upon me, and may I forever be your loyal servant. Hearing this, the people from the beautiful country couldn't help but laugh, their laughter filled with mockery. Chapter 96. A good dog, be quick and clean about it. Not bad. You're a good dog. Hurry up and send someone to let your people continue the looting. If all goes well, we can take action. Also, after you rob this damn ship, make sure to clean up properly and leave no traces. Your guys were so rough back then that it allowed those people to survive. Yeah, remember that cargo ship we robbed before? The people on it got away. If it weren't for the timely intervention of the great soldiers of the beautiful country, who wiped out everyone on that cargo ship, you would have faced dissatisfaction from all nations. Listening to the mocking remarks from several officers of the beautiful country nearby, the general from the Fino nation lowered his head, wearing a fawning expression on his face. After taking a deep breath, he said, I understand. I know it all. The invincible beauty of the beautiful country. We will always be under your protection, and we will never let you down. At that moment, a warship emerged from the Fino side, quickly heading in the direction of Lin Hai and his group, seemingly ready to get a piece of the action. Watching the warship, Lin Hai's face showed a hint of disdain. A light warship. Honestly, this suits the beautiful country perfectly. Those people act like pirates, fight when they can, run when they can't. And look at the crew, all a bunch of skinny monkeys. Feeling that his men were getting closer to Lin Hai's group, someone raised his eyebrows and greedily spoke up. How much raw material do you think we can haul back this time? With so much money just lying around. Isn't it fair game for anyone? Besides, this cargo ship is our warehouse. No matter what, it must have some good stuff on it, right? Don't forget the deal between the general and those in the beautiful country. The general wants 110. If you mess this up and the great officers of the beautiful country find out, you'll all be dead. It was clear that threats were the best way to instill fear in these monkeys who had yet to be fully purified. You couldn't reason with them about morals or ethics. They would only respond with mockery and disdain. What was the point of talking to them at a time like this? Lin Hai quickly glanced at the people beside him, a cold glint flashing in his eyes as he ordered, prepare to target the enemy's armaments, get the missiles ready. Immediately, the cold-colored weapons on the ship gleamed ominously. As the pale shells opened, their strange shapes drew the puzzled attention of the officers from the beautiful country who were watching closely. What is this? Missiles? Or some kind of self-propelled weapon? But wait, this doesn't seem right. How can these things be here? Isn't this just an ordinary ship? How could it have such weaponry? Before he could fully process what was happening, a missile shot off with a fiery trail towards the side, striking the ships and personnel of the Finnu nation. The explosive sound reverberated around, creating an atmosphere of sheer terror. The deafening blast almost instantaneously captured the attention of Bradley Dobbin, who stared ahead in disbelief, a look of confusion etched on his face. Meanwhile, under the heavy firepower suppression, the people of the Finna nation had no defense mechanisms in place. They were caught completely off guard. The nearby light patrol vessel was quickly reduced to rubble by the surrounding missiles. This all unfolded in the blink of an eye, drawing the attention of both Bradley Dobbin and his companion. Witnessing such terrifying firepower and strength, Bradley Dobbin, visibly furious, slammed his hand down. These damn fools are provoking the great beautiful nation. They actually disguise their warships as ordinary vessels. What are they thinking? Those ships have heavy firepower. At the same time, a glimmer of incredulity flickered in his eyes as the general of the Finnu nation gazed in shock at the scene before him, his face a picture of bewilderment. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Before he could voice his confusion, the beautiful nation's General Bradley Dobbin spoke up. Quick! Send your men to probe again. What does that mean? At that moment, Bradley Dobbin was a bit taken aback. What did he mean by sending his men to probe again when they had just lost an entire ship full of people? Shouldn't they be cleaning up and leaving as quickly as possible instead of seeking trouble? Rexamy was struggling to comprehend the beautiful nation general's words. However, looking at the general beside him, it was clear that he had no intention of explaining anything. He had just witnessed those seemingly outdated vessels launching ballistic missiles. And they were fired by those guys. How could this be possible? These cowardly individuals had no scientific capabilities whatsoever to the beautiful nation. They appeared to be a group of utterly weaklings. How could they possess such strength? How could they launch missiles? Although the recently fired missile didn't seem to carry much weight in terms of technology, if one were to look closely, it might even be comparable to the ones from the beautiful nation's 20s. It was not just about the missile's quality. The real question was how advanced the technology behind it was. What did it truly represent? It was known that prior to this, their country didn't even have a single destroyer or frigate that was worth their attention, let alone anything else. Under such circumstances, their ability to protect themselves was already incredibly challenging, and now, missiles. That ship looked like a frigate and had completely deceived those damn fools. At this moment, fury was etched across Bradley Dobbin's face. After gritting his teeth and taking a deep breath, he commanded, Quick! Quick! Send your team to take another look and engage them in combat. They might only have missiles on that ship, with the rest of their arsenal being conventional weapons. If we can close in and engage their vessel quickly, we might be able to seize more. He wanted to say more, but in the next moment, a missile shot through the air, trailing a ghostly glow as it approached rapidly. The hissing sound, accompanied by the roaring tail flame, struck the ship where Bradley Dobbin and the others were located. Immediately, there was a violent shudder, like a storm shaking the vessel. At that moment, it felt as if the ship might capsize. It swayed back and forth, and it was hard to tell how much time had passed. Almost in the next instant, he realized with alarm, there's a major armor breach on the right side. Chapter 97, Firepower Coverage. Like a roaring tempest, the shout surged through the air, threatening to capsize the entire ship. Amid the cacophony, the crew members tightened their fists in disbelief, some huddling close to the deck. Bradley Dobbin had never felt such fear before. How dare those damn bastards attack their vessel? They should be cowering on the deck, trembling in fear, not launching an assault as if the forces of the United States were descending upon them. And why on earth were they carrying so many missiles on board? The enemy was unleashing a barrage of firepower without a shred of concern for their ammunition. The sight of those missiles was horrifying, utterly terrifying. Did they have such audacity? Were they truly this insane? It was unbelievable, simply unbelievable. At that moment, anyone who glanced at the incoming missiles felt a chill run down their spine. Bradley Dobbin shouted at his sidekick, Reelsimi, quick! Activate the automatic defense system. Engage the ship's weapon systems. We need to intercept those damned missiles outside the ship, or else we're all dead. His voice was filled with a savage desperation. Yet, with his roar, the incoming missiles descended even more recklessly. Watching the frenzied missiles and their speed, he was struck by a deeper shock. Why didn't these people care about the depletion of their missiles? Little did he know that before arriving here, Lin Hai had produced a large number of his self-developed missiles. The technology behind those missiles wasn't particularly advanced, so the cost was minimal. To avoid running low on ammunition and gunpowder, Lin Hai had opted for mass production. Insufficient firepower meant vulnerability, especially when witnessing the merciless attacks by those damned warships and pirates against the cargo ship and its security, particularly the blood-soaked scenes that unfolded. Lin Hai's face reflected intense dissatisfaction and anger. He truly hadn't expected such disgusting events to occur in this place. Coming here to do business with goodwill. And they were unwilling. Huh? Well then, I'll send you straight to the afterlife. Lin Hai pointed toward the direction of the ships recently dispatched by Bradley Dobbin and Reelsimi, as well as their own vessel. He commanded, "Open fire. Saturate them with full firepower, and make sure to send all these bastards to their demise." Hearing Lin Hai's words, the naval soldiers beside him had never fought such an opulent battle before. They had always scavenged the scraps left behind by others, working with whatever remnants they could find. There was no choice. Their weaponry was outdated, their technology lagged behind, and it was a grim reality. Was this the time to be left behind? Damn it all. What they were doing was bombing. The thunderous sound of explosions, coupled with the distant cries of the disguised pirate soldiers, filled the air, and the blood nearly stained the entire sea red. Under the influence of this torrent of blood, Lin Hai's face revealed a look of disdain. He then noticed that the ship not far away seemed to be raising a white flag. What does raising a white flag matter? I'll pretend I didn't see it. After all, I'm just a cargo ship, and I know nothing. Sink that damn ship. He furrowed his brow and shouted angrily. Hearing his words, those around him quickly took action, and the cannon fire intensified once more. At this moment, Bradley Dobbin and Riexami had returned to the command room, their faces smeared with soot and looking particularly grim. Bradley coughed a couple of times and, incredulously staring at the ship's data displays, gritted his teeth and spoke to the first mate beside him. "Hurry, report on the current damage to the ship." The first mate, responding decisively to Bradley's command, saluted him, though the grim look on his face became even more pronounced. Steadying himself, he began to speak. "The situation is very bad. Due to the enemy's sudden attack, our battleship's left rear power room and the engine area have suffered significant paralysis. Although the missile blast damage isn't very high, the area of effect is extensive, and ultimately, our trajectory is extremely compromised. According to the current data, the power system and weapons are facing major issues. Fortunately, the weapons are located at the rear of the ship, so even if there is a catastrophic failure, we should still have some time to escape. However, the damage control system is also showing abnormalities. The problems are severe." A flash of discontent crossed the first mate's eyes. After all, he was the most opposed to these people plundering cargo ships. Who knows when they might get their eyes pecked out by eagles? And now, this situation had them suffering a saturated attack from the enemy, leaving them utterly powerless to resist. At that moment, Bradley Dobbin slammed his hand on the table in anger, gritting his teeth as he said, "Those damn treacherous bastards. They actually disguised a warship as a cargo ship to lure us in, then launched a massive missile attack. Quickly report to the base. Tell them we are under attack and about to face serious problems. We need them to come and support us immediately." As he spoke, he turned to the timid Riexami and slapped him across the face while saying, "Tell your incompetent crew to keep that ship fighting. Don't let them continue attacking us." Before he could finish his sentence, there was a loud bang as the glass in front of the command room shattered. At that moment, Bradley Dobbin was violently thrown back against the door behind him, collapsing like a heap of soft flesh. He had sustained quite a bit of damage, but after checking his breath, the first mate finally breathed a sigh of relief. Relying on others is risky. If that person dies, it could lead to major problems. He turned to look at Rielsami beside him. Initially, he had hoped to let this guy take a few hits for them. But who would have thought that after taking a deep breath, Rielsami would say, "I've basically lost all my men. The ones who went to stir trouble with that warship have already been fed to the fish. You know, with just our small crew, how could we possibly compete with a large escort ship?" Fear was evident on his face, and after giving him a disapproving glance, the first mate began to assign other tasks. Fortunately, the base of the beautiful country is not far from here. They should send someone over soon. Let's hope it's before they meet their end. Chapter 98. Hold on. You are heroes of the beautiful country. It wasn't long before a silent and deep voice came through the satellite phone. Hold on for 15 minutes. Fighter jets are already en route from the nearby naval base. They are expected to arrive within 15 minutes. You are all brave sailors of the beautiful country. We can't let them see us as a joke. Use those damn yellow-skinned monkeys from the fine new nation as bait to hold off their firepower." Hearing this, Bradley Dobbin was momentarily stunned, a look of bewilderment flashing across his face as he looked ahead. The firepower was terrifying to the extreme, almost horrifying in its intensity. Under such a configuration of firepower, they felt as if they might capsize at any moment. The damage to the ship had already exceeded 30. The damage control system was barely functioning, and if no one came to help soon, it wouldn't be long before the ship would vanish completely, sinking into the sea. As he gazed at the warship not far away, still spewing flames, Bradley Dobbin felt like he was losing his mind. At this moment, the soldiers of the beautiful country on board were trembling in fear. They were just a group of soldiers, there to do their duty. The citizens, the people of the beautiful country, were all within their considerations. They were just stationed abroad. They had thought it would be safe here, that foreign forces would be intimidated and retreat upon seeing the flag of the beautiful country. They had believed they could play around here with those foreigners. But what was happening now? Why was this situation arising? At this moment, the entire warship was filled with despair, anxiously looking ahead, their eyes reflecting more fear and unimaginable panic. The first mate couldn't help but show his extreme distress. General, Captain, we might not be able to hold out much longer. If we keep this up, the entire ship will be completely destroyed. We must request support from above and have them send help as soon as possible. Can't the planes up there get here any faster? I thought the naval fleet base was quite close. Driven by fear, the first mate even grabbed Bradley Dobbin by the collar. Looking at his first mate beside him, Bradley Dobbin paused for a second, then anger flashed across his face. He slapped the first mate hard, gritting his teeth as he said, "So what? You are a soldier of the beautiful country, and as a soldier, your first consideration should be the orders. The command center has told us not to retreat. We cannot leave. To hell with not leaving. You're a damn general. Of course, you can't leave." At this point, the first mate wanted to slap the guy in front of him, to make him understand what pain truly felt like. Meanwhile, Bradley Dobbin took a deep breath, and his expression gradually became conflicted. Originally, he wanted to maintain his commanding presence as a general, but the next moment, a shell exploded right in front of them, landing on the already battered weapons. Watching the shell come crashing toward them, Bradley Dobbin's expression shifted from resolute determination to sheer terror, then to shock, and finally twisted into something almost unrecognizable. He picked up the satellite phone once again, this time directing his anger at the naval base. "You idiots. Damn it, Juro. Send someone to save us. Our losses have reached the limit. If this continues, the entire ship will be reduced to ashes, completely destroyed. The people from the non-slavery nation have already been dispatched. If we don't get help, we're all going to die. If you can't save us, you'll be forever etched in the annals of disgrace for the beautiful nation, an entire warship's crew wiped out. Do you even understand what that means?" At that moment, Bradley Dobbin still wanted to maintain an air of righteous authority over the person on the other end of the satellite call. Listening to Dobbin's desperate plea, the response came quickly. "Hold on, we're gathering data. You'll need to hold out a little longer. But don't worry, your resistance is valuable." And with that, the call ended abruptly, leaving Bradley Dobbin's face darkened with rage. He had always despised those black slaves, but now his expression mirrored theirs in sheer anger. These ships from the beautiful nation are incredibly tough. After all this time, they're still holding up, he thought. Their materials are much better than ours. If it weren't for the missiles on our ship, we probably wouldn't have been able to inflict even a scratch on them. What do we do now? The missile stockpile is nearly depleted, and there's only a small amount left. Should we save the people on the cargo ship? A group of officers gathered around Lin Hai, arguing amongst themselves. On one hand, they wanted to rescue the people. On the other, they feared that any mishap could jeopardize Lin Hai's safety. After all, Lin Hai was their genius. If anything happened to him, it would be catastrophic for their defense efforts. They had dedicated their lives to naval defense, and they could not afford to let Lin Hai come to harm on their watch. Listening to the chatter around him, Lin Hai fell silent for 2 seconds before lightly tapping the steel command platform beside him. "We must save those people." Hearing Lin Hai's words, some of the officers tried to speak up, but Lin Hai raised his hand to silence them. "I understand your concerns. You're worried about my safety and the potential issues on the ship. We've only tested half of the missiles. We have to launch the other half. I need a few majors to help out. Go to the cargo ship as quickly as possible. Let's get those people back. Consider it part of our mission." Gazing at the sea level at this moment, the 2 warships of the Fino nation had been destroyed on the spot, while the beautiful nation's ships held their ground. It was unclear how much time had passed, perhaps around 10 minutes, when a wailing sound echoed from the horizon. Meanwhile, on the other side, aboard the beautiful nation's warship, there was a sense of joy. Those damn bugs had finally sent their planes over. Those bastards. Let's see how you die now. A greedy glint gradually flickered in Bradley Dobbin's eyes as he stared ahead. Chapter 99. The bear caught in the crossfire. The emotion in his eyes seemed somewhat twisted. Anger, depth. Meanwhile, on the other side at the naval base, while gathering nearby satellites to observe the situation, the personnel furrowed their brows. Can we determine what kind of missile it is? Their missile setup resembles our 42 Malawian Quachas, yet it also shares some similarities with the missiles from the bear's side. These missiles are quite strange. They don't seem to be the latest cutting-edge technology, but they possess tremendous explosive power. Where are the intelligence operatives? The CIA? At this moment, in the naval base, Admiral Milcree of the beautiful nation wore a somber expression. His eyes were fixed intently on the warships projected by the satellite, alongside the nearly crashing ships of their own fleet. The anger and twisted emotions in his gaze began to resurface. Damn it. He had warned Bradley Dobbin to be extremely cautious of those guys' disguises. He had said it before. Their actions would undoubtedly create a massive impact. Yet, Bradley Dobbin not only ignored his advice, but also took people near that island, acting as if he had never heard his teachings. Now look what has happened. Trouble has arisen, and now he is seeking help, taking so many people over there to get involved in such matters. And now that such a huge incident has occurred, he acts like he knows nothing. How did I end up with such a foolish subordinate? If something truly happens, this would undoubtedly be the most infuriating battle in my years of service. One can only imagine if all those on that ship perish. The domestic media want to know how to report it. I would probably be seen as a damned fool in their eyes. And it's all because of that damn Bradley Dobbin. Listening to Milcree's words, a short, stout, middle-aged man approached, wiping the sweat from his forehead. Before the man could speak, Milcree turned sharply to face him. With a cold glint in his eyes, he said, I remember I asked you to investigate the people of that country. You told me their situation was fine, but what the hell is going on now? Why do they have so many missiles? You're not telling me that this destitute country developed them on their own, are you? Where did they buy these missiles? From the Bear Country? Or the gradually weakening John Bull? Or perhaps the French chickens? Are you intelligence operatives, all incompetent? You haven't gathered a single piece of useful information, and now we have this enormous mess. What are we supposed to do now? As Milcree's furious words echoed, the intelligence chief in front of him wiped the sweat from his forehead and spoke with palpable fear. Great Admiral Milker, I really don't understand. According to our intelligence, they had no procurement plans at all. Yet here we are, watching a single warship launch so many missiles. These missiles look somewhat like those from Bear Country. But our informants clearly told me that there were no plans over there at all. So, hearing this, Milker couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. He gently placed his hand on the side, and after tapping for a moment, spoke in an even colder tone. So you want to tell me that all of this is just my ignorant fantasy and that I've misjudged something? My friend, I hope you don't speak to me in that tone. It's really infuriating. Or do you think our military court can't do anything about you? Looking at the sharp glint in Milker's eyes, the short, stout, middle-aged man couldn't help but lower his head, not daring to utter another word. He knew that if he continued to argue with Milker, he would be executed on the spot, labeled a traitor or spy. He had a wife and children. If he admitted his mistake now, the worst that would happen would be a demotion, but if he refused to admit his error, then he'd be risking his life. Seeing the CIA man cower in fear, Milker showed no signs of victory. Instead, his expression remained grim as he stared at the warship on the screen. Just then, one of his aides spoke up. Should we send an aircraft carrier for escort in addition to the military aircraft? Maybe they only have this many missiles and have already launched 3 or 4 of them. How could they afford to buy so many missiles? If we can capture the people on that ship, perhaps we can interrogate them about where they got all those missiles. That would help us report back up the chain. Upon hearing this, Milker turned his face coldly, his already stern expression darkening further. He couldn't understand why his aide was being so foolish at this moment. Did this idiot have no brains? Did he not understand the implications? Milker pointed at the 1135 class frigate still randomly launching missiles on the screen and said, Are you willing to gamble? Are you ready to stake your life? Or are you willing to gamble with our Navy? That warship could simply be a bait for them. What if they plan to use it to take our aircraft carrier down with them once they see it? What then? Do you know what we would be risking? Right now, we only have one warship sinking. But if that ship comes charging at us loaded with explosives, our aircraft carrier would be severely damaged. As he spoke, he could no longer contain his anger and slapped his aide across the face, gritting his teeth as he said, I have never seen such foolish subordinates as you. Now get out of my base. With that, he picked up the satellite phone and began dispatching planes to the scene. Meanwhile, the top-ranking officers on Lin Hai's side had also spotted the aircraft in the sky. Fortunately, the majors sent to the cargo ship from the other side had already reported that the mission was a success. Thus, Lin Hai ordered everyone to quickly redirect the missiles to target the sky, while simultaneously using naval guns and machine guns to retreat. The planes would not be able to breach the protection of their ships, as the warships from the Bear Country were always heavily armed and had exceptionally thick armor. Chapter 100. The 5-star General. Lin Hai and his team only needed to worry whether the warship not far away would completely sink. Watching the American warship gradually submerge into the sea, a satisfied expression appeared on Lin Hai's face. He then raised an eyebrow and quickly turned to the others, urging them to head back to avoid being entangled by those planes. At the same time, the sounds of gunfire and cannon fire echoed across the sea, creating a stunning and overwhelming atmosphere. At that moment, some planes in the sky were struggling to see the direction of Lin Hai's fleet amidst the thick smoke and surrounding interference. They reported their current predicament to the command center. Unable to locate the enemy's position, the order came down for saturation bombing. I want to see if they can withstand it. Before the sentence was completed, another officer interjected, General, our dispatch planes cannot carry out saturation bombing. Due to the emergency order, all aircraft can only rush towards that direction, and we only have a minimal amount of explosives on board. The key issue is that if they proceeded with the bombing, the planes would have to dive down into the maritime zone. At that point, the weapons on those fleets, machine guns, cannons, and missiles, could easily shoot down our aircraft. That would create a significant problem. Hearing this, the expression on Milker's face turned icy with anger. He had never hated Bradley Dobbin more. If it weren't for him, their situation wouldn't be this dire. Sending out planes had little effect, and the aircraft carrier couldn't be dispatched for now. If they didn't quickly rescue the naval personnel, by the time their warships arrived at that location, they would only find a scene of carnage. The remaining bodies could stir a huge uproar back home, and their president would have to compensate the families handsomely. The planes flew around the sea like headless flies, occasionally caught in explosions that caused unusual damage. Many of those shells were missiles, some even designed for ship targeting. The destructive power of those shells was clearly far greater than that of standard weaponry. The communication channel was filled with the panicked voices of pilots. My God, their shells are too powerful. My plane's left engine has stalled, and the right wing has sustained damage. If we don't return quickly, my aircraft might explode on the spot. Command Center, I request an immediate return. I don't have enough power or remaining fuel to keep flying forward. This is Aircraft 3. I repeat, this is Aircraft 3. Behind my airplane, there's a massive explosion in the fuel tank. According to my observations and the fuel gauge, there's less than 10 fuel remaining. I urgently request to return to base and refuel immediately. Help, help. Those damn guys have breached my control panel. And now my aircraft is showing signs of a potential crash. Command Center, please hurry and save me. The coordinates for the crash site are approximately. The sounds of wailing, fear, astonishment, and screams are almost incessant, as if those sounds combined could terrify the soldiers in our ranks. Amidst the noise in my ears, I can see flashes of light on the screen, accompanied by scenes of warships being destroyed. At this moment, Milcree's face looks pale. It seems he is recalling the incredible battles on the battlefield of Ur against those astonishing armies, a scene that feels eerily similar to the present. Back then, those soldiers charged forward, fearless and resolute, defeating the seemingly invincible General McKeon and the five-star generals with nothing but their outdated weapons. The absurdity of their weaponry back then was almost laughable, so backward and weak that they could easily be crushed by our nation. But why, in subsequent battles, did the brave warriors of our country flee in disgrace, while the enemies might left us utterly astounded? We know that our nation had fought in the Battle of Midway and the Battle of Pearl Harbor. Our forces were once brimming with elite troops, a plethora of skilled soldiers. Logically, our military power should have been unparalleled, unrivaled. Even the former Soviet Union would have kept their distance. Moreover, our nation had gathered a vast array of allies, including, but not limited to France and Britain. We thought this would be a straightforward battle, believing that our strength would keep those damned enemies at bay. Who could have anticipated? The final battle outcome left everyone in shock. Having assembled the strength of 18 divisions, yet still being pushed back by those wretched foes. After taking a deep breath, Milcree's body began to tremble uncontrollably. He steadied himself against the chair, swaying slightly from side to side. Observing Milcree's state, the faces of several aides nearby revealed expressions of fear, their eyes widening as they rushed to support him. Milcree cannot afford to falter now. If he does, he could easily shift the blame onto us, claiming he couldn't command the troops due to a sudden health issue. Everything would be pinned on us aides, and we would bear the full responsibility. The more it comes to this moment, the less we can allow the general to go into battle. After all, who else can bear the burden of this blame besides the general? No one can shoulder it. Looking at the terrified faces around him, Milcree couldn't help but let out a silent sigh. Save them. I must ensure that none of my brave soldiers are missing. He almost shouted these words, his eyes fixed on the images appearing on the satellite channel, his emotions reaching a boiling point. Meanwhile, on Lin Hai's side, as he gradually withdrew from the battlefield, the expression on his face became noticeably more relaxed, with a hint of happiness in his eyes. He reached for the satellite phone beside him and began to connect to the cargo ship's channel. This is the Type 1135 frigate. I repeat, this is 1135. What is the situation on your end? Do you need any support right now?